won't find her outside. She's mysterious. You won't find her in the kitchen. She hasn't cooked in years. You'll find her here.
Get wrecked. No, that hitbox is cheap. It's cheap. Oh, I hate this character.
On day 4 of a gaming bender, with no time to sleep, or move, or shower. She is sedentary. She is stale. She is gamer.
You.
Essence of Esports. Eau de toilette.
Right now, we got around like 10 different roasters in many different countries, so that we want us to be a real international club. Yeah. So because we are still like very new to go to the global market, we just have 3 years of experience to getting to the global. But our clubs was already like established since 1999, so 27 years already. Yeah, but we are very new to the global, so that's why we did not expect that we will be like the number one. But we hope to be, right? Honestly, but we did not expect to be there. So everyone of my team are very excited this week. The Phantom in the China may be quite a little bit different from the other side. So we can see like I remember like when we first bring the friends to like Riyadh last year and also this year in Paris. Our fans may be a little bit shy, a little bit humble. So every time when you see, when the video camera just look at them, then they will just put something to block their face. Yes. And also we have quite a lot of female fans. You can see they brought a lot of big cameras with the large lenses and then to zoom in to take photos of the stars. And also they will like shout, but just in a very short period of time during the beginning of the game, because there's somehow a practice in the China. Yeah, usually when the game start, then they will have some slogan to be shouting at the same time. But after the game started, then they will be keep quiet.
Brazil, I think we grow in a football culture. And when we are watching football, the players, we don't stop to scream, to shout, to push them. So I think even when we were little kids, we start with this. In China, I think you have a really good culture with sports. We don't have this in Brazil. We are starting right now. And I think this warmth from the fans comes because of football. It's crazy. We don't stop.
In the first year, our plan is that we want the world to understand us, to know us first. So in the first year, we invest some money and then expand a little bit of roster. But at that time, it is very hard for us to invite the players to join. I remember when we talked to some good players, they said, hey, I rather sign some other organization instead of you because I don't know you. And also China may be like quite far away from them. So they feel like the cultural differences, language differences. So for some players, they feel like it is somehow not really familiar with them. So they will rather like sign with some maybe European or American organization. For the HOK, for example, last year we had a very large tournament, the HOK annual final in China that is hosted in the National Stadium in Beijing. And then the people there, the audience are like 62,000 of the people. And it broke the Guinness record of the most number of the viewers on site. Yeah, so it's crazy. The vibe in China is crazy. But maybe not many people know that because not many people like joined the China League. So in the past, China esports are quite a little bit, I can say, is like separated from the global market.
In Brazil, I can talk better about what I see. We don't have like support for government. As I said, like for football, people put money in football players.
Yes.
People push them to be football players. But for esports, they don't. So when we started everything and we started to call to the parents because we had like a player that was 16 years old at that time and we need to talk with their parents. They were like, what are you doing with my kids? No, this is not, what competition? The game that he's playing in his room. So in Brazil, we don't know, you know. We have one player that he's the best player in the world for PUBG Mobile. His name is Revo. And he came with 16. Last year, unfortunately, in the PMSL finals, he lost his mom, like in the first day. So his daddy called us and said, I need to talk with Juan because I need to give this, to tell him this. We put everybody together. My mom bring Revo alone and said, I need to tell you something. Your mom passed away. Imagine receiving this message in the first day of the finals of something that is really important for you, but doesn't matter the game when you lost someone you love. For us, it's not even something to think. Let's go to your city to do everything. And he said, I'm not coming because I know my mom wants me to be here. He did the finals for PMSL and he won the PMGC.
Because like after the last year, we got a lot of inquiries about like, do we want to sell the organization?
Oh.
We got a lot because someone like some clubs with a lot of money, then they think, hey, I can buy. I can buy different organization. Oh, right now AG is doing quite good, so I want to buy you. Okay, yeah, there are truly a lot of organization are asking. We say, okay, we don't want to sell because if we sell the organization for others to run that organization, maybe the result will be very different because they will run in a very business style. We don't want our players to be in that business only environment. We want them to be like more sustainable. They already have very high pressure, but we do not want to exert more business pressure on them. So that's why we like keep running that, and then to prove that we are like growing and doing better and better.
Okay, I'm gonna do solo chess. I've never done solo chess, so don't laugh at me too much. You can laugh at me a little. Oh, you can't take the king at the end? Okay, I messed that one up. Not knowing the rules, that's important.
Well, but I wanted to make different move. Then this. Then this. Ah! No.
This is not my forte. Here, 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 here. Oh.
Oh, I don't know the rules.
Whoa. All right, I can take on f3, take on a3, take on f3. Nope. Rook e7. Nope. Queen takes. 1, 2, 3 goes there, and there. All right.
That's like the most weird variation of chess I have ever played.
All right, so that's gonna be a 1. This. Oh, king has to take first. Okay, damn. Rook takes. Rook takes, queen takes, king takes. Wow, nice. That was a close one. I almost messed it up. I was too close.
This one seems more difficult. Oh, I think I can do this. Yeah. Okay, I figured that one out.
Oh, it already moved twice. Guys, I don't think I'm made for solo chess. There we go. Finally, I got one right.
Knight has to take some like this. Whoa, that was nice.
I don't know why it's getting dark. I played the move and the piece went black. I failed. Completely I failed.
Wow, solo chess is hard. Solo chess is tough.
Yeah, I did 9. I think it's fine. It says record, so I take it.
Not bad. Not bad. 17. I think could be better, but always can be worse. So nice.
Today we have Anna and we have Alka, and they're going to play a blitz game, and we're gonna guess the elo. You may start.
All right, let's do this. This feels like a proper match. You play quite a lot.
I've played before.
Minimum 2,000.
What is that?
Already.
Wait, this is crazy.
I'm getting the score up.
Okay, you're so prepared. Oh, wow, okay.
I looked at the openings.
Where are you from?
I am from Hamburg, Germany.
From Hamburg, Germany. I'm actually going there in a few weeks.
Oh, nice.
This is Anna's strategy, distract the opponent.
No, I'm not doing anything. Oh, that move. Okay, so is this crazy, what I'm about to do? No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
I also shouldn't play this. I keep forgetting the lines.
I'm crazy. Okay, I'm gonna take this.
Okay, do that.
I don't wanna lose. Okay, I'll go here.
Damn it.
I'm not gonna take it. I would have fallen for it.
I would have liked it.
But the fact that you're saying, oh no, my pawn, you're doing references, and you're seeing all these tactics, this must be a 2,000 player.
Awesome, can't be bad.
Have you been here before?
To France? No, never. It's my first time. Oh, wait, actually, I have been here once before, but I was like 2, so
It doesn't
I don't
count.
think it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't.
I don't think it counts. Okay. And are you watching the EWC? Have you been
Yes. I've not been there yet, but I want to catch the semi-finals live.
there? Okay,
That's
cool.
my goal.
Do you have anyone you're rooting for?
Let me think. Kind of Yesipenko. I'm a big Yesipenko fan. I like Yesipenko.
Cool.
Maybe Matsulu. Those are probably my favorites. Also here with my brother.
Nice.
He's also a chess player.
Is he here too?
Yeah, maybe you get to play him later. I think he wanted to.
Okay, I would love to play as many people as possible. Also, I'm like getting crushed. Wait a second.
Yeah, Anna, this was a very suspicious way to play this opening.
I know! What is my bishop? Okay, this game has been an absolute
I
disaster.
really hope your mom does not watch this clip.
I hope
She's
she
gonna
never
have.
sees this.
Just think, what would Yesipenko play?
Oh no, that's too complicated. That only scares me.
I don't know if Yesipenko would play that, but I like
I don't think he would. I don't think he would ever play that. But maybe he should play it sometimes.
Okay, this game is about to go a bit crazy. Oh, you know what I've seen a lot? I've seen this move a lot. Maybe not in this position.
How about we don't make it crazy? Crazy sounds scary. I'd like to keep it very calm.
Crazy is not always scary. Oh, but now you're... What if I go like here? What if I go here?
Okay, that's a lot.
Maybe this is really bad. I hope they're not putting an eval bar in this game.
I think they will put an eval bar in this game.
Oh no! Oh no!
This is crazy though. This is
I mean, okay, I have to.
Oh, sorry.
Wow.
Huh? No, my pawn! Uh-oh.
With the combo.
In the clock.
And the Jadoob.
The Jadoob. Oh.
Paris. Oh my.
Levy, did you know I was playing someone so good? Oh!
I kind of forgot about the bishop. I kind of forgot about the bishop. I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot about the bishop. No, this doesn't work. Do we play with touch move?
No, you play whatever you want.
Okay,
But you have
fine,
9
fine,
seconds
fine.
left.
I have 9 seconds left. Oh my god.
Sorry, I don't want to stress you.
Just go for it.
No, you're very right in telling me. I would have not realized. I completely forgot about the clock.
So now I know what your plan is. Okay, so I'm gonna stop it.
My plan is to not move in 2 moves. Maybe I can make it 3. I completely forgot about the clock. And the rook. Those were both very unfortunate events.
Oh, sorry. But you're fast.
Not fast enough, yeah.
Check. Okay.
Oh my
Alright,
god, I
good
forgot about the
game.
clock again.
Good game.
I forgot about the clock. I forgot about the clock.
You're good. Okay, my guess is 2085 blitz.
No, I think it's like 1900.
I'm insulted. I guess I played really bad.
What is this?
I felt it.
Right?
Yes.
For chess.com, it's I mean, my peak is like 2300 something.
But what are you now?
And right now, it's probably somewhere 2200. I play more niches. I'm sorry. I play more niches.
It's one of those.
On niches is 24.
I actually started immediately, like 21, 22. But then you played.
I missed Rook.
No, you know what you did? You talked the confidence away.
The lone remaining pawn for Hans Niemann. This is all over. 18 seconds on the clock, and that's it. Magnus Carlsen gets the first win. You do not survive, and just like that, he did set up a little trick at the end, but Hikaru just too quick and just too fast and just too strong for that.
Rookie 3 best move attacking the queen. And the queen sacrifices itself.
Queen
sacrifice on the board.
Knight takes D1, bishop to D6.
The queen is trapped. What an idea.
Full minute.
Down, 21 seconds against a minute something. Now he's just winning on time. Never doubt Ali Reza.
Wow. Well, we learned our lesson there.
And shaking the head from both players. A big reaction.
But 40 seconds for Nepo.
And he takes the king. What?
Team G7.
And now white.
Oh, he mouse slipped. He mouse slipped.
No.
And welcome to the EWC Spotlight, where we're here to kind of recap everything that we have seen so far. I'm Amelie, and joining me on the, I was about to say desk, but it's more of a couch. Girlies, we've got Hercules and Glitter Explosion joining us. Glitter, you're here with us all the time, which I absolutely love. But can we just like pay attention to how cool Hercules is outfitted?
Top to bottom.
Top to bottom.
Thank you.
Nails,
I
hair,
wanted like the
makeup,
ballerina
fit.
Frenchy vibe. Thank you. I appreciate it.
It's a vibe. Although I've been told from I think half of our guests at this point that I've been rocking Halloween colors because it's always orange and black. But look, pink.
No, you're changing it up. Yeah,
today.
you're switching it up on them.
Oh, switching it up on everybody. And speaking of which, we've seen some switch ups in these games.
Oh yeah.
You were over at the STC Arena with some Rocket League. Girl, what have we seen so far?
Oh my goodness. If you guys did not watch Rocket League today, you missed out. We got to officially start doing all the key crushing. R8 actually just crushed 5 Fierce keys. After, earlier this morning, TSM, everybody was like, oh, yay, APAC finally gets to win. It's so heartwarming. And my Vitality was like, stop talking. You're in France. Just go home. And other than that, it was the same old, same old. Falcons are still surviving. The Gentlemates are still in.
Sure.
Nothing too out of the ordinary there. I think the only big shock was SSG taking down Carmine Corp. If you missed that, you definitely should go back and watch it. I don't even think Carmine Corp expected it themselves. The fans were shocked, the players were shocked, but there's one more chance. It's the lower bracket starts tomorrow, and so a lot of time left in the week.
I love that. I feel like KC fans have been in shambles multiple times throughout the year.
Oh, is it rough for them in other places?
Yeah. It's been a little rough. League of Legends handed them a pretty difficult loss. But
Gentlemates,
they've been strong.
Yeah,
the whole summer. So I love that.
Drum's ready to go.
All right, but over on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage, we did have some Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, we've got two mostly big stories coming out of that stage, right? The first one being that our defending champs, Team Secret, just went out against GK Esports. So, that's kind of a big deal. We won't be getting a back-to-back out of them. We'll be getting a new title holder on that stage. And then on the other side of things, we're also looking at the Liquid and FaZe matchup. Obviously, we're talking about Liquid a lot this week when it comes to CC side of things, but there's a little bit of a family rivalry going on between these two squads. I think it's going to be a really, really close one.
Family rivalry? I love that. I love that aspect.
Twin brothers.
Wait.
You haven't heard of this?
I'm sorry.
Wait, do you not know
Fill me in. Clearly, I'm moving into a rock. Twin brothers?
Yeah, go facing off against each other. And do you think this is an ideal situation or a less than ideal situation? They've done this before. They've already faced off against each other in the past. So they're no strangers to this.
I think that I want to be there at that Thanksgiving table.
You need to.
Right?
Get your invite in.
Just like mom and dad sitting at each end of the table, the boys there, and just being like, so, one of you guys is a winner.
And it's quarterfinals too, so it's a big match.
Oh God! Oh my God!
I might have to run away and go see that.
I love the family family drama already.
Yeah.
That's amazing. But then, of course, over on the Alliance Vault stage for chess.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Hercules, we say it's our most physical esport here so far.
I think it is. You know how smart you have to be able to do that? Like, physically, you know, a lot of us might not be smart enough.
We had misclicks previously. Crazy.
So crazy.
But Glitter, what's been throwing down on the chess stage?
Well, we had drama last time in the form of a misclick, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, T.
Yeah.
T.
This time, we have more drama, this time in the form of an upset. Okay, because world number 8 in Rapid, I want to make sure I say this right, and China's #1 player, Wei Yi, has been eliminated in the group stage for the 2nd consecutive year of EWC. When you are that good at your game, to come in here and have that type of performance, it has to just be devastating, knowing that you can do so much better than that.
Yeah, is it a choking situation? Right. Is it like the pressure getting to you?
Hey, these are big prize pools, all right? This is like, what, Rocket League alone is like 7 million? This is our own like unofficial worlds too, so I can't even like fathom the chess people. I was in the makeup studio with some of them. The talent were like, we never get to see this. So I can't even imagine the players.
I feel like there's so much more drama coming out of chess than we would have ever guessed. Every single day it's something different.
I really want to know if there's any like, meet me in the parking lot after, and then like they both show up ready to brawl. Yeah, and it's just like a chessboard in the middle. Sit down on the floor and be like, oh, okay, that was a good move, brother. All right. But either way, as we get closer to the end of the week, we do have to talk about the club championship points and implications that we're seeing so far. And at the moment, Glitter, do we have anyone who's looking like a front runner?
We do, and it does tie into chess a little bit because we still are watching Aurora and AGAL. AGAL, obviously one of the teams at the top of the leaderboard, so we'll have to see how all of that unfolds specifically for chess. But then, like you were just saying, Herc, I mean, we've got Falcons in the running, Vitality in the running for Rocket League. Could either one of them win? Because right now, when it comes to club championship, they are the teams that are very high up there and are looking to get even more points.
All the Rocket League fans in chat just made the same face I did when you were like, could they win? We're like, unfortunately, it's probably going to be them in the finals. Going off before all of this. If the bracket plays out the way it should, there is a world where they do. I do know the Falcons are they're like in top 3-ish right now, or 4, which is like the lowest we've seen them in years. So our Rocket League team, they've won for the last 2 years.
Okay.
So they could be the ones to do that push.
100%. All right. Well, still so many incredible and exciting games that we get to see throughout the rest of the week. But before I let both of you go, any last thoughts that you want to throw in here?
I'm a major fan of the both of y'all. They asked me if I wanted to jump on here, and I was freaking out. So thanks for having me. Yeah, they did. They told me they'd follow me back on Twitter.
Good job. It's true. It's accurate. It's accurate. Glitter, anything for you?
I'm ready to see how more competition unfolds, because I think by the time we get down to finals day for all of these titles, it's going to be crazy.
And I'm ready to find the Twitter accounts of both of those R6 players, and then maybe like DM the mom or like maybe a crazy aunt on the side and be like, so what's family dinner looking like and how can I get an invitation? But for everyone else, thank you so much for watching the EWC Spotlight, and we will see you all next time. Look how high it's going.
It's going up.
We're so
such a cute angle.
Chess returns to the Esports World Cup, and this time the road to the trophy starts before the group stage even begins. 16 players will battle for the title in Paris, where reigning champion Magnus Carlsen returns to defend his crown against the very best in the world. Every game is played with 10 minutes and no increments. Every second counts, and if a match ends level, an Armageddon decider will determine who moves on. But first, 8 players enter the play-ins. Every match is played over 2 games, and only 2 players will survive to complete the final field. They will join 14 players who have already qualified through the Speed Chess Championship and the Champions Chess Tour leaderboard, including defending champion Magnus Carlsen. Then comes the group stage. The 16 players will be split into 2 groups of 8, each competing in a double elimination bracket. Every match consists of 2 games, where every move can change the course of the tournament. Only the top 4 players from each group will reach the playoffs. From there is no second chance. The quarterfinals are played over 4 games per match. The semifinals raise the pressure with 6 games per match. And in the grand final, the 2 remaining players players will fight for the title in a best-of-3 sets showdown. Get ready for a chess spectacle in the City of Love, where speed, nerve, and absolute determination will decide who rises.
All right, Damascus, it is playoffs day, and we are going to get you into shape. You got no ELO, you got 100 honorary ELO, and you want to be 1,300 like Big Hollywood, Magnus, etc., don't you?
I'm ready to train. 1,300 like you. Let's go.
Come on, brother. Open fire!
Open fire.
Fianchetto!
Fianchetto.
Good bishop.
Good bishop.
Bad bishop.
Bad bishop.
Knight on the outpost.
Knight on the outpost.
Pass pawn.
Pass pawn.
Pass pawn.
Pass pawn.
You got to run a Damascus. E4.
E5.
Okay. D3.
D6.
All right. A3.
I'll go to C5.
Did you just jump over a pawn with a bit?
Yes.
You can't do that, Damascus. 5 push-ups.
F6.
No, you can't just cheat. Move the board. You don't deserve that right now. You're trying to be like Big Hollywood, ain't you? You're trying to be like Magnus Carlsen, ain't you? Get your ELO up. E4. E5. E6. Good job, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Who do you want to be?
Magnus Carlsen.
Who else?
Hikaru Nakamura.
Who else?
From TV.
Yes, sir. Faster. 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 Good work, baby. Come on. Come on. Get that ELO up. Good work.
But hold me with chess.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup in Paris, France. It's day number 4 for chess, which means we've got our top 8 players, and we're getting ever so close to the grand final. So much on the line, including raising the trophy up, and somebody will raise the trophy up just tomorrow. So today matters an entire amount. Hey, welcome into the Allianz Fault Time. Taylor Reflections, Noble, I'm here. Hello. My goodness, what the heck just happened there? It's not going to happen again. Anna Cramling, Mike Klein. Good to see the both of you. First and foremost, Anna. Top 8, absolutely insane. But what about that workout this morning that apparently Rob and Damascus were getting? I don't know if this drill sergeant era for Rob is going to pay off for teaching Damascus chess.
Listen, I need to do that. I think they're going to improve so much at chess. They're doing everything you need. They're getting more physical. They're training chess. I mean, this is the combination that every chess player needs in the world.
I would say so. Physical, though, does it help you? Well, it at least helps keep the heart rate down. Mike, good to see you. $1.5 million on the line. We're talking $250,000 for first place, which is quite incredible. When it comes to the chess world, what does this mean?
Well, a lot. I mean, you can see the delta here between losing your opening match today and winning it all is about $180,000. Other than 1 or 2 players in this field, that's life-changing money. For 1 or 2 other players, that's just another day at the office. So I would be happy to switch places with them right now.
That's right. Well, a lot of money on the line. And when it comes to the EWC, Esports World Cup, chess is a tremendous event. It was one that so many people were looking forward to. Now that it's here, we're now down to top 8. So many storylines to get through, but we need to recap how we got up to this point. Day 3 was incredibly exciting. We finished Group A, we finished Group B, and to walk you through all the stories is Nemo and Tanya.
Day 3 was all about survival. 8 players fighting for the remaining 4 spots in the playoff. Now Nemo, Hans Niemann was already down to the lower bracket thanks to Magnus Carlsen. But again, Sina move ahead. Hans is the one who moved forward. Sina almost making a comeback in that game too. But Hans super sharp even when the waters got choppy. And up ahead for Hans Niemann in the quarterfinals, it's Ali Razor Sharp Firouzja.
Sharp is going to be the key word for today because Arjun Erigaisi did sweep aside Pranesh to make it all the way into the playoffs and is going to be facing off against Hikaru Nakamura. Now, this is a matchup you do not want to miss because they're both extremely tactical, aggressive, initiative forward players, and they will be full of fireworks.
That's going to be one combustible matchup right there. But I have to say, Nemo, the biggest splash of the day, that came from 19-year-old Denis Lazovic. What a match it was, eliminating Jan Nepomniachtchi. And you know, all that can be said about it, he was just swimming through all the pressure that Jan put on him.
swimming through all the pressure. Speaking of swimming through all the pressure, Nihal Sarin is now also into the playoffs after beating Duda. I mean, this is going to be so exciting because if I was Nihal Sarin, I would not have wanted to be picked by Magnus Carlsen, which he did say on broadcast. He did get picked by Magnus. Nihal did not look too excited about it.
And you know, Nima, the best part, this is the exact same matchup from Riyadh last year at the quarterfinals. Will we have a different result this time?
Revenge arc.
It's the grudge match. Now, one thing's for sure, that our stage is set. The 8 players locked in, our quarterfinals bracket done. And you know, you win or you go home. Or Nemo, as some would say, you swim or you sink.
Are all these Finding Nemo jokes for me?
Well, you know what? Eventually, after 2 minutes, we did find Nemo. Now let's go find our champion.
And back to Stream B for a recap. Thank you, Jan and Kostya.
Hello folks, Kostya and Jan here from Stream B. Yesterday, we had a number of decider matches as 8 players had their dreams crushed and had to go home.
The B-Stream curse was in full effect. All 4 players we covered were out of the tournament by the end of the day. How about today? Any hope?
Today we have 2 exciting quarterfinal matches coming up, starting with Norbek Abdusatorov against Denis Lazavic, who represents the leading team, AGAL.
Norbek Abdusatorov actually chose Denis as his opponent, but Denis might not be good at crushing keys, but he's very good at crushing spirits. I'm not sure Norbek made the right choice there.
In the other match, we have none other than Hans Niemann going up against the runner-up from last year's EWC, Alireza Firouzja.
2 of the best and best known players in the world. Check in on the B-Stream.
See y'all soon.
Scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Thank you for the B-Stream update. Also, Tanya, how many Nemo references can we get today? I'm sure we can get a lot of them. I'm going to be thinking when we're in the green room during the first match. After all, though, today is important. We heard a little bit about how yesterday went, but what are you thinking today is going to look like?
Today, we're gonna get lots of keys getting crushed. That's everything that I know. But we're also going to be finding our finalists. So today, every day gets more exciting, but today is gonna be an incredible day.
Absolutely. 6 keys, in fact, are going to be crushed. The only 2 remaining are going to be first and second, who will be playing in tomorrow's competition. We'll still have the consolation prize for 3rd place, but after all, their key would already be crushed because technically they're out of the competition. But still a lot of money to play for. Now, today is impactful. We heard from Anna what she's thinking. Let's go back to Nemo and Tanya on what they're thinking day 4 is going to look like.
It's the quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup. No second chances. And now Nemo and I have to pick our 2 players to make it through to the semifinals. Nemo, you ready? You want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first because I have a really hot take here. It's going to be Magnus Carlsen.
Okay, hot take. Seriously, I mean, who would have thought, right?
No, I really went out on a limb here, but if Magnus Carlsen is available and he is here, he is the greatest player ever to walk on this planet. Of course I'm gonna pick him. I mean, sure, he didn't have the hottest couple of days. He did get by Andrei Sapenko as well as Hans Niemann earlier, and you know, he wasn't feeling his greatest, but I do think that now, because it is the quarterfinals, he'll be giving it 110%.
It's also a player he's familiar with, taking on Nihal Sarin, exactly what he did last year. Now my pick might be slightly harder than that. I'm gonna go with Arjun Aragaisi. It's Gen G for me, and he's up against Hikaru Nakamura. Now Hikaru is a player who's tough to bet against, and I know all of that in this format. He's an absolute beast. But Arjun has been so clinical in his wins. 2-0 yesterday. You know, he just invites those imbalances. He's quick. But what has impressed me the most about Arjun in the EWC so far, Nemo, has been his heart rate. It never goes beyond 60. And that's almost like a cheat code that's built in because nerves are super important.
Nerves are indeed super important. And on the subject of nerves, I'm going to go with AGAL Denis Lazovic because he showed really, really good nerves, really good fortitude. He definitely hasn't had the easiest road to get here, but now he feels like he's on fire. And I think that's going to be really important when he faces against Nordebek. So let's see. What about you? Who's your last pick?
You know, I love that you say that because are you ready for my last pick, Nemo? I'm taking you on this one. I'm going with Navi's Nordebek Abdusatrov. I mean, I get it. Lazovic scored the biggest upset yesterday, but Nordebek, he's had the biggest season coming into this tournament. He's been on his top form. Again, he needed no Armageddon to get to the stage. It's Nordebek for me.
All right, let's see who wins.
We'll find out.
Thank you, Nemo and Tanya. Nemo going with the hot takes, thinking Magnus is looking like the favorite. That is probably the hottest take I have heard all day long, to say the least. And by the way, you all can give us your takes with EWC Play, because we love seeing the predictions. That's one of the funnest parts, especially when the collective mind is wrong. If you think you can call it, go ahead and scan that QR code to get involved, because we'll be pulling up your predictions, whether it's on the casting desk or whether it's here. I love to see where the favor lies, and ultimately, if the small majority can get it right, the 20% versus the 80%. Either way, we've got a lot of stories to tell, and let's start moving into our Crunchyroll story of the day. It's deja vu, because we're going back to 2025. We've got 8 of the competitors from last year, now only 6 remain in it. 2 newcomers, Denis Lazovic hands also coming into the mix. But for the other 6, there's a lot of history to talk here. Let's move into our first story anyways. When it comes to Denis Lazovic, Hans Niemann, now new to the stage. Anna, what does that mean for those 2 newcomers? Obviously, when it comes to the chess scene, they're regarded as some of the best. But when it comes to the EWC stage, this is their first time.
I think that both players are very experienced. They've been to many other tournaments, of course, not EWC, but I think that with all the experience that they have, the tournaments that they won, they are ready for the EWC big stage.
That's right, but for the other 6 that have in fact been in the finals, some of them are hoping history repeats itself, some of them are hoping it's a little bit different this year.
Yeah, just pick up on Anna's point too. Even though Hans and Denis Lazovic may not be as experienced overall, they are experienced playing in person, whereas somebody like Nordebek doesn't have as much in-person experience. But I'm looking back to that third place match last year between Hikaru and Arjun Aragaisi. That's a repeat that we're going to see coming up very soon. And that was about as back and forth as you can get. It was a 6-game match. Hikaru started out with a loss. Then he ended up making some wins to take the lead. Then he dropped a game. It went back to even. Then they played a winner-take-all game 6. So that was so back and forth. We only have 4 games, though, in the match today. So you really don't want to start out with a loss. So that one's definitely got my eye. And, of course, last year, Nihal said he wanted to play Magnus. He got his wish, and he got crushed 2.5 to 1.5. And now this year, he got picked. He doesn't want to play Magnus.
That's right, yeah.
But he's stuck with him.
Yeah, did you see the picking yesterday? And it was quite funny. Yeah, he did not want that matchup. Nihal was like, this is kind of going to be painful. But for Magnus, I mean, he picked his opponent. He wanted a rematch from last year. At the end of the day, he feels comfortable with it.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, for Nihal, knowing that he didn't have the best match against Magnus last year, it's tough to have to replay that, but hopefully it serves as motivation for him to try to get a revenge. And I'm sure that he's been preparing for the big Magnus Carlsen matchup.
Well, talk about preparation. Grand Finals was the preparation leading into this year. We could very well have a Grand Finals rematch from last year going into semifinals today.
That's right. In fact, again, prognosticating Magnus's road, he'll have to beat 2 Falcons potentially, but in reverse order. Last year, he had to take down Hikaru Nakamura and then Alireza Firouzja. But if he makes it to the semis, there is a possible matchup with Alireza in the semis. And then, of course, Hikaru is in the other bracket. You might have to play Hikaru in the final. So double Falcons, but a little reverse season 2026.
Yeah, it's pretty insane, right? The bracket is already stacked, and it hasn't even started yet, but that's what we expected, right? We started with 22, now down to 8, and it only gets more intense as we continue on. There's a lot of orgs represented, not only in today's competition, but also at the Esports World Cup as a whole. We need Trav to give us a club championship update powered by Aramco.
The playoffs in chess are packed with club championship storylines. Straight away, we start things off with AGAL versus Navi. That's going to be Denis Lazovic versus Abdusatrov, which is a huge matchup in terms of club championship because it's going to swing the points massively no matter where it goes. It's first place in AGL versus third place in Navi. Sitting in between them is Team Falcons, with Hikaru Nakamura and Ali Reza Farouja. They're both looking to get out the quarterfinals today and secure 2 semi-final spots, which will give them a great chance of going all the way to the finals. But I don't think we can forget about Magnus Carlsen. He's going to be representing Team Liquid, and they got knocked out of Rainbow Six Siege yesterday too, so everything lays on his shoulders for Team Liquid. He's going to have to put up a big performance today to get through to the semi-finals, but we expect that to happen nonetheless. Stay tuned, as we'll keep you updated on all things Club Championship.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Big Travis always for the Club Championship update. A lot of implications when it comes to our chess tournament. So many orgs represented: AGAL, Godlike, Gen G, Seoul Esports, Team Liquid. The list goes on and on. Mike, what's the most interesting story for you when it comes to the Club Championship?
We've been talking a lot about the top 10 standings, but you know what is not in the top 10? Team Liquid, after a great finish in 2025. You know, they were actually sitting on 0 points 48 hours ago.
That's right.
They currently have Magnus potentially getting 1,000 here. And over on an adjacent stage, Rainbow Six, they've got a player who's finishing the points. They could go from 0 to 2,000 points in the matter of about 48 hours. So big couple of days for Team Liquid. Anna, what else are you looking at?
Here's the thing, there's so many points up for grabs. I mean, the winner of the chess will be getting 1,000 points for their team. So there's a lot of points on the grabs. And we have right now, of course, Denis Lasovic. He's from AJL. And AJL, they're leading right now the scoreboard, but only by 250 points. So Team Falcons are after. So Denis Lasovic is going to have a really crucial role for AJL.
That's right. So Falcons, they got double representation. Team Liquid, Magnus Carlsen, Denis Lasovic, AGAL, right? There's so much Club Championship representation. It's pretty insane when you think about it, because again, $7 million for first place goes to the organization, and currently AGAL are right there, so they need Dennis to do incredibly well. Let's take a look at our schedule for today. We do in fact still have 2 streams. We did a Stream B check-in just a little bit earlier. There's going to be 2 matches on Stream B. We'll have 4 here on Stream A. We'll split them up. Either way, we're going to be starting off hot and heavy. We got Hikaru going against Arjun at EWC to start off. Falcons versus Gen G.
Yeah, we've got 4 of the top 5 players in FIDE Rapid ratings, and that's the only one that features 2 of them. So not an ideal matchup for either one of them. We already said they played that back and forth match, but actually it's Arjun who's got the FIDE Rapid bump on Hikaru. He's world number 3 and Hikaru's world number 5.
That's right. In the green room, you guys were like, question that. Like, is that true? Well, it's absolutely the case. Hikaru, number 5, but doesn't mean he's going to be number 5 today. He's looking to go all the way. He wants to enter into grand finals. And as he walked into the venue, John Sargent had a chance to catch up with him.
Good morning, Hikaru. Single elimination bracket now, business end of the Esports World Cup. You're playing Arjun first in a very tricky match. Any special preparation for today?
Not really. I mean, I played Arjun last year. It's, 4 games, so just try to do my best, and, hopefully it'll be good enough.
Semi-finals and finals, we move. First, I think 4 games in the quarterfinals, then 6 in the semi-finals, and then 3 sets in the finals. As it gets longer, do you think it's an advantage or disadvantage for any of the players?
I mean, it should be an advantage for Magnus for sure, obviously, because he's the best player here. I think for myself as well, it's probably better. More games should let my skills be showcased. So, I wouldn't say it's a huge advantage, because obviously at this point everyone's very strong. But 4 games is better than 2, because if you do something insane in 1 game, it doesn't mean you have to go crazy in the second game. You still have a couple of opportunities. So, yeah, it's slightly better. But I would say from the general standpoint, I kind of prefer best of 2 just because I like the short matches. So it's all relative.
Fair enough. Well, thank you very much, Hikaru, and best of luck in your games today.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Great interview with Hikaru, who's about to take the stage to go against Arjun at EWC. It's going to be a great matchup for sure. Let's hone in on Hikaru and who he is as a competitor.
Yeah, actually, it might surprise some people to know that he actually has a lifetime minus score against Arjun, I believe, but he did win the most important match last year in 2025. Supreme confidence in himself. It was very interesting to hear what he said. If you believe you're the better player, you generally want more games, because more games is less variance. But he said, I'll just as soon take a 2-game match.
But here's the thing, Hikaru, he's one of the very best classical chess players in the world, blitz players in the world, rapid chess players in the world. It doesn't matter the time format, Hikaru is just so good. Arjun Erigaisi is, of course, also a very strong player, but I think that here anything can happen.
Should be noted in Game 6 last year, it wasn't Hikaru's chess skills, it was his blitz skills. He took down Arjun in a totally drawn game due to his speed. That's going to be a factor.
But Arjun Erigaisi has been looking incredibly well throughout our entire tournament. We hone in on him and what makes him so good. First off, Genji taking a risk, picking him up, saying, we believe in you to make it all the way.
Arjun Erigaisi is such a strong player, finished 4th last year, but he's also been known to do very unpredictable but very strong moves. The master of chaos. He's going to try to put Hikaru in a very difficult position and then try to get a win over there. So Arjun is going to be a very strong contender today.
Yeah, and he's Senor Tranquillo because he doesn't get his heart rate above 50. All the other players were looking at 130, 140 at their peak. I don't think it got above 60 yesterday in any capacity.
Cool, calm, and collect. That's the way he needs to be a champion. And this is step 1 to being a champion. It's now top 8. It's time for game number 1. Let's send it to the stage to get day number 4 started.
Does he have time to win this game?
Oh, he's so fast. Don't stalemate.
Don't stalemate.
Oh, he finds it. He found it.
Oh my
3
goodness,
seconds and he wins.
What a clutch victory.
And I think Soran is giving up.
Yeah.
That's it.
He's done it. Congratulations to the 16-year-old.
You're about to have your first key crushing. Are you excited for that too?
I hope that they remove this because I don't like to crush anyone's key.
The game's gonna end now. He's gonna resign. Nihal wins. Yay, one of my picks did well. I can't believe it.
As look at that. It's all cornered and a table slam and that's it. It's over.
Hans needs only a draw. The knight's coming towards it and Hans is about to win.
And Hans cannot lose. There we go. It's a draw. Insufficient material. Look at that celebration. Hans Niemann moves on, gets to the playoffs.
Please come to the stage, the man himself, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, why pick Nihal?
Out of 2 very, very good players, this was the more sensible choice.
Not very happy, but
do believe that is Dennis being picked there.
Because I mostly played against him online, so would be interesting.
Rob, nothing but bangers tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially playoffs day here at the Esports World Cup. We started out with 16 players and now only half remain.
Only half remain. 8 players remain. They had to fight through fierce brackets over the last 2 days to make it all the way there. But of course, we still have a couple steps to be able to claim this beautiful trophy there. 1 champion is in a quest for a back-to-back and 7 players are in a quest for their very first title, Rob. It is time to kick off our first match of the day. Rob, who do we have first?
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for one of the greatest players in the world, Hikaru Nakamura! Simply put, this is one of the greats of his generation. He became a grandmaster at only 15 years of age and has spent 2 decades competing at the highest level. Thanks to his speed, tactical awareness, and calm under pressure, he is without a shadow of a doubt one of the strongest rapid and blitz players in history. And today, he is looking to take it all the way.
An absolute contender to the title, but he's got a big match coming up right now as his opponent is someone he knows, someone he's met, and someone's about to meet again. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome to the stage Arjun Erigaisi! 22 years old, representing Genji Esports. He was 4th last year and he's coming here on a big run back as he lost to Hikaru Nakamura last year. This man is absolutely ice cold. We have put some heart monitors for the players, but he simply will not go over 60 BPM. This man has ice in his veins. He is the ice cold calculator, stepping on the stage on a quest for the EWC trophy.
Okay, Hikaru, before the first match of the day, you have such extensive experience. You're one of the best players on planet Earth. Do you still get nerves before a moment like this?
Yeah, I think it's great that there's so many fans here today, and I hope they're cheering for me, but it's a little bit different, so everybody feels nerves because we're not used to it.
Okay, and last thing, how do you feel about this transition or expansion of chess into this type of realm of esports?
I think it's great. As someone who's played chess for a long time, it's very much an individual endeavor, and to have people who sort of appreciate what you do is very, very special. So regardless of the match, I think it's very good for chess.
Okay, Hikaru looking very calm and dialed in.
Absolutely, and Arjun, of course, I must ask you, last year you played against Hikaru in the match for third place. That was a very close match. You come back on this stage this year. Is it revenge? Is it a completely new match? How do you approach this match?
Yeah, last year playing Hikaru was great. I lost a close match and I'll try my best to do better this time.
All right, and coming up to the stage, of course, you know, a lot of people are there to watch you. Is there anything that makes you feel nervous? Because we've said it yesterday, you look absolutely calm. Where are the nerves?
Yeah, nothing special. I'll just try to focus on the game and that's it.
Absolutely love to hear it. Well, listen, Rob, guys, it is time to get ready. Arjun, can I have you stand there for the traditional pre-match face-off? Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to kick off the first match of the day for Esports in semi-finals. Arjun Erigaisi versus Hikaru Nakamura!
And the stakes just got higher as we enter into the top 8. We have Hikaru Nakamura, a living legend in the world of chess, against a man who is uncontrollable, unpredictable, and simply the Iceman, Arjun Erigaisi. I'm Yovi, and I'm here with my very good friend, Grandmaster Ben Feingold, and we are ready to call in on the action. And the action is guaranteed, Ben.
These will be two amazing matches that we're casting today. Yovi and I are doing Magnus's match with Serene after this one. But first we have Naka versus Arjun. And as per usual, I'm shocked at the predictions from the prediction market. 87% Nakamura. What? This match is about as even as you can get. We have the 22-year-old versus the old man in his mid-30s. I used to be in my mid-30s. And Arjun wants revenge from last year when he lost the match. You would think Arjun going from 21 to 22 got to be improving his chess. He's even higher rated than Nakamura on the FIDE Rapid rating list. Nakamura, a year older, maybe the little more nerves, a little slower. But one thing that's different than yesterday, there's more skill today. We have 4 game matches today, Yovi. You got to get best of 4 instead of best of 2. We're going to be here for a while.
What's the ultimate test, as it is a best of for Hikaru Nakamura. We'll begin with the white pieces, and in his wake, it is Arjun Erigaisi. Wow, what a match. These two, they like to start off really classically, really traditionally, and then suddenly it all just kicks off and we have pure pandemonium on the board. That's exactly what I'm predicting as our players get ready. And questions, Ben. How will they begin? What pace will they set?
Well, not only does Arjun have his usual heart rate of 56, Nakamura's heart rate is pretty low too, in the low 70s. So that's, players are calm, cool, collected. We have a best of 4 game match. We're gonna have really interesting games, really complicated chess. That's the way the players like it. They both like to confuse the opponent and play great tactical chess. I'm looking forward to an amazing match, Yovi.
Yeah, and we have liftoff as Hikaru opens up with a queen pawn. This is really similar to the style of their match last year. Then we are seeing e6, that king's pawn defending the center, and the knights are coming out, and those pawns get traded, which means the center is really stable. It's going to be a little bit of a maneuvering game, but we're going to see how Hikaru sets the pace of the game. Steps back with the bishop. And if he wants to go full on aggressive, well, hang on a second here. Arjun's saying, I'm developing that bishop, and we could be seeing endgame time.
That's right. A lot of times white plays queen f3 here and takes on f6, ruining the pawn structure, giving black the 2 bishops. Often white plays queen c2 earlier in the game, controlling the f5 square, so black doesn't get bishop f5 in. If white wants to play for an advantage, I think one of the main ways to do it is queen f3, but it's game 1. Hikaru played more stayed with bishop to d3, trading off the bishops. This isn't considered to give white any advantage. It's just Hikaru wants to get a position and slowly outplay his opponent and not go into an endgame right away. So more Hikaru's style to keep the queens on the board.
Yeah, he keeps the queen on the board, so no endgame for us, but we'll see right now what's going to be happening as, okay, I wondered whether the king will go to the other side. No, we have our answer. The king goes to the right, and, well, we see Hikaru, he's trying to get some maneuverings going on the left side of the board. Arjun says no, and now the rook comes. And I got to say that Hikaru has to be a little bit careful, because if he does not keep an eye on the left side of the board, Arjun is going to go on the attack there. And that's exactly what happens as he goes to secure a home for his knight.
Yeah, so Hikaru wants to play in the center with f3, e4, and Arjun playing queenside counterplay, b5, a5, knight b6, knight c4, and one of my favorite maneuvers, Yovi, which we've talked about the last 2 days for white and black in these queen pawn openings, is getting the knights to d6 and d3, and Hikaru plays knight to c1 to put his knight on d3. Knight on d3 controls all the key squares. Black's knight is on c4, which is even better than d6. So this is a really strong maneuvering game, both sides improving their knights. The question is white going to play e4 anytime soon, or will that weaken the d4 pawn too much? Or is Arjun going to play b4 and gain some space on the queen side? Or will Arjun play a4, solidifying his knight on c4, stopping b3 later? So both sides have their pluses. The engine says it's about equal, both sides maneuvering their pieces. Seems like both sides are pretty happy, playing pretty quickly. And you know what's changed? One thing has changed, Yovi, and you won't be surprised. Arjun's heart rate is the same, 56. Hikaru doubled his heart rate, 127. So it's a big difference from the start of the game to right now. For some reason, Arjun's heart rate never goes up. Must be one of the world's great athletes. And as the game gets more complicated, like a normal person, Hikaru's heart rate goes up, like a lot of the other competitors that we've seen in this tournament.
Yes, yesterday, I got to say, Arjun's heart rate almost made 100.
What?
Almost, but yet not quite making it into the triple digits as the bishop comes out. And there is a question on white's pawn in the middle. And now it's time for Hikaru to make up his mind, because Arjun is forcing the pace of the game, and this was not the pawn advance I had in mind. I thought the other pawn next to it would be advancing up and white would have a very strong center, but Hikaru is saying, you know what? I'm going to force that bishop backwards and I'm going to secure a strong square for my knight. This is super interesting from Hikaru, unexpected as well, as Arjun now starting to think.
Yeah, this is a very unexpected move because it makes the white bishop on f2 very blockaded. I thought white would play e4 because the bishop on f2 was defending the d4 pawn. I like the way Arjun makes the most obvious move, bishop f6, and the engine says not good. I mean, bishop f6, completely normal move. It's possible the engine wanted to kick the knight out of e5 when it goes there with something like f6 later, and now the white knight can just sit on e5 the rest of the game. But I'm pretty concerned about Hikaru's bishop on f2. That doesn't seem very strong to me. Wow, and Arjun immediately captures the knight on e5. That surprises me also, and plays b4, attacking on the queen side. The game is up and down, to and fro. The engine still says it's equal, but both sides have their advantages. Now with the f pawn gone, white has the f file for the rook. f7 pawn could become weak, and the bishop can be remaneuvered to a better square since f2 is really passive. So Hikaru playing in the center and king side, Arjun playing on the queen side. Well, the only advantage in the position is Arjun's heart rate. He's always really calm, and the game is just beginning.
The game is certainly just beginning, and there was a critical moment there on our screens because we just saw that Hikaru really did not like the opening up on the left side of the board, so he drops his knight back in order to defend the pawn. But this allows Arjun to break forward. Look at him. He is activating the game in order to get his knight into the position. And now for Hikaru, he has so unpleasant questions. First up, how is he going to deal with that knight that's wedged in his side of the board?
That's a beautiful knight on c4, Yovi. Black got exactly what he wanted. Arjun has a knight on Hikaru's side of the board. He's advancing on the queen side. Black has a lot of counterplay already. I'd say opening and middle game advantage to Arjun with all the play that he has. Hikaru's play, conversely, on the king side, I don't see it really going anywhere anytime soon. So I like Black's position. I like the way Arjun's playing. Arjun has a 2-minute time advantage, so it looks good for him.
It does, and there's a lot of tension on the board. There's plenty of possibilities for Hikaru to open up the position. The problem is none of them really favor him. For instance, if he gets up the A pawn, if he picks up the A pawn and just trades that pawn on B4, the problem is that the rook is also going to get mobilized and into the game. And if you take the other pawn, well, it's the knight that jumps into the center. And, you know, those double pawns that white have, they don't make the best impression at all. And as Ben has highlighting, look at that white bishop. It's a little bit bad.
Not very good. The knight on B1, pretty passive also. Black has all the pawns advanced on the queen side. Knight on C4 is amazing. Advantage Black. Hikaru's position is not lost by any means. It's just that it looks like Hikaru's fighting for equality. And finally, Hikaru kicks out the knight on C4. He realizes it's been there too long, it's too strong, and the knight goes to A3. And the question is, over the next 3 or 4 moves, will Arjun be able to advance the queenside pawns and get those B and C pawns going before Hikaru gets anything going in the center and the kingside?
Yeah, this is exactly what Arjun has to plan to do. The thing is, though, he can't quite do it just yet because the queen has been nicely positioned to keep an eye on that rogue B pawn. So now Arjun has to go a different direction, maybe capture pawns in the middle, maybe come out with the queen and just offer some defense. So really cagey position. And I feel that despite Hikaru putting his knight there on the edge of, right there on the starting square, that there's so much tension that anything can still happen.
That's right. And I was alluding to earlier when I had the analysis board up that Black might reposition his knight to E6 in front of the rook, putting pressure on the D4 pawn, defending the C5 pawn. And if somehow Black can defend the B6 pawn again, which Arjun just did with Queen E7, I was thinking Queen B6, but we won't split hairs. Now Black can try to play C4 now that the pawn is defended on B4. The engine doesn't like Queen E7, puts it in front of the rook. It has some defense of the F7 pawn in case white is able to use the open F line to his advantage. So Queen E7, good for offense and defense. But the engine thinks that white is close to equalizing now. Obviously, white is a worse position. And once again, another move the engine doesn't like. He took on A3, but he took on C5. And now Arjun finally has a passed pawn on the queen side. He has a passed A pawn. Now Hikaru opens it up in the center. Typically, the bishops want open positions, and we were making fun of Hikaru's bishop earlier. Bishop on F2 was blocked by everything. Now the bishop is opening up. But since Black has that beautiful passed pawn on A3, and White's doesn't really have any passed pawns, the engine still likes Black and says Arjun has the advantage, as well as a 2-minute time advantage.
He's got an advantage on the time, in heart rate and absolutely everything, because he can also snatch a pawn. And you and I both like our extra material, and this is the point, that pawn in the middle for white, it is vulnerable, and in comes that knight. That rook has to be driven backwards. You don't want to be trading off the bishop for the knight. And you know, they always say it is the quality rather than the quantity, and that quality of that black pawn all alone on the left, that is gonna be gold. And there was some sneaky ideas. What is this? We saw rook takes pawn, a sacrifice.
Sacrificing to open up the black king. Hikaru, I think, more of a desperate sacrifice than thinking it was good, because black was really solid. And
yeah, we have to investigate this, because he's given up a full rook for this. His whole idea is he wants to chase away that queen, open things up against the king. And as you saw, this is a desperate time for Hikaru. Things were not going his way. So let's just break down exactly what happened whilst the players are thinking. So now the rook came in, attacks the queen, and now there's a decision to be made. If you move that queen out of the way, well, look, there's the queen takes pawn, as you're indicating. Also, the bishop starts to have an eye on those dark squares. So I don't think you can move the queen.
no, Hikaru went all in because black's A pawn was too strong. There was no attack unless Hikaru sacrificed. And the engine really likes black, but this is really putting Arjun to the test. Instead of slowly winning by taking the B3 pawn, promoting the A pawn, as you can see on the screen, Hikaru is putting the test to Arjun, sacrificing a rook, attacking black's king, and trying to put the pressure on Arjun. Arjun thinking a long time now. Hikaru has caught back up on the clock because the position is so complicated. And wow, the engine wants to play a move I probably wouldn't consider. King to G8, stopping queen takes H6 check. And the idea is if you take the queen, the knight can take, and the white bishop is completely blockaded out of the attack. The knight on E6 is defending, and black still has the trump past A pawn, which is going to eventually win the game. So even though black loses a queen for a rook, black is already a rook ahead. So 2 rooks for a queen, with the knight on E6, the king is safe.
Yeah, but you have to actually accept that queen is going to disappear from the board. And sometimes that's a very difficult thing to do. We see Hikaru not entirely happy as Arjun ponders. Now he has to either step back with the king. Maybe he can also slide the rook over to the corner to defend the pawn that is under fire on H6. It's critical, but by the way, black's best move by far is retreating the king. That is the best move. And no, this is not the way forward, because now there's going to be a repetition. Hikaru is just going to give check, check, check with the queen, and the black king cannot escape, and it's going to be a draw. Whoa, that was quite the save from Hikaru with that Hail Mary shot.
King G8 really hard to find.
Very
computer move.
Completely inhuman. So very fair result there. Draw. But what a shot there. On the brink of defeat, Hikaru finds this great move just to make Arjun uncomfortable.
Strategically, Hikaru was getting outplayed. Black had all the play on the queen side. Arjun was looking good. A desperate attack from Hikaru. Only one possible way for Arjun to win. With the myriad of possibilities, he couldn't find his way to winning, and the game ended in a very quick repetition. Half a point each. It's going to be a really close match. I don't get those people who all said Hikaru was going to win. Hikaru could win, but so could Arjun. It's going to be a very close match, and hopefully all the games are really close like that one.
Yeah, I mean, last time they played back in 2025 last year, it was so close. Arjun was the one that started with a win. Hikaru strikes back, and until the very last game, it was even Stevens. We now have an opening, which is kind of called the English, where white takes the claim in the center, gives up a pawn, and then says, is just banking absolutely everything on the power of that light square bishop on the long diagonal. And now there's a big choice for Hikaru. He can hold on to that pawn with the knight, but he decides, you know what, no, I'm not going to go for that. Instead, I'm going to make that claim in the center, and it's going to be decision time for Arjun as he decides whether to recapture that pawn with the queen or maybe try and do it with the knight. That would be a very
Yeah, yesterday we saw in a similar position, white had a chance to take on c4 with the queen, but instead played knight d2 takes c4, which in this case would be knight a3 takes c4. The knight is really good on c4. The knights control the e5 square. And already I like white's position. I always like white in these Catalan type pawn structures because the bishop on g2 is so strong. And conversely, black's bishop on c8, not as good.
Exactly, and that's the whole thing about this opening. It's purely positional. It's like just saying white's bishop is so much better than black's bishop that is remaining at home and is not going to be able to find a great way to develop. That's the dream. Now, if Hikaru can untangle with the black pieces and get that bishop onto a good diagonal, then he will have equalized. But as the players are maneuvering, here we're going to see, this is a key moment. Is Arjun with the white pieces going to be breaking things open into the center, accelerating the play? Or is he going to find another move, maybe jumping in with the knight to the center and unleashing that bishop against the black rook?
Yeah, if I was white in a blitz game, I would definitely play knight d4, confusing everybody, attacking the rook by discovery. The knight wants to come to c6. Engine just wants to play d4. It doesn't like all these shenanigans, but it says knight d4 is possible. I think the players still know the position. Hikaru still in his preparation, and knight d4 was played. Yay!
Yeah, and this is actually still theory. This has all been played before, so the players do know exactly what they're doing. And we're going to see the queens come off after that little drama here. And now we're into the endgame, as the king is going to come and take the knight. Or we're going to see some trades either how.
Yeah, black has two moves in this position. Black can take the knight on c3 or take the knight on d8. And we're going to see some more trades. Very interesting double-edged position. Takes on d, and then bishop on b7. Otherwise, white had a fork if we took back right away. And Engine says it's about equal after all these trades. Usually in these Catalan structure kinds of positions, black is happy to not only trade pieces off to try to equalize the game, but more importantly, improve that white squared bishop on c8, which often has a lot of problems. Hikaru has no problem with the bishop on c8 now. He's probably going to trade for the bishop on g2, and white will have maybe the tiniest of advantages, but basically it's about equal. Both players seem pretty happy right now.
Yeah, I think both players have their trumps in the position. You know, for black, they've gotten rid of the problematic light squared bishop. And the only thing I would say that would be making blacks a little bit uncomfortable is the fact that his king is there in the middle of the board. And there are two white rooks on the board in order to hassle that king. But if you prevent white from ever breaking open with a pawn in the center, then I don't see the problem for black. Hikaru is going to be very happy with his position.
Yeah, as long as the position is blocked up, the king on d8 is okay. What Arjun wants to do is open up the center with d4, trying to get at that black king. That's why he played rook d1, then put the other rook on c1, and hope that black's king is blocking the rooks so the rooks can't get out. So it's unclear if Hikaru's king is going to be safe on c7 or b7. The rooks can go to c8 and d8, and eventually black can claim equality. And as per usual, Arjun's heart rate is 58. Amazing. I want to meet his doctor. And Hikaru has a more normal heart rate in EWC of 125, which we see from a lot of players.
Yeah.
So very, very cool, calm, collected customer Arjun is. The first game was a draw. This is a 4-game match. This is game 2. The position's about equal. The time's about equal. And so far, I think, Yovi, nobody's really a big favorite this match. Nobody is imprinting themselves as stronger than their opponent. It seems like everything's pretty equal so far.
It's a fair fight, although if you had to say something about the first game, I would say the advantage lies in Arjun's hands. But here, Hikaru's got no problems in the opening. You know, he's gotten out of that one unscathed. The big question is, does he stop that d-pawn advancing? And yes, he does. I mean, because at least then it kind of makes the situation with the king a little bit clearer. Now I feel like he can go in any direction. He's probably going to go towards the middle, behind some pawn shelter. And first up, though, Arjun says, you don't move the king. You got to find a place, a home for the knight. And the knight goes back.
Yeah, the knight had a couple of good squares, d6 or e5. It doesn't look like either side can do very much. This is going to be a slow maneuvering endgame. And the question is, are there any pawn breaks? White was trying to play the pawn break with d4, which Hikaru stopped with bishop f6. Another pawn break is to play a3 and b4 and attack on the queen side. Those are White's 2 pawn breaks. Black, on the other hand, just wants to play king e7 and castle. I'm sorry, and move the rooks out to the center. And eventually, black is going to be really safe with the king on e7. And king did go to e7. That's a safe square. The engine wants to take the knight on d6. That would actually surprise me. Grandmasters typically like their bishops better than their knights, as do engines.
Exactly.
But that's still about equal no matter what white does.
Yeah, I'm going to say that actually, unless white breaks through, I would say that black's position is that a little bit more preferable because the rooks can centralize. But you were talking about pawn breaks. You were mentioning the advance of the b-pawn. We have Arjun saying, you know what, I'm going to use that pawn highlighted in red as a hook, and I'm going to try to open the position up that way. Now, that's also going to set the cat amongst the pigeons, because if that white pawn is allowed 1 square forward, there's going to be some unpleasant questions for Hikaru. So that's why he says, no. That ain't happening on my watch, and we have this knight retreat.
Hikaru fianchettos his knight, stopping white from playing a5. And what Hikaru would like to do is maneuver the knight to c6, so the knight controls a5 and b4. And Arjun's hoping to play b4 before Nakamura can do that, but he can't play b4 because his knight on c3 is attacked by the bishop. So black's going to play knight c6, and if anything, I would probably take Hikaru's position with the knight on c6, the rook's coming into the center, and white has some holes in the position, d4, a5, b4, and I think Arjun's going to have to try to equalize now. Getting an advantage, I think, it's past time there. He wants to put something on d6. The knight goes to b3, which surprises me a little. It's hard to kick the knight out. Both sides trying to maneuver their knights to better squares. And time is about the same. Position's about equal. We've got a really equal match so far. It's anybody's game. And if anybody wins this game, because it's looking more like an equal kind of draw so far, it's going to be because of the time trouble.
Yeah. And you know what? I love that move by Hikaru where he came in with a knight, because white was the one threatening to break open the position. And now look at that knight that Hikaru has. It's like an octo knight. It's on the perfect square. It can't easily be chased away. And you know what? I'm a maximalist. I would love it if Hikaru says, I'm going to advance those pawns on the right side. You know, start chasing that bishop, move it back. That's exactly what you want to do in an endgame. Push your opponent's pieces backwards.
Yeah, I prefer Nakamura's position too, like you do. Obviously, I like the knight on d4. Knight on c6 is good, controlling a lot of squares, unblocking the bishop on f6. Knight e4, the rook goes to d8. Both sides going to and fro, trying to improve their position. But white's two main ideas for pawn breaks in this middle game, endgame, are d4 and b4. And Hikaru stopped them both by putting the knight on c6. So if white doesn't have any pawn breaks, then eventually black can try to get an advantage by moving the pawns himself. The engine says it's about equal. Hikaru doesn't look too pleased. It looks like he thinks it's pretty equal also. Doesn't look very concerned. And so far just a maneuvering game where nobody really has the advantage, but both sides are trying to do stuff. And Hikaru stops white from playing b4 forever by playing the move a5, which also stops Hikaru's idea of playing b5 at some point. So we're pretty stuck here. Nobody can really do anything. Both players are maneuvering around, but there's not really any pawn breaks, Yovi.
But I gotta say, both players are getting into each other's minds. They've been thinking, what do you want to play? And I'm gonna stop it. And now we are seeing that bishop Arjun has maximized itself. It's on a good diagonal. So far, it is biting on granite. So this is something that I'm expecting Arjun will try to break out. He wants to advance that f-pawn, break down that wall of pawns. That's what I'm expecting white to do. In return, we are seeing that Hikaru is just enjoying the space. He's going to jump in with a knight into the middle of the board, and he's going to argue, he's going to slowly creep forward with his position and just say, hey, white, you're a little bit on the passive.
Yeah, it looks like if anybody can do anything, it's going to be black. Doesn't look like Arjun could do very much. He's going to sit and chill, keep his position the way it is, ready for anything Hikaru can do. Both sides have a ton of time on the clock. Nobody can really break through on either side of the board. It's a very equal position. Hikaru maneuvering his knight, maybe he can trap that rook on c4 by moving the knight to d6. And as I say that, nobody can do very much. Then Arjun has a breakthrough pawn break in the center with f4. Now the game is actually heating up. Pawn structure is becoming dissimilar. Both sides always play for a win. That's their style. Neither one is afraid of the other one. And Arjun wants revenge for last year.
He certainly wants revenge, and there's been some interesting decisions from both players. We saw Arjun eventually lose patience and start to lengthen that bishop break out. We saw some interesting knight maneuvers. I was expecting Hikaru to go on the aggressive with the knight, jump into the middle, but he's chosen a different route. Now he's going perhaps back to that square, and it feels like this is a thou shall not pass game. Both sides staking their claim and saying to the other, you are not going to break this one down. And knight gets kicked back. Hikaru just refusing to jump in with his knight. He doesn't want to make any trades whatsoever. Now the knight is jumping, and in comes the rook. And something that you said so many times, and it's so true, there are no pawn breaks in the position for both white and black. And this means there's going to be a whole lot of maneuvering with the pieces, perhaps not even a breakthrough.
Yeah, I was wondering if anybody wants to break the tension. Hikaru could try to do it with something like f5, but that would increase the scope of white's bishop on c3. So instead he's leaving the pawns on dark squares. All of Hikaru's pawns are on dark squares, making sure Arjun's bishop can't go anywhere. Arjun infiltrates with the rook. That's just going to lead to some trades, which we see here. And yeah, neither side can really do anything. So again, I still like Black's position because the bishop on c3 just can't move anywhere. And there's no pawn breaks for white to open up that bishop. It's still sort of semi-closed in the center. But I don't see much that Hikaru can do either. The only plan I see is for Black to play f5 at some point, which would help white's bishop, and then trade off and try to isolate that h5 pawn. The problem with that is it helps white's bishop to trade off those pawns. So the player's just maneuvering around and around and around. The engine just says it's about equal. Nobody's really doing very much. And it's a pretty even game so far.
It is, but there's some danger behind the surface, because if that white king could get mobile and walk all the way on the light squares to the left, that little triangle of pawns, it could be vulnerable. So I think Arjun is the one that's pressing for the win. He wants to swap off rooks and he wants to get marching with the king. That is the pipe dream at the minute. Maybe now he's he's maneuvering his rook.
Yeah, Hikaru doesn't look too happy. I think Hikaru always wants to win, always wants to get the advantage. He doesn't really see any advantage for him at this point. So he's really shaking his head a lot, trying to get something going, but there's nothing to be done. Just moving his rook to and fro. Nothing much is really happening. Neither side has done very much the last 6 or 7 moves, just moving their pieces around.
And they're in danger. Well, they're not really in any serious danger, but it's been quite a few moves before the last pawn move. So we're now on move 52, and the last pawn move was on 37. So if they keep it up, we might have to claim the 50 move rule now, because they're playing on a computer. The computer does it for them.
That's right.
So, okay, now, will we see a pawn move? No. King moves across, and now will the maneuvering game continue? Do you know what? I find it very difficult to tell who is actually playing for the win. Is this just like this whole load of trickery happening? They're going to keep maneuvering until the clocks are all the way down, and then someone is going to make their move.
That sounds very Hikaru-like. Hikaru finding the only plan that I saw for Black, which was to isolate white's h-pawn, which unfortunately for Hikaru, sort of improves Arjun's bishop. When it goes to c3, it's hitting the g-pawn. But maybe the h7, maybe the h5 pawn is weaker. Here comes the king defending.
Yeah, and now
we have infiltration.
We do, but where is it going to go? Especially with the bishop moving to its perfect diagonal. And the check. Now the king is can step. Don't step up the board. That's the only square you must not go.
But king f5 wins the knight, Yovi. The knight's pinned.
Rook will come and give a checkmate. Do not get your king into any trouble whatsoever. He steps back, gives a check now. Are we going to be seeing a repetition? It's been a really cagey game. No! King moves to the center, so...
I want to show the people at home that checkmate. In this position, if white had played king f5, which basically wins the knight, there's only one problem. Rook g5 checkmate. That would have been a funny end to the game. I don't think Arjun would have liked that too much.
No.
Okay, so instead of walking into checkmate.
Yeah, so there was no checkmate. Instead, Arjun is the one getting ambitious as he moves his king to the left. And now the rook is designing its position itself in the middle of the board to hold everything together. But there are still weaknesses that white has to take care of. And there we can see the rooks just defending the weak pawns. Thank you. And here, okay, well, king sidesteps. I was going to say that if Hikaru wanted the draw, maybe he would keep shuffling between both ends, keep attacking the pawns with the rook. But I feel like this move just kind of gives the advantage a little bit. A little bit. We're talking about microscopic stuff here to white.
Yeah, Hikaru, I think, definitely the one playing for the win because white has 2 pawns that can be attacked. The problem is they're easily defended, the a4 and h5 pawn. And Black can't really improve anything because white's position is so solid. Hikaru very upset because he wants to get an advantage, but it looks like they're repeating moves. Yeah, they're going to draw now. It's going to be a repetition.
We now have the final dance between rooks, and it is a draw. Nothing can separate these two as we go into game 3. Now, that game was tense. So we've had two different types of games. We had the first one, which had some fireworks there in the end, and this one was all about the maneuvers. Really long, intense game. Hikaru there checking out exactly how he should have improved, and well, Ben, we might be in
the players
trouble.
are getting a break.
They're getting a break?
There's no breaks in chess. No breaks.
We better be nice.
Okay.
And we see the players just take a breather. 2 more games remaining in the match. This is a best of 4, and wow, nothing can separate the two on paper, on the score. But how do we feel? Who has a small advantage?
We have 2 draws by repetition. The first game, Arjun was obviously the one pressing, and I think he had a winning position. This game, it seemed like nobody was ever really much better. This was a more well-played draw. Both sides going to and fro, lots of trades. I think Hikaru is going to be happier with this game because he had the black pieces and he equalized pretty easily. That Hikaru was confused. He thought the repetition happened earlier. He's like, why are we still playing? Didn't this repeat already? And then the repetition happened. So 2 repetitions in 2 games, a very even match. I'm still against that 87-13 prediction from the crowd. I don't think Hikaru is such a big favorite as the crowd thinks. This is a very even match, and either side can win. So far, we have 2 draws, Yovi, a very solid, even match.
Very solid, very even. I'm going to say if someone's going to feel the advantage, perhaps Arjun is going to be feeling happier. But one thing for sure is he's going to be feeling the vibe from the crowd. I mean, just look at our people. Look how they're cheering for their players. It's what you want as a player.
Yeah, we got full capacity here. People have their favorites. Obviously, Hikaru's a big favorite, being one of the top 3 or 4 players in the world for quite a long time. We have the up-and-coming Indian Arjun, who's only 22. He's been one of the best players in the world for only a couple of years, but he wants to take away Hikaru's crown of being one of the top players in the world. And in rapid chess, Arjun is actually higher rated now, which is really shocking.
Yeah, he is higher rated, and these are the critical moments in this game, which was really tense. It looked like things were going Arjun's way when suddenly from nowhere there was a bolt from the blue, and suddenly the game ended with a repetition, and game 2 was all about the sophistication, the maneuvers, very intelligent chess. Neither side just advancing with the pawns, and in the end, very fair, very balanced in-game.
That's right. Both, it was a very fair result, 2 draws. The second game was more equal throughout than the first game. And it looked like, I thought maybe Hikaru was getting an advantage in the second game with White's weak pawns on A4 and H5. But Arjun was well defended, was ready to go. Hikaru couldn't break the defense. And a draw was a fair result. 2 repetitions, 2 games left in the match. We're going to have at least a 4-game match, Yovi. It's not going to be 2.5 half or 3-0. We're going to go all the way, and if somehow it's 2-2 after the 4 games, we're going to have another Armageddon like we saw yesterday, and somebody's key is going to get crushed.
Yes.
Lots of key crushings today.
Yeah, exactly, and it's the kind of thing that makes the crowd happy. I wonder whether we can get a cheer from our people. Can you give us a cheer?
Come on, crowd, you can do it. You have the technology.
Yay!
There we go. Yay.
Hey! We love you guys. What a show as our players are back and ready, and it's going to be game 3. Hikaru Nakamura back with the white pieces. I think he'll be looking at doing something a little bit different because Arjun did have that opening edge. So as Arjun puts on his earphones, he can hear us for the time being, and Hikaru gets ready. What can we expect?
We can expect pain. It's going to be pain. We're going to have, I think, more exciting game 3 with a lot of tactics. Hikaru seems like he's ready. He's got the white pieces. He's going to want, different than these maneuvering games where he hasn't really gotten anything. I think he's going to want to try to out-tactic Arjun, outplay him strategically, tactically, and Arjun will be up to the test. And Arjun's heart rate already pretty high at 74. I guess the tension's getting to him.
Big question, is he going to ever make the triple digits in the heart rate game? Well, we will see. We will see a queen sacrifice. What are the chances of that?
A queen sacrifice?
A queen sacrifice.
50-50. Either it'll happen or it won't happen. He's almost sacrificed his queen in the first game.
It was a rook.
Almost.
It was a rook.
No, but Hikaru sacrificed a rook, and then Arjun almost sacrificed his queen, but it was a perpetual check.
It was a perpetual check as we wait for our players to begin. How many sacrifices do you think we're going to be seeing in this one?
The over-under is 2.
2.
Over-under is 2 sacrifices.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we'll see whether the predictions are correct. As we see Hikaru opening up in exactly the same way, he takes the pawn, the bishop comes out, and we see black solidify the center. In comes the bishop, and Hikaru saying, you know what? I have my improvements planned, and now he's playing super quickly.
Yeah, this looks familiar. Didn't this happen in the first game?
Exactly in the first game. But we're seeing now Hikaru play very confidently. And here I've traditionally dropped that queen back just to keep an eye on the left side of the board. But Hikaru says, no. It's all about the center. Let's take it.
Yeah, in the first game, Hikaru put his rook on e1. I thought he was going to play e4, but he played f4. It looks like this game, it's much more likely he's going to play e4. Now that he's defended his d-pawn a million times, making sure it doesn't get weak after white plays e4. So same for Arjun, though. Arjun played a5, b5, knight b6, knight c4 last game. That seemed to work out well for Arjun. So a little bit different than last game. Hikaru put his rook on d1 instead of e1, but same structure for Arjun, pushing the queenside pawns. The knight has the c4 square, and the first one to think about how to change from the first game is Hikaru. He's like, wait a minute, this looks like the first game. How can I get an advantage this time around?
Yeah, but the big question now for Hikaru, this is why he's pausing, is can he get away with advancing that pawn in the middle? Make that challenge. Because if he can, then he's going to have a very nice position. It's going to be super easy to play because his rooks are primed and ready, and he goes for it. He takes the center. And now this is the big question, because traditionally you're jumping in with your knight harassing the bishop, and Arjun super quickly did not make that move. Instead, he goes in the left. I mean, all the action is happening on the right, and he's gone left. So is this a good move? I mean, why does the engine hate it? Let's just delve in a little bit deeper.
Yeah, as Yovi was saying, she thought Black was going to play knight g4 on the right side of the board, but instead, Arjun plays knight b6 on the left side of the board, trying to put that knight on c4 again, ignoring the knight having the g4 square, putting pressure on the bishop. The engine doesn't like knight b6. Hikaru going for a think here, trying to figure out what's wrong with knight b6. Already white has a nice position because white has the open f file. In this position, white can play the move queen f3, which Hikaru does play, stopping knight g4, doubling up the queen and the rook on the f file. So e5 is coming, pressure on f7. Much better this game, Yovi, than the first game for Hikaru. Advantage white.
A definite advantage white, because I'm also looking at maneuvers. You know, you mentioned a knight becomes a knife on the f5 square. So if you get it there, that is going to be primed and ready for an attack against the black king. Wow, that would be absolutely scary stuff for Arjun. Wow, so much danger in the position. And those two pawns in the middle, they're so difficult to handle. Trust me, I've been on the receiving end a few times.
Botvinnik would be very happy now if he saw this. Botvinnik was one of the first practitioners of this idea of playing f3 and e4, the former world champion from before you were born. Even I wasn't born yet. But yeah, I learned about this in the Soviet school when I was in Moscow in 1984. They showed us a lot of Botvinnik games with f3, e4, and Botvinnik crashing through on the king's side with, as you pointed out, the knight going to f5, white's pawn going to e5, the other knight going to e4, and black's counterplay on the queen's side being insufficient. So Hikaru has the advantage this game, played for the e4 idea, the main idea, instead of what he did in the previous game with f4, which neither one of us liked very much.
Yeah.
And now it looks like Hikaru has the advantage.
Exactly, and I'm thinking Arjun has to take great care here because the lights are flashing red. He sidesteps any potential opening of the line, gets the queen out of danger, but okay, now I'm liking my knight maneuver. Let's see whether Hikaru goes for it. just get that knight to the edge of the board in order for it to become the knife. We want the knife. It doesn't have to go in that direction. Then as long as this knight gets involved somehow on the right side, everything is going to be fine. But there's so many tempting moves.
Yeah, and one of the good things about your knight g3 move is it vacates the e2 square for white's other knight in case black plays b4. Hikaru doesn't really want to play knight b1, which we saw in the other game. He'd rather play knight e2 and get the knight over to the king side. So knight g3 makes a lot of sense. White wants to play knight f5, and white gives himself the e2 square for his other knight in case Arjun plays b4. Now, Arjun's queen c8, maybe he wants to play knight g4 after all, or try to go into an endgame with queen g4, and then play on the queen side with knight c4. So if Hikaru doesn't like that, doesn't like black using the g4 square, Hikaru might take a timeout and play h3. That might be a little too slow. Instead, he plays b3, the other side of the board, stopping knight c4. Again, the engine doesn't like it. Engines hate us. They hate when we play chess. They like to criticize our moves. That's our job. Our job is to criticize the move, not the engine's job.
I mean, the engines don't approve of human chess anyhow. So, I mean, it's saying we're not playing perfectly enough. But this move, you know, at first I was like, what is the idea behind it? But perhaps the idea is actually to unleash the power of the dark square bishop, getting ideas of just playing the move d4, d5, just opening things up for that bishop. Also, you know, I think that Arjun is feeling the heat in the center on the open F line, so maybe he's going to try and trade off queens.
Yeah, white has a lot of good possibilities here. That's why the engine didn't like b3. It wanted Hikaru to be more incisive and do something more aggressive, like knight g3 to f5, move the bishop off of f2, opening up the line for the queen and the rook on the f file. Instead, b3 is more of a prophylactic move, stopping black from playing knight c4, which, I mean, Archie could have played that the previous couple of moves and he decided not to, but Hikaru didn't want him to play it. So he played b3, stopping it forever. And the question is, does Arjun have other ideas other than putting his knight on c4, which is no longer a possibility?
It's a really small pawn move that makes grandmasters proud. I mean, the whole thing is like, hey, you're not going to jump forward with a knight, so I can then just activate my pieces. It's all about control, and that's the name of the game. And despite being in some trouble, I got to say, Arjun Erigaisi is still the ever cool customer. 61, 62, nothing seems to faze him.
No. And he played b4, knight b1, and queen g4. So he kicked Hikaru's knight to a bad square, and now he wants to trade queens so Hikaru doesn't get that mating attack with knight g3 to f5 and e5 and go into an endgame where black has some advantage on the queen side. The question is, can Hikaru switch up and eventually play rook c1 and dominate the c line and put pressure on that isolated backward weak c pawn on c6? Or is Hikaru going to keep playing on the king side and center with knight g3 to f5 and e5? And eventually, the knight on b1 has to get to a better position. Right now, Yovi, the e4 pawn is under attack.
Exactly, and that's really important point, Ben. So we can just show it out for everyone to see, because at the minute, everything looks like it's all nice and happy in the center. But as you're indicating, there is a backward pawn in white's sights, and that's all about just maneuvering that rook to an open line. And I gotta also compliment Arjun, because when your king is in danger, golden rule number one is trade off queens. Queens are the best, most fearsome attackers. So, wow, we're going to be seeing exactly what's going to happen. There's a lot of tension in the center. Can white just shift that rook over one line and start attacking weak points? Or are we going to be seeing more maneuverings going on?
Yeah, Hikaru finally tries to get the knife to f5. I think Arjun wanted to play c5. That's why he played knight d7. And then if the pawn goes to d5, black has the e5 square for his knight, and the bishop on d6, blockading the pawn. Eventually, black is going to do something about the pawn on c6. Can't just sit there forever. Hikaru continuing with his kingside play. He's got knight f5. The other knight can go to c4 later, can play e5 later. White has the nice center pawns. Because of it, white has the advantage. Black is very solid. Arjun plays the line I was expecting, c5, trying to get rid of white center. And now Hikaru has a difficult decision to make. Does he play d5 or e5, or does he let his pawn sit there and just improve his position slowly with something like knight c4, trying to get the knight to a better square. So difficult decision for Hikaru. It's going to change the nature of the game, whether he pushes one of those center pawns or lets Arjun take on d4.
Yeah, and that's the problem though, because now that you mentioned that there is a possibility that you can let Black take on in the middle of the board, well then it's actually really natural and very good. But the thing is though, usually you don't go in that direction. Usually you want to go forward. I want to march those pawns up the board. So I'm maybe expecting, he plays it. He is good. He improves his knight and he's got a target to look at. And Arjun also in kind saying, I need to trade off those pieces. I need to get rid of the danger. And we're seeing the advances happen. The queens must come off the board right here, right now. And now Black has to move the knight. But it feels like Black is over the worst of the trouble.
Yeah, there's no more mating attack for Hikaru. The center's been destroyed. Seems like Arjun's pretty close to equal here. I like the knight on c4. That has putting pressure on the a5 pawn. The knight can go to b6 or d6. The other knight can go to f5 or e4. I actually like White's knights, Hikaru's knights, better than Arjun's knights, because Arjun can't put his knight in the center. He can't play knight e4. He can't play knight d5. Knight on f6, I mean, it seems really obvious to play knight d7, but he didn't want to do it because then the knight can't move anywhere from there either. And I think what Arjun's going to try to do is maneuver his knight on d7 to e6, which Hikaru just stopped. You can't play knight f8 now because the knight on c5 is hanging. Now they're trading pawns on the queen's side. Arjun wants to trade, and equalize the game. The engine says Black is equalized because it's pretty symmetrical position. The b3 pawn is weak. And the engine says that Arjun is okay here. I think he did a really nice job playing c5 and trading everything and trading queens and getting rid of Hikaru's initiative.
Can I disagree with the engine? I think White is a touch better, and I think it's going to be a lot more comfortable for White to play because first up, compare the rooks. White's rook's so active, bearing down on the knights. If you look at the Black knights, you see that they're we call them superfluous.
That's right.
They're fighting with each other. They want to both be on the same square. So here comes Hikaru's. And for the engine, it's all 0.0000. But for us humans, I think, I'm going to say that White has a pleasant advantage.
Yeah, White's position looks better. Black's counterplay is the b3 pawn, which we can't take right now because, as you said, our knights are superfluous. And Arjun playing solidly on the king's side. Hikaru trying to find good places for his knights, f6, d6. But he can't seem to figure out how to break through because, well, if he can break through and get a winning position, the engine would give a different evaluation. In the long run, if Black can solidify his position, Hikaru's got to figure out what to do about that b3 pawn.
Yes, but the thing is, though, how are you going to untangle those knights? And that's not going to be an easy task. So for the time being, Hikaru doesn't have to worry about that lonesome pawn, and instead he makes his move forward, comes in with his own knights. Very quick response from Arjun. That was all pre-planned. And now the king goes into the corner. A bit of a weird move, but it's got designs of perhaps giving checks to the Black king.
Yeah, it looks like Hikaru wants to play rook g1 check and attack the Black king from the king's side of the board. The knife is on f5. And this is interesting. Hikaru could break through with an attack and get a winning position, or his attack doesn't go anywhere, and eventually Arjun might win the pawn on e5 or b3, and then Black would be better. So even though the engine says it's about equal, I could see all three results, especially with the time situation, both sides getting down to around 3 minutes. So anything can happen. This game is really heating up now at the most opportune time.
Definitely. And like you say, it's such a complicated position for both sides. For White, they have to find the point to attack, have to find a way to break through. For Black, it's all about untangling the pieces. You can't mobilize the rook, the two knights. They're both chained to their posts. And now White has to find a way to start advancing. Now, the English school of chess, always advance the h pawn.
H4,
that can
H5.
never be wrong. Okay, instead we see an attack. And what next? Well, Hikaru's found a new target in town, and that is that pawn on f7. But this has now given Black the chance to untangle the knights. Now get mobile.
Yeah, White's threatening rook takes f7 check. Black can move the knight on c5 at some point. now that the knight on d7 is defended. We have to watch out for rook takes f7. The question is Arjun going to defend the pawn with his king or defend with his rook with the move rook g7? Looks like rook g7 is safer. And then Hikaru defended and attacked at the same time. He moved his knight off of f5 so the rook on f1 could attack f7. But the knight on d4 also defends the b3 pawn, which was Arjun's main way of counterplay, getting a past b pawn.
Yeah.
So another question is, later in the game, he sacrificed his f pawn.
He doesn't even bother defending. Wow,
He's playing for the attack also. He could play rook a2, knight f2 check,
Exactly.
rook g2.
It's the white king that is in trouble, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. If you grab that pawn on f7, there's going to be a whole load of trouble. We got to show this one because there's no way that you can touch that hot pawn there on f7. Because if you do that, it's going to be the white king that is going to be checkmated. Danger, danger here. So let's quickly show it, Ben.
Yeah, he played knight c2, stopping rook a1 check. This move actually loses. Now black has too many threats. Black's threatening king takes rook, rook a1 check, and knight f2 check. If the rook goes to f1, the rook is overworked. And now black plays knight f2 check and rook a1, and Arjun is the one who checkmates Hikaru's king on h1 stuck in the corner.
Okay, beautiful stuff. So lovely shot there from Arjun to untangle. But that's why let's catch up with the players right now as we see the knights, they start to come forward. Wow. So now suddenly it's going to be all about that weak B pawn, that lonesome pawn there on the left for white. As Hikaru says, yes, you know what, I've got it under control. I still have a target of my own. But a small move of tucking that king into the corner, that's come with big consequences.
Looks like they're trading a lot of pieces now.
Yeah, now you have to defend.
Yeah, black's B pawn is weak. Black's F pawn is weak. White's king could get into trouble still. Arjun's still playing for tricks. The engine sees all the tricks, so it says it's equal. But with both sides having less than 2 minutes, either side could blunder here. I think Arjun's the one putting the pressure on Hikaru. Arjun's pieces seem a little bit more active. He seems like he has the threats. Right now, he has the obvious threat of rook takes c2. So got to find a good move here for white. Probably rook c4, defending the knight on c2.
Yeah, there's so many tricks in town. First up, the knight is hanging for Hikaru, and it's not going to be so easy to defend it. He moves his rook to aid. That's been given an exclam. That was the way forward, but he's not entirely happy, especially with the temperature rising and Arjun's heart rate. I got news for you.
Pretty high for him.
93.
Wow.
Exactly. And now it's time for Arjun to find a way forward. He can step up with the king, just defend the pawn, make those small improvements. Or can he do something else? Maybe he can start putting... Oh, he throws in a check. Hang on a second. What is happening here? What a brilliant move. Rook takes knight, giving up the knight. And this is his idea. Wow. Wow. Pawn takes rook. And look at this. B pawn go. And now Hikaru has to walk a final he has to walk such a tight rope to survive this one.
Yeah, rook f1, the only move. The engine still says it's equal. Hikaru telling himself to calm down. Heart rate's getting up there for Hikaru, getting close to 150. But even though black is winning with b2, rook c1, white is a little bit quicker with e6, e7, and white's threatening the queen. They're going to trade everything off, and we're going to get into a drawn ending. e7, the only move that draws, but easy to find.
It is easy to find, but still a very complicated position as you see Arjun. He takes that queen and Hikaru playing a very nice move. Just get that rook to a passive square. You have to get your rook behind. And now come the monarchs. They're coming in to grab the pawns. And this game was a lot of fun. But in the end, it's going to be another draw.
Yeah. Yeah, this is easily drawn now. Hikaru, realizing he was a little bit fortunate to draw the game. Everything draws here. His move h-pawn. Put his king on the h1 square, and there'll be stalemate. We had 2 draws by repetition, 1 draw by stalemate. You know, that was a pretty fairly equal game. Nobody, I think, was winning that game either. But I think Hikaru was upset because he thought he was the one pressing. And then it was obvious that Arjun was the one pressing, and he didn't like the turn of events. Engine didn't care. It said it was always about equal, but it seemed like Arjun easily defended the position and eventually was the one pressing.
Well, there were a lot of surprises for Hikaru. He thought he was in full control when Arjun found some really spectacular moves. You know, just moving that knight into the center, ignoring that his pawn was hanging. Then he gave up his knight in order to get that drawing endgame.
Yeah.
And that was such a tricky one for Hikaru to handle. And you could see Hikaru just saying, okay, calm down. This is all okay. But when your opponent keeps launching those unpleasant surprises, well, they do take a toll.
That game was so tricky, Yovi, that Arjun got a 70 heart rate. Oh my God.
93.
93, that's crazy. Hikaru at 150, completely normal. But Arjun at 150, or at 93, I should say. Now that's a surprise. So we'd have 3 draws in the books. This is game 4. The winner of this game gets to crush their opponent's key. We're hoping it'll be another draw. We want to see Armageddon. Armageddon is the most fun you can have. And once again, they're repeating the opening from game 2. Same opening. Arjun has the white pieces. Hikaru's black. Hikaru equalized pretty easily the previous game. They traded queens early. And Hikaru going in is thinking now, looking to the skies for inspiration. And it looks like Arjun is going to take with the knight this game on c4 instead of taking with the queen, which he did in the previous game. They had this position.
Yeah, exactly. And a different approach there from Arjun as he plays for the most ambitious way, which is the recapture in the middle with the knight. But now, after Hikaru's last move, you can just unleash the light squared bishop and start attacking the rook. You can jump in all the way into the center. Will we see a move like that from Arjun? Okay, no, he goes knight takes pawn. He says, tranquil, it's all good. And I think Hikaru is going to feel very content for the time being. He's got his light squared bishop developed. And now the big thing is, can white accelerate the play right now? Can you get that bishop to the long diagonal and then just blast open the center, ready for the rooks to start launching? And they are serious.
This looks like more of a strategical game than a tactical melee. Now that I've said that, Hikaru plays b5, making it a little more tactical, kicking the knight off of the c4 square. Knight e5 leads to a lot of trades, so Arjun instead plays knight e3, keeping the pieces on the board, trying to keep some initiative. So a very unusual kind of position where Hikaru has some space on the queen side. Hikaru's pieces are all developed and castled. Really difficult maneuvering game. Both sides still have a lot of time left. So we're going to see a lot of maneuvers. We're going to see some trades in the center. A4 attacking the queen side. All the plays on the queen side so far with B5, C5, A4. And the question is, can white ever break in the center with D4? Or is Arjun going to be happy just maneuvering around, moving his rooks, his knights, and not doing very much? I think white has to do something trade-wise, and something like D4, try to get an advantage. But this, like the other games, Yovi, I think black has equalized pretty effortlessly this game.
Yeah, Hikaru is going to be very happy with this position. He's done everything perfectly. Now, in this type of position, it's super tense, so every square is like gold dust. So that's why we're seeing Hikaru with those 2 pawns. He's not going to be advancing them forward. And now he captures the rook with the queen and says, no, you are not going to infiltrate with a rook onto the 7th line. So this is why the queen steps just 1 square. And the big problem for white is you want to come forward. You want to just at least do something with the pawns. And as they stand, I mean, they're barely moved.
Yeah, it's very hard for either side to do anything. And this is typical in Super Grandmaster play. When I look at games of my chess students, the club players, they have ideas they can try. Their opponents have ideas they can try. And I hope that my students can see these ideas. The Super Grandmaster play, they see your ideas before you see them. They stop them, and nobody can do anything. And they have to think a long time to try to figure out how to improve the position. And knight e5, very interesting. That made Hikaru sit up in his seat. Double exclamation point. Now all the pieces can be traded. What's funny is Super Grandmasters are so strong. When they make double exclam moves, it just leads to equality. So that's unfortunate. When my students make double exclam, Usually they're doing pretty well. Now we can see all the pieces are attacking each other, as I can show you on the board here. The knight's hanging on d7, knight's hanging on e5. And the reason white's not losing a piece here is because the queen on b8 is doing double duty. If we take on e5, white can take on b7. If we take on b7, on g2 I should say, white can take on d7. Even though knight e5 trades pieces, it changes the position a little bit, and you gotta like white's rook on a1 a little bit more than black's rook on f8.
Yeah, what a nice shot there as well, because it was looking really unclear what white should be doing. You know, it was a bit of a crowded house with so many minor pieces. And now with some trades, there is simplification and there is therefore clarity.
I thought white was gonna put the squeeze on black. The squeeze, one of my favorite groups. Not that anybody's heard of them, but you got your own favorite group in with Crowded House. So we have a lot of good British music here. We're the world's leading authorities or something.
Yeah, well, I gotta say, Ben, you were kind of pounding the table for Armageddon, and certainly looking that way, as we could see the rooks leave the game, and then we're going to be left with a queen and knights and bishops. And I gotta say, it's looking fairly balanced, even Stevens, and the players barely using any time on the clock.
Usually, even when the engine says it's equal, as a human, I have a preference. I don't really have a preference here. It looks like I'll take either side, and I would be pretty comfortable thinking I could draw. I don't see what either side can do here. There's not really any weaknesses for anybody. There's a lot of trading. They were fighting for the A file, which doesn't really do very much anyway. And yeah, players have a lot of time on their clock. The position is so equal that Arjun's heart rate is lower than usual. No, he has his usual heart rate. Both players do. And very, very even match so far. Very good opening play from the black pieces to equalize the games in all 4 games. Black never really had any big problems in any of the openings. And that's why we're seeing such a close match. And again, it begs the question, why did the audience think 87% Hikaru? This match is about as even as you could get, Yovi.
Well, you can't roast the audience. There is some ideas, you know, there's no smoke without a fire. So there's a lot of confidence in Hikaru. And I gotta say, hats off to Arjun. He didn't just trade off rooks. He was like, you know what? I'm going to keep them on the board, and then I'm going to do exactly what the English school of chess demands, advance the h-pawn, just take some squares. And Hikaru just overprotects everything. So we're going to be seeing, again, that really cagey form of chess, where both players are thinking about what their opponent wants to do, they're anticipating that, and they're taking measures. So here was basically, it's like think defense first.
Okay, so d4, we're going to have a more symmetrical pawn structure than we had earlier once the d and c pawns are traded. The pawn's pinned on c5. Hikaru can't take on d4 because white would take the rook on c8. Eventually, they're going to trade those pawns, and then each side will have 4 against 4 on the king side. Each side will have a b pawn, and it doesn't look like anybody really has the advantage. The engine agrees, says it's completely equal. It says both players are playing at a very high level. Bishop f8, one of my favorite moves, defending g7, getting out of the way of the other black pieces. One of my sayings on my stream, Yovi, always play bishop f8. Hopefully my students are watching us live and they're not sleeping like they should be in America right now.
Yeah, and a super instructive move. You know, why not just make sure that all of your pieces are overprotected? Less likelihood for making a blunder. And that's a nice move there. Again, passing the ball back to Arjun, saying, what are you going to play? And Arjun says, well, I'm just going to improve my queen just that little bit. And will we see mass trades with pawn takes pawn and the rooks will come off and maybe we'll have perfect balance?
Yeah, it doesn't look like either side can do very much. The knight on e3, which is really well placed. Black is defending all the squares it can go to, c4, d5, f5. I want to play knight f5, but I can't. Pawn on e6 is doing a good job defending. And the game has been pretty equal so far. This one, I'd say, is the most equal. I don't think either side has had an advantage at all. And they just keep trading. Now you can see how good bishop f8 was before. If the bishop wasn't on f8, white would actually be threatening mate in 1 with queen takes g7 check. But the bishop on f8 stops all of white's threats. The B pawns aren't really very weak. It's hard to attack them. So just completely equal position. It seems extremely likely that we're going to see Armageddon.
It does look that way indeed, I gotta say, because for black, it's all about improving the queen. Is one little spot of danger that I can see is that there is a beautiful queen and bishop battery for white, and so maybe you're going to be looking at doing weird things like getting the knight over to the right and trying to sacrifice itself in order to open up a line. But I don't think it's going to be happening right here, right now, because that can be easily parried. And so we're seeing some improvement there from Hikaru. And now this is the question, right? Will he put that knight to the right?
Knight G4,
Knight
threatening,
G4.
knight takes H6 check. It's a cheapo, but it's both sides having about 5 minutes left. Sometimes these cheapos work. The question is black going to play F6 and blockade that diagonal forever and then play E5 and really try to crush that bishop on B2? It's like a key crush, but it's a bishop crush. And in America, we have Irina crush. There's crushes everywhere. So I don't see another idea for white other than knight G4 to H6. I'm not as strong as the players, so I only see these cheapo kind of ideas. There we go.
Well, cheapo
And
alert.
F6 was played quickly.
Okay, exactly. And you needed to set up a wall of granite fighting that queen and bishop battery. So some excellent technique there from Hikaru. So the queen drops back. There are, after all, some light squares to eyeball, and everything is again protected. And you can't get too ambitious with your wall of pawns because it's all about squares. If that white knight finds itself a great home, ideally on the 5th line, then everything is going to be absolutely fine. Probably white's going to have a lot of pressure. So Hikaru beats that knight backwards. It's got to move back to where it came from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think since white can't play H5 anymore, that he's going to play King F7 at some point and keep the queen out of G6. But he didn't do that. He's inviting Queen G6. Then we'll see a double-edged position because the B pawn's hanging, H pawn's hanging, the F pawn's hanging. So Queen G6 makes the game look less like a draw unless black somehow bails out by trying to trade queens or something. But if white doesn't play Queen G6, then black can look forward to attacking that B3 pawn. So will he play something passive like Queen C2, Queen C3, or will he go for it, play Queen G6? Plays the passive move, Queen D1, defending the pawn on B3. It's hard for black to attack that pawn again.
Yeah, and I kind of approve of his choice. I think it was just a matter of personal taste. And I would have expected Arjun to go forward with the queen, but he goes backwards, makes sure everything is safe. There's so much at stake, Ben. Why go crazy and go on the offensive when whoever wins this one is going to walk into the semi-finals? So I can understand this decision. Just keep the risk to a minimum. Queen drops back and the knight centralizes. Now there's no pressure against the weak pawn on B3 on the left side. So now you're free to do whatever you want as white. It's very difficult to suggest anything other than just stepping up with the queen and maneuvering again. So the knight does go back. This move is as good as any.
Yeah, it looks like white wants to put the knight on D4, defending the B4 pawn, B3 pawn, I should say, excuse me, and attacking and putting pressure on black's pawns on E6 and B5. This is why white played Queen D1 instead of putting the queen on another square. White can play E3 at some point and put pressure on the H5 pawn. Hikaru doesn't want Arjun's knight to go to D4, so Hikaru plays E5, which simultaneously crushes that bishop on B2. Here comes Arjun with E3. He wants to put pressure on the H5 pawn. H5 pawn can't be captured right away because the queen is defending the knight on C2. The last 5 or 6 moves, it seems to me Hikaru's outplaying Arjun and getting a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, it does feel like Arjun is the one that is feeling the pressure right here because he's taken a few negative decisions, but Hikaru deciding to go for a queen trade, I think it's the only move. You gotta swap off queens. If you don't, I think that you're too much on the passive.
Yeah, if he takes on H5, black can play Queen D2, threatening everything, threatening the knight, the bishop, and the F2 pawn. So it looks like white has to trade queens here or play something passive like Queen E2. Arjun trying to see if he can draw that endgame, decides that he can. Arjun wants to trade more things off. Engine says it's about equal. The players look like they're ready for Armageddon. Now that the queens are off the board, White can safely move his king into the center with king f1, king e2, etc. Position must be more complicated than I thought. Arjun's heart rate's already up to 70. Wow, that's pretty high for him.
It's very high. And as you say, the position clarifying itself. If the bishops come off the board, we're going to have a pure knight endgame. And it's going to be a question of whose pawns are weaker. And the answer is both of them. So I'm expecting, if we see a pure knight endgame, that the pawns on the left, they're going to disappear. And then we're going to have a purely symmetrical position. And it's super important in an endgame that everything gets mobilized. So there we're seeing the knight drop back. So it's not going to be as I expected, but the kings are now going to start to become fearsome warriors. They try and steal the show. They've done nothing all game, and now here is their moment. So now, which way to go with the king?
Yeah, again, Hikaru a little bit better because the knight on a3 isn't very good. Black's king can get to the 4th rank, White's king only the 3rd rank, but the advantages are so small, they don't really mean very much, and should be just perfectly fine for Arjun. He's taking his time, double-checking everything, making sure that he's okay before he makes a move. The most interesting move is e4, sacrificing his pawn, try to win that b pawn, but he's trying to figure out if he'll lose his pawn. Instead, he played b4 first. Hikaru's going to play king to d5 likely, and he does. And now the question is White going to play f3, keeping the black king out, or king to d3, or something else? Looks like those are the only two logical moves, f3 and king d3.
But you know, this could get really spicy, right? Because if you come in with your king, it is possible now for Hikaru to start challenging on the right side with the pawns and initiate a set of races, but we see a different move. Okay, now we're going to be seeing a bit of a trade where Arjun actually gave up the base of his pawn chain for that outside pass pawn. So question is, whose pawn is better? Watch the clocks, because that's going to play an important factor. Knight and pawn endgames are not easy at all.
No, and they're repeating right now, and Hikaru's laughing because of the repetition.
Yeah, well, there's a big threat of the knight.
Knight c7 check and White's winning.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're going to repeat. Hikaru thinks it's funny.
And we have a
draws
draw.
by repetition, one by stalemate. Amazing.
Wow. Nothing can tell these two apart.
No.
We have draws all around, and there come these, what do you call them? Those notebooks where you come and start writing, start bidding for Armageddon. And Ben, you got your wish. It's Armageddon time.
All the games were drawn, so whoever bids lowest is going to win because they want to have the draw odds. So they're both going to bid pretty low, I think. If I know Hikaru, and I know Hikaru, he's going to bid lower. Hikaru's going to bid some crazy, 630, 640. Arjun will probably bid something like 8. So that's my guess. I got 8 to 630. That's my guess. Hikaru wants to have black, wants to have the draw odds. Nobody won a game this match, so you want to have draw odds in the Armageddon. Seems like nobody can win.
Well, we saw Ali Reza bid below 7 minutes. 8 minutes, 9 minutes is a very conservative bid. And we have it. 6 minutes and 59 seconds. So just under 7 minutes. That's Hikaru's bid. Let's take a look at what Arjun has bid. I tell you what, though, if Arjun has bid
I'm guessing
higher,
Arjun bids 8 minutes. That's my guess.
That's a small handwriting.
Oh, no, he bid even less. Good bid by Arjun.
6 minutes and 45 seconds.
I thought Hikaru was going to bid less than that. I thought Hikaru was going to bid like 630, 640.
Okay, well, Arjun's playing with the black pieces.
Yeah,
Arjun
good bid by Arjun. Arjun's already won the match with the bid.
Yeah, we've seen that this whole gambit, and it is the gambit of bidding with less than 7 minutes, has paid off. Ali Reza did it twice, and he won. Was very convincing. And now Arjun, we'll see, what will Hikaru play? He's got a whole load of extra time, but he has to win on demand if he wants to advance to the semis.
Somebody's key is going to get crushed after this game. This was the 3rd place game last year. We're playing now to get eliminated on elimination day, get your key crushed, and we're going to see the winner come back tomorrow. either the first place or the third place game, and the loser going to get their key crushed and their tournament's over. It's a winner take all, or in this case, if you're black, draw take it all. Arjun has the black pieces, 6 minutes, 45 seconds to 10 minutes for Hikaru. Arjun has draw odds. They're about to start. May the best person win.
May the best person win. Wow. Hikaru with the white pieces, 10 minutes. We have 6 minutes and 45 for Arjun, but Arjun with the black pieces has the draw odds. What have we seen? And it's going to be a repeat. Well, almost a repeat of the last game as the bishop comes out. And now we have, again, the light square bishop coming out. And this time Hikaru says, let me keep all the pieces on the board. No trade for you.
Yeah, he doesn't want an equalish type position. He wants a position where he can use Harry and Gary, push those kingside pawns, attack the bishop on f5, try to get some kind of double-edged position, get Arjun in time trouble, and try to win the game that way.
Hikaru's kind of a little bit uncomfortable there, just not quite finding his rhythm when it comes to the headsets. But as you pointed out, Ben, it's time for white to go on the aggressive. We're expecting the knight to come out, attack the bishop. You can also start pawn storming on the right side of the board. He goes for that. Harry goes forward. Will it go even more? That is the mainstream move. Will we see that happening?
Put it in H4, H5. That's how they play chess nowadays. And in this position with the bishop already on E6, it might make sense for Hikaru well, I was going to say to move the bishop and play knight f4, but instead he sacrifices the h pawn. Queen b3 attacking the b pawn. Boy, the engine really hates the move queen b3. Hikaru played queen b3 instantly and then made a funny face like he didn't like it. So I wonder if Hikaru's mixing up lines.
That's what I'm thinking as well. He's got his lines mixed up because black can actually take the advantage. And it's going to get really dicey if he picks up the g-pawn and attacks the bishop. If he plays that, okay, it hasn't happened. That was the best move, and now the queen will just offering herself up for a trade. For Arjun, he wants a position with no danger where he can just make the moves super quickly. There's still a lot of danger in this position because it's not entirely clear which direction the black king is going to be headed.
That's right, and Hikaru sacrificed his h-pawn, so if black ever castles king side, the open h-line, dangerous. If black castles queen side, half of our viewers think that move is illegal, and it probably should be because of queen d6 at some point, because the rook is going through the b8 square. But I'm here to tell you, in case Arjun does castle queen side, it's perfectly legal. It's not the rook going through the attack square, it's the king. So you can castle either way. You can't do it now because your knight on e7 is attacked. And Arjun wants to trade queens. He is up a pawn, wants to play queen b4. Hikaru's queen is almost trapped over there on a3. Doesn't really have time for queen d6 because the b2 pawn needs babysitting. So this looks like Arjun's doing well out of the opening. He stops queen b4 the only way he can with bishop to d6. Knight c8, trying to get rid of white's two bishops. Is Hikaru going to give the two bishops back? How does Hikaru try to get an advantage from this position?
Exactly.
So far, opening has been in Arjun's favor.
It has, and Arjun is doing everything by the book. When your king is in trouble, try and trade off queens. And look at that, the bishop is right there in black's camp, and Arjun is driving that bishop backwards. And this is fantastic technique. And Hikaru now has to show us why he has compensation for that missing pawn. It's not going to be easy. I mean, is he going to go on the offensive, move the knight, attack the queen? He goes castles. He castles queenside, but you can just simply take that bishop, get rid of that horrible piece, and then you can even castle yourself, or you can try and drive out that queen.
Yeah, this doesn't look like Hikaru has enough compensation for a pawn. It seems like he believes the same thing. He's pretty unhappy. Black can legally castle queenside now, no matter what my students think about that. Black could also play queen b4, trying to kick the queen out. I don't see enough compensation for white for the missing h-pawn. So it looks like Arjun's doing really well. The best Hikaru could hope for is to get an equalish kind of position, but he's still going to be down a pawn, and he has to give the draw odds. Hikaru needs to win.
Hikaru has to win. There's no doubt about it. He is the rule of the game. It's Armageddon. The queen is going to be driven backwards. Okay, now he has to go all in, and he does it. He's just breaking out into the center, and now there is pressure in the position. The temperature is rising because Arjun, where's he going to go with his king? And next question, should he capture in the middle? I don't think so. That's simply going to be improving the white knight. So instead, I think that now is the time to take it easy. There's no take it easy move, Ben.
No, there's not. Yeah, Arjun never takes it easy anyway. The only thing he takes it easy with is his heart rate. When he's playing chess, he likes to play the most tactical, complicated line that he's calculated, as Hikaru likes to do now too. I think Hikaru did a good job after misplaying the opening of trying to get some position where he has compensation for a pawn. Arjun leaves his rook on h8, since white has the rook on h1 on the open file. He's going to put his king on g7, get his queen rook over to the center, and say, okay, Hikaru, I'm a pawn up. I got draw odds. What you got?
Yeah, and he has one thing. He's got pressure down the E line. It's going to be the knight jumping in. The rook is going to come up and line against the bishop. That is Hikaru's target. That is the spot. And suddenly there is a big trouble on the horizon for Arjun as he has to navigate that. Maybe he can step up with his king, cover some weak points, and the black knight can go on the defensive. He goes for it. Oh, this is getting ropey. It's not the kind of position you want to be playing as black. Feeling the pressure, and your clock only 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
No, the first 10 moves of the game, advantage Arjun. The last 5 moves of the game, advantage Hikaru. He's getting counterplay. His lead on the clock is becoming imminent. He's looking really good. He's got pressure against Arjun's king. All 3 results are possible. Very interesting Armageddon type of game. Hikaru knew when he was down a pawn, he had to do something crazy to get compensation. Queen f6, the engine hates it. It says Hikaru is close to winning now by just taking the bishop on e6 and attacking the black king.
Yeah, but that's such a computer move. Knight takes bishop is definitely seeable, but the whole aspect that this rook landing on the 4th row, protecting everything and getting ready to harass the black queen, that is deep. That is so deep. I'm not sure that Hikaru is going to go for it. He's thinking, shall we show exactly why it's so good?
Yeah, let's have a look at what can happen in this game. White can play knight takes e6, rook e4, defending the pawn on d4 from the queen's attack, preparing to double rooks on the e line, and also rook f4 attacking the queen. So I'm going to make some random moves to show you one of the tricks that we have. If he plays queen e7 here, sometimes we can sacrifice on g6 or h7. The engine says rook g4, for example. White has tremendous pressure on black's king. White's threatening rook takes g6 check, winning immediately. Let's blunder with knight f6. I was blundering before these players were born. I know how to blunder. And white finishes in a checkmate, and Arjun's key would get crushed. So black has to defend. He doesn't have a lot of time on the clock. He has to play knight f8. And will Hikaru see this, doing the rook lift and attacking? And he doesn't. Instead of moving the rook up and doing a rook lift attacking g6 and e6, he moves his queen up to c7, attacking on the left side of the board.
And that was supernatural, I gotta say, jumping in with the queen, lifting up with the rook, inviting everyone to the party. Well, that's just something that the all-seeing eye, the computer, is very capable of finding. For us humans, a little bit more tricky. You need a bit more time on the clock. But as the rook comes to defend, well, now Hikaru has found a target, and it has the name of the e-pawn. And how is Arjun gonna defend that one? It is falling apart for Arjun.
Yeah, e6 is hanging, the knight on d7 is pinned, b7 pawn is hanging, the black king on g7 is permanently under attack. Advantage Hikaru. Hikaru not only winning on the board now, still has a big time advantage. Hikaru outplaying Arjun this game. The pressure is getting to Arjun. His heart rate's already above 70. Amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Arjun now on the brink because he cannot defend that pawn on e6. But look at that. That pawn was the only blockader of the rook on the e-line, and things are going from bad to worse as we're seeing that the white rook can slide over, attack the queen. You do have to calculate what's going to happen after some checks. But it is now. All systems go for Hikaru. Can he do it? Can he find the right continuation?
He does.
He does.
Rook D1.
He finds it. Okay, now the only thing for Arjun to keep prolonging the game is to give a check to the White King. And you see, Hikaru, before he became one of the world's defensive players, he was one of the world's best attackers. And here, this is him in his element. Give a check. King hides to the corner, and now the pressure is on how to defend that knight. If you go rook takes bishop, you're giving up the rook. He has
But he has to do it. He has to give an exchange away, and now Hikaru has a winning material advantage. But it's only a small material advantage. It's a rook for a knight and a pawn. Problem is, Black's king is just really badly placed. Hikaru consolidating, defending his f-pawn, wants to play queen h6 check and bring the other rook to d8 to continue the attack. Arjun prevents queen h6 by playing h5. And if somehow Arjun can trade queens, he might have some drawing chances in the endgame. But even the endgame is losing with the rook being better than the knight. So winning material advantage for Hikaru, winning on the clock, and so far looking like Hikaru might go through to the next round.
Exactly, and Hikaru on the cusp of eliminating Arjun Erigaisi, again with fantastic technique, swapping off rooks. And we're seeing Arjun just has to roll the dice, just hope for the best, advancing the kingside pawns, and now the king is just going to step up. Arjun, if he can survive, is going to be all about trading off queens.
Yeah, the one bad thing about Arjun's position, other than he's losing on the board, is because of the bid, his clock situation is really poor. He does have draw odds, so the game's not over. King A1, Hikaru tucks his king away. Arjun's king looks relatively safe now behind all of his pawns. And the question is, how does Black break through? How does White break through? Will Hikaru trade queens and move his rook to the 7th, or keep the queens on because Black's king is on G6? I think he's going to keep the queens on.
Exactly. You always judge whether you want to be trading off queens depending on king safety. Black's king not safe at all. So look at this lovely move, eyeballing the pawn on B7, and that's it for Arjun. He has to, again, take a decision where to go. The problem is that the rook is so mobile. This position is so open. The rooks and queens, they are in their element. The queen steps up, and now what's to stop the rook coming up? Get the rook onto the 7th.
I want to take on B7. I like taking on B7. No, he doesn't do either one.
Okay.
Repeats the position, but just one time.
Just one time, and he improves the queen a little bit more. Yeah, I don't know why he didn't take the pawn on B7 or come up with a rook, but he starts to just get those pieces into their prime squares. Queen has to move. And
Hikaru better be careful. There's some perpetual checks against his king. His king is getting pretty closed off.
Yeah.
So Hikaru has to be careful. Hikaru with 3 minutes on the clock. Arjun only 1 minute and 12. Anything can still happen. Hikaru should win, but he still has to have good technique. Arjun's not making it easy, Ovi.
No, he's not making it easy, and at least he gets in a check and comes in with the king. And suddenly, this is not as easy because knight is the king's best friend. And look at this. Beautiful, beautiful stuff there from Arjun, sidelining the white rook. And now I feel like Hikaru has to start all over again.
No, he's making faces like he doesn't like what's going on.
No, I can understand that. Because there's also the queen is going to drop up. Whoa, I've never seen that. That's such a gutsy move. Coming in with
It doesn't like it, but we like it. The king goes to G3. Where's Nigel Short when you need him? The king walking up the board, attacking on the king's side. So Black is playing on both sides of the board. The king wants to go to G3 and take the G2 pawn. The queen wants to go to C4 and get perpetual check. Hikaru has to stop everything.
Well, he's really going bold with his king. He's saying the safest place is on my opponent's side of the board, but that's such a risky strategy. I think now he has to trade off queens. I mean, if you move the knight, the c-pawn is going to be falling, and so the queens do come off. This is what Arjun had in mind. The question is, does he have enough time? Because this is going to be a race. To move the knight, you can take the pawn, and then you're going to have to take the pawn on a4. So Black's pawns are going to be disappearing from the left, and it's going to be all about the h-pawn for Arjun. So exciting here. 43 seconds for Arjun left on the clock.
Yeah, the question is, can Arjun win the G2 pawn and get that H4 pawn down to H1? Hikaru calculating. The times are getting closer to equal now. Hikaru less than a minute ahead on the clock. Hikaru trying to figure out everything all the way to the end. He stops black from playing King G3 by playing Rook C5. Doesn't want to play King G3 and take the pawn on G2. Here comes the Black Knight. Now he could take the pawn on C4.
Exactly. Now you can take it with good conscience because there's no way the Black King is coming in to snap up those pawns. He does that, the King has to step back, and now you can grab the other pawn. There's nothing to stop Hikaru from taking that pawn. He doesn't even bother. It's all about promoting the pawn. That A pawn is going to be a killer. Be careful because there are some knight checks.
Yeah, that A pawn's too strong. The times are getting close to equal now, but Hikaru's A pawn is too strong. Arjun doesn't have a pass pawn. Both players know that white's winning. They're just going to play it out in case there's a blunder or black's H pawn becomes strong. Seems like every move wins. The A pawn's too strong. The H pawn can be stopped by the rook.
And the
and it's
person
just
who
checkmate.
checks.
The queen and rook
Exactly.
will give checkmate to the Black King. Well, eventually Arjun did make a queen, but he'll get checkmated instead. Queen G6 mate.
And
Hikaru wins. The crowd was right, 87%. They knew what was going on.
Wow, needing to win on demand. Hikaru strikes again. What a game. Sacrificing a pawn in the opening to take the initiative and then just putting Arjun under relentless pressure. What a game.
That was amazing. The game didn't start out very well for Hikaru, but as soon as they got to move 10 or 15, Hikaru took over. Arjun made a couple of little inaccuracies. Hikaru got a big attack, and he executed it with precision, was able to win a really nice game. Really complicated, the only decisive game of the match. Must win. Hikaru wins and goes on to tomorrow.
Yeah. Finds himself an all-important spot in the semi-finals. Such an important thing for his club, Team Falcons. They would really, really appreciate those extra points, and it's so nice to see the players analyzing such a tense game, filled with a lot of intrigue, twists and turns. That game had everything.
Yeah, both players seem really interested in what happened in the result of that game. They're discussing the ins and out. Probably they were discussing all of the games, not just the last game, because they didn't get a chance to discuss the previous games either. And eventually, Hikaru wins the last game, checkmates Arjun, wins the game, and let's go to the stage and see what's going on.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as the key is handed over, please, one more time, put your hands together for Arjun EWC! Hikaru, that match was insane. 4 straight draws, and then you clutch it out in the end. Were you a bit nervous going into that last one, and how did you eventually clutch it out?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first 2 games I was maybe worse, if not much worse, and then I was able to steady. And then in 3 and 4, I was a little bit better, but Arjun defended quite well to equalize. So going to Armageddon, I felt good. I thought my bid was good. I think he bid 750 in a previous Armageddon, so I thought I'd get black, and he underbid me. And yeah, the opening did not go the way I would have liked, but I think once Arjun played Queen B4 and he wasn't able to get his king out of the center of the board, it turned in my favor because my moves were much easier and he was getting low on time. So it's good to get the win, and yeah, we move on to the semis.
And in the semis, you're actually going to be going head-to-head with Denis Lazovic. How you feeling about that matchup after he took out Noterberg?
Well, I didn't know that. Yeah, it's a rematch of yesterday. It's a rematch of the Speedchess Championship, so really looking forward to it. And I'm just glad that I'll have a chance to play for at least 3rd place.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Hikaru Nakamura.
An exciting first match, and it is time for our first key crush of the day, as Arjun Erigais's key must be crushed by the rightful winner of this match, Hikaru Nakamura. We are setting the key up and getting ready to get a loud pop, the one that represents the players' hopes and dreams. All we have to do is to get this one out, to validate that ticket into the semi-finals. Let's hear it. and clear. This validates Hikaru Nakamura's path into the semi-finals. Hikaru, once again, congratulations. You guys will see Hikaru later today on the semi-finals. Couple time for him to get ready for the next match, and more chess coming right now at Esports World Cup.
And the Falcons are flying high as Hikaru Nakamura moves forward into top 4, now officially in semifinals. We'll be seeing him later on today to see if he can make it to grand finals. His next opponent, Denis Lazovic, who just won on the B stream. But Arjun Edagaisi, what a performance to make top 8. An incredible job, well done. This was a rematch from last year's EWC in 2025, where it was Hikaru who ended up taking him down, getting 3rd place. This time around, though, they'll have to settle for top 8. But still, Arjun walking away with $75,000 and a good accomplishment here at the Esports World Cup in 2026. Hikaru, what a series it was. Ladies, I gotta say, Nemo, especially to you, 4 draws in a row. Armageddon, the bidding process was wild. Today is already not disappointing.
It's definitely a day full of fireworks. I mean, we saw Hikaru come out. He mentioned that, he thought Arjun might bid 750, but it ended up that Arjun predicted that, thought one move ahead, and was like, you know what? I'm going to bid even lower.
I thought that bidding process was just so incredible because there was so much game theory. And yeah, Arjun kind of tricked Hikaru there. We could see that both players wanted to play with the black pieces. Arjun kind of tricked him, got the black pieces, but that was not enough. Hikaru Nakamura went through as the winner.
Diana, go back to you in the green room. Game 1 started, and you were like, yeah, I think this is going to be 4 draws in a row. You already knew that was going to end up happening.
I just knew that these two players were so strong. They're very evenly matched, and I thought anything can happen. And yeah, I was quite sure that it would be 4 draws, and I'm happy I was correct.
Great game overall, the great match. I mean, Armageddon, always exciting to see. There was an opportunity, though, I think in Game 3, if I'm not mistaken, for Hikaru to potentially take the win. I don't know what ended up happening there, but it ended up being a draw. But for these two competitors, for Hikaru, I mean, he's looking at gold. He's looking at grand finals. And the drawing process, right, the knockout reveal we did yesterday, I think Hikaru was overall happy, right? Not only with his first opponent, but also his route potentially to grand finals.
I mean, I think Hikaru is a very well-prepared player, He's been in these events before. He played last year at EWC. He's coming in ready to go, ready to fight, and as he said, he's happy to be here.
Happy to be here indeed. He moves forward, but Denis Lazovic taking down Noterbeck just a little bit ago on the B stream. In the same fashion, 4 draws into Armageddon. That was another exciting matchup that had both of you all on your feet.
It was an absolutely incredible matchup. I mean, we were holding our breaths over there. 4 draws. Noterbeck, he had looked so strong this whole tournament. He'd won both matches with 2-0, but Denis Lazovic was able to beat him in the Armageddon, and it was a heartbreaking scene to see Noterbeck realize that he was going to be out.
It was instant. His face was just like, and his heart rate shot up to 150. I mean, I feel so bad for Noterbeck, obviously, in that moment, but you also have to cheer for Lazovic, who had a pretty long road to get here, but did perform extremely well once he was in the play-in stage.
And Denis Lazovic is only 19 years old, and he's shown that in the biggest stages, he can beat everyone. Even in the Speeches Championship, he was able to win against Hikaru Nakamura, who's his next opponent here in the Esports World Cup. So we'll see if there will be a repeat or if Hikaru will come out as the winner in the semifinal.
That's right. And Nemo, I want to get more of a perspective on the bidding process. You kind of mentioned it a bit at the start, but I mean, that bidding process truly was a war, and it was a war of the minds, right? Because Hikaru, understandably, we already knew he was going to go relatively low, but he was trying to get under that 7-minute mark because he thought Arjun was at least going to go maybe 7:05, 7:10. But Arjun shot his shots. He went super low, lower than we were expecting.
I mean, I love some game theory in play here. You know, if you go Nash Equilibrium 1 second for 1 second, what do you think is realistically able to play as with the black pieces, play against a top class player, and still be able to hold a draw with black pieces? Apparently, that answer is 645.
Yeah, I mean, it was really funny because I got the question asked, Anna, what do you think Arjun is going to bid? And I said, I think he'll bid 710 and Hikaru will bid 720, thinking that, yeah, but then it was the opposite. Like, both bid so much lower than what I thought. And so they were just, Arjun just outsmarted him. I mean, it was crazy. It was so cool to see.
They really want the black pieces. Do you think that's right in this type of format?
I think that after seeing 4 draws, maybe they feel like there's a big chance that the 5th game can become a draw. But we see there the strength of Hikaru Nakamura, where when he needs to clutch, when he needs that win, he can play in an aggressive way. We saw those opposite castles, and he did. He played in an aggressive way, and he won that game with the white pieces.
Won it indeed in sensational fashion. He pushes forward, which means his prize pool goes from 75,000 now to a guaranteed 100,000. But we all know Hikaru, he wants to take the win. He wants to get the victory. We'll be seeing him in just a little bit, but coming up, we got a lot of fun to have. We'll be right back.
Doom scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Coming up next, we got a great matchup ahead of you. It's going to be Magnus Carlsen, Nihal Sarin, a rematch from quarterfinals of last year's EWC. We're going to be talking all about that. But in the meantime, we got a special piece from you. It's from Secret Labs. Let's see what they had to say.
Yeah, if I could travel back and kind of play against a player, it would be Bobby Fischer. He was the first American world champion, but I think the only world champion from a long time ago who probably would be competitive with current players. And I think we would all be very excited to play against to see his level.
Yeah, for me it's same. It just will be legendary to just even meet him in real life would be nice. I made many mistakes in my life, so I cannot say specifically.
Yeah, there was a game I played against Magnus in Zurich where I made a couple of very bad moves in a winning position, but I don't remember the exact sequence of them, but that game definitely stands out for me.
I would say Magnus, actually. It's in all sense, it's very satisfying.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think anytime you can beat Magnus, it's a great feeling. So same answer, Magnus Carlsen.
I would say Levon maybe is the closest. Levon Aronian.
Same answer, Levon Aronian for me as well.
Probably most of the players, but okay, if I really don't want to trust someone, I would say Wesley maybe.
Yeah, I think for me, I would say, without a doubt, 100% Anish Giri.
I don't even remember, actually.
I think for me, it's the same. I mean, it depends what the definition of a bluff is, but there's so many games where you play some random move, and we've played thousands, if not tens of thousands of games in our career, so it's very hard to pick a moment.
Played online for hours, like maybe even 10 hours. Just bathroom break, maybe.
Yeah, I think for me, sometime in the early 2000s, I played like maybe 10 or 11 hours in a row. I think I played against Scotty Kempsky and maybe 1 or 2 other players. So 10 to 11 hours, but online chess specifically.
I'm not so good at this. I don't know.
So I think there's a misconception that like we remember all our games perfectly, and it's like you can remember a game 20 years ago. I think what chess players are very good at is there's a lot of data. So we remember the critical moments and maybe certain positions, but actually remembering the entire game from start to finish. I mean, maybe there are a couple of players who can do it, but almost everybody who's a top chess player, they'll remember moments, but not the perfect game. That's a big misconception about chess players.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Thank you for the secret time with Secret Lab. Both Falcons members looking great. And for Hikaru, right, giving us some insight into who he is.
I mean, it was really funny that both players said that one of the most satisfying players to beat is Magnus Carlsen.
I can absolutely see that being the case. I mean, I think that's one of the best things. But also, I thought there were some great questions, like, would you ever trust anyone with your phone? I don't think they would, no.
I would trust you with my phone.
You know what? No. Yes, I'm kidding.
Yo, what? Bit of tension on the desk all of a sudden.
I would trust you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Anna.
Well, I wouldn't trust either of you with my phone. I'm just saying that right here. I'm joking. Don't get sad. I'm joking. Seriously, we do appreciate the fun pieces, though, Secret Lab. Shout out to you. But we do have something special brewing up at the Esports World Cup. Take a look. Now this is cool. It's a one-of-one chessboard. You can bid for it, and it has such a unique history. It's Faker and Chovy both signing the board. And fun fact, we actually had a chance to take a look at this. It's on display at the very front of the venue. And this is up for grabs. Scan that QR code, get your bid in. Faker and Chovy, coming from the league side of things, two absolute legends.
If you guys don't know who Faker is, just imagine it this way. If Magnus Carlsen, but Korean and plays League of Legends.
I was not expecting that. I was like, where's she going with this? But Chovy as well, who is arguably one of the titans to challenge that of Faker, right? So the fact that they got to play on a one-of-one board and you can take home history is truly special. Like I said, you could bid for it. It's going to be up for grabs. I think there's like 17 days on the timer. So you got plenty of time to get your money up so you can place your bid and get involved. Because I was thinking, Anna, maybe you're going to go ahead and place a bid on it next.
You know what? Maybe I should. I mean, it's a fantastically good-looking chessboard, even though...
I'll teach you League of Legends.
Okay, if you teach me League, I'll know everything about the players. The board will mean even more to me. So yes, then maybe I'll put a bid.
Exactly.
If I can get chess lessons, I'll put a bid on it and then get some special
I'll give you a chess lesson right now.
Right now? Well, we're going to have to put a pin in it because coming up next, we got our STC Speed Reaction Game.
Benjamin Bach, Team MGD1. 3-minute chess. At a rooftop bar. Magnus. I'd say a tie between Magnus and Kasparov. Right now I'm playing Martin, and I just beat him. Accelerate the Dragon. Burgers. E4, C5, knight f3, knight c6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, g6. My passion. Notice the third one.
Good morning, Nihal. Obviously a very difficult job today in a single elimination bracket against Magnus first, but everyone needs to beat everyone else. It's the Esports World Cup. How are you feeling?
Yeah, of course. I mean, needless to say, he's a favorite, but I just want to be able to give my very best and be very sharp, be present mentally all the time, and let's see what happens.
And when it gets to a time scramble, I'm not even sure any of the players even here are as fast as you. Like, you are one of the fastest in the world, but getting Magnus to that time scramble is going to be the challenge. But if we do end up in that sort of situation, you must be feeling pretty comfortable at time pressure.
Yeah, probably. If we can get there, then yeah, sure.
I mean, well, best of luck in your games, Nihal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now it's time to move to the top side of the bracket. Magnus Carlsen going against Nihal Sarin, a matchup that was a repeat of last year. Will it be different, though, this time around? Will Magnus fall? Well, I would say that probably the percentage is heavily in his favor. But Nihal Sarin, a tremendous competitor coming in off a good route. You know, he beat Pranesh, he beat Duda 2-0 in Group A. Right now, so far, he's been absolutely flawless. But can he remain that?
Nihal Sarin has already eliminated some really strong players, and yes, he may not be the favorite against Magnus Carlsen. However, he is the speed master. And just like we heard in the interview, if he's able to get Magnus Carlsen into low time, I do think that he has a lot of chances. So anything can happen in this match.
Absolutely. I think one of the most important parts of this match is to how much Magnus Carlsen is going to be able to control the game, because Magnus loves these slow positions. I mean, he's really good at, you know, way more aggressive and tactical positions too, but he really excels at putting their opponents in a more passive endgame and slowly beating them.
Absolutely, he does. But Magnus Carlsen, he's so good at so many different things. But the question is, how is Magnus Carlsen feeling? We saw a couple days ago that he wasn't maybe feeling his best. Has the rest helped, or is he still not feeling his best? Because if he's not, that could give Nihal Sarin a bit of an advantage.
That's a big question, right? Sometimes when you're feeling under the weather, it's hard to give your best on the stage, but let's give him credit. I think he might be feeling better today than he was on day one when he stepped foot onto the very stage, so just behind us, and ended up winning, right? Or I should say day two when we started our groups. A little bit of frustration, though, from him, especially after his matchups during day two's competition. He felt he could have played better, feeling under the weather, right? But I think now that he had a full day to rest, because he didn't have to play yesterday, I think he's going to be coming in a little bit stronger.
He didn't seem to love his matches against Hans Niemann or against Andrei Esipenko. You know, obviously to us, the viewers, we don't exactly understand everything that's going on in his head, but sure, maybe Magnus wasn't in best shape. But today, in the quarterfinals, what do you think, Anna?
I think that the thing is that even when Magnus Carlsen is not at his best shape, he's just he's just Magnus Carlsen, right? He's just still so good. So yeah, we will see how much of an impact he has, but I do think this is going to be a match where Magnus is the clear favorite, but it depends what Magnus are we seeing. Are we seeing the best Magnus, or are we seeing a bit of a more tired Magnus? We will see.
So what I keep hearing is it's Magnus kind of got to beat himself, right? In this case, for Nihal Sarin to get the win. But Nihal Sarin is a great competitor, and now that we do move into a bit more of an extended match lifespan, we get 4 games, which Hikaru commented on this in his interview earlier in the day, saying this actually is a helpful thing for the better players out there, at least the most experienced players. But when it comes to Magnus being sick, look, he's been competing for how long now? Like, what, 20 plus years, 30 plus, like a long time. So the point is, I'm sure he's played in a tournament where he felt under the weather and he was able to power through and ultimately get the win. But the reality is for Nihal Sarin, if there's ever a time to strike, this is it.
Absolutely. I mean, Nihal is really going to be looking for those moments, whether it's tactical or on the clock. He's going to need those in order to get the upper hand, because I'm not sure he is going to be able to beat out the endgame master in these type of long, drawn-out, extended endgames.
But I think that we've seen so many draws in this quarterfinal so far. I think that maybe now we're about to see some more decisive games. I think we're about to see some more wins and losses. I could be wrong, but that's my prediction here.
That's right. But the reality is this is definitely the harder side of the bracket. You've got Magnus on one end, and then just below him is going to be on B stream is going to be Alireza Firouzja, right? So number 2 in the world when it comes to speed chess. This is definitely not going to be an easy route for Nihal Sarin or for anyone else who's up in the upper brackets. And again, we commented that Magnus Carlsen, if he does move forward, could in fact play against Alireza Firouzja, which would be a rematch from last year's competition. So those in the top, including Nihal Sarin, got a tough run.
It's going to be very fun. I mean, there is also the chance that Hans Niemann might actually beat Alireza. Anything can happen. It is 4 games, so the variance is a lot lower in my opinion, but in 10-0, yeah.
That's right.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed. And yeah, that's a fun talking point. Hans Niemann, who's been absolutely on fire, first time in EWC, right? Especially making top 8. And same thing for Denis Lazovic. AJL representation already moved forward to top 4. Prize pool goes from 75,000 up to 100,000. Plus, he's knocking on a door of a grand finals. That would be a tremendous thing to accomplish for your first EWC appearance. But this is a battle of the Titans, a rematch from last year. here. Magnus Carlsen versus Niall Sorin. Let's send it to the stage to get it started.
We can feel the electricity, the tension here at Esports World Cup as everyone is standing up and getting ready for the next match. An absolute titan is about to step on that stage. We have been waiting for that moment after the first game earlier sent Hikaru Nakamura in semi-finals. It is time to validate another ticket to semi-finals, Rob, and that one is going to be a big one.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment that you have all been waiting for. Please welcome to the stage, representing Team Liquid, Magnus Carlsen.
Second to none. If you are into chess, you know his name. The face of chess and the title defender. The most wanted player in the world. The target is on his back and all eyes are on him. He picked his opponent himself as the chess titan is looking for his back-to-back title. EWC is his home and we are all his guests today. Stepping onto the stage, Team Liquid's Magnus Carlsen!
Right here, Magnus. Okay, and our next competitor is not going to make things easy, Damascus.
Absolutely, every single player had to fight through a very difficult bracket to get it there. Taking on Magnus, please welcome onto the stage, Nihal!
Nihal Sorin is looking to remind the world that even titans can fall. This is one of the leading players of India's new chess generation and one of the most established young players in the world. Speed, accuracy, and calculation have propelled him to stardom, and today, Nihal looks to show the world that even gods can bleed. Magnus, you see everyone rising to their feet, excited to see who you're looked at as one of the best players, maybe the best player of all time. Do you feel pressure anymore in moments like this?
No, I always feel excitement and pressure when I play, but yeah, the kind of the pressure that I put on myself to do well is always more important.
Okay, always looking within, and so far, of course, it has worked out for the best player of all time.
Of course, but taking on him, Nihal, Magnus picked you himself. Yesterday, you're stepping on that stage. How do you feel taking on that titan?
Yeah, it's going to be, of course, an extremely tough match, and yeah, I just want to give it my all and hope for the best.
Let's go, Nihal. It is time to kick off that second match. Nihal, can I have you stand right there for the pre-match face-off? Rob, absolute banger.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially about that time. Only one of these players is going to move forward. Let's go ahead and get things started. It is time for Nihal versus Magnus Carlsen.
And it's showtime. We have an epic matchup here in the quarterfinals. Magnus Carlsen, probably the best player in the world, against Nihal Sorin, one of the fastest players on the world. And Ben, we are going to be in for a treat as we see Magnus Carlsen gearing up with the white pieces against his young opponent. What can we expect from this match?
That's right, Yovi. The best player in the world versus maybe the fastest player in the world. This was my two picks that when they asked us to pick our favorites, these were my two. They're playing pretty early on, just like they did last year. Obviously, Magnus is a big favorite, but Nihal can be anybody on a good day. It's a 4-game match. Unlike yesterday, we had 2-game matches. And so far, the match we did earlier saw 4 draws. Yeah, I agree. With Nemo, we're not going to see 4 draws here. So it's going to get some decisive results. It's going to be exciting. Both sides have chances to win, and I know Magnus, who has the white pieces, the first game is going to want to get off on the right foot.
Exactly. I mean, the two did play at the EWC last year. There, it was a convincing victory for Magnus. Magnus is going to be looking to repeat that. And for Sareen, there's nothing like a grudge match.
That's right. He's going to want to make up for last year. Nihal having good tournaments so far, having to win some matches. Looks like so far Magnus has been coasting. Maybe he wasn't feeling well on his first day. Looks like he feels pretty good now. So we're going to see a really exciting match. And I don't expect a lot of draws, Yovi. I think we're going to see some decisive results this match.
And it's interesting, right? Because most people, when they don't play very well and they play at 50%, they don't play that well. But Magnus still managed to cruise past Yesipenko, Hans Niemann, and just effortlessly got himself a spot into the top 8. For Nihal Sareen, it's been a lot tougher. He was knocked down to the lower bracket by Arjun Erigaisi, but then he beat yesterday on demand Wei Yi, Jan-Christoph Duda.
Wow.
Big names.
Look, everybody's a big name in this tournament. There's no easy baskets. Every match is tough. Every game is tough. And here we go. We have a Sicilian to start out game 1 of the match.
We do have a Sicilian as the knight comes, takes the pawn, and look at this. We have business as the knights get open. This is an open Sicilian, so this really means that both sides are going to be playing aggressively.
We have a knight or a Sicilian. Pretty recently, players have been starting to play H3, but it's funny. I was doing a lecture. On the knight or Sicilian with A6.
Yep, and it's good, as you can see.
Yeah, and it's funny. One of the games I analyzed was from Bobby Fischer in the 60s, and Fischer played H3, which prevents Black from playing knight G4 later. And here's a move I don't know. Nihal Sarin played H6. This stops White from playing bishop G5, which usually doesn't play in the line with H3. Typically, White wants to play G4, bishop E3, and maybe at some point play G5. So H3, pretty common move. H6, I don't know. And Magnus plays a slightly unusual move, bishop D3. We're getting into uncharted territory. There's so many different lines in the knight Orff. Sometimes White castles kingside, which seems likely here. Sometimes White develops the queenside pieces and castles queenside. And it's a good question whether Nihal's going to keep the king in the center for a long time or castle kingside himself. So bishop D3, slightly unusual, H3, H6, and Nihal, the first one, thinking about what's going on because both sides are playing not the main line, and they want to just... Magnus does that a lot. He just wants to play chess, doesn't want to test his opponent's memory.
And there we see a choice from Nihal as he does go for a very flexible pawn structure. He could have pushed that pawn 1 square forward to attack the knight, but that's a different game entirely. Now we have something different, and as you mentioned, the choice is all White's. You can just castle your king, get it to safety. You can also develop your bishop and just keep your opponent guessing that little while longer. If you're feeling really ambitious, I was going to say another pawn move and not this one. Here, Magnus is indicating that he wants to clamp down on the left and he's going to direct the play to the right.
Yeah, a positional way of playing for Magnus, H3 and A4, stopping Black from doing anything. And Black plays B6, putting all of his pawns on the third rank. So-called hedgehog way of playing. Black wants to fianchetto his bishop and eventually put his other bishop on E7. So it seems like both sides are going for kingside castling this game. Magnus plays an aggressive move that you don't always see with A4, and that's F4. Magnus pushing his kingside pawns, controlling the center. White has more space. Black is very solid. Magnus has this slight time advantage, trying to get his opponent out of preparation, which I think he did. Now the players have to play their own moves. You know, one thing I was complaining about earlier today, Yovi, because I like to complain. You know, I'm a grandmaster. Complain as much as possible. I was like, how come there's no open Sicilians in this tournament? All we see are Catalans. Then today we see G3, bishop G2. And finally, my complaining has come to fruition. We have an open Sicilian knight Orff. It's going to be really exciting. And the repetitions, the stalemates, and the draws are going to be off the table. We're going to see exciting chess today.
Exactly. And one of the things that is a bit ironic about the structure for Black is that it has a kind of name of the hedgehog, right? And the whole idea is that, yes, it looks innocuous, you know, all of Black's pawns lined up there, not too far from home. However, if you try to go for it, then the spikes come out, and you have to be careful of those squares you leave behind. But Nihal, just considering what to do, the natural move would be just to develop the light square bishop, but he goes for developing his knight. And big question to Magnus, what is he going to do? He comes forward with the queen, and now I'm expecting white to get castled ASAP, and then just, again, get developed all of the pieces, and then just keep arguing to black, you don't have as much space as me.
Yeah, both sides are wondering about white playing e5. White played f4. Black defended the e5 square with knight bd7. Magnus played queen e2. He wants to play e5. Nihal says queen c7, defending the e5 square. And he hopes that white can never play e5. Black can get developed in castle and eventually equalize the game. So the question is Magnus going to go all out here and play g4 and long? No, he just plays short castle, plays very solid. White has a little bit more space. White's going for a small advantage, not the monster attack that we sometimes see in the Sicilian. White has more space in the center, and typically White's king goes to the side of the board, h1, for example, getting off of the diagonal with the knight, and the other rook will go to e1, and White will start attacking in the center and the king side. Very double-edged position. I'm sure both players are happy right now.
Yeah, and now the big question is, are we going to be seeing the move that you pounded the table for? Is he going to lift up that pawn in front of his king, advance it 2 squares? Is he maybe going to work his magic on the other side of the board and just go for total control? And he goes for total control. He is just arguing and saying to black, you know what? You don't have any space. I'm going to make you suffer.
No knight c5 for black, taking away the c5 square. The bishop on d2 does a good job defending the knight on c3. And yeah, Magnus just says, I want space all over the board. No space for you.
And no space for you. One of the most unpleasant things about having no space is that you have to fight with cramped forces, and pieces get in the way of each other. So Nihal will be looking at making piece trades. He's also going to have to anticipate what white will do, because white still has a lot of options open. You can lift up your rook. You can also do what Ben was advocating for, pick up the g-pawn and go really happy with it. But for the time being, Magnus might take some time out, tuck his king into the corner, and then just keep Nihal guessing. Nihal needing to break out.
Yovi, you're predicting all the moves. b4, king h1. We got to get you down there. We'll get Magnus up here to do the commentary. We'll have Yovi versus Nihal.
Well,
87% Yovi.
There's an expression where we say the commentator, the spectator sees absolutely everything, because this game doesn't carry that much emotion, for us at least, but for the player, there's so much tension and suspense. So the bishop tucks itself back, and now this is the question. What is white going to play? I remember when I was playing this type of stuff as a kid, I was lifting up my rook because I really like these rook lifts, and then starting moving them over towards the king. Okay, that didn't happen. Magnus, a lot more sophisticated than 12-year-old me.
Yeah, he wants to put the queen on h4 and then push the king side pawns. Maybe he'll play rook to g3, do a rook lift after moving his queen to h4, so he has more pieces pointing towards the black king. The question is black going to break out at some point with b5 or d5 or e5? Or is Nihal content to keep the solid position and wait for Magnus to do something to change the nature of the game? And again, I said this before, when these are slow games, classical chess time controls, we have slow maneuvering. You can't really do that in rapid chess, 10 minutes. You got to make quick decisions and hope that you're not blundering, and hope when you change the position, it's for the better.
The problem is Nihal really can't just sit there waiting, because I'm seeing the skeleton of an attack against the black king, right? So I'm thinking if the queen just lifts herself up 2 squares, if the rook comes up and all the pieces start looking at the black king, you could see trouble on the horizon. Okay, so the rook just waits. And what will Magnus do? Is the time now? Another idea I wanted to say is you can just also start to break open the diagonals and even maybe do a piece sacrifice here and there. These are not my pieces.
Easy to sacrifice somebody else's pieces. Yeah.
Absolutely. And, you know, it could very well happen, right? So I'm just thinking you can lift up the F pawn. But first up, I like this whole plan of moving with the queen, and this is exactly what Magnus has done. I was actually advocating for one square further, but not approved by the engine.
No, I agree with you, Yovi. I like queen h4 better, so the white rook has the g3 square. Seems like white's rooks aren't really participating in the attack after queen g3. And I'm wondering, I mean, I can see the move being inaccurate, but a question mark. Man, this computer overlords are really mean today.
It is a bit mean because it's not entirely, okay, hang on a second, you'll get the wish and you'll do it with some extra time. Okay, now, big question, given a question mark, and I think that's because it just allows white the time to lift up a rook, get the rooks involved into the game. Everyone wants to party on that side of
the board. Nihal just lost the tempo there, so this worked out well for Magnus. He got queen h4 in, and he gets to move again. The engine doesn't like this knight f6 move, moving back and forth, giving Magnus extra time.
I gotta say, Magnus playing with a 93.9 accuracy. In my books, them's good. And heart rates, very standard, I would say, for both of them, around the 80 mark, which in my eyes, pre-Argent Eric, I see was relatively calm.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we're hoping for a rook lift. Rook to e3 or f3, rook g3, start some attack on the king side. Magnus does start attacking. Very double-edged move. He gives away the e5 square, so black can play knight e5, but the e6 pawn is hanging. So now we can get some sacrifices in.
Exactly. Let's see whether they work, in fact, because there's a big question here. Can you go all in to the attack? And I'm looking over at Ben and I say, let's just show it. Like if black plays the most natural move, which is to lock up the center, the big thing is don't go back with a knight, go forward.
Yay, 96, attack.
And you can see the evaluation bar giving it a stamp of approval. It's saying this is the way forward. Oh, we're going to see it. We're going to see it, Ben. It's happening on our screens.
Yay, the analysis board and the regular board are the same. Magnus sacrifices a piece. The engine says black should play g5. That seems like a crazy move, but the knight doesn't really have any good squares. Knight b8 isn't something you want to do. And instead he gives his knight back immediately. Let's see what he does. We get rid of the analysis board, go back.
And there we're seeing that after giving back the piece, I can understand there were just too many pieces around the black king. So now the queen gets out of trouble, gets out of the eye line of the bishop, drops back, and now big threat on the board. This bishop on d2, this dark square bishop is pointing at the black king. The black king needs to step away from trouble. And if that doesn't work, oh dear, problems.
Yes, Magnus is going to have a monster attack. Magnus has a big time advantage already. Nihal's getting short on time with less than 3 minutes left. Magnus still has more than 5. Magnus has the half-open G line, the half-open F line to attack. The knight can go to D5, getting some more pieces into the attack. And black doesn't really have any counterplay against the queen side there, Yovi. So it's one-way traffic for this game.
Yeah, I'm going to say, actually, Nihal's in huge, huge trouble. I mean, the evaluation bar telling us this is the most natural move. And look, a beautiful, beautiful move there from Magnus. The whole point is you don't care about material. What you want to be doing is just opening up the diagonals, and the light squared bishop is going to be such a dangerous piece. I would even go rook takes pawn.
Sacrifice the rook.
Exactly. Yeah. You don't care throwing away material because checkmate ends the game.
That's right. Those white squares are more important than a measly exchange.
Exactly. And if you get that bishop and the queen lined up on this beautiful light squares, it's going to be game over for black. Look at the black monarch. It's all by itself. And let's just.
Oh, he takes with the bishop. No.
Okay.
Come on, Magnus. You could have taken with the rook.
And this is what we were advocating.
Yeah, we wanted this to happen. Then Magnus could play queen g6 and play for mate, get those white squares.
Yeah.
Magnus is like, I just want to be a pawn up. Give me a break. White's a pawn up. Black doesn't really have any compensation. White still has an attack against black's king. But probably more incisive was to sack the exchange. Always sack the exchange. One of my rules.
not our pieces. So I can understand why Magnus is like, you know what, I don't need to do this. I don't need to go all into the attack. When this position is so nice and so good, and you've seen he's a comfortable pawn up, why take the risk? Very pragmatic decision there from Magnus. Now, the big question is how to improve the pieces in order to get them to that finish line. The rook comes in, so big idea of bishop is going to slam down.
You keep playing
against
bishop
the
takes h6, Yovi, in every position. You're attacking.
That's my commentator style. I just want to be giving up the pieces. But there's a point that there's going to be a ladder checkmate on the board. And if the black king is left without any protection, so this is why the rook steps forward. The rook wants to do some nifty defensive footwork on the line. And now here, what to do? You can just simply start improving your pieces. I perhaps would be tempted to improve my bishop or maybe advance a pawn. But we'll see which way Magnus goes.
Magnus with a big time advantage, a winning position on the board, extra pawn. He's got the rook on e6. Nihal's very passive. So far, this game is one-way traffic, just Magnus having as much fun as he can. And he's just figuring out, I like this move, I like this move, I like this move. He's trying to figure out which gives him the biggest advantage.
Exactly. I mean, he can even dive up with the queen and start attacking the rook. Magnus is not looking 100% happy, but that's only because he's just looking for the cleanest way to finish off the board. But it has worked out to perfection. He chose an open Sicilian. He took the risk, played perfectly, and Nihal already staring down the barrel of defeats. What is Magnus? He goes in with the queen. The bishop drops back, black groveling, just desperately trying to hold the position together. And the move that I was asking for in a different position, but I think is also quite relevant here, is you can start improving the left side of the board. Okay, this one is also good enough. Magnus just showing us good technique.
Yeah, we like to say in the US during commentary, white has the extra pawn and the compensation. So white's better on the board and white has an extra pawn. Black is very passive. Magnus can do whatever he wants, and Magnus has an extra minute on the clock. Time situation, not good for Nihal. He has 1:22 left. He finally goes on the counterattack, attacking the d5 pawn. Magnus centralizes his queen, queen e4, defending everything. Very difficult for black to attack anything. And in the long run, Nihal's just in a lot of trouble, but he's going to keep defending and hope that Magnus gets low on time. Maybe Magnus will make a mistake.
Exactly, and Nihal fighting hard now, hoping to have some kind of pressure against white's queenside pawns, but in comes the queen, now comes the rook. Where is Her Majesty gonna go? Less than a minute now for Nihal, dives in. I mean, and this is just really floundering here. There isn't any threat, even with that active queen. Not much that Nihal can do. I'm expecting the rook to drop back one square and set up what is going to be a terminal pin.
Yeah, terrible position for Nihal. All his pieces are pinned. Bishop's pinned, the rook's pinned. Magnus is trying to find the cleanest way to win. The bishop can't go to b4 right now because of queen f4 check. Nihal trying to unpin his rook by trading queens.
Okay, and now we're seeing a trade of rooks. I was actually expecting a trade of queens, so that one took me by surprise. But here, this one is also beautiful. No risk whatsoever for Magnus as he starts to slowly improve his position. There's some kind of maybe some tricky ideas with some h5 ideas for black, but here Magnus starts improving. And look at
Magnus
that
wants to play
bind.
h5 first.
It is just fixing the pawns on his color complex.
Right, if he gets to play h5, that keeps the black pawn on g7 stuck on a black square. Okay, now Magnus has to make a decision whether to trade queens or repeat. Trades queens, plays h5.
Yeah. And
Nihal has to play g6 to stop the king from going to f5, but then the h6 pawn is hanging.
Exactly.
So Magnus has the extra pawn and the better king.
And everything is just working perfectly in stages. First, Magnus has maximized his king. Now he's going to be maximizing his bishop. And he's just working out. Look at this. Not a single square for Nihal's bishop. And the position has got to give. We're now in a pure king and pawn endgame, and Magnus starts running to assist his extra pawn, and he wins. What a game.
Pretty
So
effortless
clean.
for Magnus. Yeah, pretty clean.
Super smooth.
Yeah, nice win for Magnus. He sacrificed a piece, got it back right away, had the extra pawn, and just won the game with the extra pawn the rest of the way. Not really any difficulties for Magnus. Magnus had more time also, and just very, very clean technique from Magnus. Nihal has to go back to the drawing board. Again, I didn't think there'd be a lot of draws this match. It's sort of a one-sided match. Magnus just playing out of his mind good. Nihal has to play better next game and get more active play with the white pieces.
Yeah, definitely he's going to have to go back to the drawing board, and this is why you see him just doing a quick game review where he's going to check for some possible improvements. That wasn't the best outing for Nihal here, and Magnus just showing us why he is top dog. He is the boss.
He's the reigning champion for a reason. He beat Nihal last year. He chose his opponent this year, and looks like a good choice so far.
Excellent choice there from Magnus. But now we're going to see Nihal with the white pieces. Nihal, very positional player, very quick, as we mentioned. And will he go for traditional stuff, keep the pawn structure classical, or are we going to be seeing something else? These top players, they can play absolutely anything. They can serve with both hands, but he does open with the queen's pawn, and now it is going to be a London system with the bishop coming out. The whole idea is to get a triangle pawn formation and just keep the center solid, and then just get to a nice safe middle game where white is just a little bit better. I have to say that because it's the London.
Exactly. I played Magnus once in my life in the Pro Chess League, and I was black, of course, and he played the London against me. I forgot the result, but the game was very interesting.
Well, now we have a kind of Jobava London, which is characterized by the knight coming out and jumping, just arguing that black's knight on the edge is going to be misplaced and white's is better prepared. But you see, the triangle formation, that's rock solid. And now the maneuvering has begun.
Both sides have their knight on the side of the board. They're going to try to relocate to the center. White doesn't go for very, very much of an advantage. Just a solid position. The ship on f4 is well placed. Are you one of those people that loves the London for white or hates it? You got to be in one of the camps.
Hello, I'm English. I ain't going to say I dislike it. No, I really do like the London. I think it's a great choice because it takes away the fireworks from the opening and it just allows you to enjoy the position in the middle game. And I say enjoy liberally. Okay, so the knight does maneuver itself over towards the center. This is what both sides do when the center lacks tension. And now we're seeing Magnus, he ups the pace. And now there is some conflict in the middle of the board.
Yeah, there's some possible captures. Magnus is gaining some space. He might even play c4 later and b5. Gain more space on the queen side. Will white castle here? Will white capture on c5? Those are the moves that Nihal is considering. And Nihal has a time advantage so far. Oh, and he plays h4. Engine doesn't like it. Of course, you like it being British. You like h4. Put it in h. And looks like Harry is having a good time today. h3, h4, soon h5. Take advantage of Magnus's pieces over on the queen side.
Exactly. And wow, what a move. You know, it doesn't come naturally to me, I gotta say, to advance that pawn. I was expecting just a rock solid castle, get the king to safety, and the game continues, blah, blah, blah. But this one is now setting the cat amongst the pigeons, because as black, do you want to allow that pawn one square forward? If you don't, then you yourself are going to advance your pawn 2 squares. But this comes with its own concessions, because squares are so important. They're like the currency, the money in the position. The more you have, the richer you are.
Yeah, Magnus is thinking now, should I take at the center? Should I advance on the queen side with c4 and b5? Should I block the pawns with h6 or h5? Or should I take advantage of the empty g4 square and play bishop g4? So many possible moves for black. That's why Magnus is having a think. H4, not the most obvious move, but very aggressive. And instead, he attacks the bishop on F4 with knight E6, which is an unusual move because it blocks the bishop on C8. So you have a very unusual position. Bishop E5. Nihal wants to trade the bishops, then play H5 and start attacking Magnus's king. Very aggressive play from Nihal this game.
Very aggressive. You know, he's trying to just weaken the black king, remove the defenders, but Magnus reacting in the center. There's often said that when play starts on the wings, you react in the center. So those are the rules, and Magnus knows them. So I'm expecting white to actually recapture with the center pawn. Because if you capture with the other pawn, the knight on the edge starts to bother me.
That's right. Yeah, and that's why Magnus played knight E6. After the E pawn takes, Magnus wants to get his knight to F4 at some point after the bishop trade. And the knight on E6 was blocking the bishop. If the black knight can get to F4, that would make more sense. Conversely, Nihal's knight on A3 can now get to the central E3 square via C2 so that the knight isn't so badly placed. So both sides maneuvering their knights from A3 and A6 to the center. Magnus has been a bit quicker doing it. The engine says black is a little bit better, but white is the one playing aggressively. And because white's playing aggressively, putting Magnus on the back foot, Magnus now has a 2-minute time disadvantage. This is exactly what Nihal wanted.
Yeah, it's a kind of really unusual position, but I gotta say it's a risky play by Nihal as he finds himself perhaps gonna meet a very quick attack against his king. Don't try this at home. Get your king castled. It's so much easier to play chess. Now there's going to be all kinds of issues as the knight drops back. Magnus wants to just accelerate the play. He wants to burst out into the center and just open up the lines, but he's saying not that happy with it.
No, Magnus shaking his head. He didn't like what he did. His knight couldn't go to F4 because Nihal retreated back to D3. One of my favorite squares with white in these queen pawn openings. And now the knight went all the way from A6 to G7. Magnus proving to his fans he can do the knight's tour during the game and still get a winning position. White's position is now slightly better according to the engine. White played H3, H4, H5. That's how they play chess nowadays. Magnus has the beautiful knight in the center. Nihal tries to maneuver his knight back to the center. Magnus moving his knight again. That knight on A6 has gone on quite a journey. Knight A6 to C7 to E6 to G7 to F5. Is Magnus going to keep moving his knight, or is that the last knight move we've seen from Magnus for a while?
Yeah, I think that might be the last one we see for a while, but I really love the way that Magnus is not rushing things. And I say
G4,
that. And,
wow.
Whoa, I know. Nihal is really going for it. He's like, hey, make that journey an odyssey. Come forward, what are you going to do? The knight is going to go to the edge of the board or could even go into the middle. Which is the way forward? I mean, instinctively, you want to go forward. You don't want to go back.
Yeah, knight H4 I like as it goes forward. And Magnus does play knight H4. Nihal maneuvers his knight with knight E3. Knight on H4 is sort of trapped, but it's sort of trapped on a good square. Magnus's knights are on excellent squares, E4 and H4. I'm not sure what Nihal's going to do with his king. I wonder if he's going to castle queenside.
Well, this is the thing, because look at this. Nihal is playing in such an uncompromising style. He's more or less forcing Magnus to go on the offensive. And you're right. Where is the white king going? Maybe he should run away to the left as quickly as possible. Get the queen out of the way. Get the king to safety. And then you can reassess.
Reassess your chess. Very unusual game. If somebody just watching the game for the first time, I want to tell you that knight on H4, it was on A6 a few moves ago. Magnus is really moving his knights. Magnus shaking his head. The engine likes this position. D5 is a weak pawn. Magnus defends it. And castling queenside is also risky. Black has the half-open C-file. Black can play B5, A5, attacking Nihal's king. Well, Nihal's king is going to be unsafe no matter where it is. He might just leave it in the center. But the question is, how does Nihal improve his pieces? The engine slightly prefers black because black's knights seem to be better than white's knights. They're more in white's territory. And black has nice, safe king. Even though Magnus played G5, his king is very safe over there since the king side is completely blocked.
you know, it might be time for the golden rule, which is when your king is feeling the heat, trade off the queens. Like step the queen up one square and just say, hey, let's get those pieces off the board and my king can just live in the middle and it's all okay.
Yeah, I think if I was Nihal, I wouldn't mind trading queens because I'm not sure where my king is supposed to go in the long run. Good idea, Yovi.
Well, that's only going to happen if it happens, if Magnus allows the queen trade. But Nihal calculating, big question. Does he try to force the trade of queens? Does he run with the king, just scram to the left? Or is there something else? I just don't see the breakthrough. And
okay, there's a move I wouldn't have predicted. Rook H3.
Keeping us guessing. What is the point of this move? Does he... No, I am not seeing it.
I'm wondering if he wants to defend the G3 square so he can play F3. It still seems like a strange idea, kicking the knight out of E4. Well, he's not going to castle kingside, Yovi.
No, he's not going to do that anymore. But, you know, you do have to look after the old man. You really do have to take care. And you know, if Magnus were feeling really feisty, he'd try and punish that immediately. You know, you can punish that by going, breaking through with the pawns right now, create the conflict. This is also clever. Just saying, you know, okay, given a miss, but a very natural move, saying, hey, if you ever want to find solace with your king in that direction, you're not going to get it because that pawn is marching those squares forward. And there's also no queen trade at all. So
Right, stops
like
queen
this
B4.
move.
I like A5 too. I guess humans and computers like different moves. Yovi and I and Magnus all like A5, and the computer says A5 terrible, and also doesn't like A4. I'm really getting worried about Nihal's king. It looks like it doesn't have a safe place to go, and I'm wondering if in the next 5 to 10 moves, Magnus is going to have some attack against that king on E1.
Yeah, but you know, having lifted up that rook rather strangely, you should be consistent, right? A bad plan is better than no plan at all. And so I kind of like your idea of just kicking that knight away from the center, and then I don't know what next.
No, I'm not sure what White's going to do here. Very unusual position. I think for Magnus, just going to try to play B5 at some point, or you can play bishop F7 and E5, break open in the center where White's king is. And again, I like Magnus's position. Magnus has more time. The match is going well so far for Magnus. Seems like he's pretty happy with his position. And White's play very strange. Rook H3, leaving the king on E1, H4, H5. I thought it was going to be a more solid game like you did when he played. I thought he would castle short, put his pieces in the center, and instead he played H4, H5, Rook H3, kept his king in the center, making the game more double-edged. But now Nihal's taking a lot of time on the clock because it's not clear what to do. And he does play F3, never play F3.
Yeah, Ben is not a fan, but you know, why not? And there he drops back with the bishop, and well, Nihal is playing in such a kind of random way that it's kind of confusing, even though the engine
Yes, I'm very confused.
And doesn't kind of get blinded by the lights. But I would be very confused as well, because there's a danger that Magnus could get his knights trapped on the edge of the board if he does not continue in the right way.
Yeah, I think Magnus has to play F5 at some point so his knights can get out and he can defend his knights. That's very complicated because it gives E5 to White, weakens the D5 pawn. Magnus is having a thing. Position is very strange. It doesn't look like two super GMs. Looks like two kids playing in a weekend Swiss that don't know the rules very much and just move their knights every move. That's how super grandmasters play sometimes.
Yeah, and they do say that loose pieces drop off. So bear in mind, I just noticed that the rook is loose. And there are tactical ideas of knight takes pawn. And the whole idea is that you can't capture that knight because the rook is hanging. But there again, you have to go into calculation mode. You have to work out what is going to happen. So, okay, it is.
Hey, that's
there.
what you said.
Well, it was there. I'm a greedy person. I like to snatch up pawns. So we're going to see rook takes knight. Now, is this going to be working for Nihal as we see the evaluation bar saying yes? This was a good trade. And wow, the position just got a whole
Well, there's a lot of
lot.
H pawns in this game. Both sides have H-pawns.
I mean, it's just completely messy. It's so crazy. You know, black is like 2 moves away from promoting the pawn. So you have to act quickly. And how are you going to stop? How are you going to stop that pawn?
How are we going to stop Harry?
Yes.
Yeah, Harry's looking good.
He's looking good. And
The engine says white's doing well, but I'd hate to be white here because that H-pawn is getting pretty close to promotion.
exactly. Okay, he
Wow,
wants.
I was going to say, I don't see a safe place for white's king. And Nihal moves his king out of the way, move his bishop out of the way next, so the rook controls H1.
Well, okay, this is a nice idea. So the whole idea is you're going to stop the pawn from advancing. You can just simply control the promotion square. So Magnus tucks his king into the corner. He's going to use all of his pieces. And I got to say, this is such a dangerous position for both sides. It's not going to be easy playing this with 3 minutes and with a black H pawn on H3. And it's not going to be easy because if black doesn't do anything, then white is slowly going to start to unravel, coordinate.
White does have 2 pieces for a rook,
Exactly.
and black has that passed H-pawn as compensation. Nihal wants to trade queens because the king is on D2. Engine doesn't like the queen on A3. Very difficult for a human to play here. The position is so unusual with the white king on D2, black having the passed H-pawn, 2 pieces for a rook. Some of the pieces aren't well placed. Very complicated position. Tough to play for both sides. The engine wants to trade queens, messing up white's pawn structure, then double rooks on the G file, giving black counterplay. Then black can try to play rook G1, get rid of the white rook, and then promote that pawn. And that's what Magnus does. Plays exactly the engine recommendation, not very shocking. Magnus plays like the engine quite often and messes up white's pawn structure. White has a terrible pawn structure. Black has a passed pawn. Black wants to trade rooks and get that passed pawn going, and Nihal is just hoping the H-pawn doesn't promote over the next few moves.
Scary times, I gotta say, for white, because yes, it might be objectively equal, but black's plan is just simply just to come in, trade a set of rooks, and then it's going to be very difficult to prevent the advance of the H-pawn. So Nihal has to find the right move. I'm wondering whether you even have the time to grab the pawn in the middle.
On D5.
Yes. I mean, that takes guts. But
I was just going to play bishop F1 and try to take that pawn on H3, even though bishop F1 gives away my F3 pawn, my A4 pawn's hanging. There's a lot of pawns that look pretty weak here, Yovi. And he did take the pawn on D5.
yeah, he goes for broke here, and now only one move to hold the balance. Magnus finds it, of course. And wow. Look
3
at
pieces
this.
for 2 rooks. That gives me bad memories of a game that I played a long time ago.
Okay, but now the question is how to coordinate the pieces. The rooks have to be placed on those open lines, and they have to have a purpose. The 3 pieces, they have to be working together as the knight just comes in, but this allows, this attack, and suddenly the white knights, they are really not coordinated.
No, the knight on D5 is lined up with the king on D2. All of white's pawns are weak on A3, A2. The rooks are super active, more active than the white pieces. And the engine said Magnus is taken over. Magnus has a big time advantage. He has a big advantage on the clock. Says he's winning now. And things are just going Magnus's way. The bishop on E2 is trapped. Can I just play rook? Yeah, attack the bishop and just take the bishop.
Yep, you can do that one, and then you can keep on harassing. Just attack that bishop one more time, slide the rook over, and Magnus, he senses blood. Oh, but hang on a second. Maybe this is not the most precise way because Nihal is...
No, Nihal
connecting
saved
with
his bishop. Now it seems like he's okay. Still worse, but maybe he can hold the draw.
Well, he says 54 seconds on the clock, so Nihal gonna have to play super actively to save this one. The problem is that A-pawn is a runner.
Uh-oh.
Run with the A-pawn. Just
It's
get
tough
it
to stop
marching.
pass pawns when you have 45 seconds on your clock.
No, and how are those pieces going to stop that pawn? It's going to easily get to A2, and then it can just be...
It's funny, Magnus had a passed H-pawn a few moves ago. Am I dyslexic? What happened there? There was a pawn on H3?
He gave it up.
And then now he has a passed pawn on the A file.
Yeah.
Amazing.
This is why Magnus is so good. He doesn't just play on one side of the board. Then comes the A-pawn. I mean, you're going to have to give up one of those pieces to stop that pawn from promoting. And 20 seconds for Nihal.
Uh-oh. No, this isn't looking good for Nihal. 15 seconds left. He just closed his eyes, too. That wasn't good. Yeah, he's already given up in his head.
Such a big fight, though. I mean,
5 seconds.
And we have a win.
And he resigns.
Magnus takes the lead.
Wow, what a game. What an unusual game.
It was incredibly unusual.
If you're my student, don't watch that game. It's too complicated for you and for me.
Offbeat variation from Nihal. It was a gamble, I feel, because to play in such an unconventional way against world number
Magnus had his knight on A6. He moved the knight from the A file to the H file. Then he had a pass pawn on the H file and a pass pawn on the A file. Magnus just plays on the side of the board and wins the game. Amazing.
Well, amazing stuff. And now we see Nihal. He is on the brink. He cannot afford to drop a single point. Magnus Carlsen just a half point away from making it through.
And Magnus has the white pieces as well.
Magnus has the white pieces. And again, we see Nihal just checking through. He has to dig deep. He's one of the world's best players, one of the world's quickest players. He has his back up against the wall. He has nothing to lose. Playing with the black pieces, now is the time to give it absolutely everything he's got.
Now, remember the last match that we did with Arjun and Hikaru? They had a break after game 2, and it looks like Magnus is on his break. They just talked to Nihal, and he said, no, I don't need a break. He's just sitting there. He's like, oh, I'm disgusted. I don't want to get up and do anything. Just having some water. He's going to chill by his computer. Magnus can walk around a little bit, clear his head. And we're going to have a little break between games 2 and 3, which we saw last match also. But it looks like Nihal doesn't want the break. He wants to get at it right away and try to get as close to equalizing the score as he can. Not going to be a simple task, black against Magnus. Nihal has to win the next 2 games and win the Armageddon game. I'd hate to be in his shoes.
Yeah, absolutely. And not an easy task for Nihal, because one draw for Magnus, and that's it. He is into the semi-finals, and it started with an almost perfect game from Magnus. Choosing the right opening, breaking through, sacrificing pieces, and then just full board control. Everything done to perfection. In comes the queen, and this game, Nihal will want to forget, because he was almost chanceless here. There was absolutely nothing he could do against the might of Magnus.
Yeah, beautiful win in the first game. Very confusing second game that could have gone either way. But in the end, Magnus took over. The last 10 moves of the game was all Magnus. Winning on the clock, winning on the board. Nihal frustrated. He knew his game was okay at some point. But very unusual game. Both sides playing on the side a lot. And eventually Magnus taking over with his A-pawn, winning the game. So very interesting 2 games so far. Magnus has to be happy with his play. Looks like if he was under the weather a couple of days ago, that's gone. Magnus seems like he's in perfect Magnus form.
But I gotta say, if Nihal's gonna take an inspiration, it has to be from this game, because Nihal was so close to actually generating a really good position. He unsettled Magnus, took it off the beaten track, and there Magnus was in some danger. He had to work very hard to get that point. But in the end, he showed us why he's like the world number 1. But as we see Nihal just thinking about what to do, he has to have that self-belief.
Yeah, he's thinking what happened in the second game. The first game didn't work out well for him. He did better the second game. He's got to do even better the third game. He has to win with the black pieces on demand. Can he do it? Can anybody beat Magnus with black when they're forced to? Or is Magnus just too good? We're going to find out in a few minutes.
Well, it has happened on a very rare occasion, once in a blue moon, yes, but it has happened, and that's exactly what Nihal has to think about. Magnus, he says, I need the break, I want the break, and we're waiting for him to get back on the stage. He'll have the white pieces, and he's just a draw away from the semi-finals.
Do you think Magnus is going to play E4 again? We'll have another Najdorf Sicilian? Or is Magnus going to play calmer London waters, making the game as boring as he possibly can, ensuring that he always has the draw?
I think with a crowd like this, I think he's going to perform and be the showman.
Oh, okay.
I mean, look, everyone is super exciting. We have absolutely full arena, and it's so nice to have everyone there. And I love it when they cheer.
Come on, crowd! You gotta cheer,
we have
crowd.
a Rocket League to
You can
actually
do it.
compete with. So, guys, can I hear a cheer? No.
I heard a couple people.
Yay! Can I have some more, please? We gotta compete with the Rocket League.
Go Chess!
Yay!
Go Magnus! Go Nihal!
Go Nihal, exactly. I mean, our players will need every ounce of support that they can get. As we see Nihal meditating. Come on, Nihal. He can do it. And this is the thing with chess. There's a kind of expression that we use, like, the bigger the ego, the higher the elo. And that's exactly what you need. You need to have that brash confidence that you can do this, even against all odds.
Yeah, it's hard to have confidence against Magnus when you're down 2-0, but somebody has to do it. Nihal is just the one to do it. One of the fastest players in the world, one of the best players in the world. For the first time, he's playing on India's Olympic team starting next month. India has a lot of top players in this tournament. We saw Arjun earlier today against Hikaru. We see Nihal here. The pairings are tough. Magnus is in his seat. He's done with his break. He's ready to take the white pieces, putting in his headphones, getting ready for game 3. And from Magnus's point of view, this has to be the last game. He doesn't want to give Nihal a chance to get to game 4, doesn't want to lose with white, wants to finish the match in style. And I would say Magnus, as you pointed out, wants to play for the crowd. He wants to win 3-0 and not give his opponent even half a point.
Yeah, man. Let's face it, the guys at the tops, they are sharks. Because, you know, when they smell blood, they pounce. You know, there is no ifs and buts about it. You know, they are ruthless. They are going to go in for the kill. Now, will we see Magnus go for the same approach? Well, we see.
What about those vegan sharks? What about them? No?
No.
They don't have any of those?
No, they don't. And talking about vegan sharks, we have a really interesting opening. It's a
Sicilian.
It's a C3 Sicilian, which is a renowned drawing weapon.
Yeah, especially when Magnus needs a draw, he often plays the Alapin, gets a slightly better position, outplays his opponent, doesn't have any trouble. So Magnus wants to make sure he's always a little bit better, doesn't want any problems, plays a solid line, and Nihal has to mix it up somehow. It's not easy to do in such a solid line.
Like this is literally the most solid response to the particular Sicilian. And here White tends to develop the bishop, the dark squared bishop. You can also chase away the queen. You can also just make some little nifty move on the right, just to advance the h-pawn 1 square.
Are you saying h4, h5, h6? No, you say h3.
No.
Yeah.
You gotta lock in, right? Let the complications come to Magnus here. You don't need to do anything crazy. Magnus just thinking about what he should play. I mean, he knows his position. Many moves possible. And this is the thing with Magnus. I remember that he just knows his openings inside out. And okay, he goes for chasing away the queen. One of the things, though, is when you only need a draw, it's very important that you just don't just play for the draw, because then you start taking negative decisions and you could find yourself that little bit worse. Not easy to be when, you know, there's a person chasing you with a knife. But there's the bishop coming out. I'm expecting the queen to stand up, say, hey, you make the trade on my own terms.
I'm hoping for crazy moves like d5, but I know that they won't happen. Magnus is going to keep the tiny advantage, play safe, solid. The bishop on c8 isn't very good for Nihal. That's what Magnus is banking on, to give himself a slight advantage. White doesn't have very much, but on the other hand, White has very few losing chances. That's what Magnus is going for. A position that's simple, where he's slightly better, where he can play to his strengths, and not give his opponent any winning chances.
He's going to be clinical, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's going to lift
Magnus.
up the queen, right? He's going to go and put the queen in the center and say, how about we take it into a pure endgame? Yeah,
you're right as usual, Yovi.
No, dear. This is not looking good for Nihal. he knows he needs to win, and this is such a difficult position to win with the black pieces. Not only are you lagging behind in development, but the position is relatively simple. And the thing is, though, you have to keep the queens on the board if you want any...
Yeah, I think Nihal has to play queen e7 or queen c7. He can't really afford to trade queens and go into a tinily worse endgame where white has the pawn majority on the queen side.
And Nihal knows it. This has not been the way forward. And he does play the most principled move, support the queen. And if Magnus again wants to be clinical, he just trades off queens, and that's exactly what he does. He just wants that draw. Moves that rook to the center. Now I'm expecting maybe some solidification on the left side with some pawns. Make it all beautiful, compact. You can also try and take control with the rooks on the D line. There's only one open line, but such a difficult position, actually.
Yeah, black has to win. That's a tough position with either color if you have to win, but especially with black with the two isolated queenside pawns. Magnus going to trade pieces, bishop f3, knight e4, trade everything, no pieces on the board. Wants to put his knight on a5. If black plays a5, that gives white the b5 square for his knight. The knight can go to d6. The knight can just sit on a5. That's probably why Magnus played knight b3.
Yeah. And actually, I like the way that Magnus has played it. Okay, it was given a question mark, but this is looking good, you know. Put the knight on the edge, have it look at the bishop. I did wonder why we didn't see knight takes bishop. But Magnus, maybe he's the one playing for more.
Yeah, Magnus wants to play b4 at some point and get a past d pawn.
Yeah. He has to do it. He goes for the pawn advance. I think he senses that maybe he can go for more. He'll try and make it a clean sweep.
Yeah, I think Magnus wants 3-0.
Yeah. But this is good news for Nihal, because Magnus could have played this position in a variety of ways, which would have killed any energy. And as it stands, well, maybe he's got a chance. The rook lifts up, and Nihal, the only way that I can see Nihal even trying to win is just trying to do something on the right side of the board. Just take as much space as possible with the pawns and then hope for the best.
Not easy for Nihal to get winning chances here. He does as you say, plays g5, getting some space.
Okay, and now what next for Magnus? Is he gonna start advancing? No, he kicks the bishop back. Bishop has to go backwards rather. All the way, and now this is Magnus's plan. But I think this is really good news that Magnus is trying to unbalance things. He's not playing just shut the position down. So decision time now.
Yeah, Magnus is gaining space on the queen side. Now Magnus has two passed pawns. Black has one passed pawn. Knight on b6 is an excellent blockader. Black has access to the d5 square. The engine actually prefers black because white's passed pawns aren't super dangerous yet. We're still in the drawing zone, but Nihal still has some chances to win.
Yeah, and some good strategy there from Magnus, saying that knight was a fantastic blockader. Let's swap it off. And Nihal said, no. That knight is going to attack the rook. Rook, where is it going to go, actually? Because I thought that it could just double up alongside its partner and start giving some checks. But this will come at the cost of the pawn. Okay, so he moves his rook one square, just prevents the black knight from infiltrating.
Yeah.
Okay, but then now Nihal can start taking over, right? The bishop can come into the middle.
I thought he'd play bishop to d5. Now if white plays knight e3, Nihal has bishop b3. Magnus not happy at all. Doesn't like the looks of bishop d5. Magnus shaking his head. Nihal's making a comeback this game. This match is not over.
Yeah, I think Magnus just was like, I can draw this game in any way possible. And now it's not so easy, as we see. The rook doubling up. You still can't take the pawn because there is a discovered attack with the bishop. So you can't do that. But there are other ways that you can slowly improve your position.
Yeah, this is the best position Nihal's had the whole match. The engine says he's slightly better. Pawns are asymmetric. Both sides have chances. If Magnus doesn't watch out, he could lose his b5 pawn. Then he's in a lot of trouble. So Nihal still has chances. Knight e3, defending the b pawn with the bishop, and putting pressure on black's position.
Yeah, that is a good move. In comes the bishop. Where are you going to go with the rook? You have to move. And now, maybe it's time to get active with your own pawns and try and trouble Magnus. Push the c-pawn.
c4 is explosive, as I like to say.
Does it work? I mean,
I don't know if it works, but it's explosive.
Okay, well, it's
he
on the
played
board.
it, so he must have thought it worked. When you suggest moves, Yovi, they play them. I'm not sure that their headsets are working.
A little nervous laughter there. No, I don't think they're listening to us. I'm not sure that would be a good idea.
No, I think if they were listening, there'd be more laughter.
Yeah, well, that move has certainly come as a surprise to Magnus. Okay, big question is, I didn't do the maths, and there are 3 attackers, and there's only 2 defenders, so you can take the pawn, but then you have to work out what happens if there is a pin in place, because black could double up. And one of the things about this new Indian generation is that they're so good with calculation. It's like a second language to them. It's like they learn how to speak, how to write, and then they learn how to calculate.
Yeah. The problem is if you don't take the pawn on c4, the b5 pawn is loose. Then black will be a pawn ahead. So Magnus, getting outplayed this game, realizes he's a little bit worse and has to fight for the draw now. Magnus with a huge time disadvantage, the biggest of the match, down over 2 minutes. And the heart rates are the same. Both players are still pretty calm, but you can see Magnus is unhappy with the way the game is unfolding.
Yeah, this is a critical moment because the big question is, can white capture the pawn in the middle, right? Because there's a lot of things happening. Because one of the things is that we were talking about that there's a pin in town. So if you capture bishop takes pawn, if we can just put that up. I mean,
Yeah, what happens if I pin then white has an amazing move here, which I never would see, and that's knight d5 check.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
And the idea is if you take, I play rook e1 check, and bishop takes b3. Thanks, engine. You helped me out there.
Okay, well, hang on a second, because what is happening on our screens? Let's go to the game, because we see bishop takes pawn being played. Okay, so now Nihal has to be super careful. You cannot double up on the C line.
No, knight d5 is an amazing resource, which I'm sure both players see, just I didn't see it. I wouldn't see it either. I would double rooks. I would miss knight d5 check.
Exactly.
That's too complicated a tactic for me.
It's so easy to miss that beautiful resource. And Nihal thinking, he's got a lot of time on the clock, so he has 2 alternatives. The knight can drop back, target the bishop, in which case Magnus will have to answer some questions, like how is he going to play this? We might even have to lose material. But one thing for sure...
knight b6 is definitely the engine move.
Yep. But one thing for sure is you can't double up. You can't play the most natural move on the board because that will lose. And we see knight drops back. And now it's a big question. How is Magnus going to defend his bishop? He moves the rook. And now you just have to go bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, then Magnus is going to pin the bishop. And then black's going to be a piece up temporarily until Magnus plays a4, a5. And the engine says it's about equal. Looks like Magnus has escaped the difficulties by taking a long time and taking that pawn that wasn't really poisoned on c4. And it looks like Magnus is on his way to drawing the game. Unless something crazy happens in the next few minutes and somebody blunders, it seems like a draw is a fair result. And, well, Nihal had chances this game, but Magnus defended properly. He's not going to be happy with the way the game ended. I'm sure he wants to get an advantage and win 3-0, but he'll be happy to have won the match.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing. Whether it's 2.5 or 3, it doesn't matter. The main thing is to get the job done.
And I'll show you the main line the engine is giving. Bishop c4, rook c2, rook c8, a4. White wants to play a5, and black can't really hang on to his extra piece. So the engine says king d6, takes, and this position should end in a draw. Knight takes c2, equal material. Both sides have 4 pawns, and the engine says nobody's better. We'll see if that's what happens. So far, they haven't done that. Nihal actually doesn't want to draw, so he has to play differently.
Yeah, and he's actually taken with the rook instead. So after that happened, so this meant that we see this particular position where we have that imbalance again, where Magnus has the rook and Nihal has the two minor pieces. And
yeah, if you're forced to win, this is a better way for Nihal to play rather than that drawn endgame. Both sides could win here. Although Magnus is used to promoting his pawns to a queen based on what we saw the previous 2 games.
Right.
Magnus likes his fast pawns.
So now what's super important for Nihal, if he wants to win, is he has to control the advance of those white pawns. So he has to tuck his rook into the corner, prevent the advance, and then what you do is once you've stopped them from moving forward, then you start to pile up the pressure, because that's the step 1. That's exactly what he needs to do. And okay, Magnus defending, and the point is that when you do the maths, black has 3 pieces, white only has 2. So there we're seeing Magnus trying to just try to maximize the power of his rooks. The way to do that is to open up lines. It's still really complicated position here because black's rook tied to the corner, tied to stop that pawn from advancing. And now what to do next?
The engine slightly prefers white. I'm sorry, black, I should say. I know the colors. Because black has 2 pieces for a rook. White has those advanced pawns, which black just blockaded. And Magnus is going to advance his king, king e3, d4, c5. And eventually black is going to have to take on a4. Magnus plays g4, which weakens the f pawn. I don't like g4. I'm not sure why Magnus played that. That seems very risky, weakening the f3 pawn. Now the engine says Nihal has good winning chances.
Yeah, and it's all based on the fact that that pawn is weak, because now you can grab that pawn on a4. Now you can make the trade, because guess what? That bishop, that beautiful bishop in the center is pointing at the pawn, and now the white king is just left behind. And it's going to happen. But this wasn't the way forward. This was not the way he had to capture with the rook. That knight had to be firmly blockaded, and now black, it's not enough.
It's still better for black. I'll still take black in this position. Still has some winning chances. Taking the f pawn, and he can defend his f pawn with his rook. Black has winning chances with accurate play, which is easy for me to say with 3 minutes left. Magnus should be able to draw, but not easy to play accurately in this position.
No.
Magnus plays the way I wouldn't play. The engine loves it, moving the king away from the pawns. Likes the king on d2. Magnus defending his g pawn with his rook, attacking the f pawn with his other rook, and says, what are you going to do? I'm defending everything. A drawn position, Nihal's better, but with more time on the clock, Magnus should be able to draw this position.
Absolutely, and so instructive. The king moves away from the heart of the action in order to try and force off a trade of rooks. And then the whole thing is that that rook goes all the way to the first row. You can maybe even keep on harassing it and see what happens next. But wow, 1 minute, 14 seconds for Nihal, and he has to put the pressure on white. One thing for sure, I was going to say you want to be keeping those rooks, but instead he's going to run with the king, just start advancing the pawns. In comes the king, stage 1, and now he's going to, you can't take the pawn, so you have to start advancing.
Yeah, and this is just a known drawn book endgame. Magnus knows how to draw this. Black has some winning chances, but with accurate play, it's a draw. Magnus doesn't look super concerned.
No, he doesn't look that concerned at all. Look at that. And now he's going to stop the pawn advancing. And every time that bishop moves away, he's going to give a check to the king. You can do it now. Check the king. That has been the formula. And if you go back with the king, up comes the king on the dark squares, and it's a draw. And with that, Magnus Carlsen is in the semi-finals.
That score is very familiar. We saw that score last year with the same opponent.
Exactly, in the same commanding fashion, just showing us why he's the world #1 on every move, you know. This game had its adventures. Nihal perhaps had some opportunities to press a little bit harder, but in the end, Magnus Carlsen is the fair winner.
Yeah, I don't think Magnus is going to be too happy with that game, but sometimes when you're wrapping it up, things don't go as you plan, but he still got the job done in the end, even without playing his best chess.
Yeah, But I gotta say, very impressive match there from Magnus from the first game, second game, handling the complications, and now choosing a great opening. Again, holding his nerve, because he did feel the pressure at some points. Players shaking hands, and always nice to see the players just discussing the variations, sharing their thoughts.
Yeah, they're very interested in what should have happened, and I think Magnus took about 30 seconds after the match to have a look at some positions to see where either player could have improved, especially in that last game. Magnus is still interested. He's like, hey, let's look at this position. He's like, come on, Nihal, let's look at this position. What's going on here? Maybe you had a bigger advantage than I thought, and you could have pressed me more. But a brilliant match for Magnus, wins the match. Let's go to the stage.
Another exciting match, and the ticket has been validated to semi-finals for Magnus Carlsen. But of course, we need to exchange the keys now. As Nihal, can you please give your key to Magnus? And as Nihal has to bow out of the stage, please, can you give it up for Nihal?
Can go.
All right, Magnus, congratulations. First quick question for you. On Thursday you said you were not feeling that great. Now you're back. This looked like a pretty comfortable start for you. How do you feel right now?
No, I'm still, form is kind of not great, but I'm happy with the way that I managed to perform in this match. And the last two games really messy, so I was really happy not to have to play a fourth. And I'm a little bit worried for the next match as well, that it seems that my level kind of drops a bit after. Seems like I only have the energy for a few games, but yeah. At least I'm through. I get a break, and then we'll see.
All right, and on the stream B as well, another match happens, so I'm letting you know as well that semi-final will be a run back from last year's Grand Finals. You will face Ali Reza Firouzja. How do you approach this news?
Oh, I saw that he was up in the match and then he was in trouble in the last game, but I suppose he held it. And yeah, it's a very, very tough matchup. Kind of would have preferred to have that one tomorrow, but it is what it is. I'll give it my best.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Magnus. It is time for you to go and crush the key. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Magnus Carlsen!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Magnus Carlsen moves on to the semifinals as he tries to once again punch his ticket into Grand Finals. He takes down Nihal Sarin and will have his run back with Ali Reza Firouzja. Only someone of this caliber, a player of this caliber, can win convincingly like that and still is saying, oh, I feel like I'm extremely off right now. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. It's about that time. Magnus, you can go ahead and press it forward. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. As our next key is officially being crushed. Amazing run. Okay. That's the champ right there. He's making sure it was a little bit of overkill. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Officially, Magnus Carlsen has punched his ticket into the semifinals. Congratulations, Magnus, and best of luck in your next match.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Well, the matchup was about Ice Cold versus No Fear, and in the end, No Fear takes the win. Magnus Carlsen moves forward to play against his arch enemy when it comes to the EWC stage. Alireza Firouzja, Grand Finals rematch from last year, taking place in semifinals up in just a little bit. But for Nihal Sarin, what a performance, making it top 8, earning himself $75,000. His key is crushed. But of course, we celebrate his accomplishments, making it to this stage, making it the top 8. It's got to be something he's happy with. I understand he's probably disappointed in the loss, but you know what? You're going against Magnus Carlsen back-to-back years, and that is the champ after all, so you take what you can get. Welcome back to the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Mike Klein, and Nemo. Mike, what a matchup, man. Again, a rematch from last year, and you can see showing appreciation for each other's game. Nihal just wanted some answers from the series.
Yeah, he's getting some lessons right there post-game, but the Crunchyroll story of the day was about deja vu, and unfortunately for Nihal, it was exactly deja vu because he lost by the exact same score as in 2025, 2.5 to 0.5. The difference being that Magnus won the first 2 games and sealed it, whereas in 2025, Magnus had to win late. And interestingly, Magnus changed openings from 2025. He played the Catalan, which is kind of a softer. He went right after Nihal with 1 E4 in this match this year. Nemo, your thoughts?
I mean, I think the matches were absolutely exciting to watch from back there in the green room. We were all rooting for Nihal, obviously, but Magnus Carlsen proving to us once again why he is one of the greatest players to ever walk on this planet.
Yeah, changing things up, though. I mean, it's been a year. You would expect some changes, right?
Yeah, maybe, but the big change was actually that Nihal's confidence went down. In 2025, we talked about this pre-show. He welcomed the chance to go through the best, and then yesterday, when he was picked to play against Magnus, he openly admitted that things didn't go so well in 2025. You don't have to pick me, Magnus, but that was kind of a big issue for him. He psychologically was maybe a little bit weakened before the match began.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked to hear that. You know, normally competitors are feeling extremely confident, but Magnus just has that aura about him.
I think that's one of the things we discussed is that, you know, when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen, one of Magnus Carlsen's greatest strengths is instilling fear in your opponents. If you go up against him, you have to just approach it. This is just another day, but obviously at such a high competitive level, it is very difficult, and you just know what that man is capable of.
Yeah, what he was capable of today was a bunch of knight sacrifices, a beautiful knight sacrifice in game 1, which we might be able to show you in a minute, and then another knight sacrifice in game 2. So the ponies were dancing all over the board, and Nihal wasn't really able to contain them. He actually captured both of Magnus's knights in succession in game 2, but it actually wasn't enough.
Yeah, I noticed, at least with my limited knowledge when it comes to chess, at least accuracy-wise, Magnus was leading for a large majority of the time. Was Nihal making some mistakes, maybe because of the nerves?
I don't know if it was necessarily Nihal making some mistakes, but one of the things I really wanted to point out was in game 1, Magnus Carlsen found this beautiful move with knight to e6, which sacrifices the knight. It looks like you're not getting too much compensation for it. You do get 1 pawn, and then, you know, Nihal could have chosen to move the knight back, which he did. But
and it could be the moment that we're going to take a look at. I don't know, Mike, I know there was a moment from game 1 you wanted to see. We now hone in on game number 1, and you were particularly interested in this.
Yeah, as Nemo said, a lot of sacrifices when it comes to these faster time controls, it's they're very punchy. Like, I sack a piece, I get mate. But this is a very long-term sacrifice, because if the knight's captured here, then the pawn on f5 takes back. And if black wants to keep the piece, black has to start moving pieces away from the king with knight to b8. And it turns out all of the white bishops, the white rooks, and the queen are just going to pile up on the black king. This is what we call an intuitive sacrifice. This is actually even more impressive to me than a calculatory sacrifice. And Nihal actually trusted Magnus. He took the knight and he gave the piece right back. He trusted the world champ on that one.
yeah, no knight b8 for Nihal. He was like, no, thank you. That looks terrible for me. I'm just going to try to play this position. But, you know, when you take something like that, obviously Magnus is going to get a slightly better position, and unfortunately, slowly over time, the advantages for Magnus just built.
That's right, and including in game number 2, we hop over to another moment, Mike, that you wanted to talk about in game 2 that ultimately Magnus ended up winning.
Yeah, we say that knights and bishops are both worth about 3 points in chess. Now, in truth, the bishop's probably worth a little bit more than the knight, but in faster time controls, the knight's trickery is maybe equal to the bishop. The knight took back on h5, and here Nihal tried to get rid of all of Magnus's knights. There's no more knights dancing. The problem is the white king is completely exposed. The h-pawn's coming down the board, and although it took Magnus a bunch of more moves to win, it was that backward knight move that set everything up. And in fact, black was better and went on to win. And 2-0 was just too much of an advantage, although Magnus didn't exactly get the draw cleanly in Game 3. It's too big of a mountain to overcome.
Yeah, I think last year Nihal was able to at least get one draw, but then he lost, of course, win-win to Magnus. And this is actually the same exact result, just flipped on its head. Either way, a great matchup. Nihal came in here, performed incredibly well, has an earlier exit than he wanted, but he still has to be celebrated. Again, top 8, he walked away with $75,000, and that's a tremendous amount of money. Of course, though, Nihal Sarin, great competitor. John Sargent had a chance to catch up with him after his loss.
Hi, Nihal. A difficult match. It looked like you controlled game number 3 to an extent quite well, but the damage was done in games 1 and 2. Talk to us about how the match went from the start.
Yeah, I mean, he's way too strong. Like I just have to level up. Hopefully, if I'm there next year, or in general, I just need to get a lot better. And first game, I think my position was maybe a little bit passive, and he just showed his class there. I think second and third game I played much better. Second game I was quite happy with how I was playing. I was playing quite fast, quite good. Had my chances there, but in the end I got a bit confused. There were many options, and I think King D2 was apparently, like, after the game Hikaru was telling King D2 was maybe instead of that to put the king on F2, but apparently with a very good advantage, but I didn't see that. And also in the game I thought it was good, but then once his rooks, I thought the 3 pieces would be good, but I'm just not having enough time to coordinate my pieces. I thought if I can put the bishop on b5 and get the knight back, it's great, but like he was just one move too fast, and
Look, a strong performance in the tournament still, making it through to the single elimination bracket, and a lot of your fans watching you will have been cheering you on. I certainly heard them in the crowd very loudly. Maybe a couple of things for them, and also reflections on your time here in Paris.
Yeah, like I am extremely grateful to the crowd for their support. It means a lot. Like that's the reason why we're here. It means so much. Like a heartfelt thank you. And it has been a great run. I'm happy with the performance. Not so much today. Like I don't think Magnus was quite at his best today, and it was still very much good enough. But still, like I think I could have definitely played better, and hope to be able to raise my level if I'm back.
Well, we look forward to seeing you back very soon, and we look forward to seeing more of your games. Thank you very much, Nihal.
Thank you.
Thank you, John Sargent, for the interview. Nihal Sarin, gone but not forgotten. Again, $75,000 richer, and he's got good faith where he's going to be coming back next year.
He sounded a little down on his luck. I've got some good news for Nihal. $75,000. I did some math during that segment. 7.1 billion Indian rupees.
He's a billionaire.
He's a billionaire. So you can go home with that, Nihal.
That's actually incredible. I don't think I'll ever be a billionaire in my life. Nemo, you're already there, though.
Oh, I wish. But, in other good news, we are going to cheer for Nihal Sarin's 75 billion Indian rupees. That's amazing. That's absolutely insane.
Again, life-changing, right? I mean, we look at the prize pool, $1.5 million, $250 for first, but I mean, everybody walked away with money. Even those who got dead last in 22nd place got at least $23,000. That's what you get for just qualifying to this grand stage. And again, it can incredibly be life-changing for many of those out there. Now, for Esports World Cup, it's such an incredible product, and we've got something special cooked up for you. Now this is cool. We showed it earlier. We'll show it again. A one-of-one chessboard signed by Faker and Chovy. both having a unique history when it comes to League. They faced off on this very board. Two esports legends signed a one-of-one. Like I said, if you want to own a unique piece of history, scan that QR code.
Indeed. For those of you who might not know, Faker is the Magnus Carlsen of League of Legends, if Magnus Carlsen was Korean and played League of Legends.
And he can set his mind to anything, you know. We don't want to lose him in the chess world.
We
but
definitely don't.
So every player that we've seen so far today can at least get in on the bidding. They would
That's
be
right.
able to take their winnings. I'm just saying, it's one way to spend your money.
Wait, so you're saying 75K Nihal Sarin just earned, he can just go ahead and put it up for bid for that. That's actually pretty cool.
It might appreciate in value, you know. It has to be Faker's last World Championships at some point.
It could be eventually, but he continues to go. I saw him play week one on the stage just off to our left, and the crowd was going nuts when he was competing. Chovy also a very unique and incredible competitor with a long lineage, right? And he is trying to, of course, rival that of Faker's history. But again, that board, one of one, and you can own a unique piece of history. Hopefully you guys can get involved. We'll be showing it a little bit later too if you missed a chance to go ahead and scan the QR code. But if you go to esportsworldcup.com, I'm sure you can check it out and find it out. For the club championship race, there is a lot happening, and I don't know if you guys were following. Denis Lazovic actually pushed forward. He's going to be on the stage next, representing AJL, but Falcons are still flying high. We need a club championship update powered by Aramco.
We're over here at the Qiddiya City Grid, and now we're in the final stages. Finally, it seems it's been an eternity of PUBG Mobile. Some club championship teams should be playing through, Lauren. What's going on?
Yeah, it's actually, I think it's going to be an interesting one now that we know who's playing in the finals, right? Because when it comes to the CC side of things, we only have Vitality and Aurora Gaming. Now, Vitality, coming into this title in general, was definitely one of the top teams. We're only 3 matches in so far on the first day. They're going to play up to 18 total. So there's still lots of gameplay left. But right now, Aurora are actually tied at the top. So they've done really well for themselves in the first 3 matches, whereas Vitality are in 10th. Less than ideal. But since it's so early on, I still have a lot of faith in the fact that they could easily come back, get some points on the board, and then it really comes down to smash point on day 3. That's what it all boils down to.
Yeah, well, still so much time for Vitality to recover, and I think at the moment it's much needed as they're slipping down the leaderboard. We'll see if they can pick things up over the next few days.
Thank you, Glitter Explosion, as well as Trav, for the Great Club Championship update. It's going to be happening not only today, but also next week. Now, for Mike, he's done a lot of chess lessons already. He's been trying to break through Damascus and Hollywood Rob TV, but this time, Anna Kremling said, hey, it's my turn.
We are back with another chess lesson. I'm Anna Kremling, and I'm here with Rob TV and Damascus, and I'm going to increase your elo.
Oh, yeah, come on. That sounds very good.
Hey, listen, you've been steadily increasing as well, so I believe it's going to
come on, brother. We locked in. Let's do it. And what we got?
This was a little bit harder. We did a lesson. Another time, you were too good, Rob. You got it instantly. Now I got to bring the level higher because you impressed me so much, okay? So this was a little bit difficult. It's between Ian Nepomniachtchi and Hans Niemann. It was played here in the Esports World Cup, and it is black to move and win. It literally says it's like minus 81. It is completely winning for black, but there's only one move that wins.
Okay. First off, I got to say, so we're Ian Nepomniachtchi right now. I have spent multiple hours in the mirror pretending to be Ian Nepomniachtchi before, so this is a big moment for me. I naturally am thinking my puzzle intuition is making me think we should play king to f3 for a discovered check. Force the king onto the back rank. What do you think, Damascus? You agree?
Can you tell me I would go f3 and not f1? I would kind of go f1 to force the king in the corner, but
the reason why I think we wouldn't want to go f1 is because the king, there's way more freedom up there for him, like more space. So if we go here, he has to go to the last rank. So I think we start there. Let's try. Boom, discovered. Oh, okay, discovered check.
You got it. Okay, I'm very impressed. But you need to understand why this is such a good move, okay?
Okay.
Because this is very important. In the previous move, Jan is playing with the white pieces. This was a drawn position. He just needs to move his king back. Why? Well, now the king, if it goes here, you see that Jan is able to check the king, and then no matter where the king goes, it doesn't matter, he can make a queen. So you get that check with the tempo. The problem is that in this position, Jan took this pawn and didn't realize that now when Hans goes here, it is with check. And that is a huge difference because now there isn't this what we call an intermediate check. There isn't that anymore. So now the king is pushed back. And now, do you want to continue? You're in such a roll.
Yes. Okay, we got this. Let's.
Isn't it just the rook?
Yeah, rook A1.
Rook to A1. And then you cover.
No, she don't look like that's it.
Okay.
Her reaction didn't look like that's it.
I'm gonna stand behind you.
Yeah, okay. Okay,
when the teacher gives you a side eye, you know it's not good. So.
Yeah. I feel like she slid us our paper like face down, so you know you got a bad grade under it. Because if we did that, he would just go back up there. Hold on. That's the only thing we could do. That's the only forcing move we have is rook A1 check.
You have one more forcing move.
There's another forcing
What other
move.
thing is going on in this position? You have the rook. You also have the other things, right? You have 2 pawns.
We have 2 pass pawns.
Exactly.
I mean, we could push.
If you push this pawn down, you're 1 away from getting another.
From queening.
Yeah.
Very good, Damascus. Exactly.
I have. Oh my God, bro! Yeah, I'm installing the app right now, man. Let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so we're pushing down the pawn. I mean, it's about to promote, right?
In my defense,
Uh-huh.
I did not realize that black was going towards us.
Fair enough. That's
You'll
my
get there
bad
someday,
as a
bro.
teacher.
My chess brain will teach you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
That is my bad as a teacher. I apologize. Yeah, so the pawn is going that way. So now Hans needs to stop this from promoting, but now the only great thing that Jan had, which was this pawn right here, is gone, right? So now the king has to move up, and now it's an easy win because this rook is once again going to block the other rook, and then this pawn is going to promote. And in this position, Jan resigned.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that is amazing. Damascus?
I love it. Can we agree how much imaginary elo did I go up on?
I'm not gonna lie to you, brother. You just went from 0 elo to a mean 500.
Let's go.
A mean 500.
Do you agree, Anna?
I agree.
Yeah?
I agree. Do you think I'm a good teacher?
100%.
100%.
You the best in the game. Thank you so
very
much.
much. Thank you, Anna.
Best teacher in the game, ladies and
Taylor, if you're listening to this, I hope you are. Hi, Taylor. Next time I'm teaching you.
I don't know if anyone could do that.
Doom scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
And a great lesson. Yes, I am listening, and I'll happily take the lesson, although Rob thinks it won't help at all. And he might actually be true, but I believe in Anna because he can teach those too. Let's move into our bracket. It's stacked up quite nicely, and semifinals are ready to go. We've got 2 ahead of you, and the one about to take the stage is Denis Lazovic versus Hikaru Nakamura. Then we'll have Alireza Firouzja versus Magnus Carlsen. We're deciding who goes to grand finals today, and we're also figuring out who's going to have their key crush, forced to play the consolation match for 3rd place. Will Hikaru finally make grand finals, or will Denis Lazovic shut him down? That's what we need to talk about. Hikaru, a wonderful competitor, a great streamer, and when it comes to the esports world, I would say probably one of the most well-known players we have to offer.
Definitely think Hikaru is a well-known name all around the world. Incredibly strong. And you know, he is here. He did say earlier that he is very happy to be here. He would also be happy playing that 3rd place match at the very least, but he will surely not be satisfied with just doing that.
Yeah, for those of you who saw your screens look a little bit familiar, that's because it's the exact final day of the Speed Chess Championship in London in February, where 3 of the 4 players punched their tickets here. Now, famously, Hikaru went down to Denis Lazovic in a 26-game match. 14 of those games were decisive, by the way, but a little bit of revenge was enacted here in Paris because, as we all know, Nakamura got the best of Denis in their mini match a few days ago.
Yeah, Denis Lazovic, Speed Chess champion only, 19 years old, representing AGAL. He might be young, but he's already played many of the world's strongest players.
For sure. I've been backing Denis all day. He has looked like he's been on fire. I mean, this could be anybody's match, but it is going to be a hard one. He did lose earlier, so we'll see if it's a revenge arc again.
That's right, and beating Noterbeck, that was a huge win earlier.
Yeah, Noterbeck is, I'm sure, regretting his decision. Of course, I don't think he had any good options there, but the reward for Denis is that he has to beat Hikaru in another long match. He did it once this year.
Right.
Can he do it again? I really don't know.
All right, back to you real quick. Who do you got for this matchup?
I got Hikaru because the match he lost was a third-place match, and I think Hikaru was a little bit hard to get up for that match. This one, everything's on the line. Hikaru's never won this event. I got Hikaru.
Okay, Nemo, what about you?
I gotta take Denis. Denis did lose a very, very painful king plus rook endgame. No pawns on the board, by the way. Just kings and rook against Hikaru, where Hikaru flagged him when Denis unfortunately had 7 seconds left on the clock. So it could be anybody, though. It could be anybody.
Could be anybody. For me, I'm going Denis Lazovic. I believe in the young gun, 19 years old, Speed Chess champion, first EWC. But will he make it to grand finals or get shut down by Hikaru? Let's send it to the stage to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially time for our semifinals here at the Esports World Cup. We started out with the 16 best players on planet Earth, but now we are down to only 4.
Only 4 remain and only one can lift this trophy. It could be a repeat or it could be a new champion. So without further ado, it is time to welcome our first player onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for Hikaru Nakamura! Walking past, he was 3rd last year. His speed and tactical awareness are second to none. He made a name for himself for his incredible consistency throughout the world circuit, whether it's online, offline, on a stream, or in person at a tournament. Hikaru is always here to deliver the solid performances. Last year, his path was blocked in semifinals by Magnus Carlsen. This year, he got a path clear of Magnus all the way to the finals, and he is here to try and get a better position than he got last year. One of the strongest rapid and blitz players of all time, and he clutched the win earlier with 4 draws, Hikaru Nakamura.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and his opponent will not make things easy. Please put your hands together for Denis Lazovic. Lazovic is one of the most promising young players in their international scene of chess. At only 19 years of age, he is the youngest remaining player in this event. But his skill goes way beyond his years. He knows no fear, and his strength and fast time controls is almost superhuman. The stage is getting bigger. The pressure is getting higher, but Lazovic is ready for it all. Oh yeah, it's about that time, ladies and gentlemen. Semifinals, Hikaru, you are officially one step away from the finals. How does it feel to be this close to lifting up that trophy? How do you like your chances?
Well, I mean, everybody who's left is a great player, so just have to play good chess and see what happens.
Okay, that man's ready to get into it.
Ready indeed, Denis. You had an extremely clutch match earlier against Noterbeck and you managed to pull through. Now up next is Hikaru Nakamura. How do you approach this match?
It's hard to say, but I'm already very happy to be here, so we'll see. But today I played good, and I hope that I will continue to do that.
All right, well, Denis and Hikaru, you guys are ready now. Denis, can I have you standing right there, players, for the pre-match face-off? And without further ado, it is time for our big semi-finals. One spot in grand finals, 2 more up for grabs right now. Denis Lazovic versus Hikaru Nakamura!
Thank you, Rob. Thank
Thank you, Damascus. We are hyped for our first semi-final. One of the greatest forces in speed chess. Hikaru Nakamura takes on the giant slayer, Denis Lazovic. Only one will survive. Now for Denis to get to the EWC, he had to beat Hikaru. Can he do it one more time to reach the final? And for Hikaru, it will be his first final if he gets the job done. Speaking of first, for the first time next to me is none other than Levi Rosman. Levi, what a matchup we've got in front of us. A generational battle. Is there a Gotham favorite?
Oh, there is no Gotham favorite. Also, shout out to everybody who's here live and shout out to everybody who's watching back at home. This is a rematch of the third place match in the Speed Chess Championship. And these are the 4 best speed players in the world. They are here for a reason. I can't believe it actually all turned out the exact same way as 6 months ago in London. These are the final 4. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and we also have Denis Lazovic and Alireza Firouzja. I'm so pumped, Tanya.
It's deja vu from February, but there are certain players who are hoping for a switch up in the way things went down at the Speed Chess Championship. Hikaru Nakamura, what a path it has been after that Armageddon, coming back to the arena today. Same for Denis Lazovic. So much incredible tension, handling of that pressure. Levi, what are we expecting for this one? Because I see this as a best of 6 match. This is the longest the two have played. How important is the endurance factor here?
It is, but we can't forget, this is a best of 6, but they've also played a lot of games against each other 6 months ago in a totally different format. That was a very,
26 games.
Yes. 26 games in 5+1, 3+1, 1+1. This is totally different. So for today, before we got on the microphone, there was a stat on the screen that said 91% for Hikaru. No way! Who made that stat? There is no way Hikaru wins this match. 9 times out of 10 if they run it. But here we're about to see game 1. Let's go.
And it is Hikaru Nakamura who starts with the white pieces. He wants to not only get that spot into the final, but rewrite their last chapter that happened at the Speed Chess Championship. And it is the Queen's Pawn opening. And for Denis, it's the knight that comes out. Are we going to see another Queen's Gambit declined? It is the Nimzo Indian.
Yeah, the Nimzo Indian. When you play Denis Lazovic, every game is going to be 40-50 moves. He does not make mistakes. He doesn't make a lot of imbalances. He likes static positions. What that means is he likes the pawn structure to go a certain way. He likes to have clear, simple plans. And we're already getting a position which will involve some of these simple plans, like white expanding on the left side of the board. Denis may be going for a rook down the middle or something like that. But okay, first non-standard move, Tanya. What is this?
Brings the knight to the edge. Do not try this at home. But Denis has been trying all kinds of things and it's been working to perfection. Meanwhile, Hikaru is sticking to plan, gets the knight out, expecting him to go shot castle. The route for Denis's knight eventually, Levi, has to be towards the center of the board. Once the c-pawn moves forward, the knight will drop back, only to go to the a6 square.
And Hikaru is totally content not to take that knight. You can see Hikaru's bishop pointed to the left side, the knight standing that we have talked about already on the outside. Now, if you take it, you would damage the pawn structure. That would mean that Denis has split pawns. You could go for that, but Hikaru's not making any big decisions yet. He's just going to put his dark squared bishop maybe to b2, and then Denis is going to reposition his knight. This is a typical Lazovic game. To beat Denis Lazovic, you got to grind him down.
But Levi, there is something very non-typical about it, and I think that's why Denis paused, because it was a moment that he can still bring out that bishop to the g4 square, hitting that white knight on the right flank, but instead Denis sticks to plan. He comes back with the knight, eyeing that central square, and I think this is why he takes the pause. Will the light squared bishop come out first to the g4 square, or does he plant the knight to the center of the board? It's the bishop.
Yes, so now he finishes with good fundamentals, and Hikaru's thinking, I think Hikaru, the experience factor here is very important. That +0. They are playing 10 minutes with no added time, which is the most popular time control in the world. Most people who are listening to me right now play that on their phone or on their computer. When this gets down to 3 or 4 minutes, you're going to have a clear plan. You're going to have a good position with no imbalances. White probably can't allow the knight to get taken, but honestly, Hikaru might allow it because it would make the game very dynamic. He kind of doesn't want to take a step back. What does he do here, Tanya?
It's really, really tricky. And, you know, maybe this is the moment that we bring up our board as well because of the different plans that exist. Now, you really want to hide your knight, but if you fall back with it, you're pretty much leaving your right flank completely open to a lot of attacks. The black knight jumping forward, the queen landing on h4 eventually, targeting that h2 square. Not a happy decision, but I will say it's slightly surprising that Hikaru goes into an early think. You've got to have a response to this move, or if you're white, stop it forever with h3 a little earlier.
Yes, that's exactly right. So that's why he's thinking, and he's been thinking for about a minute now. All right, now we have that analysis board. I will just say everything that Tanya was saying. You know, this can pop out over here after we have a capture on f3. Basically, the major question is Hikaru going to play something like this and allow it to happen, or move the knight? Now, he could also consider this move. And this move would lead to a lot of trades, a sacrifice potentially, and then the opening of the position with, of course, not that there is nothing there, but these two bishops, the long-range pieces. Hikaru has many choices that he can consider here, but we're about to find out, or maybe we're not about to find out. Maybe he's going to continue to think. He spent about 20% of his time, and he has retreated the knight back, and, well, there's your reward for that move.
And that reward isn't a happy one, Levy. It gets a question mark. That just means that black can start setting up forces on the right flank, and this is what we were talking about. The black knight ready to pounce over to g4. The white bishop, the light squared bishop, is going to get trade off with this last move that Dennis has just played. Then watch out, knight coming forward, queen coming ahead. There are potential for kingside attack. The other knight on the left flank for black also has a clear route to the right side.
If you force Denis Lazovic into a dynamic attacking game, it's not his style, but he will go for it. Now, one thing I have noticed about him, he loves to remaneuver his pieces. So he has traded this bishop. Now, you can count the pawns here. Hikaru has a lot of pawns on dark squares. He just had even more before that last move, which means his bishop is not very good. That move is very non-conventional, Tanya, right? He weakens the pawn right next to it on e3, but he keeps out the black knight. Hikaru kind of bobbing his head. He stopped the attack. But what does he do now? His position is so passive. Any pawn that he pushes, everything else gets weakened.
And I think he's getting ready to step out of that passivity that you're pointing out. The rook's at the center. What he's aiming for, Hikaru Nakamura, is a well-timed e4 break. But there are pawns to be defended before that e-pawn can move one step ahead right now. Meanwhile, Denis Lazovic setting up some breaks of his own. The rook x-raying the white queen. Ideas of c5. It just feels like Denis is the happier of the two on the board and the clock out of the opening.
Absolutely. When we talk about who has a better position in chess, you need material, which is even, then you need king safety, which is a little bit better for black. I mean, there's no hope in a million years Hikaru's pieces are going to launch an attack. And really, Denis then controls the better piece placement. His knights and bishops are better than Hikaru's. Look at Hikaru's dark squared bishop on b2. You would have told me it's a bishop. I wouldn't have known. It literally looks like the pawn on the home square. And the knights don't have a lot of forward mobility. Tanya, this last move b4, right away runs into a strike from Denis. Well-timed, and he's going to chop that down. Yeah, black's position is really good here.
Super healthy pawn formation right there with the target on that B file that you're pointing out. The black queen ready to jump on at the right moment to double down on it as well. Now, minority attack for white is a very typical plan in these opening, the Carlsbad structure. So Hikaru really wants a well-timed B5, but needs to make sure there's no counter C5 to that move right now.
Actually,
this is still going to be a fun middle game.
I think Denis should just put the best way to stop a pawn from moving forward is to put your own pawn forward, right?
Ooh.
Like if Denis with the black pieces here moves that same B pawn 2 squares up, locks the position, gains total control. He doesn't. He's baiting Hikaru. I don't know if I love this. He could have shut him down, but maybe he's setting a little trap for Hikaru.
It's coming. B5 is coming. The battery that's just been set up, the B pawn under fire right now. Hikaru's calculating. I push the B pawn. Denis pushes the C pawn. Who does that favor? There is a central D pawn under fire as well. Tactics in the air. If Denis does not get a successful C-pawn push right now, it's advantage Hikaru.
I actually can't believe he didn't lock it down. That's such a
whoa.
wow.
That's
I don't
the other
know.
side of the board.
I don't know who this is, but Denis Lazovic must have had an energy drink at the halftime break of today because he could have played B5 and totally shut down Hikaru's play. The best way to react to being attacked on one side of the board sometimes is to strike back in the middle or on the complete opposite side. And now Hikaru's got a lot to think about.
It makes a lot of sense when all your opponent's pieces are on one flank. And, you know, we're not the only surprised ones here. Did you see what Hikaru just showed us on the camera? He's like, Denis, wait, we're not supposed to be playing on that side.
Yeah, exactly. He blinked twice hard, which is, you know, Hikaru face number 17 when he's playing. He's probably looking at this like, do I actually have to move my pawn up in front of my king? The black pawn on the next move wants to continue its yellow path forward. Hikaru has the option to push the H-pawn all the way on the right side of the board up 1. If he does that, he stomps the pawn moving forward because he would control the square diagonally, but he allows it. Had he done that move, he would have weakened the dark squares. Against Denis, you don't really want to weaken squares, right? But Tanya, I would not be comfortable here.
This is one of Denis's superpowers, right, Levy? That with a younger generation, you're expecting attacking play, but he's so quick to switch from strategic positional battles to these kind of well-rounded fights all across the board where tactics play a big role. And I'll point out one thing. If Hikaru was relying on the F-pawn moving forward to block things up on that right flank, well, guess what? Denis had another G-pawn to roll up the board. So instead, Hikaru takes the fight head-on. A trade we see, the Black Knight about to jump into the game. Is Hikaru going to kick that back? He does.
Wow, this is very scary. Does Denis have to retreat here, or does he have some sort of tactic in the middle of the board? He does just go back. I don't know if he had anything better. Maybe he did?
Well, he did or not. He went for a flank attack, and traditionally Hikaru does strike in the center. That is the best response when your opponent is playing on one side. You want to break open the lines. Notice how Hikaru's rooks are beautifully aligned for a central break like this. One of the knights is about to get pinned as well. Denis Lazovic, he's looking for ways, inroads towards the white king with the white queen. Offside.
This has felt like such a scrambled game by White. Like, you play on the left, then you play on the right, you play in the middle. It's kind of like people in the audience are playing. But, like, you know, but it's working out. He's just going to trade all the pieces. And Tanya, at this point, Hikaru would be more than happy with the draw because you're going to have his pawns all traded, and then we're going to get into an endgame, and probably those 2 pawns on the right side are going to survive, and that'll likely be where we had. Unless somebody blunders. We saw a crazy blunder earlier in Ali Reza Hans. That was the biggest blunder of the day. But I doubt we're going to get something here, surely.
But you know, with the rooks and the queens lined up on the same file, there are always chances of those moments appearing right now. Knights are on the board, both knights, which means you have to watch out for those big jumps in, folks. Hikaru looks completely locked in at the Allianz vault, as does Denis Lazovic right now. What is going on in Denis's mind? Is he going to simply trade off the pieces here? Is he feeling like that knight, the central knight that Hikaru has? Wait a second. Did he just open a path of the white rook towards the queen?
I guess he did, but if the white knight takes either the knight or the bishop, black will recapture, and then everything is going to be protected. And also, Denis now has a threat. Both his queen and his rook, don't forget, behind the queen, attack Hikaru's knight in the middle of the board. So Hikaru's going to have to capture here. Here's that critical moment of the game. Both guys have 5 minutes, no bonus time to navigate this. I still think the only way this gets decided with a win is with a crazy blunder, right? It's kind of one of those boards that feels like everything is going to get traded.
This is an insane position to say that draw is a likely outcome right now. I mean, Levy, I will take you up on that one. I say we get a decisive game one. Look at the knights, the way they're jumping. And you know what? I'm going to add one more knight. Hikaru's knight is going to land on f5 via g3 very soon.
It could be, but it does feel like one of those moments where just like both sides are clashing, you can capture, then you can capture, then we all just capture like 4 times. It's a Hikaru video, Tanya. It takes, and then we just trade, and then it's a draw. That's the way it works.
If you have a decisive result, how many caps in your recap video will we have then?
Oh, well, it's Hikaru, look at deep in thought, but now he's down a minute and a half. He's down a minute and a half. He doesn't like either capture. And I don't think taking the knight is correct, right? Like, I think if you're going to capture anything, you go for the bishop, the long-range piece. But Hikaru doesn't like something. I'm not liking this body language here.
I get the feeling if you see a trade of the minor pieces right now, it would help Denis more than Hikaru. Hikaru needs to complicate because positionally, structurally, Hikaru does have a weakness of the d-pawn. And you've got a beautiful square for the black knight to land on d5, which will shut off the queen and the white bishop as well. So Hikaru needs to play with tempo. He does go for the knight trade, and I think you were on point. We see the bar go all the way down. Is that a massive blunder? What has Hikaru missed?
I think he has missed something. I don't think Denis actually has to capture here the pawn on c6, a very, very big moment. And wow, they both just totally miss it. There was a check on the e2 square. There was knight to e2 possible on the previous move, and now this.
It would have been game over, Levy. You've got to show that line really quickly. Let's just go back on our analysis board.
Yes.
A golden opportunity missed for Denis Lazovic to take a point here.
Knight to e2 check defended by the rook, and queen in, and that was lights out. The queen was mating on the next move. This is an unfathomable double blunder, right? Like, let me just put this on the board here. Instead of this capture, we would have had this, the king coming here, and queen down. And you can't, there's nothing you can do. You got to give this up, and that's game over.
It would have been, would have, should have, could have, but instead we see a quick capture on c6, and let's get up our live board one more time, and maybe now we're heading towards your prediction, but that was a massive moment for Denis.
Can I just say, first time in the caster booth, I said unless somebody does a horrendous blunder, which instantly gets granted to us, I think Denis, honestly, he's like too solid for his own good. He's not like, oh, I'm just going to win by checkmate every game. He's like, oh, okay, he take my pawn. Yeah, okay, I take back. Yeah. Like it's just like we trade pawns. I mean, he's not, no, I just didn't think Hikaru could blunder like this. But like, how did you just hang mate? Like in the middle of this game? That's game one. That's semifinal nerves.
It really is. But I will say, moments like that against players like Hikaru Nakamura come far and few. And when they do, you have to seize that opportunity. You might look back and this might be the moment you come to regret, because look at this, it almost feels like Denis has a match strategy. I'm happy with game one, trading everything off, just settling into the match and getting a draw.
And that's exactly where we are going. Neither one of, well, Denis never looks happy or unhappy. I can never tell, right? But Hikaru's kind of like, all right, well, the worst is over. And the thing is, he'll never know how bad it was.
If Hikaru had the book of expressions, where there were about 999 of them, I think Dennis's book of expression wouldn't have a single page.
Oh yeah, I remember you used to be able to buy these like blank books in the store that had nothing in them. They were just blank pages, and you could name the title anything. Like, you know, the hopes of Gotham Chess becoming a grandmaster. There's no hopes inside this book. It's just blank pages. So
I feel the pain.
And there's C5. We're gonna probably get a trade here, and there's gonna be no pages in that book. Actually, can you? No, you can't push this pawn.
You can't push the pawn. You can definitely not take the pawn at the center. There is a pin along the C line right now. So Hikaru taking that opportunity to put his king to a better square. And this might be the moment that Dennis wants to improve the position of his pieces. It just felt like getting a draw in that game one is what resulted in Dennis not going for that line, which would have given him a big advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't even think it was advanced. It was game over.
It was just game over.
Yeah, it was literally just like, it was a fatal mistake. And I will add, these two got to this round through Armageddon.
Yes.
That's not even like a real even game because of the time format and everything, but they haven't won a game or lost a game yet. Both of them have 4 draws today, and now they will have 5, right? So this is just super stable, but something's got to break.
At some point, that's going to change, Levy, and it might happen sooner than later. Well, the knight does fall back, still position in the balance. Dennis just making sure that now his rook is free, now that the black knight and bishop defend that c5 pawn. Next, looking at inroads for his own rook via the A-line.
These pawns will be traded at some moment. Whoa, did Hikaru? Oh, wow. Okay, that was a mouse thing. he obviously maybe picked it up, maybe a drag. The mouse live here would be terrible. All right, we're going to get pawn takes pawn, Tanya.
Pawn takes pawn. The rook has moved away. There is a threat on the board right now. Something's got to give. Do you defend that pawn, keep the tension? Hikaru looks like he's also getting ready to just shake hands. Well, in this case, not shake hands just yet, but draw very, very likely right now. I have to say, starting with the black pieces and having absolutely no problems to solve, this has been a good game by Dennis, apart from that one move massive miss.
Yeah, I completely agree. Now, Hikaru might offer a rook trade here. That would be, okay, or he does that. We can't forget, you can make faces, right, and everything, but there's still a... Wow, they just agree. I was just about to give this whole spiel about why, 50 seconds, but first game is a draw.
It ends in a draw, and it's Hikaru Nakamura who makes a move and offers that draw on his screen, accepted by Denis Lazovic with that knight retreat right now. Game 2 about to begin. It will be Denis Lazovic with the white pieces. But we have to talk about that moment. And I'm glad that Dennis doesn't realize it, because he did take a pause before capturing the pawn. We would have had a completely different narrative had he given a check. It's check captures threats. You always look for checks in a position, Levy.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's still a reason we're talking about them and they're playing, right? So the percent chance that they miss something like that, they both missed it. It happens in chess. You have mutual blindness. You have a respect for the quality of the moves that your opponents are making. And you both kind of think the game is supposed to follow a flow. You don't just think, oh, one person's just going to slip on, on ice and boom, hit their head. Like, that's not how either of them is really processing. So, as always there, Denis Lazovic, full of emotion after that one.
It's also the kind of moment, if someone pats you on your back, you know there's something to look for. You find it in under 1 second right there, players of this caliber, but with absolutely no idea that that is the critical moment. We saw the capture, which gave away the advantage, and Hikaru Nakamura never let it slip one more time. A very peaceful draw at the end of it. Both players finding their rhythm right now. 5 games remaining. We might even have an Armageddon if this goes down to that. What are we expecting from an opening approach by Dennis?
1d4.
A queen's pawn opening has been predicted. I will go with the knight coming out first. I think keeping things flexible, we might see Dennis employ the Reti opening is my prediction. It's half a point apiece. Dennis getting ready.
Dennis has been expanding his opening repertoire recently. A couple of years ago, I would have said, he only plays the queen's pawn, and with black, he plays a couple of different openings, but he played a lot of Sicilian defenses against Magnus with black, and he might play knight f3. He also could play e4. He's basically expanded to the 4 major moves with white. So that's amazing, considering he's only 19, and clearly, in this format, in speed games, and even in esports, he's like a top 3, top 4 player in the world. So it's amazing.
And I think to get there, Levy, you have to have the breadth more than the depth in your opening. Just be able to lash out with different first moves. I'm also going to just talk about what happened in their previous massive encounter back in February at the Speed Chess Championship. 26 games were played between these two players. Dennis won that match with a 1-point margin. Today is just the best of 6, and it was exactly that win against Hikaru Nakamura that got Dennis to Paris, that got him to the Esports World Cup. A win today, and it's the finals for him.
And let's not forget, Hikaru was 3 or 4 moves away, and we do have a queen spawn, but Hikaru was 3 or 4 moves away from tying that match. It really came down to the last 3 or 4 seconds, and we could be having a totally different conversation. So Dennis playing the Catalan, very famous opening, very solid opening, very interesting opening. Hikaru playing, I have no idea what. I have never seen this in my life.
It started as a Tarrasch opening, has sort of transposed into a Catalan structure with the white bishop. The entire center is gone. A very symmetrical pawn formation right here. 4 versus 4 on one side, 2 versus 2 on the other. The problem for black is development as quickly as possible, and that's what they're doing on that left flank. Hikaru trying to challenge that white bishop, getting his own on the c6 square.
This is where 99% of chess players on Earth drown against Denis Lazovic. He gets you in a position where even though the pawns are the exact same, even though the pieces are the exact same, he applies the pressure. He's like, honestly, I don't know if he's even better already at positional chess than Magnus was at the same age.
Whoa.
At the same age, at 19, right? He is so good. His role model in many ways, the way he plays, is very Magnus-like. You know, this kind of turning the screw and everything. So I really like the way that he plays. But I think Hikaru's going for like a game-killing mode here, right? He went totally symmetrical, and that's what you play when you're unambitious with black. You want the games with black to be draws, and you want to play for a win with white.
It is a traditional approach, and Hikaru right now looking for his second white, getting the pieces and the pawns off the board. The bishop does land on that diagonal. What you pointed out about Dennis's style, very mature for his age. He also handles the endgames, which are traditionally known as anti-young player chess, incredibly well.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, to be clear, I do think Magnus is the best. You know what I'm saying? But given the amount of resources that these players have now, you know what I'm saying? Like, Dennis has hundreds, if not thousands, of opportunities to play Magnus, Hikaru, all the other best players in the world. When Magnus was 19, it was not the same thing. When Hikaru was 19 Dennis's entire lifetime ago. He's double his age. Like, it's incredible. And that just speaks to the longevity. But he's had so many times to practice and improve his chess. And why is Hikaru's heart rate 130?
I'll just say one thing, Levi. You do not have to tell us that you think Magnus is the best, because all we need to do is go to your YouTube channel to make sure that's the reality.
If you had a YouTube channel, Tanya, I have heard you cast. Listen, if players want us to not talk about Magnus as much, they got to win some freaking tournaments. That's what I got to say about the players, all right? Guys, win a tournament or two. You know, we're going to talk about other players, too.
Well, Magnus Alireza will be in action after this one, but who is going through the finals in this one? Now, right now, one thing's for sure, that a lot of pieces are coming up. Rooks challenging each other, the bishops challenging each other. Is this racing towards a draw right now? Black's about to get the king to the center before getting the knight out, so that there are no infiltration squares that the white rook has on the 7th rank.
This is a very weird position for most people watching, because Black hasn't moved a knight or a rook. But white has no way in with the rook. The last entire second half of the board there is covered, and you bring the king here because you want to bring the knight out, but you want to bring the knight out to the center. You don't want to bring the knight out to c6. You want to go to d7, and you want the king to protect it. So Dennis is waiting for Hikaru to move the knight, because then his rook would get in. Hikaru's waiting for Dennis to do something else, because he can't actually do anything.
Say, white's pieces are perfectly placed, but what is next for Denis Lazovic? I will point out it's not easy to rush with your king to the square you mentioned earlier. The g7 pawn also needs to be protected before the king is able to get to the center of the board right now for Hikaru Nakamura. He's taking a pause. He's trying to understand exactly what you're saying. Where does my knight belong? If he places it on c6, there is rook to d7, but right now it's Dennis on the move. Does he continue to improve his king? Will he start advancing the pawns to gain more space on the right flank? But pawn moves are committal.
Absolutely. And to prevent the bishop from taking the pawn, Dennis's bishop, of course, very active, targeting that g7 pawn all the way down on the right side. You could consider moving your f-pawn forward, but as you just said, pawn moves are committal. Every time you move a pawn, you make something stronger, you make something weaker. He would be weakening the other pawn. But this is actually like exactly how you have to play against Dennis. It's a pretty simple position in the sense that there's not too much mobility for the white pieces. And, okay, now, there are some players here with white I would trust to apply some serious pressure, and maybe Dennis is one of them. We're about to find out. But I also like that Hikaru has a near 2-minute time advantage, and I don't think Dennis is seeing much here.
He needs to make a slow move right now. And it looks like with all these options, you push the H pawn, you push the F pawn, you move your rook forward to one of the squares on the D line. The problem with moving your knight away is that you give some activity to the black bishop to land on a nice diagonal. The white bishop nicely placed already. Hikaru Nakamura is ready with his response, and Dennis says, I'm ready with mine. My king's coming to the center.
Wow, that is so non-standard. You have this whole position. Usually the pawns go, and then the king, or in this case, the king just walks through the forest.
Why not? It's the endgame. The king has to be an active piece. Maybe a queenless middle game, I'm not sure. With a set of rooks off the board, maybe the king's feeling safe enough right now. Dennis Lazovic says, I don't see a single check arriving on that square. What have you got? How are you finishing development? Now again, if Hikaru brings out that knight towards the center on c6, Dennis is ready to land his rook on the 7th rank. And that just starts looking a tad bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, and Hikaru's actually maybe the only criticism of
defensive... He does it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And I was going to say the only criticism of defensive skills is he rushes at some points. He likes to make a forcing conclusion to one of these unpleasant positions. There's not really here. Maybe Dennis will just keep going. He brings in the king all the way to e4.
Well, it just waits for a second right now, and this is what was Hikaru's idea. You get the rook in, I'm going to simply defend my pawn, and I'm chasing away that rook with my king stepping one step towards the center right now. So not much to do, not much to improve. The one thing that white shouldn't do is move that bishop away from the diagonal that it exists in. There's a massive fork at the center of the board.
Good thing for us is Dennis will not do that. That is, or maybe bad, but he's also shaking his head. I've not seen this degree of frustration out of him.
Do you think it's also because you know that you're playing against a speed chess specialist, one of the absolute best in the world? You want to maximize your chances with the white pieces as much as possible. And the reality is that Dennis in this game didn't really get much, at least not so far. A set of knights about to come out as well. Off the board they go.
It could be. I think Dennis has respect for at least 2 players on Earth, and their names are Magnus and Alireza. Because did you listen to the interview yesterday? He said, "I'm just happy I didn't have to play Alireza," which is a massive compliment for somebody around his age range, right? But yeah, now Hikaru puts all the pawns on the light squares. That dark squared bishop will never be able to see them, and we should be heading for another draw quite fast, actually.
What's fascinating to me is that if the set of rooks were to come off the board, then is white playing for more with a clear path for the king perhaps to go forward, or will that also stay within a drawing territory right now? This is absolutely in the balance. Symmetrical pawn structures, rook and bishop, no imbalances in the position. Who blinks first? Do you think we're going to see another draw offer very soon, or will the players play this out?
I have a feeling Dennis might not offer. But again, these guys are... Chess is like, it's very old school. Right? Chess is kind of like, we don't have to play all this out. We both know that if we play our best, this will be a draw. But we'll see. Maybe Hikaru offers, but Hikaru's playing with black, right? So,
if you're Dennis, are you at all concerned with Hikaru going b4, push that bishop out, the black rook infiltrating on the home rank, the first rank right there, get the rook into the game, start targeting some pawns on the right and the left?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe, could be. And maybe Hikaru's waiting, because he could have done it on that move. And there's also one other thing to note. It looks like Dennis can push his own A-pawn, right? On the left side, A2 to A3, but then Hikaru would just take it. Not anymore, but on the previous move, he could have captured it because the black rook is staring at the bishop. I haven't seen a king this confident walking through, everything since House of the Dragon most recent season. Okay, now we're getting... Spoilers, by the way. We're getting to that draw.
We are. The white king will also move forward, making sure that the black king has no path inwards, can't advance too much ahead. And you can just look at Hikaru and you know that he knows that this is going to game 3 with a level score. First, Dennis consolidates the center. Now will bring his king up the board. Might even reroute his bishop first, but he just continues to play the pawn moves, expecting g4 to land next as well, just to force Hikaru's hand on the right flank.
Yeah, Hikaru, based on facial expression, is not particularly thrilled with these games. Actually, not because of result, but I think because of the theater. I don't think anything has happened. And this is actually the way that Dennis beats most people, right? He had all those draws against Nojabek, and then he wins. Dennis is an extremely frustrating opponent.
Yeah.
Very, very frustrating.
And it's like he has insane amount of patience himself. He'll play these positions out till the very end. It's a lot of what Magnus used to do back in 2011, 2012, when we saw him play all these endgames out. But I still think in this one, there's absolutely no juice left. And for Dennis, he knows that he's Notice how all of Dennis's pawns are on the light square. That's some great technique there. You don't want them to be attacked by your opponent's bishops ever. And we're seeing a repetition, and that is it. Game 2 in the bags.
1-1, 2 games down, which means it's a best of 4, which is really everything we can hope for. We got less and less games, and they have a huge possibility to mess something up at some point.
And who do you think that favors, Levy? The fact that from a best of 6, now it's 4, the margin for error is that much less because the scope to come back has been reduced.
I think by far the biggest weakness that we have seen this year out of Hikaru and out of Magnus. The first year Hikaru didn't finish top 3 in the Speed Chess Championship, and this is the first year that Magnus really struggled in, like, let's say Norway Chess, right? It's that late game decision making under severe clock pressure. If you actually go back and watch when those games got away from Hikaru in the Speed Chess Championship against Dennis, and when those games got away from Magnus, it's when they have to do crunch time decision making, 5-10 seconds, time is ticking, they're going to lose on time. Here he has avoided that. And if he avoids that, Dennis is probably still the underdog. Although the 91-9% was the most disrespectful graphic I've ever seen in my life. Dennis is not at 9%. But yes, I think every game and closer margin, it'll still favor Hikaru.
I won't be surprised if that 9% has gone up after seeing what happened in the first 2 games. There's absolute confident hold there by the 19-year-old. I've got a theory of my own of what is happening here, and it's a sneaky one. What do you think of the odds that for Denis Lazovic, he's just trying to tire Hikaru out? I mean, there is an
Are you saying he's old? Hikaru's old?
I didn't say that. You did.
Why would Hikaru get tired? What do you mean?
Just had a long day with all the Armageddons that have
He's
been
a dad, right? You know, maybe not sleeping
But this
well.
is what young players do. They do play on the fact that there is more energy on them, and I wonder if that's part of the plan.
Does Dennis look like he's full of energy?
Always.
Yeah, I know. Just absolutely bursting. I will say, I have noticed, and maybe I'm looking at Hikaru way too much. He has big muscles now. I don't know when this happened.
Out of context, that's just going to sound wrong.
No, it's not. It's the dad, infusion of energy for life and the passion to succeed. And he's looking, in good shape. Arjun talked about exercising more. I think Hikaru, I don't think he's going to get tired.
I will say one thing, that these players were at Riyadh at last year's EWC. They know exactly how grueling and demanding this format is, what it takes to get to the top. So a good idea to work on all of that before getting here. And we see a shock castle is what gets Hikaru look up into his classic thinking pose, and he decides to change the route of his bishop. He wants to fianchetto it instead.
This is a very anti-Dennis opening. So Hikaru has played in English with the pawn on the left side on c4. Then he played the king's pawn to e4. Then he played the pawns on the outside, like a3 and h3, and he's just going for an equal game where there's no opening path to follow, and then he's going to develop his position. That's because Dennis is one of the best theoreticians in the world in openings, and also gets clear positions, and here Dennis has a lot of options. So I think Hikaru is leaving the door open for Dennis to maybe do something wrong. Having said that, I'm not sure he's going to do anything wrong.
It looks like he's got a plan exactly to counter what you just said. He's eyeing that b5 break to get more space, more breathing room for his pieces to come out, so the b pawn ready to move forward. And because of all the pawn moves that Hikaru's made, there is a big gapping hole right there at the center of the board, right? The Black Knight has a beautiful outpost on d4 as well for the rest of the game.
Hikaru just is confused because he doesn't understand why he can't expand or castle. And now Dennis probably has to commit to that. Otherwise, your rook move is unbelievably stupid. So now Hikaru does this, and his knight is attacking the pawn. His bishop, he was attacking Dennis's bishop there. And so now what? Does he play his dark squared bishop to the right? Does he move it to the left? Does he try to expand in the center with d3, d4? What is Hikaru's idea here?
What is Hikaru's idea? And he has to figure out, because the big break has to be around that central pawn moving forward. The d-pawn is also a long-term weakness for Hikaru Nakamura in this, but right now, the stronghold on that square lies with Denis Lazovic, a pawn, a knight, and a bishop controlling all of that. Meanwhile, for Denis, the question will be, where does his own light square bishop come out? Is he going to target the b7 square, or will it be out to e6? Are we going to see a potential f5 to try to get some play on that right flank by Denis?
What's also pausing Hikaru here a little bit is, I think, a respect for the opponent. The truth is, when you play a guy like Dennis and you commit to something, even as simple as moving my bishop to the left or the right side of the board, or repositioning my knight, or going for a pawn break, you know that on the other side is like a mechanic, And what? What? He's clearly preparing to move his f-pawn, but when you play a guy like Dennis, Tanya, you overthink, you know?
Hikaru literally doesn't care about everything you just said with that last move. He said, I'm just going to plant my king here.
But Dennis is stopping the bishop move and the knight move, and I think Hikaru's maybe going to expand with the f-pawn. I cannot explain that last move. Wow, how do you go with the king? And I thought you were preparing the f-pawn push, and now you trade? Like, why couldn't the king be on? Tanya, please explain this to me. I don't know.
I have no idea. This is some super level chess going on right now. The bishops are off the board, and also this king on h1 could fall under pressure once the black knight jumps towards the edge of the board, eyeing that g3 pawn. So watch out for those threats. For now, Dennis makes a little move with a big idea. The queen can line up as a battery with the bishop and start targeting those slightly weak pawns. I have to say that Hikaru's king looks a bit unsafe long-term here.
It almost feels like it should have went up one square. Okay, he goes knight out to h4, so his rook is opened up, targeting Dennis's knight. The knight is going to jump forward to f5. He's content keeping the center closed, because he also had the option on the previous move to move the d-pawn up one, try to open things up. Visually, I actually really like White's position. And then I see the computer says black is a very little bit better, but that doesn't really mean much, right? I think Dennis should play a very natural move here, just retreat the knight, stop Hikaru's idea to advance.
Well, I just want to point out one thing, that in chess we often have the concept of pawn islands, right? Hikaru's got 3 of them. You've got one on the right flank, one in the center, one on the left flank. But look at the beautiful harmony that exists in Dennis's pawn formation. You've got one big island, just everything defending each other. That just means long-term you'll have more weaknesses to fight against, to fight for in the position, while your own pawn structure will remain beautiful looking. And look at that. What Dennis is setting up, he took away that f5 square levy you highlighted. The knight eventually could fall back, and we might even see that f5 break land.
Absolutely. People who are watching this right now must be confused, like, why are the kings just moving up? But this is very normal. In locked positions, it's nice to move your flank and side pawns up a little bit, and then bring the king up a little bit, and you're just improving the position. You're not taking any risk, you're not attacking anything, not weakening anything. Honestly, I like to call this playing tennis. Like, you hit the ball back. Now Dennis has to hit the ball somewhere, and then Hikaru has to hit the ball somewhere. I would actually love to watch a tennis match between the two of these. I don't know who would win. Like, where does Dennis move? Where does he go from here?
It's a good question, and I'm glad he answers it before I had to. He retreats the knight, and to me this hints at not the f-pawn moving forward, but a potential c-pawn moving up the board if it's allowed towards the center of the board. I also want to point out one other weakness in Hikaru's camp, that a3 pawn, the pawn on the a file. Everyone watching, be on the lookout for that one. It could be a big target that Dennis uses to his advantage.
Wow.
The knight goes back to its starting square, but it's the wrong knight.
Yes, that was the wrong knight. This is like house sitting. The knight from the left side went to house it for the other knight. This is alien level.
Is this guess the ELO territory already?
Oh, absolutely. Like, truly. I mean, clearly from the opening, it's very high level, but Dennis must be planning a little repositioning here. Maybe c6, and then, like, the queen comes up, and okay, I can kind of feel the Dennis. I can predict Dennis's moves and have no clue why he is making them.
Well, I like this one. It takes away a lot of squares from the center, so great call on that one, Levy. And as you said, the queen gets out of the way. The rooks are connected now. I'm still expecting Dennis, now that the b5 pawn is defended, to go rook a8 at some point. Think about doubling down on the a file. It feels like a plan. That's just going to ask some questions to Hikaru.
Hikaru's now in a position where he has to transform the game. And this, for a lot of advanced players, I have found, is a difficult decision. Do I take Dennis's pawn right now? Do I push my pawn? Do I leave my pawn? Because at some point, Dennis is going to want to take my pawn. Where's Dennis going to put his rooks? Do I do nothing? Am I hungry? Like, there are very hard-hitting questions when you play chess. And now Hikaru has a tough... Yeah, see, he doesn't take. But now Dennis can take, Tanya, or Dennis can put a rook behind the queen. So Dennis has the flexibility here.
He comes in with a threat first. He does have the flexibility. He brings the other rook, like you mentioned. And I'm just looking at these two players. Now, Hikaru carries the rating. He carries the expectation. He carries the experience. And I think the pressure firmly lies on him to make it to the finals. For Denis Lazovic, it's already been a fantastic show here, right? He took down Jan Nepomniachtchi. He won his semi-finals match as well against Nodirbek Abdulsatrov. And now playing against Hikaru. It's already been a big statement by Denis. With the pressure on Hikaru, Denis playing with the freedom, that makes him a dangerous, dangerous opponent.
Absolutely. I would argue there's only pressure on three people, and it's Magnus, Alireza, and Hikaru. And it's not even really fully on Alireza, but he was second place here last year. He's been a runner-up in a couple of Speeches Championships. So, oh, absolutely. I mean, Denis has a little bit of a free roll. He does a little knight shift around here. Still inexplicable to me. I think both guys are basically just at an impasse. That's it. We are at what we like to refer to in chess commentary as a quagmire. Nobody has ever made any progress.
You know what I want is for you to
Whoa.
show us the knight dance that we just witnessed. The black knight from B8 going to C6.
Absolutely. So if we just back up here on the board, a couple of moves ago, Dennis had this nice position, brought this knight all the way back, then repositioned and replaced it with that knight. So that knight has been here and here, and let's not forget, that's from there. So these are all the squares that it's gone to. It's now playing as the other knight, and that knight has only gone there and then repositioned backwards. And this is the hard-hitting commentary when the position is super locked. Apparently, Hikaru's position is not particularly good. We will see, Tanya, if somebody tries to make a break and go for it. Now, again, we have been saying, we think Dennis is looking in good shape.
But this is so smart, right? It's the waiting game. You just simply keep the tension on the board. And this is one of the superpowers that Dennis has. He's not thinking about the trades. He's not bringing in the breaks. He's just shuffling around his pieces, testing Hikaru. It's only when the clocks will go low that we're going to see this position explode, because not so much is out of the board. Only a set of minor pieces and a set of pawns have been traded off.
And we might, you're absolutely right, and we are about to see Hikaru's going to move his rook. He's not going to lose his rook. And this move, I think, is coming and is the final form of the Denis Lazovic repositioning. If he goes here and then here, and all of this opens up, this is not going to be a draw.
I want to say that, Levy, you saw this coming about yesterday when you were talking about the King H1 shift that Hikaru just made, which you said surprised you a lot, and that might be something that Hikaru will have to take care of very soon if we do see that knight jump right now.
And if this happens, I think he has to just retreat. I don't think he can allow. And there it is.
It's on the board.
Okay, within a second. And then this is obviously what we want. How about this for a disgusting move? You just live in the opponent's position. This is like a tapeworm. Like you just live in the stomach and nobody can get you out. And it's there. How do you get this bishop out?
This has blown my mind. Everything that Denis Lazovic has done over the last 15 moves suddenly makes sense. All the minor pieces after that nightmare that happened on the board are targeting, including the two majors highlighted there, on that E4 pawn. You can never kick that knight out. H4 will be met by a knight G4 check, forking the king and the rook. The two knights landing on G5, F6 has been genius by Dennis.
Yeah, completely incredible. And Nightmare was amazing. To say that this was a nightmare is, that was. And these two pawns are delicate. They were brought out there by Hikaru, but they are standing scared. If you ever capture, you leave doubled isolated pawns in the middle of the board. Please don't try this at home. And if you push, you're probably going to lose something in the long run anyway. Plus, you're going to open up the entire C file for the opponent. Dennis has a very big moment here. This is what we like to call the critical moment of the game. He has played every possible improving move. There is no further way to improve the pieces. Can he make a breakthrough?
Big question. Big moment right now to figure that out. Dennis is reaching the 4-minute mark and he takes a committal decision.
And that was the best move.
Wow.
Denis Lazovic, the queen rotation, and Hikaru does not have a way to defend the pawn. It's an X-ray through the pawn to the rook, not a single
piece. And look
piece.
at Hikaru, he realizes it.
Yep.
There's no good move to save that pawn.
You can go here, but I'm just going to take it, not to mention when that move happens, this is unprotected. If these pawns fall, it's just a matter of time before the entire white position disintegrates.
Denis Lazovic choosing that moment, Levy, to trade and put pressure when Hikaru's defenseless.
Tanya.
Yes.
The best move in the position. Well, if Hikaru has watched my videos, he will find it. But there might be some opportunities here to complicate things. This is an incredibly dangerous moment here for white. And Hikaru, he's got 3 minutes, Dennis at 4. Actually, Hikaru's heart rate has been the same. But Dennis is now feeling that he's at 130 now for Dennis. He's feeling it. Hikaru is beside himself.
He can't believe it. That center pawn, an absolute key pawn in the position, is about to fall. Hikaru needs to find a way to fight for compensation, to hit the chaos button somewhere right now. And just exactly because of what you said, I think I have an idea where your head's at. What is the best move for Hikaru? If that happens, the floor is yours.
I mean,
you will take it away.
We've got to. Sometimes there is a difference in defending in chess, passive and active. If you play passively here, it's over. But again, it could be a shock to the system. You don't react the best way. We will see. It's 1.5 minutes now. Dennis up on time. Dennis up on position. Can Hikaru save it?
That's the big question. And Levy, we've got our analysis board right here. Show us, what have you got? How does Hikaru keep his counterplay here?
Yeah, so here's the thing.
Gotta do your thing.
If you develop here with the knight, it's not going to work because this is weak. You can maybe retreat, and if the queen captures, at least your rook is protected. Then you have to go knight to b3. You're almost solving the position like a Rubik's Cube in some ways. Then you could maybe play something else. You have to set a trap. If the queen takes, you push somehow and something like this. Or you could just send it. You know what I mean? You could just send it. And he plays passively. And that's the thing. Like, it's easy for us because we see the answers. But he goes for this line. He's playing it like a little bit of a Rubik's Cube. He's going to kind of reposition. Queen is going to defend everything else. But he could have went for it. But Tanya, this is looking really bad for Hikaru.
Rook takes knight was a very difficult decision to have been made at that moment. Hikaru plays the human move, but now he's just down a pawn. Dennis has an extra pawn, a very healthy one with the black pieces. Hikaru coming in with an attack on that c6 pawn. You can simply defend it with one of your rooks moving it behind. And do not forget, the white king still under fire.
And I was just about to say, now Hikaru didn't find that because he hasn't watched enough Gotham content. But Dennis, you don't have to defend that pawn. You could, of course, move the rook and protect it, but if he moves the knight to the outskirts of the board, and you best believe he sees that g3 pawn, like, there's almost no way to defend it.
And that looks like a scary, scary pawn to lose. And you're talking about the knight jump to h5. He first defends it. This is what Dennis often does, you know, just consolidates his position before going for that killer blow. Your idea of knight h5 in the air here, something that white will have to take care of. I think what made Dennis go for this option is that if the black knight was to jump there, Hikaru will have the option to trade the queens lined up against that black king on the long diagonal. So for now, Hikaru isn't allowed, denied the queen trade. He hates his position. Can Dennis convert this into a full point?
This is absolutely peak Dennis chess right here. Just a grinding game, repositioning his pieces and maximizing the possibility of impact when it lands. And he's going for the kingside attack. Hikaru's going to have to try to trade the queens. But Tanya, the pawn on e4 is still swarmed by 5 pieces. Have you ever seen 5 pieces pointing at the same pawn?
They usually say 3 is the magical number for an attack. 5 seems like one too many. And I will say h5, what a move by Dennis. You know, if he would have moved his knight, it would have pinned the queen. But instead, he wanted to go h4. And we see another pawn fall off the board right now. That's 2 extra pawns. But the queens come off the board. And Hikaru, one of the best defenders in the world, will try and save this one.
I have said this before and I will say it again. If Hikaru saves this, it's just not fair. Like, it really just makes no sense. Because whatever Dennis takes back with now, it's just 2 healthy pawns. And a time advantage. Tanya, why is he not moving? They give Hikaru more confidence, you know, when they don't move. But yeah, just amazing. Hikaru's a minute and 20. How is he going to save this game?
How is Dennis up 2 pawns and up on the clock right now? It's 6 versus 4. Hikaru's knights have started jumping behind enemy lines right now. The pawn on d6 under attack. A pin on the c-file. I will say one thing. The bar is deceptive here. This is not over, especially when you're facing Hikaru Nakamura.
That's it. That's really it. Because if you're facing me, or even if you're facing some of the other players in the event, Denis Lazovic would be 100% confident. There is no chance that he is that confident. He's down to 30 seconds advantage on the clock. And if this gets to a minute, I said it earlier, Hikaru hasn't been great in the time scrambles, Tanya, but it's the best chance he's going to get.
But Levy, he's about to lose one of the 2 pawns right now. Now it's just a single pawn deficit. And that bishop on g2 is on a beautiful diagonal with clear targets on the left flank as well. You know, Dennis's pawns are on the light squares.
Yes, but Hikaru's heart rate has spiked for the first time in 9 minutes. He's down under a minute. He doesn't see a way forward. He's going for a rook trade, but he doesn't like that. He does not like that move, and I don't think that was good, Tanya.
And Dennis reroutes his knight. He knows that it belongs on the queen side. He has to assist that c-pawn. The knight about to hit the white rook. The c-pawn about to march up the board. 3 steps away from queening right now. Hikaru hits the chaos button.
But that's it, yeah. He's going to push the rook out, and he's probably going to take, and Dennis is going to get the pawn on the outskirts of the board. And this is likely just losing instantly.
And very likely to win that bishop. The white king completely offside to come and defend that left flank, but it's Dennis who's getting the assist, the second assist from his own king. Gives a check, wins the b4 pawn.
And this is it. Dennis has to be a little accurate here. The king can't even come closer because there would be a fork.
A trade of the bishop and a knight is game over on the spot. A king pawn ending, and that is it. It's 2 extra pawns for Dennis. Hikaru almost looks like he's about to hit the resign button.
He is, and this is losing. If white walks over to win that pawn, Dennis will go to the right side of the board with his king and his knight. Hikaru's just unhappy with himself, but he's going to win Hikaru's 2 remaining pawns. And that's it, Tanya. Denis Lazovic is about to take the lead in the semifinals.
David, 1 pawn down, but now the king and bishop too far away. Again, 2 pawn deficit on the right flank. 25 seconds for Hikaru Nakamura. The pawns are coming. The black king about to shoulder the white king, not allowing it to get to the defense.
And that's it.
Denis Lazovic takes the lead against Hikaru Nakamura. What a win with the black pieces.
Just such a typical Denis Lazovic win. That was a very, very nice performance. He can be very happy with himself. 2-1 lead.
It's unbelievable. Levi, we were not able to make sense of all those maneuvers, the piece shuffling that we saw in the middle game. He got his knight from one side of the board to the other side of the board, jumped around with it for about 10 moves, and then suddenly it all made sense. Everything that Denis had foreseen.
Denis Lazovic has like maybe not lost more than a game here in Paris. He doesn't lose much. Like that's just the thing about him. How do you beat him? Explain to me, how do you beat this guy?
Hikaru's asking the same question
I know,
right now.
like it's crazy.
And we see Parham in the crowd as he's watching the match as well, right there on the front seat. It's a packed house, and you love to see it, Levi. Chess played in front of a live audience. You know, the crowd cheering. It's Team Falcons versus AGAL. The championship race is on. So much rides on this matchup. One player will make it to the final. And again, I just want to say this, that it wasn't just winning the game. It's not the scoreline. It's the quality of play that we saw from Denis Lazovic that makes him so incredibly dangerous.
Both of those players spent about 10 to 12 moves moving their pieces around. And, oh yes, Ale. Yes, we see the crowd there. He's not on the stage yet, but he will be. And let me tell you, he has a very difficult pairing. Okay, nobody's easy in the Final Four, but Alireza Magnus we've gotten used to seeing over the last few years. Since 2024 in Paris, that was also in Paris, that was not Alireza's best, but then, you know, you kind of work your way into it, and as we see in tennis now, you know, players like Sinner and Alcaraz, like, they are excited to meet Novak Djokovic. Maybe at some point they weren't, but now they are. And so, I mean, what can I say? Denis Lazovic is just so incredibly strong. Maybe some of the audience members are equal strength.
What a match. What a strength we're seeing. And like you said, the King versus the Prince is coming up later. Magnus taking on Alireza. That was the finals from Riyadh at the Esports World Cup right there. It will be the semi-finals this time, but right now, I don't think anyone would have predicted this at the start of the match. That we're going to go down, start of the game 4, and it will be Denis Lazovic in the lead, taking a win with the black pieces, starting his next game with white.
All right, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know if I would have predicted that, but you can't tell me seeing 91% for Hikaru was not like, who made that? Was that just like a random person in production? They just put it together. I just put 2 numbers on the screen. It doesn't matter.
Whoever did is definitely regretting that decision right now. I mean, that 9% has gone up to what, Levi?
I mean, he's the favorite now. Like, what am I supposed to say? Probably like 55 or something along those lines, maybe 60. Guys, you don't just beat Hikaru over the course of 4 hours and not get more respect than that.
You know, I want to hit on that a little bit because the fact that even after a win, you gave a very conservative 55-60 to Denis, it's only because he's facing the absolute beast.
Yeah.
The speed chess king, Hikaru Nakamura, and we know what he's capable of, the comebacks that we've seen him make.
There's only maybe 2 or 3 players I would list better than Denis right now in a speed online format. The esports style format, this type of format. I don't know if this was played in physical, how much that changes things, but on a computer, in front of a crowd, with the headphones, with the pressure, with the spotlight, this is it. Denis is amongst the field of players, the only ones that I would list who are maybe a little bit better than him.
And it was this game right here as we relived the big moments. And it started really slow, Levi. You know, we saw the pawns move ahead, a very cagey position. The first trade happens. Then we didn't see a trade for a while after the bishops went off the board. And notice how Denis's knight just did a dance from left side to the right side, repositioned itself, and it all aimed at that central e4 pawn. And suddenly the queen, rook, the 2 knights, the bishop, looking at it, and it's the other pawn that falls. It's like Denis just saw all of this, looked ahead in the future, and realized it about 10 moves ago.
I love how we said, oh, it's quite complicated, it's not over, and like 3 moves later it was over, and this is the Denis Lazovic effect. This is the truth. I'm actually a little bit sad we don't get to see, well, of course we might, but we haven't seen it yet, Magnus versus Denis. We keep seeing Hikaru Denis. I want to see the matchup of the guys that have very similar styles, you know, but...
Who knows, you know, be careful what you wish for. Let's see what gets granted today. Now, Lavi, I want to ask him, you know, the players have a couple of seconds off, a couple of minutes off before they go into game 4. If you're in Hikaru's corner, and I know you're a bit of a boxer yourself, what are you telling Hikaru going into game 4?
That is a very disrespectful thing to say to actual boxers. I did a little bit in a local gym, and the second they started actually hitting me and I wasn't hitting back, I stopped.
Humble.
But, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I have no clue what to say when it comes to defeating Dennis in a match, because he has a complete antithesis style to mine. Hikaru's just going to have 1 or 2 moments in the next couple of games and take them, and he has to be really careful in the remaneuvers. When the pieces are being shuffled around left to right, he just can't fall asleep at the wheel because Dennis will pounce. And that is what has hurt him. Maybe go for a more open game. Less maneuvers, like maybe go for a more forcing line, like play a Scotch. Just something a little bit more open with slightly clearer plans, something with the Sicilian that could maybe open up the game a little bit. But if Dennis just keeps playing Queen's Pawn, I mean, you can't take huge risk against Dennis. Like, you can't play a Gambit. You can't play the Dutch defense. He's going to make you really suffer.
Hikaru Nakamura perhaps needs to go back to his earlier days, his earlier style of chess. The house would go on fire, because against Dennis, the strategic approach, the positional approach so far hasn't worked at all. 2 solid draws, 1 opportunity at a maneuvering win, and he did just that, Denis Lazovic. Can Hikaru get his kind of positions?
I think Hikaru also splashed some water in his face on the break. I think he's just trying to wake
Or
himself
he's
up.
sweating.
No, definitely not.
Dennis is making him sweat on the board.
He absolutely is. But I think Hikaru splashed some water. Was like, come on, wake up. You're just, you're playing a little too slow. You're not playing with the good energy. And now we have another Queen's Pawn, of course. Hikaru's not going to play to win with black. He's not going to play to win with black.
But do you have enough time for that strategy, or do you just maximize your chance every game? It is a Queen's Gambit decline to start with by Hikaru Nakamura. Denis Lazovic sticking to his pet Queen's Pawn opening. And will Hikaru rely on the next white, or will he try to push for more with the black pieces in this one? The knight comes out for Denis. He's getting ready to castle next, but first he needs to get the bishop back.
In the game that Hikaru beat Dennis, he managed to play a very good type of closed game, a similar position. He dropped the knight in the middle, just like this against Dennis, and at some point Dennis took it with his bishop, transformed the game poorly, and just gave Hikaru huge chances, which is very uncharacteristic. If Dennis just gets a game where he doesn't have to transform the game at all, Hikaru's in for a rough time. Not because he's going to lose, but he's not going to be able to create some chances.
And the other thing that stood out to me about creating chances, Levy, has been that even on the clock, Denis has been spectacular.
He's, one of the best in the world for sure in clock management.
And that's something to say when you're up against Hikaru Nakamura. We see a trade right now, and Denis capturing towards the center. Now that d4 pawn is consolidated, he can think about going castle on the right flank. What Hikaru's setting up is a potential rook landing on the c7 square, eyeing the white queen.
Denis is going to castle.
Very reasonable choice here.
Yeah.
But he does pause.
I don't know. I think maybe he's going to come up with something even smarter. Maybe he's going to reposition his queen and bishop somehow. I don't know why he's not castling faster. Maybe he's afraid Hikaru actually gets somewhere by pushing his pawn forward and attacking the bishop, but that's such a committal move, and I don't like it at all, but maybe Denis wants to avoid it.
If Shah Castle, what is going on in Denis's mind is what happens if Hikaru pushes that white bishop with c4 next. And he does that. I think that was exactly on his mind. So spot on, Levy, right there. He wants the bishop on this diagonal.
Yeah.
He wants a retreating square on c2. That's why he moved the queen away first, making sure that c4 is met by the bishop retreat.
I don't think Hikaru would have pushed the pawn. I just feel like the bishop would have been targeting there, and then he would have repositioned. But again, we trust in Denis. It's not like that move was a mistake. It was just kind of a cosmetic choice. And now Hikaru has a very tough decision. Does he move his knight, and where? Does he move his bishop, and where? Does he put that rook 2 squares over to the left, the one that can move, and target the pawn on c5?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. For Hikaru, it might look like the normal approach with the knight development is the c6 square, but that knight really belongs next to the king. You want it on the f6 square. So the route you're looking at is place it in front of the queen, then land on f6, also eyeballing that e4 spot at the center of the board. So Hikaru just weighing the pros and cons. Does he bring it out in one move, or does he take the longer route? Does he bring the bishop out before the knight comes out? Not easy choices, while Denis is ready to go shot castle and bring his rook to the open b file.
So much time spent in a position where you can kind of almost do anything, it feels like, but both guys very, very careful. Hikaru, again, is pausing because he knows the ramifications that come up if you choose a bad setup against Dennis. The good news is, it's not, he can't really mess anything up yet. Like, okay, that move is a little passive, obviously. It looks like it blocks the bishop. But
it's heading to f6.
Yeah, exactly.
We spoke about this, that's where this knight belongs in these positions. Levy, you're eyeing that e4 square. You want it closer to the king, so Hikaru takes the longer route. And as you earlier said, getting that castle in, the white rook heading towards the B line. The A pawn might move forward. I want to say that Dennis has got reasons to be pleased out of this opening. He's up in the match. Many pieces are off the board. There's no big weakness just yet. Good outcome.
Absolutely. That move is played to support the pawn and also open up the path for the light squared bishop. And now I think Dennis in around 10 seconds could move his A pawn. It's a very normal idea. He has that pawn on the left side of the board that's not doing much. But once you push it forward...
There it is.
Yep. This is very, very Dennis-like. I shouldn't play any chess. I should play guess the Dennis move. That's the way I can get my next title. I mean...
You'd be a GM in that.
He makes it so easy, right? And then he's going to bring his F rook all the way. And then he's just going to keep advancing. And again, he just has a slightly more pleasant position. And that is like all he needs in life.
A pleasant position and a little more time on the clock. And he's got both right now. And a clear plan as well. He does exactly as you said. You're a 2,900 player, Levy, at guessing Dennis's...
I'm 2,900 when Dennis is making the moves. Yeah, exactly.
You're getting them all right now. And does he go for that A5 break, or does he just think, you know what, I just need to keep things under control. Why should I take the fight to Hikaru? Plays it slow. I just feel that Dennis is always delaying that. When it's not necessary, why go for it?
I was going to say, I think he's going to trade the bishop. Because if Black had taken, he could take with the pawn. He could also maybe take with the rook and then try to push his A pawn through. But, Hikaru's meeting him right there, and Dennis maybe slides the queen over. He might play a waiting move like pawn up to h3, just a simple improving move, or he's going to maneuver the queen over to the left side or try to push. But it's a very chill position.
It's a very chill position, especially because so many of the minors are off the board. Very often for Black here to create chances, you want your dark squared bishop. You want the knight on the right side to be able to target the white king. Notice how all of Dennis's pieces on the left flank, the king empty, but nothing's getting to it. The queen is eyeing the h2 square, but no assist on the board. So it's all play on the left flank, and clearly it's Dennis with a better piece activity there. I'm still expecting him to break with a5, either now or after the bishop trade. That minority attack is just so tempting.
I still think in the long run here, Dennis will have all the chances, right? Because when you think about the whole left side of the board clearing out, you can kind of see, and he goes for it, you can kind of see that Dennis's structure is more like it's dropped back toward his own king and his own side, and those pawns are hard to target. Whereas if you weaken Hikaru's center pawns, then your rook can just eat them like Pac-Man. You just bring up the rooks and you just eat across. Whereas, like, aside from Dennis's C pawn, how do you attack anything? Now, objectively speaking, of course it's equal. But it's always equal when you play Dennis and then you make a mistake.
But Dennis is on the right side of this equality. With that last move, he's actually threatening a trade on the pawn. Notice the pin along the A file. So Hikaru won't be able to recapture towards the center, which will leave him with a weakness. And that has to be something that's on his mind. So he does trade first. Again, pawn takes pawn is a threat. He hits the white rook. The rook will retreat.
Literally anywhere, by the way. Probably not to B1. I mean, maybe he considers doubling to either B3 or B2, but yeah, even B1, right? All good.
You could choose any square right now, and you'd still have the threat of going pawn takes pawn to create a weakness on that left flank, the A file. Hikaru won't be able to recapture with the rook on A8 pin. Okay. Expecting Hikaru to solve that problem, you could either move the rook away, push the B pawn. If you want to be aggressive, you're trailing the match. Are you looking at a move like B5 here, if you're Hikaru?
Yeah, certainly. But then Dennis might take your pawn, because then you don't get to take back with a pawn. But right now, Dennis can, he could just chop everything down. Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. He obviously has to be a little careful how he does it. He doesn't have to do anything. But yeah, major moment. Okay,
Of course, you know what he's going to do.
He's not going to take this pawn. Pawn takes pawn here for white is a terrible move, but this is much more Dennis-like.
I like it. There are open fights. It is Denis Lazovic who's fighting for both of them right now. It looks like he's going to capture the A line, the only open file in the position. He also has a clear target on that B6 pawn, tying down the black queen and the knight currently. For Hikaru, not so easy to find moves. It feels like the pieces are maximized. You can't move the knight away. You know, if you move the queen, you're allowing the white queen to infiltrate on the B5 square as well. Easier to play with white.
Yeah, for sure. Not a pleasant one. All right, there's a nice Hikaru trade. He's threatening. Well, he's not threatening. He's kind of sending the game into something where... Well, I predicted that move 15 moves ago, but fine. Dennis keeping the tension there between the rooks. Hikaru sort of threatening us with a nap here in the middle of the day. Again, another game. This one, though, there's not too much. Very similar to game 1.
But that would just leave Hikaru with 2 more games to fight back. And what he wants right now is a fight. Because if White was to trade on Hikaru's terms, he gets an outside passer. Pawn takes rook would mean something to play for the black pieces there. That A-pawn, very dangerous. I'm expecting Dennis to either go sideways with the rook, or maybe a pawn takes pawn.
Shout out Robert Hess. He calls these collinear moves. A move where 2 pieces stare at each other and you move, but you don't take. You have to put it where it's protected, hopefully. And the transformation here would be good for black, giving him an outside pass pawn, as you said. Taking here rook takes rook is a very poor decision. It's important for folks in the audience to understand, so he takes like this instead. Now, if the pawn takes Tanya, he would be losing a rook. And I don't think that's going to happen.
I think Hikaru will spot that one, Levy. So instead of that, I am expecting him to either trade the rook and then capture towards the center just to get the pawns connected, or he'll have to play with the weakness in b6 for the rest of the game. One thing's clear, that Dennis has no danger in this position. This very unlikely to be the game where Hikaru equalizes the score.
Dennis hasn't been in danger since he showed up to the venue.
Today morning.
Yeah. And, you know, maybe he could have tripped while walking. That was the most danger that he had.
I don't know if Dennis has been in danger since he showed up in Paris. I mean, he's just been a giant slayer.
No, he's incredible. Very, very tough to beat somebody like this. You kind of have to send him into a time scramble situation and put pressure.
And that's exactly what happened. I want to point out, it was Hikaru versus Dennis in the group stages, and Hikaru did beat Dennis, but it was only Dennis getting flagged in a king and rook versus king and rook, making a blunder at the last moment, having 7 seconds on the clock. Position, game, super well handled. Hikaru wasn't really better.
He was putting some pressure. He was it was almost assisted in some way. Hikaru could have won that more convincingly than he did, and then he was just like, all right, king and rook versus king and rook, like, let's go. And hey, shout out to young Krzysztof Duda, who didn't do that against Nihal Sarin. But here you have to do something like that. We're feeling the dead air because Hikaru's he's not taking back, and he can take with anything. You know what he's thinking? He doesn't want to trade rooks.
But if he doesn't want to trade rooks, the only way to do that would be to hit the white queen, and that's not possible. A move like rook to b5 lining up against the white queen would end up in perhaps a check on the back rank, on the home rank. The queen would be deflected. You can't move the king up because the white queen gives a check. So in the end, even if an unhappy decision, Hikaru does trade, picks up the pawn with the knight. The black knight headed towards the central e4 square. But first, Hikaru lines up the queen, and he's not happy with that decision. It's a blunder. D5! He blundered a pawn in one move.
Oh my goodness.
He cannot believe it.
That is
a check and a pawn falls.
That is unfathomable of a mistake. It's just, I don't know, the moment is getting to him. I don't know how to explain that. That was just a fork. There was nothing there, and he knew it instantly.
And Denis Lazovic locks in. He's going to make the most of this moment. It was a gift by Hikaru in a dead equal position. A one-move blunder with the finals at stake.
Yeah.
If Denis converts this, Levy, he's going to have a 2-point lead with 2 games left.
Yeah, I simply don't know what to say. It must be the effect of you just don't feel like you're getting anywhere. When you play against Denis, it's like swimming upstream. In many ways, like I say, it is almost playing the way like Magnus plays. But Denis, some games, he's happy to play the most stable, traditionally boring position. You know what I mean? And Hikaru just, he thought for so long, and then he made a mistake. And Tanya, like, Denis, he's not going to let this one slip, I don't think.
It's a very healthy extra pawn, and there's also a weakness in b6. Now Hikaru has to do everything to combine the queen and the knight to come up with some tricks against the white king. But no infiltration for the queen. For Denis, look at the compactness of his pieces. The queen and the knight beautifully centralized. Everything is defended. The knight jumps forward, and this could be a moment where Hikaru might have a shot. Can he? Can he make counterplay happen here while he hits the queen?
That was apparently wrong. He had to move the knight to in front of the queen and create some sort of threads that way. I mean, I don't know. We probably have a little bit of time to pull up the analysis board and show exactly what could have happened there. But yeah, that was weird. So if we go back here, this was a double question mark move because of this move. And the threat is both queen infiltrating and knight takes pawn. And if you go here, you just go back. You just like somehow...
And you're hitting F2?
Yes, and then there's no way to defend all of the position here. So Hikaru actually could have maybe repeated there, and instead he moves the knight to the wrong square, as we see. Let's go back to the live position, and he can't attack anything anymore.
This is so uncharacteristic. Can you also just do an action replay of the moment Hikaru lost a pawn? First, he makes a blunder in 1, just moving his queen away from defense right here, Levy.
Right
you know,
here.
he puts it on F6, and suddenly there's a check. You lose a pawn in 1. And Hikaru cannot believe it. And then he is a player who's known for his resilience, his defense, misses knight to G5.
Yeah. Knight to G5, because I just don't think you think there's a blunder in that position. You know what I mean? Queen and knight, like how do you make such a mistake? But he played this move, well, I don't see it here, but it was in like 2 seconds. He obviously prepared something like this and this, or one of these attacks. That was his idea. And I just don't know, Tanya. I just don't know.
He could have moved the queen anywhere, Levy, just defending that D5 pawn. And here we are, down a pawn. He's going to be suffering. But there's still work to be done.
Yeah, there is. But, you know, at some point, you know, Dennis is going to start turning. And again, it's the time. So Hikaru's down on position and on the clock. And that's the tough thing. If he had 3:30 and Dennis had 2 minutes, your heart rate starts going up. I'm up a minute and a half. And Dennis goes for it. It's a very nice move. But my heart rate would be beating. Like, I'm down to 2 minutes. You know, I have to win this game. But he can just keep slowly applying pressure. And Hikaru cracked against Dennis in low time before. Now he's got the low time and the bad position. It's not looking good.
It's not, and even if there's a trade of the knights, it will be Dennis in a queen-pawn endgame who will push this one. Notice now how Black's king doesn't even have a wall on the 7th rank, exposing itself to some checks. But Hikaru had to look for counterplay.
Apparently, I'm just sorry to interrupt, but that was not the best move. Dennis had to, that looks to me very natural. But now all the pawns are on the same side. And this is very likely to be a draw, but we might get Dennis flagging Hikaru as revenge for King and Rook versus King and Rook. That's where we're going. If Dennis forces a draw here, I'm going to be really mad. And Hikaru makes a mistake again under time trouble.
That would be just crazy poetic justice right there if that was to happen. And this stage, with so much on the line, this is unbelievable stuff. And Dennis doesn't trade on H5. Instead, he comes back.
That was a nice idea for anybody wondering. He was threatening to sacrifice his queen and make a fork there, which Hikaru saw. And now this is a winning endgame. It is a 2 versus 1 pawn advantage. I will just show everybody what exactly we were talking about there. Knight to F3, you might be wondering, why not pawn takes pawn? Because if you do that, there is this incredible move. And Dennis, ever the technician, right, the mechanic of the position, is just going to go here. 2 pawns versus 1 is winning in like 99% of pawn endgames, and especially this one, as this pawn would go, the king would go, the pawn would go, and he spotted that. Let's go back to the live board. This one, Tanya, much more dynamic of a game, because there's queens and kings, and you can still create threats, but I think he's just straight up going to flag Hikaru.
Whoa, and there are knights on the board, and as long as knights exist, it's going to be tricky, which is why Hikaru unpins his own knight to get it into the game closer towards the white king. Notice how Dennis has this entire camp next to the white king, just making sure there are no checks. Queen beautifully centralized, the strongest square for the white queen on D5. That's where Dennis lands. Lack of coordination between the knight and queen for Hikaru, and I love this move. Levy just takes away jumping squares from Hikaru's knights.
Yeah, it's a very nasty move. If Hikaru's pawn was 2 over to the left, this would be much harder to win, because his king would be safer. The pawns for Dennis would be prevented from moving forward. Hikaru is yelling at himself to make a move. I know that phase. That's like, go. You got 59 seconds. What are you doing? Both guys, 140 heart rate. This is it right here, Tanya. This is really a qualification spot for the finals.
I think you're absolutely right. It is this game. If Dennis Lazovic converts this to a full point, making a 2-point lead in the match with 2 games remaining, almost impossible to imagine Hikaru Nakamura coming back in that one. Hikaru has to save this.
And Hikaru going for the attack, the attack on Dennis's king.
Big threat. Knight F5 comes in with a fork.
Yeah,
Hikaru can't believe it.
He's getting completely outmaneuvered by Dennis, and his pawn is going to fall. He's going to lose the second pawn.
Look at him, Levy. He's 40 seconds. He can't find a move.
Knight takes pawn. It's just the second pawn. This is it. It is completely winning for Dennis Lazovic.
It comes in with a check as well. That's a free move and a free pawn.
Dennis's heart rate is 150. He is so close to effectively... Oh, but he's blundered this check and he's unhappy.
And he knows it because the knight and queen are too far away to block Hikaru's check. Has he made miracle happen, Hikaru Nakamura?
It is a miracle. This is a real miracle. Dennis Lazovic is going to have to go sprinting around the board with the king.
Wow, the white queen and knight attacking the black king, but too far away from its own right now. And it's a free hand to Hikaru's queen to keep checking that white king.
This is crazy. This is Hikaru magic.
Up the hill, but Dennis has to be careful. There's a black knight on the board as well, Levy. Where does the white king hide?
You just go for it. You go all the way to the other side of the board.
But just don't go to c4. You would lose your queen in one. You have to be careful of skewers, of checks. King c4, queen a2 will be game over.
And now Dennis is only 9 seconds up. He's going king c5. But Tanya, once he walks away from the pawns, they're going to be very hard to protect.
Absolutely, and the king does go to the other side just as you predicted, Levy. It's there, it's trying to get closer to its own queen and knight so that a piece is able to block it, but then you'd lose pawns on the way. Queen c6, there's queen takes pawn.
Yes, he's trading the queen, he's giving away the pawn. Hikaru doesn't have to take, he could give a check.
He does. And
now
where's your king going? There's
Dennis is going to go all the way to the other side of the board, and now he has to take the pawn.
And he does. He plays the only move, and now Dennis is left with one pawn. Hikaru's right back in it.
Wow, the knight was hanging, but there's a stalemate on the board. If you take the knight, the queen sacrifices itself.
It keeps giving checks, and we're going to see this happen. He go queen c7, take that knight. It's a stalemate. What a finish.
Oh my goodness, it's an immortal queen. He's sacrificing, and it's a draw.
What a moment, what a game, what a finish. I don't think, Levy, I've seen a game like that. Hikaru Nakamura doing Hikaru things at the end.
That is just, Hikaru set one final trap. Dennis is unhappy with himself, and for the first time in a long time, he is justified in doing so. Tanya, he was right there. He was right there. He wasn't through, but it was a huge moment for him. What a save by Hikaru. This has to reinvigorate him. This next game is so important.
Saving this one, Levy, you feel like the stars are aligning for you. You know, it gives you that hope that you really need at this point. The feel that, you know, you've still got a chance in this game. So close for it all slipping for Hikaru Nakamura. Denis Lazovic, 2 pawns up, a checkmating attack. And then one miss, and Hikaru right back into it. And look at the finish that we have. Hikaru gives up the knight first, Dennis takes it. And after that, Hikaru sacrificing his queen every move of the way. We're going to watch that happen. That was just art on the board.
Absolutely. And to be clear, Dennis knew this was going to happen. When Dennis took the knight, he realized, I can't win this game. And Hikaru gets a beautiful finish, holds the draw. Dennis blundered the check about 10 moves prior that started all this chaos. Folks, King and Queen endgames, even when you're up 2 pawns, the Queen is such a dangerous counter-attacking piece. You have to protect your King. He missed that check. He was so careful, Tanya. And Hikaru saves another game.
I cannot believe what we just witnessed. Levy, for me, that was the defense of the EWC this year. That save was the save of the Esports World Cup that we've seen. Fantastic stuff, but it's reset already, and this time Hikaru Nakamura has his final white of the match.
I think this could be the game. This could be the game, because I don't think Hikaru is going to play for a win with the black pieces, which means he's going to play for a win with white, which means he could lose. So this really could be the champion, and he goes for the same structure that he went for last time.
And I really didn't feel like in this last game that Dennis had any problems to solve. In fact, if it was anything, we saw him maneuvering, shuffling his pieces around to perfection. The d4 square weak. Eventually, we saw all of it fall apart in the center. But Hikaru sticks to plan, and this time he just makes sure that he takes away the g4 square from the knight and the bishop, and once again, Hikaru getting ready to fianchetto his bishop.
I'm kind of surprised he didn't go e4 on the first move, because Dennis would have mirrored him, and I think it's easier to maybe get an open game that way. Like I said, maybe the Scotch or something like that, but... Oh, and Hikaru's just unhappy with himself. He didn't throw in pawn to a3. He needed to kick out the bishop, Tanya, because now Dennis got his pawn there instantly with no rook move.
And the reason that happened is because Hikaru's knight was pinned on c3. So a bit of a rush there by Hikaru, mixing the move order, gives Dennis early counterplay in this one. Dennis gives up the bishop for the knight. So the first imbalance, Hikaru will have the bishop pair for the game.
This is certainly nice if you're trying to play for a win. Bishop versus knight. Problem is, Dennis now has 5 pawns out of his 7 pawns on the dark squares. Anybody watching, you trade a dark squared bishop. You probably need to take control of the game like this. I can't believe the computer thinks like black is slightly better. I don't even understand. Like, it feels with all the flexibility, you're going to push some pawns forward at some point, and then you're going to open up the position. The bishops are going to be happy. Oh, this is tough. I mean, Hikaru hasn't had a better position in 4 games.
And I agree with what you said earlier, that it feels like this has to be the moment for Hikaru. Game 5, his final white. He's trailing by a point right now. The final game will be Dennis's white. And he hasn't had a single problem.
No.
It's this or not for Hikaru Nakamura.
It was the same when Magnus played earlier against Nihal. I've seen Magnus have white in a must-hold game in a situation where a draw qualifies him to the next round. He like never loses. Like he never make a mistake. Always makes the game a draw at least. So Hikaru's got to go for it. How do you? But there's no way to go for it against Dennis.
I'll tell you one way you want to go for it is break in the center.
Yeah.
D4 has to be on your agenda if you're Hikaru right now. You're also looking at the black bishop and the knight beautifully placed to walk into a fork. I'm expecting D4 sooner than later.
Yeah, D4 now. Immediately you weaken the square on C4. Dennis is going to put his bishop there. And then you just inherently feel like you've done something wrong because he's sort of exploiting all of your pawn pushes. But yeah, I agree. Like, if you don't place the D4, what else can you do?
The only way that I see that would justify not going for the central pawn break right now is preparing it further. Bring your bishop out either in front of the rook, either in front of either of the two rooks that we have right now, E3 or B2, and then get ready to push the D pawn. But it has to be around that central break. Your bishop pair is only as strong as the open diagonals that you create, and that means pawn breaks.
Absolutely. And Hikaru he's unhappy with the position. He has been wincing throughout this match.
I've never seen a match where Hikaru Nakamura, game after game, is down on the clock. From the start to the end.
No, Dennis is a monster. He's so strong. And I said it, I think, in a recap yesterday. If he got to play more over the board chess, all his ratings would be above 2,700. Classical rapid end blitz. And he just doesn't have an opportunity. So you look at him, you're like, oh, 26, whatever his over the board rating is, it's fake. Like, absolutely fake. Okay, D5, and there it is. Hikaru's playing possum. Dennis makes every possible improving move again. We have seen this for like 2 hours now. And now he makes the break.
And again, that just speaks of his maturity as a player. He never rushes with these decisions, with these breaks. It's always just optimizing every single piece, making sure they are at their maximal spot before going for a committal decision like the one D5. It's Dennis to the center first. He can think about moving the queen up as well. Again, I'm going to point out for everyone watching that pawn on A3 that Hikaru has. It was exactly the weakness in that game that we were earlier referencing to. Black can always realign his rook on the A file. The queen can step ahead, hitting that A3 pawn right now. And Hikaru's got that problem to solve.
Absolutely. He might have to move the rook back, but that just looks sad. Because then he takes his eye off of the pawn that the rook is looking at right now. Right? So I don't know. This is not nice. This position is not nice. Okay?
That's one way to solve the problem.
Yeah.
You get rid of it.
Yes, the problem is that now, as the sides will clash, we're going to head to a position with a lot of trades. All of White's winning chances go out the window. And again, you're in an endgame against Denis Lazovic, who has really shown us that he is rising to the occasion, and he very well could be one of the best endgame players in the world. This is the best position that I've maybe seen for Hikaru, and yet there's no way through. Any move you make now with White, there's a punishment on the other side.
It's like Dennis gives no weaknesses to play against.
No.
He keeps everything under control, all pieces well placed.
Tanya,
and then, yes.
I just want to say, we have the computer lines in front of us. I'm not going to yell all the moves out loud. They are all ending in a draw in the next 3 moves. Like
0.0.
Yeah, no. The computer wants to repeat the position for White. It doesn't want to play the position anymore for White, because any move that White makes right now forward has to be a trade. You have to trade rooks. If you don't, Black will swarm your queen, kick you out, or Black is going to win your pawn in the middle of the board. Or Black can even push. Tanya, there's also a pawn on H3. Bottom right-hand corner. Like, he can't take it now, but if you kicked away the white queen, you take it on the next move. Hikaru literally has to trade. Look at his face. He knows.
He's struggling to find a way forward, to just create some chances in this one. I mean, it's a 6 versus 6 on the pawns. Everything on the same side right now. Black's pieces, beautiful harmony. The bishop on G2 still hasn't opened up. You can't trade in the center. That just walks straight into Dennis's hands with placing a nice piece on that D5 square. Hikaru, he's going to be forced to get the rooks off the board. He really wants to keep the majors on the board. Can he be thinking about lining up on the A line right now? Rook A1, is that an alternative?
Maybe some sort of rook A1, but it's...
I'm just relying on the fact that the black queen is overloaded. You can't immediately pick up the H3 pawn. Notice how the knight on C6 is hanging as well.
Maybe we can pull up an analysis board just for a second, because Hikaru's deep in thought and we just show it here. Like, look, effectively, this is a hot spot. And that's a hot spot. And this is a major problem because the queen can't stay guarding this, attacking this, and then also white has to guard that. So the fact that this is happening on the next move, that's what Hikaru's looking at. You might have to take. Then the bishop comes. This is a problem. You weaken this forever. You lose a center pawn, which you don't want to do. It's a very difficult position. That's why he's down nearly 3 minutes on the clock at this point, 2.5.
And I'm going to show one of the repetitions that you were earlier alluding to. If you go rook a1 and trying to be ambitious by keeping the majors on the board, black can, in fact, start chasing the queen. Rook to a8, and I think giving up the queen for 2 rooks just works into black's hands because there are all these weaknesses, the pawn weaknesses you earlier highlighted. So if you go queen to b5 now, staying connected to the black knight, black can continue chasing the queen back and forth. And that's handshakes immediately. The white queen can't go anywhere else because there's bishop takes pawn.
And this and everything. Yeah, you can't hang out in the middle of the board. I'm always threatening all sorts of stuff. So now, will Dennis make a draw there? I don't know. But again,
that would be a boss move to decline a draw, up a point, 1 game to go.
Yeah, I think he's very practical. I think he would probably just do it. But I mean, yeah, Hikaru. And the thing is, Hikaru's not even stressed. The thing is, you get to a point in this match, you're almost borderline like defeated. He's one of the most mentally resilient players, but you're just sitting there like, what am I supposed to do?
I'm also going to say, Levy, that's no splash of water on the face that we're seeing.
Not anymore. I don't think.
Not anymore.
No, definitely not anymore.
That is Dennis making Hikaru sweat right now. We do see the trade that you were pointing out. Pawn takes pawn, bishop takes pawn is the most human response.
And now, I mean, he really didn't want to do this. It might not seem like a big deal to folks watching to trade a pawn and feel like, you're sitting through a dental procedure. But that is look at this. You got to return to the home square. This is not what you want, but it's equal. It's still a game.
When you have to retreat your queen on move 21 to the square that it started with, also boxing up your rook, none of your pieces or pawns have gone beyond the 3rd rank. It's not a strong attempt to win a game.
Right. Just think about what Hikaru did. He gave away a center pawn, helped his opponent activate his bishop, and then brought his own queen to the home square, and he gave Dennis a more active rook.
And is he about to give a pawn? Can Dennis fall back with the bishop, realign the queen and the bishop battery, hit the pawn on h3, and there's also a rook and queen battery hitting the d3 pawn?
Yes. Yes.
Bishop to e6. How is Hikaru going to defend 2 pawns?
I think he was going to push in the center likely, but and again, it's going to get to a point where everything trades. So now you can push this pawn, right?
Does it?
And if Dennis takes the pawn on the right side of the board on h3, Hikaru takes in the middle. Now if Dennis takes in the middle, he's going to take Hikaru with the knight and then take with the bishop, right? Going to take everything, and we're likely going to get a draw. So ultimately, if this takes this, which I don't think Dennis will go for, but we'll see, then we're going to get something like bishop takes, maybe pawn takes, and then the knight goes to the middle. Pretty sharp position where you can trade off some pieces and then maybe go like this. It's very complicated. But another option back here is to instead take like this, and then take like this, and then like this. But then you got to be careful, right? You're going to weaken your king, but still you're going to be up. Let's see what happens.
He goes for the central pawn trade, so he keeps it more solid in the center. And look at this. Dennis is just being so professional about it. He just wants pieces off the board, now neutralizing the bishop pair.
I don't think Dennis thinks necessarily he's going to win this game, but he's just like, well, Hikaru won't.
You said something about draw with black, win with white strategy. He did win a game with black, Dennis Lazarek, in this match.
Absolutely. I think Hikaru was trying to play more for a win with white, and let me tell you something, it didn't work. But nothing could have worked so far. Nothing.
We do see a trade on c6. Dennis Lazarek, does he pick it up with the queen? That would invite a pin on the d-file with the black rook unsupported on that home rank. He could go bishop takes knight as well. He goes with the queen. Unafraid is Dennis Lazarek of rook to d1.
Yeah, this is just... White cannot accomplish anything in this position. Nothing at all.
Yeah. The bishop's just beautifully defended at the center. I would say taking that pawn on c3, that requires guts.
Yeah,
although
for sure.
I don't see an immediate refutation to it. Queen takes pawn, but I love how Dennis is just keeping everything defended. See how the knight supports the bishop. The queen supports the bishop supports the queen. Now the queen also supports the rook. Everything codependence, beautiful harmony. Takes the bishop, you could also take it with the rook, get the rooks off the board.
Interesting moment. Will Dennis offer a trade of rooks and sort of happily go to an endgame, knight versus bishop? Or will he play more for a win? Dennis is looking at the clock too. being like, I'm up 2.5 minutes. Takes with the rook. Again, very professional. He could have taken with the knight. We would have had some attacking chances. But we're not getting any of that.
It's Hikaru who needs to keep more pieces on the board for those chances, and he denies the rook trade right now. He's threatening to, at least hinting at destroying a black's pawn formation on the right side. Dennis says, I'm going to pin your bishop. There's a threat on the board. The c-pawn about to triple down on the pin and win it.
Yeah, I mean, if Hikaru blunders that, you know that it's this is not the peak form. He doesn't.
He steps away from that pin, and now bishop takes knight is a real threat.
By the way, the queen can take the pawn on h3.
I completely forgot about that pawn.
Like, but it doesn't matter, because if you go for that, I play bishop takes knight, and I think Hikaru completely understands that that endgame is a draw. But I mean, this move is a draw offer already.
Queen takes pawn. There are all these ideas of giving a check. The king stepping up, taking the knight, queen checks, but I think at the end of it all, once the dust settles, black has enough defensive resources to make sure that there's not a hanging rook at the center.
Yep, exactly.
And maybe we can bring up that line right now.
Yeah, sure.
To give a check, to take that pawn on h3, you give a check on a8, first forcing the black king on h7, and it looks like white is about to win the queen.
Actually happening.
It's happening. We might see this being played out.
It's happening. All right, let's just go back to the live board. Fantastic. So in this position, if you play pawn takes bishop, and it looks like there's a check just directly in the middle of the board, king is under attack, rook is under attack. All of that is true. In fact, it is a fork. I don't even know if this constitutes a fork because you can defend against it. That's a whole other question. But yes, queen check, you block. With the rook or the queen.
You could block with the queen, and he does it. He's up a pawn right now. Hikaru isn't winning this endgame.
Maybe not with the rook, because there would have been some queen infiltration. But anyway, yes, Hikaru's not winning this.
There were ideas of the g-pawn moving up the board, queen going up the board with checkmating ideas. And this is 4 versus 3. This is what we call a position for 2 results.
Yeah, for sure. For black, of course. It's a position with 3 results for white. Maybe. But yes, 2 results. Black can only win or draw this. Now, the major reason this isn't just like a major issue, or it's about to become a major issue, actually, for white, is the doubled f-pawn for Dennis, which he's now looking to maybe give away. Dennis has those doubled f-pawns. Tanya, this is very tricky, actually. If Dennis manages to push that doubled pawn forward, sacrifice it, and make a pass pawn on the outside of the board, actually, this is terrible for Hikaru. His king can't even walk to the right side.
I'm actually surprised, Levy, that the bar still remains level in this position, because that line looks incredibly terrifying for white right now. Hikaru hates his position. He's been shaking his head the whole game. He wants the rook to defend and fight against that h-pawn. And for your idea on the board, Dennis is giving that pawn back to create a passer.
Absolutely, but it's still even, because Hikaru, great defending. He doesn't go back down to the first rank of the board. He goes the other way to the 8th rank. He's going to defend from the other side.
Levy, Hikaru has to win a game. Defending this is not enough.
I know, but he's got one last game, and then he's going to go for it, right? At least he's not going to lose.
That would just be match over. If actually Dennis wins this game, Dennis is through to the finals.
Dennis through to the finals, yeah.
Let that sink in.
King f5. Now, yep. And
whoa!
And Hikaru's sacrificing the pawn. He's forcing it.
Take it, and the king is cut off. The white king cannot come to defend.
This is yeah. It's a losing endgame. Now, obviously, Hikaru's gone for this because he thought he had to. But his king is cut off. Dennis is just going to bring his pawn forward and his king.
Levy, Dennis Lazovic, the 19-year-old, the youngest player remaining in this field, is about to go through to the finals.
In typical fashion, and without giving Hikaru a single inch, or we are in Paris, centimeter of breathing room.
This is unbelievable. Hikaru's giving up. The black rook cuts off the white king. The black king assists the black pawn, which is going up the board. This is the final few moments of Hikaru Nakamura's run at the EWC.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible scenes. Dennis Lazovic, emotionless. He knows it, though. That heart rate, I see it. It's 140, Dennis. We see you. Hikaru might just resign this game right now.
A minute left on the clock. No hope left on the board right now. The F-pawn marching up. No checks. Hikaru knows it. Dennis knows it. Unbelievable.
And there it is.
And it is Dennis Lazovic who goes through to the finals. What a finish with a game to spare. Dennis Lazovic takes down Hikaru Nakamura. 2 big wins. Unbelievable. What a moment this is for a 19-year-old. It is his first final at the EWC.
Every event that he plays on the biggest stage, he just gets better and better. He did as best as he could over there in Paris, and now he defeats Hikaru once again in a match. Slightly different format, but he gets the job done. Hikaru didn't have a chance today. Dennis was just incredible.
Just look at him and remember the name, Denis Lazovic. It was at the Speed Chess Championship in February. He took down Hikaru Nakamura to book a ticket to Paris to make it to EWC. And today, on the biggest stage, he once again wins a best of 6 to book a spot into the finals.
I saw a smile. I saw him smile just a little bit. He sits back down. He's going to have to obviously do the key crush, but just amazing scenes. We hear applause for both players, but what can you do? I mean, really, what can you do against a player like this?
He takes down Jan Nepomniachtchi. He takes down Nordebek Abdusattorov. Then in the semi-finals, facing the ultimate test in Hikaru Nakamura. And you know, Levi, it's not the scoreline. Hikaru never got a chance today against Denis.
Yeah, and you know, the way that it works with these endgames is that, again, no Denis Lazovic game is shorter than 40 or 50 moves, and you just have to be on. You got to be on in the opening, got to be on in the middle game, you got to be on in the end game. There's always a resource. And Tanya, he was fighting back, but then he forced the issue, and it was just lost.
Unbelievable. And Denis Lazovic, what a match, what a last few moments this was, getting his king into the game. And at the very end, a blunder is what cost Hikaru Nakamura the match. Denis has crushed many keys here at Paris, and now it's time to crush Hikaru Nakamura's key.
Wow, what an incredible semi-finals. Denis confirms his spot in grand finals, and it's time to proceed to the key exchange as Hikaru Nakamura must give his key up to the rightful victor of this match. Do we have the key for Hikaru? Yes, it is time, please. But as Hikaru has to bow out of the stage, please can I have a round of applause for Hikaru Nakamura? Denis, just wow. I mean, you had to beat Hikaru to qualify to EWC. You lost to Hikaru a couple of days ago, you know, in that upper bracket, and you're back, revenge taken. How do you feel after so many matches against him?
Yeah, I feel great, and I think today I played really good, like much better than a couple of days ago. And yeah, like I think he didn't have any chance to win at any point. Obviously, he could make a draw in last game, and we would play like the last game, the sixth game. But yeah, he was playing for the win and even lost.
All right, and of course, one more game before you can lift that trophy. Grand finals tomorrow. That is, of course, your best result, obviously, at EWC. How are you pushing that for tomorrow? You know, what are we doing tonight?
I will be rooting for Alireza because, you know, I don't want to play against Magnus, but as I said, before the tournament, in one of the interviews, that it's very important not to be paired with Magnus too early, but I'm fine to play against him in final.
Ready for anyone? Listen, Denis, you know the way by now. To the crusher, to crush your opponent's gi. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Denis Lazovic!
Oh yeah, Denis is in rare form, ladies and gentlemen. Taking the key to its rightful position. Denis, congratulations. My man's officially in the finals. I got a very interesting conversation to have with him after he crushed the legendary Hikaru Nakamura's key. I can't believe I'm even saying it. And just like that, at only 19 years of age. So Denis, you can go ahead and let it go. You beat him, man. You got it. You can let it go. Okay, now, Denis, have you ever heard of an anger translator?
Excuse me?
I'm going to take that as a no. Okay, Dennis, my question for you is this. Do you feel like anyone in this tournament is a huge threat to you right now?
Not really.
He don't even need an anger translator. I was about to hype it up for him. Only 19 years old, ladies and gentlemen, the youngest player that we had in our whole playoff bracket, and even still, he made it all the way to the finals, and we will see tomorrow if he is able to take it all the way. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not done yet as we have one more match for our semifinals.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Well, now we had 2 Falcons, now we only have 1, as one of the Falcons' wings has been clipped. Hikaru Nakamura falls down to the land of, well, I guess crushed defeat, as Denis Lazovic takes him down, representing AGAL, the young gun, 19 years old. He's already beat him before whenever it came down to the Speed Chess Championship, and he does it once again on the EWC stage. Just to reiterate, for Denis Lazovic, this is his first ever EWC, and now he finds himself in the grand finals. The question is, who does he play? Alireza Firouzja, Magnus Carlsen? Well, we are going to be watching that just a little bit. But Denis Lazovic, Nemo, going into it, we gave our prediction. We said who we thought our favorite was, and well, it came to fruition.
It definitely came to fruition. I did call Denis Lazovic for my player of the day, and wow, he has been so incredibly impressive on the board. I mean, I thought he was going to play well, but I had no idea he was going to play this well.
Yeah, Nemo, you're closer to his generation. I'm closer to Nakamura's generation. Maybe that's why I went with him. But unlike their match in February back in London, where there was a lot of decisive games, this one felt like a service big hitters in tennis where the first person to break serve would win the match, and actually it was Denis that was able to do that. I have never seen Hikaru visibly frustrated for so long over the course of 2 hours. I can't remember a single position where he was better. You don't see that very often, and Denis did it to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Denis, great composure, like a stone wall, holding his ground very well. Game 1, Game 2 ended in a draw, but then Lazovic gets his first win in Game 3. But let's head over to Game number 4. There's 2 critical moments that you wanted to talk about specifically. Now, this in the way was going towards Denis Lazovic. He looked like he was about to close out the potential series. However, there was one critical moment at the, I want to say, middle portion. What do we see, Mike?
Yeah, the game was starting to simplify a little bit, and Nakamura just let his guard down. In fact, the minute he made this move, queen over to f6, he actually gave a tell that there was a tactic on the board. I don't know if Denis was looking at Hikaru. I think Denis's face was buried in his screen, but didn't take Denis long to find it and didn't need the tell because queen a8 check forks the king and the pawn on d5. And then it was Nakamura having to defend for the next 50 moves or so. And importantly, Denis was ahead on the clock, by the way, this entire match as well.
Yeah, so we call it a poker face, right? Obviously, this is chess, but Hikaru did, in fact, have a tell. Now, they're pretty far away from each other whenever it comes to one screen versus the other screen. But Hikaru makes this mistake, makes this bit of a blunder, and then he gives it away, right, by looking down. And this was that moment, right? He looks around, the screen's still blocking him, but then I think there was a point where he actually went off screen where he could be seen. But he's a very, very emotional kind of guy, right? Especially where's emotion on his face. And in this moment, when he makes that mistake, Denis Lazovic, who knows, might have been able to look over and say, ha, a mistake was made.
With how well Denis Lazovic is playing, I'm not sure he needed to read Hikaru's face to find queen to AA. But regardless, it certainly held his position, and he was completely winning in that endgame, being up 2 pawns at the very end there with queen and knight versus queen and knight. But Denis, with the 2 extra pawns, obviously had the opportunities to make more queens.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that didn't happen.
Didn't happen, and we actually ended with a draw. Now, walk me through how we got to that point, right? Because Hikaru finds a way to go from losing to at least keeping an even kill.
Yeah, remember back earlier in the tournament, Nakamura almost fell victim to the stalemate trick that Esipenko said and gave him the Dikembe and Mutombo. This time it was Nakamura who did the mad queen. The queen gives herself away because Nakamura's last piece, and then Nemo, what happened here?
Well, unfortunately, if you do take that queen, it is a stalemate. you know, it is a crazy concept that you can be up a queen and a pawn, but the game is completely a draw because there's no move for Hikaru's king in this spot if you just take that queen on f5 right now.
Right, so he avoided the tactic happening to him. He used it, so he was able to hold game 4, but it just wasn't enough. I mean, when you are having to resort to tricks like that just to hold the draw, that's not going to be good when you have to win a couple games to win the match.
But even still, though, a draw was incredibly impressive, but it didn't put him up in the overall match. He goes into the next game, and then things start to unravel relatively quickly, and Denis Lazovic starts to tighten that vice grip. We take a look at one more final moment from our game number 5.
I would definitely say rook and games we have found out through this EWC are not always a draw.
Right, and this move pawn to f3 is very subtle, but the point is Nakamura was hoping he would take the front pawn on f4, and that would be the mistake because then Nakamura could take on h5, and after the king took the lower pawn on f3, then the rook would slide over, and basically all of the kingside pawns leave the board. But Denis captured the correct pawn. He captures in the correct order by taking on f3, and remember, it was a rook endgame that Nakamura used to beat Denis earlier in the group stage, but it's a rook endgame that was Nakamura's undoing and sees him leave the tournament.
Yeah, for the most part, Denis, his heart rate was kept in check, but you can see it skyrocketing when he realizes he's in a position to move into grand finals. How could you not have your heart rate spike during that incredible moment? Wonderful job. Denis Lazovic moves forward into grand finals. Hikaru, unfortunately, will have to say goodbye. Top 4, he's probably not too happy with that. But hey, at the end of the day, he does get a chance for number 3. He got that last year, but he's going to have to play for the consolation prize. Upon his loss, John Sargent had a chance to catch up with him. Let's listen in.
Hikaru, sorry we're chatting in these circumstances, although a very entertaining match to follow. It looked like things were very tense in games 1 and 2, and then suddenly everything opened up. Denis was material up, I think, in both games 3 and 4 at some point. Talk us through the match.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the first 2 games, I'm trying to remember what the first game was. You know, the first game I kind of did something that wasn't wonderful. I knew that in the opening I should have played this knight e5 move, but I couldn't remember, so I didn't want to go sack a pawn and have to figure out over the board, basically spending a lot of time. And then I was probably worse. Maybe it was okay. It wasn't a great game, but I got the draw. Second game was not really a game. It was just a dead draw from the opening. And the third game, of course, was a critical game where it was a pretty balanced position, but I made one really bad move. I put my knight on e1 instead of d2, and once he got this bishop c4 move, bishop d3, I mean, I'm sure a computer would say it's fine for white, but the game started going the wrong direction. And then, yeah, Denis converted. So, you know, that game, unfortunately, I played one bad move, and I got punished for it. Game 4... probably should have been a boring draw, and then, you know, and then I started thinking, and then I had this horrible, like, basically, I saw the wrong position in my head, because when I spent, like, maybe a minute on, was it rook takes a1, I can't remember, whatever it was, like, I basically calculated something like knight c5, knight d4, queen f6 there, and then I played, then after rook a1, knight d4, I played queen f6 anyway, and blundered queen a8, and, I mean, I should have lost that game, but I got a miracle, and was able to draw that. And in the fifth game, again, pretty balanced, but I spent 5 minutes on one move, and I mean, in this time control, you can't do that. Probably I could have made a draw later, but you know, it is what it is. So, yeah, I mean, he deserved to win. I mismanaged my time, and I didn't play my best chess, and so, yeah, congrats to Denis.
Now, job's not done. Third place match tomorrow. You're facing either Magnus or Alireza, no matter what. So, plenty of prep going into tonight as well still.
No, I mean, there's no prep. I mean, I play chess tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes. You know, it's disappointing, obviously, to finish this way, but unlike most of my, I feel like, recent losses, I really do give credit to Denis, because you know, I can say I didn't play my best chess, but he found some very, very good moves at critical moments. He was extremely solid, and so you know, it's not something where makes some huge blunder, and it's like, oh my God, I lost someone who didn't play as well. I mean, it's very, very deserved. So yeah, he played great, and we'll see how he does tomorrow against Magnus.
Thank you, Hikaru. Good luck tomorrow.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for the great interview. Hikaru giving a lot of praise to Denis Lazovic.
Yeah, and if you don't think chess is a sport or an esport, check out the perspiration on his face. You could see it there on camera. But, one of today's themes has been deja vu, and exactly what happened last year. He is now lost, and now he has to root for his teammate, Ali Reza, exactly like in 2025. But also, we had an interesting quote from Denis Lazovic, usually quite demure. That's about his aggro. What did he say on stage, Nima?
I love that when he was asked about whether or not he was, afraid of anybody going into the finals, he said not really, knowing full well that he might be playing against Magnus Carlsen.
19 years old, he's got nothing to fear, right? He's feeling great about his chance. That's why I like him, man. He's pure confidence, and you have to have confidence to go against the aura of Magnus Carlsen. I mean, just the skill set alone in general. You look, it's the young generation, and Denis Lazovic could very well be lifting that trophy tomorrow. But we don't even know if it's going to be Magnus Carlsen. It could also be Ali Reza as well, right? He can take it too. Now, for the Club Championship update, like I said, week 6, things are getting crazy at the top. AJL is looking great, and speaking of which, Trav caught up with a special guest for a Club Championship update powered by Aramco.
I'm here with the COO of AJL, Eddie.
Hi.
Pleasure to meet you firstly. And I think
Nice
it's
to meet
fair
you.
to say you're in a great position when it comes to the Club Championship so far,
Yes.
sitting right at the top.
Yes.
But this week, that kind of gap has closed down quite a lot. So
Yes.
how do you feel going into the last 2 weeks, I should say?
Yes.
And what's your kind of preparation looking like at the moment?
So I think these 2 weeks are very exciting for us and also for a lot of the other clubs. And we can see we have, because this year we have so many titles participating in. So we invest into different roster, and we want to be performing better than the last year.
So focusing in a little bit more on chess, obviously this is the first year you've been in the game, and you've picked up Denis Lazovic. What was the kind of thought process behind that?
Okay, so chess is a new game to us, and also because of the EWC, we want to expand our roster into more different games. And this year, we are so happy to have Denis to join us together. And we think he's a very good player with a high potential, and he's also very young. So we also want to give him more support in the future. So I think there can be a very good partnership between us.
So we've kind of seen you popping up in a few more of these single-player games. It allows you to diversify, pick up a few more players.
Yes.
Is there any plans of that in the future for chess, let's say for 2027? Do you expect to pick up a few more players to higher your chances of getting some championship points?
Yes, so I think definitely we will increase the investment and also to expand our rosters into different games. And because there is also a very good chance for us to get more players in the solo games. So we will will scout for more good talent players and then to increase our roster in the future.
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much, Eddie, and a good luck in the rest of the Esports World Cup.
Thank you.
Trav, thank you for that great interview. Always great to have special guests for AGAL. Come on, how could they not be happy? They've already scored 750 club championship points as Denis Lazovic moves forward, but maybe getting 1,000 if he can win the entire thing. Big moves, taking a big risk. Now, I don't know if you guys had a keen eye or not, but if you were to look right in between the both of them during that interview, there was a special chessboard behind them. Hey, check it out. A lot of special things coming your way. Such a special board played by two legends coming from League of Legends, Faker being one of them. And I gotta say, this is a one of one. Faker and Chovy, they played on that very board. They signed it themselves, and you have a chance to get a piece of history by scanning the QR code.
I mean, if Faker is the Magnus Carlsen of League, then Chovy might be its Hikaru Nakamura.
All right.
Both absolutely incredible at what they do. Would you ever play League, Mike?
Never have, but I'm wondering if you're going to make a bid on the board.
I might. I just might.
Ooh, it's getting up there, by the way, but honestly, it is worth it. Scan the QR code, because again, this is a one of one. You're not going to see this ever again. It's history in the making, and it's special indeed. I remember when League was playing week one, man, 7,000 seats sold out just to the left of me, and they were loud, especially when Faker took that stage, and it's also signed by Chovy. Get involved, and I hope you guys have a chance to see it. Now, things are getting loud here at the Esports World Cup, specifically specifically over at Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage number 3. It is getting crazy. Trav, let's catch up with you with another Club Championship update powered by Aramco.
We're over at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. It's Rainbow Six Siege this week. I'm joined by Chris, and it seems like there's no real top teams left in Rainbow Six at the moment, but some emerging Club Championship teams.
Yeah, not as far as CC goes. I mean, this is kind of as an expected kind of top 4 that we do have going into it. Semi-finals today, and then of course 3rd, 4th, and 1st tomorrow. So we're very excited for that. But as far as actual CC goes in the top end of things, no, there's not really a great deal to be said about that. But what we are talking about, and I think is a good conversation to start to have over those last 2 weeks, is filling in those top 24 spots. Furia are a team playing right now 1-0 up in their semi-final who have an opportunity to put themselves quite high up. They've got participation and good participation in CS. That should be interesting for them as we go in the latter stages of this. It's going to be interesting as well for teams like FaZe. We kind of had high hopes for them, and COD didn't really play it off. Might play off here, though, for the side of Rainbow Six Siege. So it's all about the prize money that you can get a hold of. They're not going to be able to get their hands on the Club Championship trophy, but prize money, very, very relevant.
Yeah, they might not be at the tippy top, but still so much money wherever you are in the Club Championship leaderboard.
Thank you, Ton and Trav, for the Club Championship update powered by Aramco. Now, Esports World Cup is incredibly special, and it's quite literally changing lives. And it wouldn't be possible without our founding partners.
Je suis prêt, c'est parti, voir où m'emmène la vie. Comme sur mon green, tu m'entends quand je respire. Top le veston, jamais thé, jamais film. Gros pas, big plan, j'ai fait changer toute la piste. Regarde ma pêche, je pense pas, j'attire. Je coupe la line, laisse la cul, laisse frémir. Nouvelle état, new name, toujours fluide dans le move. Main en l'air quand je rentre dans le groove. Garde ce regard, je suis déjà posé. Deux pas, je tourne, glace dans mes yeux figés. Beat encore, puis je prends tout ce qui est à moi. Trop vite, trop fort.
Magnus Carlsen about to take the stage, but opposite of him is Alireza Firouzja, the last Falcons' chance to make it into grand finals, or will it be Team Liquid? But for Firouzja, he's got great mental fortitude, and Allianz wanted to catch up with him for the mental fortitude piece.
My name is Alireza Firouzja and I represent Team Falcons. Yeah, it's mostly about keeping your nerves and try to play at your best, not think about the expectations and pressure and just to play your game. Yeah, when the host calls your name to the stage, you get some goosebumps, as they say, and you want to be in the moment and also to enjoy it. I don't have any specific ritual. I think mostly I just prepare for my opponent and try to think more chess-wise. After losing, mostly I just think to bounce back. I try my best to that moment. If I have second chance, I try to bounce back and then think about that loss after. Here, mostly it's about the team. If you want to be honest, I think the team points and everything here matters a lot. But yeah, of course, it's nice to play in France, but I don't see why I need to be pressured.
Denis Lazovic just earned a spot in the grand finals, but one more spot remains, and there's two competitors gunning for that opportunity, and it's Alireza Firouzja, Magnus Carlsen, two Titans and grand finals from last year's EWC, and it's a rematch, though. The question is, will it go the other way? Let's talk about the competitor of Magnus, Alireza Firouzja, and what makes him so good. Arguably second in the world, second best when it comes to this, at least competition, and he's looking to go for gold this time.
Yeah, as Nemo said earlier today, very aggressive player, and I think he's figured something out since Riyadh last year. Remember, he lost in straight sets, but then he actually made it very close at the Speed Chess Championship Finals in London. He only lost 15-12, showing that he's nearly Magnus's equal. And here's the stat I want to give you from that event. They played 27 games, 19 were decisive, almost a 70% decisive game percentage. I think he needs to play a little bit more solidly and not go crazy against Magnus like in London, but it did get him closer. We're going to see what kind of style he shows today.
That's right. Well, only 23 years old, arguably hasn't even hit his peak yet, but already making history himself. Last EWC was a new experience. Now he's back for a second EWC, and that valuable experience from last year is going to carry over to today's competition. But Magnus Carlsen, he is the guy everybody wants to beat. He is the champion from last year, and he's looking to do it again.
For sure. He was coronated last year. This year, he is here to defend. I mean, this is the rematch of the 2025 EWC Grand Final, and he won 2 sets straight against Ali Reza. How do you think he's going to do this year?
Well, this is the match he's primed to play. He just wanted to play it in the finals. Of course, no fault of him that the bracket made it the semifinals. But again, he enjoys playing. And when you're at Magnus' age where you've done everything, you want to play chess for enjoyment. He enjoys playing against Ali Reza. He doesn't have a ton of energy, it looks like, but I think he's going to get up for this match. It's going to be just fine.
He's been just fine. We know that maybe he has a cold or something, but regardless, he's been taking the stage. He's been playing flawlessly. Magnus is going to be at his best when he goes up in this matchup. And again, like they've been saying, this is a rematch from last year's Grand Finals, but now they face off in the semifinals. Only 1 spot remains in the Grand Finals. The question is, who's ready to lift the trophy? Will it be Magnus Carlsen? Will it be Ali Reza Firouzja? Falcons versus Team Liquid. Let's head to the stage to get it started.
The atmosphere has been incredible there as a complete new player. Just went to the Grand Finals, not there last year. Qualified the Grand Finals, Denis Lazovic, and now it is time for a remake of last year's Grand Finals, Rob.
I mean, that semifinal was absolutely phenomenal. Only 19 years of age and just slicing through the competition with reckless abandon. That said, ladies and gentlemen, it is about time for us to start up our next match. Please welcome to the stage, representing Team Liquid, Magnus Carlsen. To beat a man, you've got to beat the man. And in this arena, that is Magnus Carlsen. The pressure of being the favorite is always on his back. But when it matters most, when his back is up against the wall, he always seems to pull through. He already made history last year by becoming the first EWC champion in chess, and he is now trying to do it 2 times in a row.
Oh, looking for a back-to-back, but you know what? You don't go to a back-to-back without repeating that back-to-back Grand Finals from last year. And his opponent represents France, so we need to do that intro in the local language. Faites du bruit pour Ali Reza Firouzja! Le grand maître français qui représente l'équipe Falcons. 2 Armageddon le premier jour. Il a battu Hans Niemann tout à l'heure. Il représente les Falcons. 23 ans. Et c'est sa 2e fois à l'Esports World Cup. Il était en grande finale l'an dernier. Et il essaye de prendre sa revanche. On a un match exceptionnel. Ali Reza Firouzja sur la scène.
Magnus, first off, that pop was kind of crazy for Firouzja. It seemed like the crowd might be a little bit biased. Does that affect you at all?
That's all right. Last year, we were in Saudi and he plays for the Falcons, so it was the same.
Okay, and when it comes to Firouzja in general, it seems like you have more respect for him, or at least maybe for his skill, than you do for a lot of your other opponents. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think he's really, really good.
All right, and last thing, going into this match, you have history on the line. You already won EWC before, trying to get back-to-back, 1 step away. Are you feeling confident and up to your game?
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously not at my best right now, but I'm hoping to, give it my best, and we'll see how far it goes.
Okay, we will indeed see just how far it goes. Damascus, I'm interested in hearing what Firouzja has to say.
Absolutely, Ali Reza, you were there in Grand Finals last year. This time, you're home. The crowd has been making some noise. How does that make you feel?
I feel happy that I reached here, and my path was not easy, so now I'll try my best to put a good fight.
All right, and last year, of course, that was the Grand Finals. You come back with revenge in mind. Was that a match that you've prepared for a while? How do you come into this match?
No, I just wanted to get to top 4 now. Now everything else is just trying to fight, and we'll see.
You know what? No time to speak, Rob. It is time to kick off the second semi-finals. Ali Reza, can I have you stand there for the traditional pre-game face-off? Rob, certified banger again.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially time. This is the semi-finals, and only one will punch that ticket into the grand finals. It is time for Ali Reza Firouzja versus Magnus Carlsen!
Thank you, guys. We are back with the second semi-final of the day. Magnus Carlsen, Ali Reza Firouzja, a match of the king versus the prince. I mean, we get to see this every single year, but every single time it is so exciting. Tanya, how are we feeling right now?
We are pumped, Levy. This is going to be fantastic to watch. One Falcon goes down, the other enters the arena. For Ali Reza Firouzja, it is a spot to the final, but in front of him, the ultimate boss, the final boss of chess. It is the world #1 for Team Liquid, looking to rise at the top, Magnus Carlsen. Now, these two, so much history. They've played plenty of finals. And Levy, it has always been dramatic. It has always been filled with fireworks.
Magnus Carlsen, when he was the reigning defending champion of the world, said he was maybe not interested in defending his title against literally any other human on the planet. No pressure intended whatsoever with that statement. And now he is here. Now, I have to say, he's been under the weather this week. Let me tell you something right now. This man likes basketball. Michael Jordan Game 6 is a big inspiration in the playoffs. And don't we know the feeling of the first day feeling fully rested and recovered? I don't know if that's today, but every day that goes on by these other opponents of his, it could be really bad for them.
I'll tell you something. There's Game 6 history for Magnus Carlsen as well. And well, this one is a best of 6 as well. Now, Ali Reza Firouzja, what a day he's had taking down Hans Niemann. For Magnus, he hasn't been in the best condition, but still finding a way to win when you're not feeling in top form. That is an invaluable asset to have, Levy.
This is going to be a match that really tests the player's stamina, really tests the player's ability to navigate complex positions. It's going to be a complete opposite of what we have seen in the match versus with Hikaru Nakamura versus Denis Lazovic. That was stable. That was waiting for the one moment that would come in 50 moves. These games are going to be imbalanced, complicated, all over the place, and very unpredictable.
And that is exactly what Ali Reza Firouzja has to be looking for against Magnus Carlsen. Now, these two played in Riyadh. It was the finals, but I have to say that, Levy, that was a Magnus show from start to finish. He dominated that match. He comes in. I think Ali Reza, the form that he's shown earlier this year in Norway chess, Ali Reza had his first classical win of his career against Magnus Carlsen. He knows it. He's taken him down earlier in speed chess formats as well. The belief is there. This is the biggest stage. And I do think that he senses that Magnus isn't in top form.
Very well could be, but I will tell you something right now. Just sitting at these screens, Ali Reza's heart rate is nearly 120 beats per minute. Not a single move has even been made yet. Magnus is getting a little bit more amped up. It just went from 78 to 89. But I can't wait. We're about to get underway here. Magnus with the white pieces. We have Magnus versus Ali Reza. We have Team Liquid versus Team Falcons. And we have a Queen's Pawn opening.
It is, and we see the Queen's Gambit decline happening here. Game 1, we are off with Magnus Carlsen's choice of opening here as we're watching it play out. A lot of Falcon fans in the building. We saw them go wild when Ali Reza walked in. A lot of support, and I will remind everyone, it was in Riyadh, the Esports World Cup, where we had one of our most iconic moments of the tournament when finally Magnus first taking down Hikaru, then Ali Reza shushed the crowd.
Shushed the crowd, shut down 2 Falcons. It's really, it must be nice to win all your games and all your matches and then trash talk a little bit with the audience. I have to tell you. Now, this Queen's Gambit declined. The reason why Magnus is thinking so early, it's a very dynamic one. Black has like 7 different moves that he can play on that last turn, and Ali Reza is going for, okay, he's going for something a little bit more stable and structured. Tanya, these two have played likely thousands of games against each other, and I'm talking about casual 1+0 bullet all the way up to classical chess. How do you even explore new territory at that point when it's likely thousands? There are 3 digits after the first one that you've played.
You know each other's soul by now is the problem. Where do you find fresh ideas? Well, we have the first pause of the game, and it is Ali Reza Firouzja after a trade at the center. Does he take that pawn back with the knight with his own pawn, or will he capture the pawn right behind it on d4? There are 3 moves possible right now for the Falcon. Which one will he lock in on?
Well, let's see. Lazovic, I think, takes with the pawn. Ali Reza, maybe knight. Hey, there we go. That's the dynamic player that I know and love. But it doesn't really matter. It's a queen spawn game, which means there's still a lot of stability.
The one thing that we've seen from Magnus and observed as commentators and fans is that if you have to beat this guy, if you have to have your chances against the world #1, against the GOAT, you need to drag him out into imbalanced positions as quickly as possible. You need those complications to happen. You want those opportunities where both players can go wrong. And I think in positional strategic battles, Magnus just crushes every single human being.
And this is a great one right here, right? It's brewing in front of our eyes. Magnus here has the white pieces. Black has what we call an IQP. It's an isolated queen's pawn. Now, the person who's playing against it, in this case Magnus, wants to stack his pieces in the center, block it from moving forward, trade off some knights and bishops, and ultimately win this pawn. The person with the pawn wants to play like that. Use the space around it, bring the rooks into the middle of the board, and, you know, at some point you could push, but there's going to be a moment that pawn is a nice defensive tool for the knight that lands in the middle of the board. You could then build around it. Sometimes there are opportunities to create some sort of kingside attack, but Tanya, you said this is a positional savant. He is going to trade enough pieces. He's going to put rooks and queens like this. He's going to put a knight, not immediately this would lose a queen. I don't think he's going to do that. And this in the long run, is it an asset or a liability? That's going to be the major question here.
And on the side that's playing with that pawn, if you just highlight it, because the whole game that we're going to see unfold will be around the ideas that, Levi, you just mentioned. For Alireza, either he gets that d4 break, which I think is a faraway possibility, potentially not happening in this game. He defends that pawn, which was under attack. You start looking for ideas of counter-attack, right? Plant your knight to the center square. Get your queen out to the queen side. Start targeting the pawns, which are a2 and b2 on the other flank of the board. The rook's beautifully placed. With the pieces getting traded off, that favors white. So Magnus will, in the future, look for more queen trades, majors coming off the board, so that it gets easier to get to that pawn at the center of the board.
I think Magnus's next move will likely be pawn to h3, and then I don't think Alireza will be taking. That would play directly into the hands of Magnus. He will likely move this bishop back to this square, and this square will prepare the king being safe for the long run. That bishop gets pushed backwards. This is also a very natural move in these positions. You know, you trade off these bishops, then you reposition, you double the rooks on the d file. It's a defensive game for sure from Alireza, but it might be simple enough that he doesn't have to worry too much. Now, one thing I want to point out, the difference between Magnus and Denis Lazovic, we have made a lot of comparisons in their positional style. What I would say is Magnus has built up the experience and the confidence to play in positions where he won't take the simple solution. He is happy to go into a position that looks funky or a little bit weird or a little bit imbalanced because he loves chess. He values his skills as still higher than everybody else, whereas Denis might not. And so Magnus will play this in a positional way. I doubt he can make this crazy. But over the course of this match, he's going to meet fire with fire. There's a reason Alireza's got FIR in the first 3 letters of his name. He detonates fire on the board. But we have this move knight to d4, and for now, we have to play positional chess.
Alireza Firusha is what we're calling him for the rest of this match for sure. Now the knight does land at the center, a set of minor pieces about to come up, and this is what we were talking about. When you're fighting against that isolated pawn at the center, as many pieces that come off, it favors the side that wants to get to it, in this case Magnus Carlsen. But he does open up his queen to be a little vulnerable to Alireza's rook. Magnus is saying that you don't have any great knight jumps that actually get you something eventually. The knight falls back. The queen will step forward, stay connected to that bishop on e2. And then eventually we'll have all the minors off the board. Very, very likely that this ends in a draw. And the reason I say that is that, Levi, the principle of 2 weaknesses. You need 2 targets to often win a game, and there's only one easily defended by black.
Absolutely. You also might be wondering why there's bishops staring at each other. Let's not forget the black rook was just attacking the white queen. So right now, black has the option to trade the bishop. Honestly, you might be able to get away with that. I would avoid too many trades. I think here there's a question of why can't I move my knight back to c5 and attack the queen? Maybe he's going to repeat moves and make a draw. That's never going to happen. Magnus obviously had something in mind there. But so far, this is progress, right? This is progress for the side playing against the isolated pawn. Right now with black, you never take the knight here, ever.
Well, now you do if you get the opportunity.
Yes.
He's doubled down on it. There's also a pin along the e-file. So exactly to your point, what you want is that when you capture that knight, Magnus is forced to take it with a pawn so that you're not left with any weakness on that open line. Rook c4, a nice multi-purpose move. You're hitting the knight on d4. You're also eyeing a doubling up, maybe even a tripling up on the c-line.
For anybody wondering, we've been saying, oh, the person playing against the pawn wants to make trades. He doesn't want to take black's knight there, because the pawn would take... Yeah, I mean, queen takes, maybe it's silver, but pawn would take, then the pawns are together. Now, knight back to f3. Alireza has a funny move here. He could jump his knight to the right side, attack Magnus's queen. Magnus can't take the knight, because then he would lose the queen the other way, to this other piece.
Let's have that on the board. Let's show that. Knight to f4. You can't take the knight. I'm forced to move my queen. I don't have so many squares. Let's put it in front of the rook. And I say, what's next? I'm hitting your knight on f4, Levy.
Well, allegedly, there are ideas like this. Any time that you see a piece that is only protected by a king, you've got to look for tactics. Now, it's not winning, but it could make things very complicated. He also could reposition the knight a couple more times. He could also bring it back. I mean, in general, you don't make a move like this without a clear follow-up.
Can we just investigate that a little bit?
Absolutely.
Because if that happens, this position explodes. And look at Alireza. He's locked in. He's burning the clock. This is going on in his mind. You give a check. You drive the king. Only square. You bring the queen. You pin that white knight. There's one move to defend it. And he's going for it. Is he about to sacrifice a knight?
And he's going for it. All right, let's get back to the live board. There was a pretty nasty sequence there, which I think Magnus might be realizing at this point. The nice thing about this, for anybody wondering how Alireza can spot this, it's not actually super complicated. The knight on f4 is a very forcing move. We see Magnus sit back there because he's realizing.
He spots it.
He gets it. He has to move his queen to the left. Maybe he can move it back. Doesn't particularly matter.
You move it back. You're giving this option of even eventually the black rook landing on the second rank. Anyone wants to put it on d2. The reason Magnus isn't rushing with it, he's calculating knight takes pawn. Alireza's looking at it.
Yeah, and Magnus might just be wondering, am I just lost here? He's not. There's an amazing move at the end of this sequence that will give Alireza the chance to win back the knight. Now, is Magnus upset because he thinks he's in a lot of trouble? Or is he just upset that he got nothing from this game and it's likely going to be a draw? But there is this brewing sacrifice, and let me make myself absolutely clear. There it is. I was going to say he's considering it, and now it's a brilliant move. That's relatively straightforward. We're going to get king takes. We're going to get a check.
On the board.
Absolutely. I don't even have to make a move. All right, Alireza's going to play this in half a second. He could start with this move, but I don't know why you would do that.
It's got to be the check, because then you just block out your rook from the attack.
Exactly.
So you get your rook closer to the white king. Feels like h1 would be the only square that you would have.
King
We're
here.
seeing that happen.
Yep.
And now the move, and look at the sequence with which Alireza has actually blitzed this out. And this is where I was stuck. What is next here? You're down a piece.
Boom.
Oh,
the
wow.
same exact pin gets you back, right? Gets you back this material. Now here, there's king to g2 defending the knight, but I won't go here. I can continue. I go full Wreck-It Ralph mode. I'm just bulldozing the position, and this rook is a major issue. It's actually black who is playing with more pieces here. Now the good thing for Magnus is that after the move rook f4, he doesn't have to lose the game on the spot. He maybe has this move, which he will spot, and we're going to go to an endgame anyway. That's likely going to be a draw. It's going to be Alireza who's a pawn up. But in a rook endgame, when the other side has a lot of activity, it's still going to end up a draw. So if Magnus defends himself here, he should be fine, but he's not going to be very happy.
Levy, we've got that position on the board. He's gone for the pin. Magnus has played the only move in the position. And now it's on Alireza. Is he going to go for this endgame, or will he find another way to keep the pressure on? Other ideas of perhaps throwing that d pawn forward, finding a way to rook lift the other one to the 6th rank to get towards that knight. Alireza has a lot of options he's looking on. But what was impressive the speed with which he played that, the confidence with which he played. This is game one. You know, you sacrifice a knight, you could be losing.
And the reason he's not happy is I think he thought he had more. He's not unhappy because he's somehow in a bad position, but he went for this thinking like, oh, I'm absolutely winning here. I'm just going to push my pawn. I'm going to play this rook move, and we're going to win this game. Now he's sitting there thinking like, how did white actually have a defensive resource here?
And that defensive resource is the rook lift, and that's been stopped. Alireza goes for a more dynamic option, keeping the game alive, not allowing Magnus into an endgame. Still a lot of pressure on the king's king there on h1. Pinned is the knight on f3. Lots of pins on the board. You can't capture that pawn with your own pawn. The queen is hanging. You can't touch the knight. The king is pinned on the corner, the bottom right there. The d pawn is about to move one step forward. And apart from all of that, the threat that you earlier highlighted, the rook ready to come to f4 to double down, pin it and win it.
The only defensive move here for Magnus is to slide his rook over one square to the right to meet the black rook head on, looking for a trade of rooks and potentially moving it forward a little bit as well to play some defense. That is actually the only move, which is quite fascinating, because the alternative is to try to defend against this black pawn push. The next move in black's position is pawn pushing one square, attacking the queen, and that wins on the spot.
That wins on the spot. The rook slide hitting the knight wins. Magnus Carlsen, to stay in the game, has to play rook to g1 to offer the rook trade on the g5, line that up. Everything else would have been lost, but of course he's Magnus Carlsen, world #1 for a reason. Finds it, plays it, and he's up on the clock.
And so now, if we can pull up the board, I think Alireza is going to respond quickly. He only has 3 minutes here. There's actually kind of something wicked. You can play d3, and what happens is rook takes, queen takes. This is still under attack. Takes, and it's a queen endgame. Or, how about this? You can play rook takes, and simply go down a piece. Now, this might be survivable by white, but it looks awful. It looks awful. White can't move any of these pieces. Like, this completely nasty position, but the computer does find a way out here. Now, will Alireza go for this, or will he go for the endgame and likely just, make a draw? But what a position.
This is just fantastic chess by Alireza, finding that opportunity, spotting it, jumping with a knight, giving up a piece, going for the attack, not sliding the rook, but pushing the pawn ahead. Magnus on top of his game as well, finding the only moves. Rook g1 played. Alireza, does he push the pawn or does he trade? Only these two moves.
And you see, this is the difference, right? Hikaru Lazovic, very solid battles. These two right away, just absolutely winging punches at each other. And this is what I love about the two of them playing, and Alireza getting better and better and understanding Magnus a little bit more. Tani, he's a minute 49. The one thing I cannot take when Alireza plays chess is how low on time he gets. And d3 is on the board, so we are likely going to see that endgame.
And that's always fascinating to watch. When Alireza has enough time, he's always the one who's behind on the clock. But then he just suddenly switches to a different gear when he's playing on his final few seconds. When it becomes hyper bullet, you see a whole different Alireza Firouzja. Few can surpass his piece, and we see the trades happening. That looks like it's a perpetual.
First game is a draw.
First game ends in a draw. The result peaceful. The game anything but.
Yeah. And Magnus could have ran with his king to the left and tried to just, get rid of the pawn on the right side of the board and keep the game going. Here's the thing, though. In this format, getting into very low time, I'm talking 140 to 4 minutes, that's how you lose against Magnus. And Alireza actually does that a lot. He beat Wei Yi in his match with like 10 seconds against a minute and 20. First of all, what? How is that even possible?
It's crazy. It's like he just becomes from another planet when he's got those final few seconds. But what a game that was to start, to set the tone of what's ahead for us in the remaining 5 rounds. Alireza really taking the battle on with the black pieces. Magnus finding the only moves after that first surprise right there. Fantastic stuff we set ourselves up for with this clash.
For sure. I'm curious to see what Alireza goes for with the white pieces. Very different type of first draw than we saw in Hikaru versus Dennis.
Levy, they say not all draws are made equal, and what we just saw right now happen was definitely one of those that gets you excited.
Okay, London. Yes, Alireza's been Londoning it up, and Magnus says, your London, my London. The best response to a London is to play a London. Everybody in the audience, there's your lesson.
Wrong city, Levy. Someone tell them we're in Paris right now.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're getting a French defense anytime soon. That's desperate times, call for desperate measures. Alireza Firouzja attacking Magnus Carlsen's pawn with his queen. Magnus giving it away. And then the entire left side of the board might fall apart, but actually it's uncapturable, which is sort of fascinating.
You'd have taken that pawn. It allows a lot of the rook sliding over, the b2 pawn being soft as well, and it looks like both players know exactly what they're doing right now. The knight does jump. Now there's no queen takes pawn. The bishop is being hit as well. Is Alireza ready to give up the bishop pair? He says no, falls back.
There you go. You want to win the Esports World Cup, just learn the London. That's the lesson. Alireza's played this to perfection. Offers it, and we have Magnus here defending with the trade of the Dark Squared Bishops. Alireza's going to castle or develop his knight, also fine. I actually like White's position a lot. Whenever there's a knight on a non-standard square, as we see in Magnus's position over there on the left side, it can be a target, Tanya. That's not really where knights are supposed to stand.
Completely agree, because the A-pawn is also ready to go up the board and dislodge that piece as well. And I'll just point out about the London. Where are those days? Gone are those days when London was considered this solid opening. You know, you could sit back, play positional strategic fight. It just feels like full dogfight whenever we see a London and H-line already open. Well, a castle now played, but always watch out for the Black Queen and Knight attacking the H-file once you go into this structure. You know, London's become really combative, Levy.
Absolutely. Having said that, this one is likely not to end in a checkmate, but a more grindy type of game. But, I mean, I still have to say, everything on the board looks normal, except the knight on the left side on Magnus Square B6. Everything looks correct. You gave your king a little bit of space. Your knight and bishop fight for the center. White has certain advantages here, having more center pawns, which makes his position more mobile, right? He has much more progress to be made. This is Alireza's game. I really like, he just has to develop the left side of the board, the queen side, bring his rooks to the middle, maybe push his A-pawn. Magnus is defending here, Tanya. This structure resembles like a Karl Khan or a Scandinavian defense, but overall, I really like the chances here for White.
And just to your point, the knight advances to a square where it's currently unchallenged. It's also vacating the square for the bishop to land on, taking care of any ideas that Magnus might have had of knight g4, any attack, potential attack on the right flank. He also improves the position of his rook. The bishop gets to the square. And now again, that a4, a5 that you keep highlighting with the c-pawn up the board, you can't even stop that advance.
Absolutely. Which is why Alireza is now faced with this decision of taking the knight or not. He does. And now, where do you go from here?
I want to point out that in these positions, we see the bar, it does give White an advantage, and it's more long-term. Imagine with the bishop as it's placed, eventually the White b-pawn going up the board, a minority attack once the queen is out of the way. You've got ideas like b4, b5. That bishop on f3, it's going to become a sniper once you're able to get to the c6 pawn. And I think it's on Alireza's radar. Well, he starts with the a-pawn, he wants to push that knight back.
This is quite unpleasant because Magnus can't mirror him with an a-pawn. Right? He can't play a5 himself. But he follows the age-old wisdom. When attacked on the side, strike in the center.
He does it, and he does it fast. And now Alireza has to make a decision. There are two attackers on the d4 spot, only one defender. Does Alireza bring his rook to the center of the board? Does he capture, or does he even push that pawn? d5.
All look pretty good. All look pretty good.
I would be very tempted to push d5. You know, I've got enough defensive resources to make that pawn going. Again, the bishop needs to be activated, the bishop on f3. So I'm looking for ways to open up that diagonal to get to that c6 pawn. And you look at Magnus, you just know that he's not feeling well.
Well, it's the best position he's had all day.
True that. You know, he mentioned it after winning his quarterfinals matchup that he was very worried about playing Alireza. He's not feeling himself. You know, Alireza is the kind of opponent who's not going to let go of any chance. We saw that in game one. He got one opportunity to sacrifice his knight. He went for it.
I have to say, sometimes when Magnus says stuff like that, it's kind of like the smart... You ever remember school? Remember when the smartest kid in class would say, "Oh, I didn't even study for the test," and get the best grade? Shut up, all right? Like, seriously. I mean, I don't like to play Alireza. I just beat him in the finals like 4 times in a row. I mean, like, look, we get it. Like, Magnus has to be sick or he has to be off form, right? But when he's at his best, he's the man to beat. If I can have an analysis board, please, I would like to pull up how difficult it was in that last position to push forward. Tanya, how about this? In this position, the way White gets the advantage is not to attack the knight. It's to trade it.
Oh, wow.
And the idea is that this is now very challenging for Black to play, because if he goes for the same concept, there's rook to c5, very positional, very Lazovic-esque, Lazov-esque, or however you would say it. That's the way you were supposed to play, which is weird because it was the target the entire time. How do you just go and trade it off and just slowly advance on the queen side? Instead, we have complete chaos, which is normal when we have Magnus Alireza.
It's what we want. But that was a beautiful idea that you pointed out, just playing against black, getting free with the central break. But there's a central break that Alireza does go for. D5. Again, this bishop on F3. Keep an eye. Watch out for that bishop. It's about to get really strong in the position. I'm expecting a bunch of trades on that D5 square. You take everything.
Yeah, what do? You take once? I mean, you have to take. Maybe you don't have to take. But you likely have to take this pawn with black. Do you take it once with the pawn, once with the knight? What do you do?
I'm expecting all the trades to happen and the white bishop to land on d5. Now, for Magnus, the queen and the rook are nicely set up on the 7th rank, just making sure everything's defended. He's trying to think, perhaps, if there's a way to throw in a curveball here. You know, that e-pawn that's just moved one step forward, can he sever the connection between the bishop and the pawn by going e4? An in-between move.
Could be. Could be. And honestly, when he plays Alireza, this is a thought. This is really a thought that goes through his head, like, let's complicate it. Let's have a little bit of fun. Let's take a little bit of risk. Of course, he can just take the pawn on d5 and suffer, but Magnus is at a point in his career where he's like, could this be a more fun position to play? It's not about minimizing risk. It's not about being hyper-practical. How are we feeling today? How's the mental processing? Do we take some risk in this position or not? Having said all that, we might sit here for a minute and he just trades everything in the middle of the board. And there it is.
It is, you know, Liquid under pressure, going solid here with his approach right now. You go e4, you would have ended up with a weakness on that c6 square. He's not allowing any of that. Going to see a bunch of trades at the center of the board. And there the bishop lands, unchallenged right now. Looking at b7, looking at f7. The a-pawn about to push up the board as well. It just feels like Alireza's on the right side of the equality in this one.
Absolutely. Can I just say, Liquid under pressure and then solid? Like,
did that make sense?
That was like,
thank you.
You are spitting fire. Firuja, if I may. That was
wrong player.
Best caster in the world. I'm saying it right now. That was amazing. Anyway, this is not the best position in the world. This is a little bit of a nap time position. Magnus's pawn's not too happy in the middle there, but this is not the first rook end game we've seen today or in this tournament that even a pawn advantage, you look like you could just go and take some of the pawns. It's unlikely to be a decisive result. The amount of time it's going to take white to take some pawns is the same amount of time it's going to take black to take some pawns, and likely to trade off completely.
Yeah, and suddenly Magnus's rooks are beautifully placed in this endgame as well, right? You're eyeing the 4th rank to hit 2 pawns. You're eyeing the 2nd rank for activity as well if you're Magnus. You've got a worse pawn structure, but enough piece activity here. The rooks, beautifully positioned for Magnus. Alireza coming in with an attack. That pawn cannot be defended. Let's just highlight that.
For sure. And then the next pawn probably might as well not be defended. Here, black can play rook into d2. Like, rook on the 2nd rank of the opponent, just ignore the threat, and the idea would be you lose the center pawn, and then after you take on b2, you give away the 2nd e-pawn. Well, we're not going to get the 2nd e-pawn getting taken, but we are going to get the first one. And now I'm curious, wow, Magnus doesn't even infiltrate at all. He just, this is fascinating, dominates the open files. Look at that.
He's going to do a double on that 2nd rank.
Yep.
You know, the first rook will land and then the 2nd rook will land. He's looking at piece activity just at its absolute maximum, tying down the white rook on f1 to defend the king side. Magnus Carlsen, rook d2, rook c2 coming in. Alireza Firuza, he's got one move to set up counter ideas of his own.
Alireza might just push the f and g pawns, just activate the space around his own king.
Playing with fire.
Yeah, but
That's
then...
dangerous game, Levy. Rook d2, rook coming in.
Yeah, rook d2, rook c2 looks like a problem. I don't think his attack is actually fast enough. This is nasty business by Mac. You know what you might have to play here with white? Rook b5, rook b3, rook f3. Like, try to defend that way. Do a little snake like we used to play on the phone. We're too old. It's like no kids watching this have played that.
I've spent a lot of hours in that game. Got to a very high level as well. As we're going to enjoy some high-level rook pawn endgame in this one. And I will point out what Magnus has set up against the move that you just suggested. If Alireza plants his rook on the b file, notice how the central pawn and the side a pawn are undefended. Magnus will then slide up his d rook all the way along to the 4th rank, winning one of the 2 pawns. And you just called that out, Levy. Rook to b5 on the board.
Yep.
This is the move that we were hinting at.
Best casters in the world. Look at that. Look at that. Predicting both moves. All right, what's the next one? What's the next one? Do we defend the center pawn? Do we chuck the pawn on the left side? He saves that pawn. He gives away the center pawn. And now the rook is free. This is still very dynamic. I mean, these endgames are very tricky.
5 versus 5. The Black King will step up just to free up any checking on the 7th rank currently, and then look at infiltrating on the 2nd rank if he's allowed to do so. Magnus Carlsen, 5.5 minutes, about 2 minutes ahead on the clock right now.
That's standard. That's Alireza playing chess ever.
Okay, Levi, we often talk about the Magnus touch in endgames, right? It's just always about how he finds ways to squeeze water out of stone and all those cliches that we use, and he does it time and time again. Does this endgame have enough juice in it? Can Magnus look for something here?
Well, what's really funny is that you look at a position like this and you go, would Magnus be able to win this with either color? With white, you would say, oh, his king side pawns are all, look at a little triangle, and he pushed them forward, and black's pawn next to his king on the left side, e6. That's a weakness, right? That's what we would say. But Magnus is playing black, so we're going to say, oh, that pawn's like a dynamic element in the position. He's actually going to push that pawn and use it as a shield for his king, and then maybe weaken the white structure a little bit. Basically, any endgame in the hands of this guy is a problem for the opponent. And I don't like where this is going, Tanya. Like, 2 minutes 40, I said the only way Firouzja's going to make his chances in this match lower is that time.
It's the time that haunted him in their EWC final at Riyadh as well, and currently struggling on the clock. The position absolutely in balance. A player of Alireza's caliber should draw this every single time, and he needs to do this. You don't lose this against Magnus in a semi-final.
And in Norway Chess this year, he might have even won it. Like, really, Magnus did not have the best tournament performance there, but this is a very different story. He has double the time of his opponent, keeping all the possibilities on the board. Hikaru likes to say, you have to give the opponent a lot of options. And Alireza has too many options right now.
Well, first question for him is, what are the options with the rook? He goes with the other one, gives a check. There's a beautiful square on b6 that you could land on, plant your rook there, but that just means some undefended pawns on the queen side that you have to take care of eventually. Rook to b6. Is Magnus going to start hunting that a pawn? He does. Is it time to get the b pawn into the game? Whoa, Alireza not looking happy in this position.
No.
You've got the better pawn structure. It's a rook pawn endgame. Why?
No. He has to chuck a pawn. He's chucking the pawn, and he's going to go rook to e3.
That was a checkmate. There was a checkmate in that position. We've got to show that why that pawn could not have been defended. A beautiful line. Magnus had set this up. Watch and enjoy this. If you went b4 in this position, it's game over. Look at that bar shoot down. Rook check, rook checkmate.
I mean, just water. That's crazy. How do you...
How do you spot
magic.
This? How does this happen in a rook and pawn endgame?
Well, it's magic, MAG, and it's fire, right? That's really what we're looking at. I didn't know. I was looking at it like, what am I missing? And there you go. Now, somehow Alireza still makes it here, but he's got 1:40. Now, will Magnus go for king and rook versus king and rook flag? That'll be really funny, because that could happen.
Wow. Magnus Carlsen is about 2.5 minutes up on the clock right now. He first makes sure that the 2 versus 3 are taken care on that right side. The rook looking at b2. I will say one thing, Levi. If the b and the a pawn go off the board, that would be handshakes.
Even now, right? Because we could have a repetition right here.
We could. The king could slide over, hit the rook. The rook goes back where it came from. The king comes back. A back and forth. Or is Magnus actually ambitious in this endgame? That would be quite the statement. Surely
not. 1:32 is like 10 hours. You know, we talk about like dog years, like 1 and 7. Oh, and maybe. I was going to say, Alireza, this is oceans of time, but Magnus is investing in his outside pawn.
He is. He's placing all his bets on that pawn right now, because g5 is about to come under attack as well. If you're Alireza Firouzja, he first gives a check. Is Magnus going to step far away? He does.
Oh, Tanya, this is bad. This is very bad. This is vintage Magnus winning an endgame with the opponent under time pressure.
If Magnus wins this, I would have seen everything. And then I'd see another game and be shocked.
That just brings his king. But maybe it's not so easy to bring the king, because you're always under threat somehow of losing your pawns.
So if you're Magnus Carlsen, you need the black king to assist that a pawn. You have to step it up the board on the C line, on the B line, and start marching up the board. Meanwhile, Alireza has to create counterplay where his majority lies.
And he's going to try to push. He's going to push and push, and then he's going to break through. That's the most important thing. He's going to try to get a pass pawn on the right side of the board. I don't think he has time to run his king all the way to the left, but Magnus is grimacing himself because he doesn't exactly have a solution in this position.
And Magnus is calculating what happens when he gets his king closer to that black rook. The problem is that his pawns on that right flank, both of them extremely weak and tender. And Magnus goes for that plan. He's going all in this endgame.
Maybe you can play pawn to f4 here.
But that's very committal.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I know, but
And 1 minute. It's under 1 minute for Alireza. He's in bullet territory now.
he has to. I don't think... Yeah, okay, he plays a little passively, but now it's very important here. Does Magnus just give that pawn?
How does Magnus do this? How are we in this rook and pawn endgame and this isn't a draw?
No, this is definitely a draw. He's going to take the pawn, and then he's going to probably go for this f4, because then it's easy. At some point, he can even play it now, and he's going to give the rook for the pawn, and it will likely be a draw.
And eventually, White will be forced to give up the rook for the lone remaining pawn that Magnus will have on that left flank. But Alireza needs to make sure he's in time on that race. He needs a passer of his own. He gives a check first. The king, if it moves forward, Alireza will keep checking. The third rank, the second rank, the first rank.
That's actually really funny. Anywhere the black king runs down into Alireza, yeah, he has to back up.
You got to play for a win. You got to go back. If you're Magnus Carlsen right now, the A pawn ready to push itself if it's allowed.
I think Alireza's in panic mode. He has 20 seconds on the clock.
20 seconds. There's no increment in this, and you can see it on him. He's about to get flagged in this position.
Yeah, he's gone f4, and he's got...
16.
Rook back.
Levy. I don't think Alireza saves this.
No, not with this amount of time. No, we're going to get into flagging territory here.
2.5 minutes for Magnus. How many times we've seen him do this? It's just unbelievable.
But this isn't even Magnus. I mean, I got to say, this is all Alireza, right? Magnus looking for ways to complicate it and make the decisions challenging, but...
13 seconds.
I don't think... Is he going to flag him?
Alireza's mouse skills are from another planet. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Is he going to... No, there's no way. You can't even flag here. They're both going to trade all their pieces, right?
Yeah, because the black rook will be forced to give itself as well, and Magnus is about to do it, and it ends in a draw with 7 seconds remaining for Alireza. What a game.
Whew. Intense stuff. I think we can all take a breath. Alireza 7 seconds remaining against 210, but he found the cleanest cut. Like, he found the way that there was really nothing Magnus could do. Only way to flag there is to keep the rook on the board and give checks, even allow the opponent to make a queen, but that would be extremely humiliating if you do all of that and then you lose. And Magnus, I don't think he's really in the business of doing that. I think he wants to play really high-level chess. If he had a flagging chance, maybe he would have taken it. But so far, 2 draws and very tense games. I have to say, Tanya, the second game was made tense by the fact that Alireza just doesn't make a move. Like, he didn't have to get us that stressed.
This has been the most impressive part about watching Alireza over the years. When he's got time on the clock, you can see a bit of uncertainty in him. You can see the hesitation when he makes a move. But down on those seconds, it's beast mode Alireza. He's unstoppable. I don't even know how many moves he can get in with 5 seconds on the clock. It just feels like it's always going to be enough. And Magnus Carlsen, he pushed. He tried hard in that one.
He meaning Alireza, and Nihal are the 2 best time scramble players in the world. For sure. Because
better than Magnus and Hikaru.
Yeah, time scramble. Purely, like, if you gave them 10 seconds. Their mouse skills and their hand-eye coordination and their ability to predict their opponents, just second to none.
Wow, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that. But now we get to see a Sicilian on the board, and it's been a while.
Absolutely. It has been a while. That last match was a lot of symmetrical games, a lot of lock structures. Well, actually, this one's going to be locked as well. Neither player is going to be able to advance their D-pawn very much in this game. Here comes the light-scored bishop being saved. Maybe he will take the knight. Maybe he will take that knight. He could have taken either of those knights. Maybe he won't take the knight at all.
Well, I think the defining feature in these positions, Levy, it's always those central squares that White has the knight to jump onto D5. You've got the D4 spot, and then who gets a pawn break? Is it on the queen side? There's always B4 to watch out for. Or will one of the F pawns move forward? And it does look cagey with all pieces on the board, often all pawns not traded, till a lot of moves are made, but eventually the break arrives. And that's when it gets spicy.
Magnus already unhappy here? I don't really know with what. Of course, he has many choices. He can play short castle, he can move his d-pawn up a square.
I'd be surprised if he does trade at this point, because again, the storyline of those 2 squares at the center of the board, you go bishop takes knight, Alireza captures towards the center, and then suddenly, Alireza's got a beautiful d4 square, and you've got no jumping spots. He does instead continue with developing. I'm expecting both sides to castle soon. One of the knights to land on d5.
Magnus doesn't like the way that he's played this. I think he was just sort of improvising a little bit. And now he goes for this idea, knight to d5 and b4. I love when these guys play Sicilians because they either open the board and play something crazy or play a closed maneuvering type of game. And maybe Magnus thinks that this is the way to beat Alireza. Slow maneuvering chess.
It's also perhaps what he wants right now. You know, if you go into those complications, you go into Mikhail Tal's forest of complication. You know, 2 + 2 = 5, path out wide enough for 1. The thing is, you look at Magnus, you get the feeling he's not only fighting his opponent, but he's also fighting himself right now. He has his hand on heads. It feels like he's in a bit of pain. And I think you want to keep it as simple and strategic as possible in these situations, till you're actually forced into those muddy waters.
Alireza will find a way.
He will find a way. He always does.
Yeah, he's going to find a way. Right now, he's got some ways to maybe strike back also with the b-pawn. I don't think what he wants to play here is pawn takes pawn. That move gives away a lot of space on the queen side. It helps Magnus open up a little bit further. But now where do you reposition your pieces? Here I would be tempted to offer a trade of knights. So move the knight on d7 that's a little further back to really either square. But that comes with problems too. Because then you're no longer defending the pawns in the center of the board. And he does it, but I don't love this. Because right now, if Magnus were to take the knight on c6, and we can pull up an analysis, but this is a very fascinating position. There's an opportunity now with that knight no longer defending these pawns that if you take, you know, there's going to be double pawns. So, for example, bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes bishop, queen takes, and just something very easy. Take these pawns. This is just a little ugly, no? Like,
this looks beautiful for white, and I think we're walking right into this line that you're showing.
All right, enough analysis board. We go back to the live position. Thank you very much.
That was spot on, Levy. And I just want to say, I mean, this is long-term advantage. You know, we highlighted that d4 square. The black knight has an entire Odysseus to make to get there. It's super far away. Meanwhile, that c5 weakness you highlighted, the bishop landing on e3 at any moment, the white knight can reroute itself to start hitting those targets. This is just long-term weakness for Alireza.
And what he's doing now is he's going to move his knight forward 3 squares, which is illegal. It is not a rook. But if we pull up the analysis board one more time, we will show you exactly what we were talking about. The knight will reposition itself there.
It is
there,
the Odysseus.
right? And there. Now, it's not quite a rook, but it's working on it. Now, you could also maybe go here. And then maybe you can capture, because there's going to be a pin. h3 is a waiting move. Knight f8 is likely, right, Tanya?
I love it. I love that rerouting of the knight. You find the spot you want it on. It also stops any attack on that c5 pawn, and I think that's exactly where Alireza's knight is headed. Magnus has a move or two to try to set up counterplay. How does he do it? Is he going to go for the f-pawn moving forward break? He brings his queen out. So firstly, the c6 pawn is under attack, needs to be defended. You could slide your queen over, keep everything defended. I'm going to point out the b file as well. At some point, if you're Magnus, you're looking at doubling up there. Rook takes pawn is something that you need to watch out for as well.
That's one thing that actually Magnus, he didn't forget about. Alireza should not take his pawn with his rook. It would allow Magnus to take back a pawn right away with the queen, infiltrate on the left side of the board. Might even win on the spot. The rook might be trapped. Yeah, it basically is, because you would... Anyway, he's not going to play rook takes pawn. All right, I would be bewildered. But one thing that is annoying here is the concept of time. Alireza's position will only work if every move that he wants to play comes on time. And Magnus is going to try to disrupt that. He's going to try to get in the way of those plans. Now Black has to play defense. Does he slide the queen over 2 squares? Frankly, I'm not even sure there's another move. But if you do that, you weaken the c5 pawn. The queen no longer defends that pawn. So that's why Alireza just hasn't played that move in 1 second. He's trying to decide, like, do I want to defend my c6 pawn? Is it important? What do I do here?
I do like this move that you're pointing out, because sliding that queen to that spot not only defends the c6 pawn, but the central e5 pawn, which means that Black's knight can actually jump to e6 without severing that connection between the queen and that center pawn. You don't end up losing it. Queen over, knight forward. Seems like a reasonable plan for Alireza, but he's got some other ideas.
He doesn't like something, clearly. He might not like that White's light-squared bishop could try to maybe go to a5. And again, we can show this. This is a very complicated game, so they're both going a little bit into the tank. For example, queen here, maybe he doesn't like something associated with this. Now, to be fair, if you go here, now you actually can capture this pawn. And after this, The queen would have to go here, and you're desperately defending everything. Then there comes this move. And it's like, wait a minute, now it's happening. It is happening. You're defending everything, but all of your pieces are back here. This doesn't feel very comfortable to play against Magnus. Anyway, let's see what happens after queen c7. Will Magnus play bishop d2? There are other ways to put pressure, Tanya.
That pawn formation is a long-term problem for Alireza. Magnus first just simply defends, guards his d3 weakness before getting his bishop out into the game. And this gives Alireza just enough time to jump into the center with his knight.
Just enough time to threaten to do it. Then the bishop move would still threaten the spin, but he goes there. And maybe he's going to take the knight with the bishop. Honestly, both look okay, to be fair. But in a close game like this, that light squared bishop for black is a real problem.
That's a beautiful positional point you make, Levi, that a knight versus bishop imbalance in that case would definitely give Magnus something to play for. There will be pawn advances later on. Just a positional solid point there. Bishop e3 played. Alireza won't jump in just yet. But the problem is, as long as that knight is there, you're not finding great squares for your bishop to come out.
Certainly. Honestly, you could even trade the knights. This is a position where the opposite-colored bishops sort of benefit the infiltrating side. It's generally said that they benefit the attacking side. When you attack a king, obviously, right? Because the other bishop won't be able to defend. But here, if the dark-squared bishop infiltrates, light-squared bishop needs to get out of the way. Like, he's in the way right now. He hasn't moved for 20 turns, but still he's defending.
Also, good luck finding a good square for that bishop to move to. Magnus looking at infiltration squares and maybe even an endgame, another endgame grind by Magnus Carlsen coming up once the queen lands on b6. The black queen, a key defender of so many pawns. It comes with a lot of ideas if you get that out of the way. Magnus Carlsen setting threats. This is more dangerous than the bar implicates right now.
It's more dangerous because of the clock. So we know that Alireza is going to get into low time situation, but at least in the previous game, the only piece types remaining on the board were king, rook, pawn. If you then add queen, and even no queen, you add bishop, knight, more rooks, much more pawns, he's not going to defend this. Like, he's just not going to defend this with that much time. Then he's already maybe made a slight inaccuracy. Now the queen trade's coming. Yeah, this is Magnus at work.
It, of course, lands. It's Magnus Carlsen. He'll take you to endgame every single day of the year right now. Queen b6, Alireza Firouzja, does he trade? Does he decline it? Does he step forward with the queen? The problem here is this is such a Magnus position and the anti of Alireza chess. You know, he's always one to play for the initiative, for the dynamics. He wants a combative position where there are opportunities for both players to go wrong. And this is just one-sided. You have to sit, you have to suffer. He tries to keep the pieces on the board. Magnus now looking at a rook infiltration. The knight on the other side of the board. Full board awareness by Magnus. Knight coming to f5.
What a move. Just have to say, like, in the middle of all that, he just pops the knight out. Wow, Alireza's voluntarily giving the bishop. He could have moved his pawn there to make a spike, but that would have weakened him, and it would have blocked the bishop. He does this. He's like, take my bishop. I don't need it.
And that was a sneaky bishop retreat by Alireza. Magnus's knight jump was not only aggressive, it was against Alireza's idea to pin that knight to the rook on d1. Bishop to h5 would have landed, given Alireza a lot of counterplay. Magnus shuts that down, and now he's going to shift his focus back to the left flank, looking at potential doubling up.
That's a nice move. Now the knight and the bishop on the right side of the board are sort of locked up in battle. Alireza's knight and Magnus's bishop are also locked up in battle, pointing at the same stuff. And everything is going to happen on the left side. It's going to happen on that B file, the open file, the only one where Magnus's rook sees the end of the board. His queen is applying pressure. And when we say pressure, we mean you're kind of looking at the enemy pawns and the opponent can't move pieces due to the necessity of defending them, which is what's happening right now. Yeah, Alireza's just, I mean, that move is just like, I don't have a move. I have to make a move. I have to maybe stop the rook coming in, but I don't love it, Tanya.
And I totally understand why. Let's just compare all of Magnus's pieces to Alireza's right now. The bishop's opposite color complexes control different squares and can never be challenged. Magnus's bishop has clear targets in the position. Alireza's bishop staring at granite right now, nothing, nowhere to go to. You've got the beautiful queen on a5 tying down the black rook. Meanwhile, the queen on d6 is doing a defensive job so far, keeping those double pawns guarded. So it is also a passive piece currently. The rook on b1 far more active than the rook on d7, always looking at ideas like a rook lift. to the third rank, defend d3, and then line up, double up on the b file. The knight in h4, also a very active piece. For Alireza, he needs to time a knight jump and needs to time it well. This is Magnus passing the ball and saying, you're running out of moves and time.
A4 is just so... It's so mean.
It's mean.
It's just such a mean move. Like, you don't do anything. You just hit the ball back.
You just say, I'm enjoying my position, and I know you're clearly not.
Magnus can play rook b6 and just go for the pawn. And that a-pawn is going to win him the game. What's amazing is Alireza lost... Like, if he loses this game, he would have lost it on the 10th move. That was the move on which Magnus got a big positional transformation, and he just never got back into the game. But we'll see. Because Alireza is the one guy, like Magnus didn't... I don't know, I guess he's trying to reposition, but let's just quickly pull up the analysis board. As I said that, right? I mean, why didn't Magnus go here? Like, I don't know. They're obviously way better than we are, but... And then he would have come back with the queen, maybe?
That's a great question. The only defensive resource I see in this position is perhaps to step back with the queen, pinning it. Maybe that was on Magnus's radar, which is why he first moved his queen away,
But then,
looking at that infiltration.
Don't you, like, at minimum win a pawn here? Like, I don't know.
With you. It looks very strong. Something about this Magnus Carlsen did not like, and instead we see a different approach right there. And now Alireza has managed to regroup a little bit. You know, the a-pawns moved forward, the rooks come to the center, you've got this battery down on the d-file. And it's not so easy to get to the pawns anymore. I think that was a very critical moment.
Certainly he didn't like something, and I wouldn't dare to ask what. I'm sure they see a whole lot more. But now, hey, it's exactly what we said. Magnus is shaking his head a little bit. We don't have clocks. Oh, there they are. 207, 427.
He's still up on the clock, but where is the breakthrough here? You know, you pointed out that rook infiltration, rook coming in, threatening. It made it look easy. Now you have to work towards getting that one more time. And suddenly all of Black's pawns are defended as well.
Now today on the cast, we've talked about, I have mentioned that in my opinion, the biggest weakness we've seen this year, both from Magnus and from Hikaru, is time scramble play. Now, the benefit for Magnus is that with 420 versus 140, he's not scrambling. Still, when the other person has low time, the other person plays extremely fast to avoid losing on the clock, Tanya, and that actually could lead to Magnus transforming the game really fast at some moment.
He's trying to transform it just now. Alireza offered a repetition right there when he got his bishop back. Magnus did not even think about it. The knight remains there. Instead, he lines up the queen behind the rook, again eyeing that b6 square. It's game on.
Magnus's win chance here is over 90%. In this particular game, I mean, you just cannot be down 3 minutes with all these pieces on the board. I said it a long time ago.
And now, for the first time, there is a pawn hanging. It's the question mark, but ignore it. The problems are long-term here for Alireza. The position's passive long-term. Bishop takes pawn, a big threat.
And we see from his face, I mean, the clock makes you think you're losing. I mean, it's 98% chance Magnus wins this game now.
Levi, this might be the moment that maybe Alireza can break free. Can he just force matters here? You go bishop takes knight, jump in, but instead he goes for a different approach. Alireza is extremely passive in this one.
This is the Magnus effect. I mean, he had bishop takes knight, knight into d4. You have to force something, and he's just shaking his head. He's almost frozen. That's it. And now, I don't know how you survive this. You cannot transform this position.
It was that one moment that Alireza had where he could have traded the bishop for the knight. And look at that. Now Magnus Carlsen on a path for this knight, and it's going to be a long one. Where is it headed?
I have no idea. I think he's literally playing the clock. Rook b8, and Alireza finds the best move. This man, 38 seconds on the clock. This is heart attack type of chess.
And the reason this is so strong is if Magnus doesn't relinquish this control, that rook was about to land on that b4 square and win the b line.
Magnus's heart rate is going to cross 100. There is no way he's going to be able to keep it together. Tanya, we have seen this year. It's climbing.
Alireza's under 40 seconds. Magnus has 3.5 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
Majors on the board, minors on the board.
Rook B, he has queen b1. Yeah, the king's under fire. This is not easy, Tanya, but no, 29 seconds is just, it's so crazy.
Alireza needs to stop doing this to himself. You can survive it once, but can you survive it again? He hits the white rook right now. Magnus has to defend it. The black knight ready to jump on f4. The knight and queen coming into the attack.
There are so many ways to lose with white. And there it is. He's crossed 100. He's still up 3 minutes nearly on the clock.
And there is one way to lose from black right now, and that is the clock. It's 28 seconds for Alireza Firouzja. Is he going to bring in the knight into the game? Will the bishop find an inroad into white's camp? He takes it.
Alireza looking, now he's looking for the solution of the position, but if Magnus keeps pieces on the board, he will literally just win on time.
He's threatening to line up the rook and the queen on the home rank. Magnus can bring his knight out, hit that rook. 22 seconds on the clock. This is a flag fest.
I'm amazed he's got the heart rate under 100, by the way. This is cool, calm, and collected. Really.
Unbelievable. Rook takes pawn. Magnus Carlsen thinking, how does he play on Alireza's clock? How does he keep the tension alive in this position? Hits the rook slides away.
And now you jump out with the knight. Maybe you trade the queens. There is no way Alireza can play a full endgame with 20 seconds on the clock unless Magnus blunders, and he's blundered an attack on his king, Tanya.
Well, before the endgame, there will be a middle game. Is he coming for a checkmate? There's a check on f4. There's a check on the first rank. 21 seconds.
This is so crazy. He's literally beating him because he's making him blank a little bit.
Queen takes pawn?
He's just frozen, and Alireza is winning. He's winning.
He's giving a check. That knight is about to fall. The knight comes back. Another check. Now, if Alireza wants, he can repeat the position. King to h2, queen f4. You can't go on the first rank.
I think he will. He's going to make a draw, but he doesn't know he's winning. He has a bishop reroute here that wins him the game.
That is impossible to find.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Alireza needs to spot bishop to e8 and give a check on a4.
But it's likely just going to end in a draw. Magnus maybe is not going to repeat. Is he actually thinking of flat? No chance.
He's absolutely thinking about it. He's 16 seconds. Alireza has to find the bishop retreat, reroute to that a4 square to win the game. 16 seconds is far too less to spot that idea.
I love these heart rate monitors, Tanya. 107. He's
oh my God.
Oh, but there was a win there. But Alireza had to make a move so fast. Oh, and
he finds it!
He finds the reroute, but it's too late. He was winning on the last move, but it's a 1 minute time gap now.
Oh my God, he's coming for that a4 pawn. Alireza is winning on the board, losing on the clock.
This is unfathomable. Magnus is going to go below a minute. He has not played well in the scramble. It's what I called, but can he right the ship? 12 seconds for Alireza.
And Magnus is back in the game as he chases the queen away. The queen steps over. Magnus defends everything for now. Alireza has an extra pawn, but no time, and that pawn falls as well.
And Magnus is going to run the king out, and he's going to survive, and he's going to win this game.
He's up a pawn now is what Magnus Carlsen. 9 seconds. Alireza needs more time. He needs better clock economy. Magnus defends it, and Alireza knows it's 7 seconds. He's not saving this one.
He has to use his h-pawn. There's very limited hope. Yeah, he's just playing too fast, and there's going to be...
There was a checkmate in one, which was blocked. Magnus offers a queen trade. It's declined. The knight jumps in. How many moves can you even make with 3 seconds on the clock? A trade, and this position's lost. The clock is lost. Alireza's lost, and Magnus takes the lead.
Wow. Wow. He actually got a chance in the scramble. Can you believe it? Like, I don't know how he manages to pull this off, but it's what we said. So he said, and someone has said 98%, and can you believe it? He was actually losing for 2 moves. But Tanya, when you have 15 seconds, your nervous system is overloaded. You are mentally preparing moves, but he was winning.
And Alireza knows it. He sits back, he sits on, he's looking at the game, replaying those moments that he did have. It's halftime in the match. 3 games down. A winning game is what the Falcons had in this one, but just not enough time on the clock. And eventually, Magnus Carlsen kept it going, kept himself alive, and took the win right there. Snatched it from Alireza. You know, had he got an extra minute on the clock, this was his game, and he's got to know that. He has to make that the big takeaway. He just cannot allow this to happen again, Levy, if he wants any chances in this match.
It's like one of the few people who consistently imbalances Magnus's nervous system.
And we've got Team Liquid fans right there right now for the Falcons. It's tough. It's a tough moment with Alireza going down in that last game. He hasn't left the arena.
No, he hasn't. I gotta say, there was a gentleman who did the ice cold gesture. That was ice cold. Magnus certainly got a little bit out of control toward the end of that game, and then the second he righted the ship, it was easy. It was easy. The king was safe, the knight was safe. Here we see the sacrifice early in the first game, which ultimately resulted in an endgame transformation, I should say, and a draw. Tanya, the second game, It was nice for Alireza, but then Magnus defended, and Alireza didn't make the right break at some moment. And we see here, piece trades, rook trades, coming in later down. Checkmate, maybe. Could have had a checkmate in the second
We
game.
walked into it. But of course the players did not, and it remained in the balance. And a rook pawn endgame that was played out. But even in this one, you could see the signs of Alireza struggling on the clock.
For sure. And it ends with king and rook, with a pawn each, going all the way down. 7 seconds at the end of this game against 2 minutes. And this playing style really hurt him in the third game. It was an interesting battle. You're about to see a trade of pieces here with knight to b6. And after this, it was just suffering.
It was, and then Alireza made magic happen. As he shuffled around, he defended for a long time, but burnt a lot of literal time on the clock. And it looked like it was a Magnus Carlsen show, all this. But with all the shuffling, eventually Magnus gave him one opportunity to come back into the game with this move. And then it all turned around. Suddenly Alireza's queen, his rook, comes into play. And he was winning, but with just seconds on the clock, it was far from over.
Absolutely. What more to say? There was a moment there, he could have maybe moved his light squared bishop back. But it doesn't, ultimately it doesn't matter. The clock is a piece. The clock is a piece. And Alireza maybe had a winning move for a move, but he played the response in, 0.5 seconds because he was trying not to lose on time.
And he never left the table after that. Alireza also in disbelief of what a missed opportunity that was right there. What a matchup we've got between Team Liquid and Falcons right here. And of course, all the entertainment that we're getting. Now, one thing's for sure, Levy, that Alireza has it in him today to get the positions. It's only been the clock that's been stopping him.
He's absolutely always has it in him to get the positions. I do say, I think he is the one player who consistently gets good positions, and winnable ones even, against Magnus. The other one might be, Arjun or Geisy. Like, these guys, they're very good at complicating things and defending and making it not so simple for Magnus to improve his position. But if Alireza had played that with even like 7 or 8 more seconds, maybe was a chance that he would have won.
We might have been talking about a completely different scoreboard right now. For Alireza, he needs a reset. He needs to forget what has happened. There are still 3 more games remaining. There are still whites to be played right now. And I think the big takeaway from the first half of this match has to be better clock management for him. Every single game, Magnus Carlsen has had extra 2 minutes, extra 3 minutes going down to those final scrambles. And then it doesn't even matter what's going on the board. You called it, Levy. The clock truly in this 10+0 is the 17th piece.
And Magnus is on a break. We see him now for a couple minutes there. I suppose this is our halftime equivalent. 3 games have been played. I love that this match is so much more dynamic and complicated, right? We've commentated 2 semifinals today, 2 very different matches. 4 of clearly the best players in the world at this format. And if Alireza can just put it all together in one game, everything that he does, complex openings, making Magnus go for positions that maybe he doesn't typically play, certain pawn structures, holding the defense, and then messing with his nervous system, but just having like 2 minutes on the clock.
What do you think, Levy? Do we have more Falcon fans right now or more Liquid fans in the house?
I don't know, good question. That's a good question. We have maybe we just have chess fans in the house. We have Liquid, right? We have Falcon.
Oh, you've got the GOAT in the house.
Yeah, that's...
Well, Magnus comes back for the second half. He has the lead. Alireza Firouzja has to strike back. And what a missed opportunity it was in the last game. Again, the clock coming to haunt Alireza. For the Falcons, they're looking for the prey right now. They're looking for their target. Not too many games left as we go into the second half.
Alireza's willing himself into the match. I don't like that some of these players sometimes say things like, I'm just happy to have made it into the Final 4. Because all that says to me is, Magnus Carlsen is at the end of the line, right? And that's my next opponent. I wish like some of these players that are in the Final 4 talk a little bit like Hans Niemann, just like put him in the F tier and just, I'm going to beat him. But he doesn't just win on the board, Tanya. He wins in the mind. He wins in the spirit. He wins in the soul before you even sit down. They're like, I want to put up a good fight. And they do, but none of them succeed.
Magnus Carlsen, they say, lives rent-free in his opponent's heads.
It's a lot of real estate.
It is.
There's a lot of
especially
properties.
with these guys. I will say though one thing, I think with the younger generation that we're seeing right now, that might not be as much of a case as those who firsthand witnessed Magnus's greatness, played against him, grown up with him. And we're off to game 4 right now. It is Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces, and it is the Italian for us.
Curious what Magnus plays. Will he move his bishop? Will he move his knight? Will he play something else? He moves his bishop indeed. Maybe Alireza goes for a little Evans gambit. There's a lot of gambits in these positions, all right. He plays the professional variation. Ah, yes, this is the Firouzja. Alireza loves to bring this bishop out early in the Italian. It's not the most normal way to handle it. And then you drop the bishop back like this. And because your pin on the knight is so strong, you bait black into playing either that move, which he just played, very passive, or attacking you with the g-pawn. But Magnus, he's not interested. Magnus is not going into the type of position that Alireza wants, Tanya. He wants to play symmetrical king-spawn game, and he wants to not complicate matters.
Complicate matters, that will happen, I can assure you. I think once we get into the middle game, there's no stopping these two from getting into those kind of battles. Right now, what I'm focusing on is how has Alireza managed to make terms with what's happened on the clock? Are we going to see a faster Alireza in this game? Will he make quicker decisions? Will he play attacking chess, stick to his style of play, but also believe in his intuition, rely on his instincts, and just make those moves faster? Right now, we see the c-pawn going up the board, controlling some central squares. After we get a castle, we will see that d-pawn going up the board again, more real estate in the center.
I think the normal way actually for black to play this position is to shuffle around the king and then advance those pawns on the king side. So you can slide the king to the right sometimes, then maybe you bring the knight back or to the side and you push those, at least the f-pawn, but also even sometimes the g-pawn. The idea is basically white's dark squared bishop sucks. There's just really no better way to put it. But you're baiting the opponent into doing that. You're not going to lose the bishop, but it's going to get wild. And we see if Magnus goes for that, but I kind of doubt it.
You know, it's either that plan, and like you pointed out, the dark squared bishop, not so great. It's the light square bishop that is the gem in white's position. The other way to handle this opening, if you're Magnus Carlsen right now, is to offer an instant trade of the light squared bishop. Bishop to e6, get rid of that, try to fight for another break. You mentioned f5. I'm saying go for d5.
Yeah, d5 is another critical idea in these positions, and that's exactly what Magnus goes for. Doesn't really care if it's maybe not the best, but it's simple. It is simple, and Alireza is the one that's going to have to show, hey, I know how to maneuver this position better than you, and I also am able to do it well on the clock, which I have to say, for the first time in a while, is in his favor.
And that's been his big takeaway. Now, Alireza's got 2 out of the 3 remaining games as white. Is he going to go all out in this one? Will he rely on that final one to create complications right out of the opening? Big questions. Magnus keeping it solid. We see a double pawns, but the drawback of that for white is you give an F-line open. Also, black gets more control on the squares at the center of the board right now. But Levy, usually once we see this trade, it becomes very hard for black to actually break out with d5. There's always that e-pawn which remains soft.
Perfect example, by the way. Like, right now, black can't play d5 at all, but now he, like, super duper can't play d5. Like, because the pawn would be able to take it, then the rook, the knight, and the bishop would all be attacking that center pawn. I like Alireza's plan. He's shutting down Magnus's pawn play, and so now Magnus has to solve the position in terms of, where do I move my knights? Where do I move my bishop? I was going to say bishops, but unfortunately he only has one of those. And do I still play with this idea of maybe advancing on the king side? Because I could, but yeah, I mean, a move like that's just kind of like, I'm stabilizing, right? I'm just sitting, I'm going to wait. I'll let Alireza come to me.
The dream plan for black in these positions would be to reroute that kingside knight to the f4 square. You're eyeing h5 and a jump to f4, but you have to watch out for tactics. That knight on h5 will be undefended, allowing white a potential knight takes pawn sacrifice at the center of the board. So always time that well, and for now it is Alireza Firouzja first to the center. He strikes with d4, lashes out. Feels like a good time. You know, you've got the c line for the other rook opened up as well.
Alireza does get rid of Magnus's weakness. Potential weakness, let's put it this way. And he does give Magnus access to the square. You give Magnus an inch, Oh, I know we're in Paris. I keep saying that. He's gonna take a mile. These are American measurements. It doesn't sound as good when you say you give a centimeter, he's gonna take a kilometer. And look at this. He's just jumping around with his horses. He's got the active rook. I hate to say this. Alireza is going to need something to get his confidence back up because I just don't think he's feeling it right now. And Tanya, we've seen this. We've seen Magnus win a game, and Alireza he might spin out of control.
I don't know what you're talking about because this is the first time this entire day in this match against Magnus that Alireza's up on the clock. And I think that is a very positive sign for Falcons.
Yes. Having said that, yeah, Magnus himself has been a little bit more in the tank. Hey, don't curse it, okay? Because if the next couple moves, Alireza gets low on time, I'm blaming you. So he's got to continue this
pace.
Yes,
absolutely.
This pace, exactly. I don't like. I don't like the hesitation a little bit. I want to see him like walk down the middle of the board. He's got to bring his knight out to c4, improve his worst place piece. Come on, Alireza.
Just keep the momentum going. And he has to trust himself a bit more. He has to play the position. He has to play on Magnus's clock. When you're playing against Magnus Carlsen, you need to be able to piece everything together. You have to beat him all around, all over and over again. Not just opening, middle game, end game, but every single move of the way along with that. And for Alireza, what he needs is really time. He goes into a thing. I love the idea of actually jumping forward with your knight to c4. He does it. You can also reroute it towards the center of the board. It just feels like there is enough meat in this position, enough juice in this position to fight for. You have the better center if you're Alireza. You've got a really nice knight placed on c4, an open c-file. Magnus retreats with his bishop to defend his weak pawn.
And Alireza can continue to maneuver here with his knight. That's exactly what he does. And yeah, the 1 minute time advantage is very good. Now, this is the moment. Will he pause here, go in the tank? Will he continue to play at the space? Will he find the way to advance with the pawns?
And what is the way? It's kind of hard to come up with a good pawn push in this position, and I like what Magnus just did. He retreated with the bishop, just preempting any doubling up on the c-file. And Alireza realizes that Magnus's most active piece is the knight on the left. Let me get rid of it.
He's now trading it.
It's coming off the board. And after knight takes knight, the rook will capture it back. The other rook ready to double up. But eventually, Alireza will need to find a pawn move. A pawn push or a break to change the dynamics.
Exactly. And the reason he hasn't pushed is because Magnus will push the other one. Whichever pawn Alireza is going to push, Magnus will push the E or the D or the D or the E and lock the position. That is a big decision. Wow, that knight does not look like it's going to be comfortable. Is he going to put it on E7, G6, and then F4?
Ooh, he's rerouting it. I mean, F4, that's a square we've been screaming about for the black knight to land on. But this gives white pieces to attack.
Yes, that knight is unprotected completely. You could attack it. Now, Magnus is not going to lose it. He's trying to put it on E7, and then all the way around to the other side of the board. There is only one square, if I can pull up an analysis board, that actually prevents this plan, really, fully, I feel like. I will show it to you in a second. It's this. Because after this, you can't go here.
Oh,
Because
wow.
look at that. That's pretty sick. That doesn't happen.
That's a tough spot. He doesn't find it. Instead, he hits the knight the other way with the rook, and Magnus Carlsen invites a repetition. Don't take it. Just don't do it.
The time advantage is 25 seconds. You just said it, right? Like, we needed that energy. We needed that pace. Not because I want Magnus to lose. I just want to see more chess. Close match means more chess.
He's got to play on, Levy. This position, and he does. Alireza is ambitious about his chances in this one. He doesn't fall back with the knight, even if that move is a question mark. It doesn't matter.
And it's only a question mark because of this. Like, again, we've been saying it's one of these weird positions where actually expanding the kingside pawns is somehow the way to go. That wasn't necessarily it, but now these knights are coming in over here. Alireza can bring his rook up and cover that. And then there, by the way, might be still some sort of repetition of moves here. But there's also another possibility, which is to trade once, or maybe to trade twice, and then go for some sort of endgame. But Alireza unlikely to win such a position. That's just the reality. Black is very solid. He's also the best endgame player in the world. And frankly, he might be the best defender. I know it's always him or Hikaru.
But that's the thing with Magnus Carlsen, he's just good at everything, and it feels like he does all of those things just a little bit better than every other chess player.
The time there, by the way, Alireza was down on time for like 3 seconds. It's close now, but
leveled out.
It's exactly what you said. You know, the pace. We needed the pace. We needed the energy.
Levy, this is again starting to get concerning. Now the rooks moved forward, fighting against that fork that was being threatened on d3, and you pointed out that if Magnus wants it, he can start chasing this rook up and down the board with the knight on the left side coming in. Or is Magnus going to start pushing that g-pawn that you earlier said, now that the knight is nicely planted on f4? That's Magnus saying, I want more in this.
Yeah, okay, he does it this way. He's not much of a position repeater.
You know, he plays it, but he's not happy with it. Instantly a shake of his head.
So why'd he play it? No, it's the typical chess player thing, right? Play a move and you're instantly like, why did I do that? He could have repeated, obviously. He could have just shuffled the knight around like I should, but that's not his style, right? That's not why he likes to do that.
It's also not an easy decision now for Alireza how to react to this move. You know, you've got the central pawn. Do you trade it? Do you trade the knight? That knight is a thorn in White's camp, the knight on f4. The knight on b4 not making life any easier as well currently. Now with e5 played, Black also potentially has ideas of rook lifts lining up on the g line. You know, the h-pawn moving up the board. I know it's far away, but there are potential for a kingside attack here for Black.
Yeah, let's just pull up an analysis board. Magnus is very unhappy with his decision. I don't really know why, but what I do know is Alireza is now down 30 seconds on the clock nearly. And if Magnus were to take this pawn in the center, then we would get something like this. Like, to me, this looks very natural. But this is actually maybe not the best. And he has taken. Right?
We're going to see pawn takes pawn, only move.
Mm-hmm. And so now apparently it's not this, it's now taking here. Or, okay. That move also very logical. This knight can go back, Tanya, right? Attacking this pawn on c7. I guess Magnus just doesn't like that now he's under pressure. Is that it?
Feels like it, that he feels that, you know, this e5 pawn that he pushed, he's voluntarily given a target to White. Now that pawn, which was kind of defended and hard to get to, the white knight attacks it. Potentially other pieces might join in targeting that e5 pawn. It's just another weakness for Magnus to take care of.
But this is the best game we have so far in terms of there are 4 minutes remaining on the clock and like nearly every piece. We could continue to analyze here. Okay, this might actually be an offer of a draw.
That knight isn't staying there for too long. If you walk back, if you step back with the rook, I think Alireza's Magnus is ready even to step back, and he does it.
He could slide it over to the right. That rook does not have to go back to where it was. And you don't spend time here. You have to make a decision. You cannot spend a minute.
The decision isn't Levy with square. The decision is, are you playing for more?
And he is. He is playing for more, and that was the best move. So 25 seconds advantage for Magnus, which really in Alireza's world, he could make that up in 1 second, you know, just like pre-move everything. This is his best position, other than the winning one for a move last game in the scramble. But in terms of time on the clock, wow. Wow.
That's a whole traffic jam on that diagonal that the bishop has just landed on. The queen, the rook, the knight, the bishop, and a pawn. But this is committal by Magnus. Yep. Gives a doubled pawn.
Push f3, push f3. Just defend everything, bring the dark squared bishop back. Typical. Or that, fine.
I like it. Rook d7, a massive threat on the board. 7th rank.
Yeah, but now he got stopped, right? Now he can't play the move f3. But yeah, rook d7 is looking really good. Alireza just got to trust in himself and move.
He just can't spend that much time for these moments right now. And I've noticed that about these players. Well, he goes a different approach. So he had another idea. He hit the c7 pawn, not defended by Magnus. That rook, it gets a blunder. He could attack that with his bishop. Alireza could go bishop h4. There's no square for that rook to stay connected to the c7 pawn.
Bishop h4 is just a direct attack on the rook. Maybe Magnus thought he could trade something here or create some counterplay somehow, but he played that move fast. He played it fast because he wanted to put pressure on Alireza on the clock. Alireza's not moving.
But he needs to move. This is not over. This is far from over. Checks, captures, threats. There are no checks in the position. The captures don't work. You have to look for threats. There's a direct one. Alireza would spot this all the time. It's a one-mover, Levy. Why is he not playing? He does it finally.
He does, but I honestly think it was just a matter of like, there's no way Magnus would have blundered that. I really think that is what it was. And now we're going to get grimaces out of Magnus.
And I think it's deeper than that. I think there are massive tactics on the board. I'm looking at ideas where the Black Knight is hinting at a fork on E2. And I might completely be losing my mind, but is rook to D7 even a possibility? Or am I going crazy right now?
That is wild. Let's maybe show that. We don't have too much time. 209 versus 254. If the rook were to slide over and you take it, there is knight to E2 check, and you actually have to attack the knight. Then the knight takes your queen. You take the queen. The knight takes the rook. takes, and then B3. Obviously, to get out of this.
And White's winning.
And White's winning, right? Because then you're going to go here, and it's it's
all the pawns fall.
All the pawns are falling. All right, let's get the live board up.
Wait, he went rook G7. It's on the board.
It's on the board, and Ali Reza didn't go for it.
He could have just taken the rook. That was a bluff. That did not work.
Now, it only didn't work because of B3. But Ali Reza trusts Magnus, grabs the pawn on E5 instead, and now Magnus is a pawn down. But the position is so nasty here for White's king.
And for some reason, it's Magnus who's on the front foot right now. It has to do with his piece activity. I don't know what's the best move in the position, but Magnus needs to find it. He's also going under the 2-minute mark right now. This is going to be wild territory, and I say that only because I think the first time in this match, it will also be Magnus Carlsen under time pressure.
Oh my, this is so crazy. He can infiltrate fully across the board here with his queen all the way down to the bottom left-hand corner, but you would abandon your king. The other moves, he can maybe bring the knight back and attack the queen and the bishop. That looks very natural to me. He can jump in either knight to attack the queen on the D3 square. He sits up. 140, he's now lower. The time, look at the heart rate, 105. This is, Ali Reza Firouzja has to win this game.
He needs to convert this one. It's a triple digit on the heart right now for both these players. He comes in with the queen. There's home rank problems. A checkmate in one being threatened currently. Ali Reza needs breathing space for that king.
This is so unbelievably complicated. There is only one line to survive this attack right now. Ali Reza has to bring his knight back to C3. He's going to think that he's losing. But there are so many wild tactics on the board. 130 a player. He's found it. Now Magnus can jump in with his knight and give it, and he doesn't give the check. He doesn't give the check. He just wins a pawn.
He does, Magnus Carlsen, but now where is Ali Reza's attack on that black king is the question. How does he keep the pressure? Right now, it's still level material. It's 5-5 currently, but an absolutely wild position. The knight's looking at the white king. He still doesn't have a good way to create escape squares. Any pawn move on that right side is extremely weakening.
Yeah, what does he do? Can he grab the pawn on C7? But no, Ali Reza is now down 25 seconds on the clock, nearly 30% of his opponent's time.
Make a move, Ali Reza. He has to move, Levy.
If Ali Reza loses this game, he is going to lose this match. Magnus will have white in the next game. He's gone pawn to G3, attacking the knight.
But this is what we spoke about. It just leaves behind so many squares for the black knight to jump on. You could give a check on H3.
But Magnus isn't happy. I mean, he's also he's very distraught by this move. Will he find the best move? That was the best move. And now the queen is under attack, and you can't even take the knight.
You can't take the knight. The rook defends it. You have to fall back with the queen. Magnus getting ready to give a check on H3, and that's not any average check. The rook is ready, eyeballing that pawn on F2. That's going to be major pressure on Ali Reza's king, who's now gone into hyper bullet territory with 30 seconds.
No, this is an amazing under pressure performance for Magnus. The knight is in, and honestly,
the pawn at the center of the board is falling.
Yeah.
Levy, queen takes pawn next.
No, this is wraps. I mean, if Ali Reza survives this, it's truly a miracle.
And that was a head nod. Magnus knowing that this has to be close to his second win of the match. The king steps up, and Ali Reza trying to get the queens off the board to just avoid any checkmates.
But 20 seconds. It's really not even won a game on time here, but it's just amazing technique from Magnus.
It's been the story of this match so far, Levy.
Oh, G5. He's gonna mummify the bishop with G5. That is it. That is it for Ali Reza Firouzja.
That is beautiful geometry on the board right there. The bishop gets trapped, and he doesn't pick it up immediately. He's looking at the knight jump. There's a pawn hanging on G4. And Magnus has seen this all the way through. He sacrifices the rook. You pick that up. The knight takes it. The rook falls. And at the end of it, once the dust settles, it's Magnus Carlsen with 3 extra pawns and Ali Reza with 8 seconds on the clock.
Now, he obviously will lose one of them, but it simply does not matter. I mean, there is a very small chance Magnus doesn't win this in a time scramble, but...
Alireza could have an hour on the clock and he's not saving this one, Levy.
No, this is just B4, B3. This is easy. This is easy. And that's it. And that is it. Magnus Carlsen wins again after the break to take a 3-1 lead in this match with a game coming up with the white pieces. It's a nightmare for Alireza Firouzja.
It absolutely is for the Falcons. First, Hikaru exits, and now Alireza staring at the same. He needs to make miracles happen in this next one. For Magnus, it was absolute flow and rhythm by the end of it. He found all the right moves, kept the pressure, and again, the clock played a massive role. And Magnus Carlsen under pressure was just flawless.
That's just great. Just great.
He needs a draw. He needs a draw in the next game, and it's match over.
And he's going to play E4. Alireza will play Sicilian defense, and Magnus is going to play the Alban. This has been his strategy in every game that he has had white, and the opponent has to win. Alireza is going to have to play some crazy opening. I mean, I really don't know how else he's supposed to pull it off. He's had some chances, but honestly, if it wasn't for that time scramble in the third game, I mean, what are we supposed to say, right? Here comes game 5.
Game 5, and we will have that soon enough in front of us. And I completely agree with you. That loss for Alireza wasn't an isolated game. It was everything that happened in Game 3 and beyond that being carried forward right there. He tried to keep control on the clock, but it wasn't enough on the board. And we're getting the board right up for you. And Levy, it was indeed, it started with the King's Pawn going up the board, but it wasn't the Sicilian. For Alireza Firouzja, he has to win on demand. Absolutely nothing else. He's played a structure, a formation, which often the elite players rely on to create chances in the middle game in absolute desperation. There's no Sicilian. There's no King's Pawn opening.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Pierce. Right? Yeah, modern Pierce, whatever you want to call it. This is what you go for. I remember there was a quote about the how do you describe? There was a quote about the World Cup, right? Not the esports, the World Cup, which is classical chess, right? And I think it was Peter Svidler who famously said, "You have to get a completely losing position to get a chance to win." And what that means is your position's going to be very bad for a little bit. Magnus hasn't played the most testing line, but he's played in a way that's going to put a little bit of pressure. But basically, you get into a situation where you know, the other person's just obliterating you with pawns and pieces and attacking your king, and then somehow they blunder and you survive. Now, Tanya, the very bad news here is Magnus is not participating in a vicious king attack. He's just going to play positional chess, take more space, make some good trades, and he's going to, I mean, Alireza's going to have to go for it.
And you know, if you're Alireza, you're fighting your own mind right now. You're thinking, if I can't beat this guy from a completely winning position, if I can't beat this guy in a position where I'm the one who's dominating on the clock, and even when the clock's in my control, it slips out of my hand, how am I going to solve this problem with the black pieces where everything is so healthy for white, completed development there on the right flank, pushes the bishop out, control of the center as well, and now forcing Alireza's hand to give up the bishop pair. There was too much tension on the D line for the bishop to move back. He would have lost the central pawn.
This is honestly a lovely turnout for somebody who has two bishops. Alireza, I've actually seen Magnus play like this as well with black. Then he brings his f6 knight back to d7 to stand in front of the queen. He activates the dark squared bishop. It targets the pawn on d4. And then it's probably going to force Magnus to play d5. We'll see if he goes for that. He's considering a couple of other options, like maybe taking in the center first, just to free up a little bit of space for his pieces, but overall, or that's also a possibility. Again, you might need to bait Magnus into a move like this, right? And make it a little bit of a scrappy game, but he has to win.
But maybe this is what he wanted. He wanted to close the center so that it becomes a more of a King's Indian approach on the right flank, where if you're black, you're trying to find ways to get that f-pawn up the board, the g-pawn up the board, get the knight out of the way.
But you have played the white side of King's Indians before, and the only way to launch an attack is with a light squared bishop.
It's not there anymore.
And it's gone.
It's gone.
And Magnus knows that. And to be honest, I mean, I feel like Alireza definitely first of all, he knows that, but what I'm saying is, he was maybe looking for some imbalance anyway, but it's really not there. I mean, he's going to have to take some massive risks here.
And he first takes his knight out, needs to finish development. Meanwhile, because of the absence of that light squared bishop, it's going to be hard to get that f-pawn up the board as he gets ready to do just that. For Magnus, the board's divided into a half. He's focusing on that left flank. He wants to get b4 going, get c-pawn up the board, finish his development first. He's just making sure that Alireza does not land an f5. And if he can't, I'm expecting Magnus to start pushing his b-pawn.
That's the way you generally meet these King's Indian attacks, and that's why black needs a light squared bishop. Even though it would be sitting on the home square, it would be covering the f5 square. So Alireza is trying to push that pawn in front of his rook 2 squares forward. Right now, he would likely just lose that pawn, and white would be able to hold on and defend it. And Magnus could play something crazy to stop that completely, like g4, but you don't have to do that. That's a massive weakening of your king, and generally in these structures, for anybody wondering, white is supposed to play on the left side, on the queen side, b4, c5, and black just can't deliver checkmate while the other side of the board is falling apart. Now, will we see Magnus go for that, or will you just don't do anything? Why attack? Just let Alireza come to me.
Exactly. You know, you look at the pawn that's the most far advanced one in the game, and that's that d pawn for Magnus, which dictates which side he should play on. And he's just getting ready. He's setting it up. I think what Magnus did not like about immediately pushing the b pawn was the response to if Alireza countered that with an a pawn push 2 steps forward and asking some questions of how you were going to handle the pin on the a line if that was to happen. So first he sidesteps with the rook, setting up the idea of b4. There it is. Eventually looking at the a4 pawn, the b5 pawn, the c5 square as well coming up. You get the bishop out, you get c5 going, you take that with your rook first.
This is another nice meta approach in the King's Indian defense. I've seen it a lot in recent years. Black just, he just gets rid of the dark squared bishop. And this is not good for Magnus. We kind of see he's like totally allowed the full plan for black, but his position is still very, very okay. He is not really under any checkmate threat. It's just a complex game. That's like the way that you describe this. For anybody wondering, you can't take this. I mean, you can take it once, but you really should not take it twice. This bishop would be pinned, then the knight would go and attack. Now, you could defend it like this, and to be honest with you, you actually could even survive the worst of it. But, like, why would you do this? And instead, Tanya, we got here, and then we got this move, lashing out on the dark squares. I actually really like what has happened here for Alireza.
He's gone a3, and it just feels like he's managed to create those chances right now on the right flank. And what decision will he go for next? I really like the idea of continuing the avalanche on the right flank. You go f4, you go g5, you start pushing the pawns. Very King's Indian-esque. And it's something that Alireza Firouzja is very much familiar with right now. At least it gives something to play for in these positions. You know, the knight will come back to f6. You'll be able to defend those pawn advances.
Just draw all the arrows. Just
loving it.
The rest of the board does not matter.
Just highlight the white king in red.
Yes, and
red
then
alert.
this is bad. Okay, everybody clear? Fantastic. By the way, we see f4.
It's happening.
f4 reminds me of that movie moment, you know.
Knight on f6 as well, by the way.
Yes, there we go. But Magnus is on time. I mean, he's on time arriving on the side of the board. He's not going to let Alireza have a free pass. f4 is like, you're locked in here with me. And you would love to get these moves, but Magnus will get there too. And that's the way that it goes.
But it doesn't matter. Whatever Magnus is doing on the left flank, Alireza just has to ignore it. He has to just come all guns blazing right now on the right side. Just focus his attention on one part of the board. Because there's really not anything left to play for except a win.
Yep.
And this is the only way to go for it.
Absolutely. And just imagine if there was a bishop here for anybody watching, like this, watching the screen right now and not just listening to the sound of our voice. I mean, just the arrow there, it shows you the power. And you just struggle to launch an attack in the King's Indian without it.
It's unbelievable. And all of this could have been so different had Alireza converted that game 3 advantage so close to getting that win and then eventually getting flagged in that one. And since then, it's just been a Magnus show, I have to say. You know, they often say in the chess world that the strongest player in the world is Magnus Carlsen, and the second strongest chess player in the world is an unwell Magnus Carlsen.
And then there's all the others.
Yes.
Right. There's the one that's playing on the live stream and the ones that distracted and so on. This is a good chance though. Knight to h7. It's given a question mark, but the knight is going to reroute and attack the queen. We have to remember again, the question marks or whatever these moves are, they're granted by an entity that's like 800 points stronger than us. That it's like a PhD student that's grading, school children. Like we can't listen. Knight h7 is a great practical move. Magnus can take the pawn on the left, but that pawn could not matter any less. I really have to stress it. Like, he cannot take that pawn. He has to defend against Alireza's attack.
Exactly, Levy. You take that pawn and imagine you've got a heartbeat. You're a human. You're thinking about the knight jumping forward, dislodging the queen, the f-pawn moving one step forward, destroying white's kingside, and which is why Magnus comes back with the bishop. If that sequence was to happen, the knight jumping forward, the queen forced away, the f-pawn moving ahead, now Magnus is ready to respond with a g-pawn push. The h-pawn is guarded by the bishop.
And that bishop move also allows the queen to go to the left, which it wasn't able to do.
Had no squares.
Now queen d3, everything is in the middle. Alireza is going to get absolutely everything he wants in this position, and nothing might happen. That's kind of the crazy thing. He's about to push this f-pawn, like the crowning achievement of his position. Magnus responds with his own pawn push, and everything is defended. And then Alireza is going to have to find a second wind of attack.
And now this is a tricky position to answer because it's not so easy. Does Magnus just keep the tension? And does he say that I've got a beautiful bishop which will land on the square if you take that pawn and the defenses are there? Or does he just block down, shut down the attack with moving his own g-pawn forward, but then he would leave a target on h3 and a potential h-pawn push by Alireza? I would go g3 here. Just keep everything defended.
I would go g3 too. I don't even know. I can't believe there's something to think about. I mean, you're really going to allow him to take the pawn. Now, of course, white is not going to take, but black could take. I mean, yeah, the best move here, according to the machine, is... and it's all around equal. It's not that, but it was dropping the rook back somehow. Now Alireza can... Yeah, there you go.
He's going for it.
He's getting somewhere.
It's getting somewhere. I'll tell you where it's getting. It's getting to that f4 square. Now, if you want to continue, I'm going to block you theory here, and you push that g-pawn. Rook to f4 would have landed. A beautiful spot, and I think that's where it's going to land. But first, the knight needs to be taken care of. For Alireza Firouzja, not too many happy squares to go with the knight.
No, he might have to actually retreat and try to take. Normally here, you could jump in forward with the knight. You can sacrifice the knight, the bishop would take, then you take with the pawn, you take with the queen, the pawn on h4, but that might end up only in a draw. You might only get a repetition of moves there somehow, and he can't get away with that. He has to win.
Let's investigate that. Levy, desperate times call for desperate measures for Alireza Firouzja. This is what's going on in his mind. Knight takes pawn. It will be recaptured. The queen comes into the game, but is there enough firepower in this position?
All right, rook to f4. And I mean, you try to get something, but honestly, you don't have an attack here. You don't have the coordination. Rook f7 is going to come in. Magnus might have to sacrifice like this and then push his pawn. And I have to tell you, I think if anybody's going to find something like this, it's the best player in the world. He's going to avoid a checkmate and then invest in his pawn. The only way, Tanya, that he messes this up is if he sees ghosts.
Knight takes pawn will be incredibly committal here by Alireza. He's going to be calculating those lines. And if it wasn't the match situation as we have it, he might as well have gone for it, keeping the dynamics alive. But he very well knows that Magnus needs only a draw to advance to the finals. So he keeps the pieces on the board, does Alireza. Comes back, queen's take, queen's coming. The queen capturing the h-pawn. Coming up next.
There's no way to defend that pawn.
That's a goner.
Queen to c3. What a move. Targeting the pawn in the middle of the board. So if Alireza now takes the pawn on h4 with his queen, he would be losing his own pawn in the center to white's knight. Then he would be losing the other pawn to the white queen. I don't know how that's not just lost instantly. Position looks like it's just falling apart completely for black.
Losing that base pawn on d6 would be absolute disaster for black center right here. Queen c3. What a move by Magnus. Barely took any time to make that one. He's up on the clock one more time. How many times have we said that's intense? And while the h4 pawn has see you later written all over it, Alireza cannot grab it right now.
Oh, this is brutal. This is an absolutely brutal spot here. We've said it time and time again. Minute and a half down. And if this was game 1 or 2, he would be looking for a way to, you know, maybe hold the game and draw, but he can't. He has to win.
I'm trying to make a case for how does Alireza create some combative play here. I'm looking at ideas at the rook planting itself on that f4 square. I want to get to that h-pawn. The queen is tied down. Perhaps Alireza can think about getting an assist with the rook here. I'm also looking at the central e4 pawn.
Yeah, what can you do? You have to bring in the rook maybe, but every move you make that isn't closer to checkmating Magnus is a move closer to him getting out of this position and punishing you for attacking him. Alireza is down 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock here.
And counting.
And counting. And he's down 2 games in the match. It ain't looking good. I mean, it is looking good for fans of Magnus Carlsen and Team Liquid, because this is almost a repeat, actually, of last year's final. Just an incredibly dominant performance.
That final really was something, but Magnus Carlsen did not need the final set in that one. Taking down not 1, but 2 Falcons on his way to championship in Riyadh.
Honestly, it's looking like Alireza is almost giving up here. Like, he retreated. He's trying to take on h4. He goes rook a2. But, yeah, the threat is obviously queen takes pawn and queen takes, but... Okay.
All right, Magnus coming for the f3 pawn. And now is this the moment that you can take that pawn on h4. f2 is tender, so at least not giving Magnus the opportunity to grab that d6 base pawn right there.
Yeah, but actually, Alireza with 50 seconds on the clock.
Let's just show that, Levy. Let's just look at that. Queen takes pawn. You can't take on d6. f2 is a weak spot.
Yep, actually.
We're seeing it played.
Yes, we're seeing it being played. And actually, I think Magnus is realizing there might be this move.
On the board, Alireza sneaking his way back into this one, and suddenly White's king is really exposed. Queen f2, a big threat on the board.
The only way to defend this is to go here, which is findable. I mean, that's very findable. You just basically hide behind your bishop. It's on the board.
Magnus plays it. Alireza, can he keep the momentum in this position? The queen and rook. Now 3 is the magical number when we speak of an attack. Where is the third piece coming in from?
I mean, this is so difficult here. Let's go back to the live board, because... And he found that maneuver that I literally just drew. He gets the queen all the way back. He attacks the knight, which doesn't have an easy move here. The rook is a target. The queen's a little bit of a target. Is he actually going to pull this off with 27 seconds on the clock?
That is the problem. That is always the problem with Alireza Firouzja. We were talking about the third attacker. One of the 2 knights need to join the party, need to assist the rook and queen for Alireza. The path via f6, h5, or maybe g5. Just get one of those knights going. But where is the time? 27 seconds to deliver checkmate to the world number 1.
I have to tell you, like, if there was ever a chance to come back, it would be right now, because he might feel the pressures a little bit off. But 20 seconds.
Magnus ready to line up with queen h4. He stops it.
And that wasn't the best move. You have to sacrifice that pawn.
Comes back, does Magnus Carlsen. The knight does move forward. Eyeing that h5 square. He needs to get the black knight closer to the white king.
Queen f1. Now you can't move that knight.
That's
13,
stuck.
12.
Knight h6 played. Alireza desperate to find an inroad right there. But the rook pinned. He's setting up a king. Sidestep to defend the rook to free up the knight.
But that's all going to take 2 seconds, and then he has 10 seconds for the remainder of this game.
And guess what? Magnus has enough time to calculate all of that and some more with 2.5 minutes on the clock. Alireza Firouzja has to win.
Magnus can even move the rook forward 1 square. He could consider sacrificing it for defensive measures. You give away the rook, you take queen takes knight attacking the king, but he doesn't even have to do that. He can just kind of retreat the rook and go and play defense.
Alireza is just thinking right now, what can I pre-move in this position? Magnus steps up, he defends the g5 pawn. Alireza goes back to defend it. The king does go into that trade. Magnus's knight is coming in with a check. Who's attacking who? It looks like it's white that's going to get to the black king.
Yeah.
Gives a check. The queen's coming in.
Queen f8 is like, it's mate, basically.
Checkmate in one. Case of death, and that's it.
And he resigns.
Magnus Carlsen goes through. It will be Team Liquid in the finals for a second time in a row. What a match, what a dominating performance this was. Game 3 is where it came down to Alireza Firouzja with his shot, but did not seize it. And after that, a Magnus Carlsen show, keeping it on the clock, keeping it on the board. And at the end, the world #1, will play, will defend his championship in the final tomorrow. It will be Magnus Carlsen versus Dennis Lazovic.
Just a great performance from Magnus. A lot of imbalanced games. And, well, what can we say? This was very nice. Getting in there with the rook, trading down. That's how things ultimately concluded. I think we're going to send it to the stage for an interview.
And ladies and gentlemen, as the key is handed over, please put your hands together one more time for Alireza Firouzja. Magnus, you yourself said that you didn't feel like you were at your best up to this point in this tournament, yet you won dominantly. How did you feel about your performance now?
I think this was by far my best performance so far in the tournament. I think it was a very, very good match. And you know, last year I felt that I was kind of playing better and pressing him on time as well. Today I pretty quickly realized that my best chance was to, you know, press him on time in a lot of these situations, and fortunately, yeah, I managed to work out. Third game obviously was crucial. He spent a little bit too much time there, and then I think when he had 45 seconds left or so, I kind of just started retreating my pieces, and I was basically going to set up this construction that he cannot break. And I was thinking that if I can just keep this going for, I don't know, number of moves, then like I have 3 minutes against his 45 seconds, then we should be fine. And then I missed this idea he had of activating his pieces, and it was really kind of harrowing, where it felt as though I might lose quickly, but I also kind of wanted to make sure he didn't force a draw, you know, so, because I didn't know if I was going to get a better chance to kind of win on time. And yeah, fortunately I managed to escape that one and get the victory in time there. And yeah, the last two games were like absolute bloodbaths as well, but at that point, at least I knew that I had some, you know, money in the bank, so I could afford to slip up once and still be okay. But I'm very happy with the way that I managed to fight in those last two games as well, because they were both really difficult. Like, he just never goes down without a fight.
Okay, Magnus, and last thing, of course, a lot of people, even your opponents, look at you as the GOAT in the world of chess. But recently, some people have tried to push a narrative that maybe because of recent events, that maybe you weren't all the way in your best form. Yet here at the Esports World Cup, you're back in grand finals. Do you feel like you proved anything to anyone, or at least to yourself?
Well, I often reach the final even if I'm not in my best form.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, the best chess player on planet Earth, Magnus Carlsen. You can go ahead and crush your opponent, Steve, brother.
And it is time for the final key crush of the day, as Magnus Carlsen himself steps to the crusher to crush another opponent's dreams, as he is used to in a remake of last year's grand finals. He won once again, and he qualifies for tomorrow's grand finals for a chance for a back-to-back title. The crusher is ready, and we are ready to hear this key being popped. Let's hear it. Simple, efficient, just like his play. Magnus, once again, congratulations. One last question for you. You've got Denis Lazovic tomorrow in finals. And although he said that he was looking forward to hopefully play Alireza and not you, he says that he feels like he could do it and the threat is okay for him. What do you have to answer to that?
Yeah, we planned in the semi-final in the Speed Chess Championship, and he's really good. I think by this point, anyone who kind of underestimates him just is in for a little bit of a surprise. So he has earned his right to be here, and it's really no accident. So it's a little bit of a different opponent. Like, he just doesn't beat himself. Like, he plays very solid, like very solid positional chess, and doesn't really place his pieces on bad squares. So we'll see. I'm very happy to be in the final, but it's going to be very tough.
Well, there we go. New Prodigy against Absolute Titan. This is the name of tomorrow's grand final. Please, once again, give it up for Magnus Carlsen.
Scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
As Alireza Firouzja falls, so does the hopes and dreams of the Falcons organization having a representation in grand finals. It is now officially Denis Lazovic versus Magnus Carlsen, AGAL versus Team Liquid. But what a fight. Alireza Firouzja ended up putting up second place last year. This time he will have to settle for third or fourth place depending on how the matchup against Hikaru ends up unfolding. But it goes 5 games. Magnus wins 3 of them, 2 to the draw. Nemo, it was still a battle to the death.
Absolutely. It's always a battle to the death with Alireza, as Magnus himself stated. Even though he was better in the last 2 games, he did get under a little bit of pressure because Alireza does not go down without a fight.
Yeah, those first 2 games, both players played 99% accuracy. I thought we'd be here all night, but then things opened up and you heard Magnus say it. It was his plan to put his opponent under duress on the clock, and ultimately, that's what proved to be the difference today.
Absolutely, even including one of the games which he took a disadvantageous position purely for the fact that he wanted to play time. One of the things that impressed me, Nemo, is after watching Magnus, he just has this ability to quickly make decisions. Now, I understand that's such a broad term, right? But it's like, you look at Alireza and at times having to think for 10, 20, sometimes 30 seconds, right? Whereas you look on the side of Magnus, he's constantly gaining time on his opponent because he's okay with making a decision, making a play, even if it's not necessarily the most optimal because he's looking at the future.
For sure. One of the great things about Magnus Carlsen is how solid his game theory is. He plays a lot of other games. He's also really good at poker and golf and, all the other things Magnus Carlsen is great at. But I think the main thing here is that he picks up on how he should approach the matchup. Basically, from the start, he goes in, he notices that Alireza is, playing a little slow, maybe thinking things a little bit. But Magnus does play extremely solid chess. And on top of that, if he puts up the speed, it's a disaster.
Magnus thought this was his best chance. You can see the king is going to toggle back and forth, and he's got a chance to take the draw, but he spots the clock and notice Alireza has 16 seconds left. And here he gives a big think after queen back to e3. What does he do? Does he go back to h2? No, he goes to f1. He knows in his heart of hearts he's worse, his king's in trouble, but he basically challenges Alireza to win with 16 seconds. The riverboat gamble works off, and Magnus wins game 3.
Absolutely. I mean, This is one of those situations where you just see Magnus Carlsen being an absolute genius at games, right? It's not just about winning on the position. He understands that Alireza has so little time in this position. He can take this opportunity and perhaps even turn it into a win.
Yeah, and just to explain it even further, Mike, it's one of those situations where he did in fact take a position that wasn't necessarily the best per se, but it made sense in the overall scheme at the time.
And I just talked to one of the grandmasters who's left the competition off camera here, and he said that if Alireza had that position to play, but it began as a bullet game, he can maybe play it. But the transition from rapid to bullet is hard to do in game, and sure enough, Alireza didn't have enough time to convert.
Well, that was his first win. Then we move on to his second. It was game 4, taking the win ultimately. We talk about another move, an ultimate decision that ended up putting Magnus in the driver's seat.
Yeah, actually it was the opposite of game 3. In game 3, Magnus snatched that double C pawn, allowed Alireza to invade on the first rank. In game 4, it was the opposite, because here Alireza snatched a pawn, Magnus invades, and actually this really cool move, Queen A1 check can be defended by Rook D1. He could have played Knight E to E2 check, deflecting either the Knight or the Rook, and then Queen to A1. Now, of course, the King could sidestep to F1. He ended up winning the game anyway, but Knight E2, this double deflection is worth pointing out that Magnus could have played.
Definitely a really, really fun move that he could have played. I think this is one of those situations where, once again, it's not just, we talked today so much about how good Magnus is at endgames and converting these, you know, slightly better positions into winning, but he can also just find tactics if he wants to. He didn't feel the need, but, you know, he still went on to win the game.
That's right. It wasn't needed to win. He got it done a little bit more of a prosaic way, but you can't argue with perfection.
That's right. Well, we had a great day of competition. Crushed 6 keys. There's only 2 keys remaining as we reminisce of the actions that ended up unfolding. We take a look at the brackets, and man, my goodness. We started with 8 very talented players, the best in the world, if you will. We started with 22 in our competition. This was the absolute best. And by the way, just making it 2 quarterfinals meant you earned $75,000, but winning one more matchup going to semifinals up the prize pool to $100,000. As we take a look at the quarterfinals, Nima, was there a big surprise to you, or did everything work out as it should?
You know, funnily enough, Magnus Carlsen and Denis Lazovic were both my picks earlier today. You know, I didn't just pick 2 names out of a hat. I did pick the best player ever, as well as Denis, who I feel like has been on fire. I mean, I think there was nothing overly surprising. Perhaps the score between Denis and Hikaru.
Yeah, and I made a joke earlier in the week that the GM of the year should be the AGAL GM.
That's right.
And it's looking, we had him in an interview before, it's looking that that could be the case. With Denis Lazovic, we can't call him a dark horse at this point. He just keeps making semifinals and finals, and it's going to be a fascinating matchup tomorrow.
Denis Lazovic absolutely on fire today. He crushed, or started the day crushing Gaki Hikaru as well. But once we reached semifinals, things took a turn for the worst, at least for the Falcons and some other competitors. But even going back to Hans Niemann, absolutely incredible throughout the groups, right? But he ends up falling shorter than he wanted, ultimately getting his key absolutely decimated. As the quarterfinals would roll on, though, Magnus would get the final nail in the coffin, taking down Nihal Sarin, taking him out of the competition, pushing us into semifinals. And that's where Denis Lazovic came back into the fold, taking down Hikaru, a man that he had beat just earlier in the Speed Chess Championship. And then ultimately, Alireza Firouzja falling as Magnus Carlsen secures his spot into the grand finals, doing so in great fashion, winning 3 out of the 5 games. Once again, we take a look at our semifinals and how they ended up unfolding. You know, the Hikaru drop for Denis Lazovic, in my opinion, was absolutely massive. I did favor Denis in this matchup. For him to push forward his first EWC, only 19 years old, come on, that's a great story.
It's absolutely, I mean, he has been in 2 different semifinals this year, Speed Chess Championships, as well as the Chess.com Open. And both times he has played Magnus Carlsen. Unfortunately, he hasn't beaten Magnus Carlsen yet, but we'll see if tomorrow is maybe the day it all changes.
And that semifinals was no fluke. Even Alireza had some positions where he could safely say he was better than Magnus. I can't name a Hikaru position where he was better than Denis today. If there's somebody out there that finds one, let me know.
That's right. Well, hey, it is, in fact, grand finals. Grand finals are set. So is 3rd and 4th place matchup. We're going to have to wait until tomorrow for that to happen. But it's been wonderful here at the Esports World Cup, and the coverage has been sensational. Not only live, but also when it comes to Amazon Prime. They've got this great series called Level Up Season 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
In week 6 of EWC here in 2026, it's been incredible. It really has been. And I must say, for the club championship race, we've been following it closely because so much money is on the line. $7 million for first place. And at this point, AGAL currently have it on lock. The first official club to surpass 4,000 points, currently sitting at 4,100, and they owe a lot of that to Denis Lazovic, who officially secures his spot into the grand finals. He hasn't earned 1,000 yet, Mike, but he's at least at 750.
Right, he could back 250 more points tomorrow if he manages to do the nearly unthinkable and beat Magnus Carlsen. Also, importantly, you can see the Falcons are in second place there, and both of their players lost today. So really, this was the perfect outcome for AGAL in the penultimate week of EWC.
Yeah, for sure, and Falcons losing both of their members now, they get third and fourth, right? That only helps AGAL as a whole.
I mean, I think AGAL's pick of Denis Lazovic is absolutely genius. They just knew. Somebody did the research. They were like, oh yeah, he can go far.
And he is going far, potentially all the way. It could be historic if he takes down Magnus Carlsen. But like I said, EWC is a great product. We are here talking heads on the desk, but you can also get involved with the voting and a slew of other things. Check out EWC Play.
He can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. House for pop, blow the house down.
EWC Play, great product. Get involved. Check it out if you haven't already. Go to esportsworldcup.com. There's so much for you to do for Esports World Cup, including maybe even voting on the grand finals tomorrow, because it's going to be an exciting one. Like we said, AGAL versus Team Liquid. Magnus Carlsen versus Denis Lazovic, who's been absolutely sensational. First EWC 19, and here he is finding himself with a potential opportunity to earn $250,000. Absolutely insane. And by the way, Esports Nations Cup also underway. Scan the QR code to get your tickets over in Riyadh. It's going to be a fun time and incredibly unique compared to the club focus that we have here at the Esports World Cup. Grand finals. We didn't see it come. Well, Magnus Carlsen, we expected maybe to be a grand finals, but Denis Lazovic being the biggest surprise. I don't know. What are we expecting tomorrow? Any upsets, or do you think it's going to be good either way?
I'm going to deflect a little bit. I'm going to turn it over to Nemo, who plays some poker. So, Magnus Carlsen's EV, his expected value, higher or lower than 80% tomorrow?
Ooh, I think it's going to be, that's a really good one.
Is 80 a good number?
80 is the perfect number. I mean, I think it's like right around 80, maybe 75. But that being said, Magnus Carlsen had a really funny comment on his interview. He was like, yeah, I didn't play the best, but even when I don't play the best, I usually make the finals. And I thought that was amazing.
What a goated statement, but he's the GOAT for a reason, and he's going to be playing tomorrow to lift the trophy against Denis Lazovic. What a day we had, and only one more day remains for EWC 2026 chess competition. We need to send it to the stage to close out the day.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the playoffs phase is officially over as we are down to our two finalists, Magnus Carlsen, and on the other side, Damascus, please hype up my young dog, only 19 years of age.
19 years of age, goes all the way to grand finals, takes Hikaru down on the way, and even the only player who rehearsed the trophy lift ceremony, that guy has got to win tomorrow, man.
Come on, man. Lazovic, only 19 years old, but has that dog in him, point blank, period. And to defeat Hikaru Nakamura, he did do this as well at the Speed Chess Championships, but to do it here on this stage as well, just to validate it, definitely says a whole lot. Tomorrow will be one for the history books.
Absolutely incredible day coming up tomorrow with the grand finals, and of course the third place match as well. An excellent day of chess awaits us tomorrow. But before we close the day today, let's go and take a look at everything that happened today at Esports World Cup 2026.
We book Esports World Cup.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the EWC Spotlight. Get it? Because we started with the Spotlight.
Did you do that?
Do you understand that? I did. I cued that.
That timing was incredible. Well
right?
done.
Yeah. Like, usually there's, someone with a light switch or something. It's under my chair. So if I just do one of these, everything flips.
Careful, don't do it again.
I was a little concerned. I know, right? But, I forgot. We're doing a show. Yes, it's the EWC Spotlight. We're going to cover everything that you have seen so far. I've got Johnny Boy and Glitter Explosion joining me today. Johnny Boy, do you have your own theme song whenever you walk out onto the stage?
Oh,
I wish I did. I don't think so. I've never heard one before, so I'm gonna safely say no on that.
Could you select your own theme song?
I'd have to think about that, but it would be boring because I am quite boring, so it wouldn't be that exciting.
Oh, show him up. If he's gonna be boring, what will your theme song be?
Bad Bunny.
Bad Bunny? Mm-hmm. What song from Bad?
Pick any.
Just literally any.
And I'm golden.
The entire Super Bowl playlist.
Yes. Me.
It's just you coming out. I love that.
The whole length of it, though. You have to wait, and that's
right. Yeah, the entire thing. Intermission. Mine is Colors by Flow, and there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But we got to talk about what we've seen so far over at the STC Arena. We've had a little bit of Rocket League, and oh boy, there are some surprises.
You got there, yeah. There are plenty of surprises. I mean, most surprising, what we've just seen. The draw, the playoffs have been drawn, and they're all same region quarterfinals, so there's no cross-region quarterfinals at all. 2 EU versus EU, 1 MENA versus MENA, 1 NA versus NA. I'm just looking at this thinking, how have we avoided even one cross-region matchup? But that's the way it is.
Is that allowed?
Apparently it is.
Wow.
It's in the rules.
It's going to be spicy.
It is, well,
script writers backstage.
It's matches we've seen before, but then it's also a chance to do it on LAN because you don't get those matches on LAN that often. So it is a bit different. We get to see, are they really the best team in the region? Because if you can beat the team online, that's one thing, but to do it on LAN, of course, that's where you really need to prove your point.
I love that.
But walk us through how we got to the draw, because of course we did get to see a little bit of overtime.
Yes, yeah, lots of overtimes, lots of close matches, a lot of close games, and even the teams that are getting eliminated, it's not all bad. So I'm thinking NRG had a big regain today. They started the tournament with the worst possible result they could have, and had a bit of a regain before being eliminated. So you've got to take the good with the bad if you're an NRG fan. I think that's the story for a lot of the teams at EWC.
Okay, and then circling back to the draw show for a second, what did you think about the technique when selecting the balls, where we had like a little bit of like a little finger, kind of like curl it up? But I don't know, how would you rate that technique?
I don't hate it. You kind of have to go off vibes. You have to, go for whichever ball you're feeling, really. And clearly, they were feeling regional matchups.
What would be the alternative methods if you're looking to?
You gotta like dunk in like you're digging for the king size candy bar in like the Halloween bag, where you just go in and you have to feel it. There's none of this like, oh, maybe this one, oh, maybe this one. It's a vibe.
Yeah.
Claw hand style.
Claw hand style.
Yeah. Also with 4 options, I mean, it didn't really seem like it was doing much when we're mixing them. We're not really mixing them, are we? We're just spinning them around.
I don't know if I'm ready to take any type of like tech advice, theme song advice, or anything from Johnny Boy. So Glitter, I'm just gonna come to you as we talk about our next stage over at the Qiddiya City Grid. Sure. We had some PUBG Mobile.
Sure did. We're 4 matches into the finals, and just beginning, really. There's still many games left in the competition, but when it comes to the storylines that we're really paying attention to, at the top right now, we've got Arena. Then CC side, we're also paying attention to Vitality and Aurora Gaming. 4th for Aurora, 6th for Vitality. But I feel like that isn't painting an accurate picture, right? Because only 4 matches in out of 18, that's nothing. So we still have a lot of action left to go.
Excited to see what happens there next. But moving on over at the Lenovo Legion, the Alliance Vault stage, we got a little bit of chess going on, and some surprising faces are maybe on the way out.
I mean, yeah, I'm surprised. I think chess from the games that are currently happening, that's the one that I'm second most familiar with after Rocket League. And I was thinking, looking at this, well, it's got to be Magnus versus Hikaru in the final, right? No, Hikaru eliminated, which I'm very surprised to see. I'm thinking, I'll go along and catch that, match when it happens, and now it's not going to happen.
You thought you were going to get what you were looking for, but it was AGAL. It was GM Dennis, who I feel like it qualifies a little bit as an upset with taking out GM Hikaru, because I think a lot of people were planning on Hikaru being in the top after the performance last year. Still a top 4 for Falcons, so it's still a really good performance. But AGAL, top of the leaderboard in CC, now they're actually getting pretty far in chess.
Yeah, I think that I have it in my notes here that AGAL have become the first club to break 4,000 club championship points so far.
That tracks.
Hello?
That tracks.
Hello?
So what's that done for their chances now to just straight up win?
Yeah, it's tough. It's going to be really tough because Falcons still have really good chance. Obviously, they still have Ali Reza, so there could be some potential points on the board there. They've already secured at least top 4 points minimum. And then, of course, it depends on how they do in Rocket League over with you guys, because that could be another big chunk of points coming their way. And there's still an entire week of competition left where they've got a decent amount of teams flying south.
Yeah, I think as of this moment, as we're speaking, AGAL is currently 500 points ahead of Falcons. At the moment, of course, anything could happen. But yeah, very interesting. But again, let's go ahead and move on to our final stage, the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet stage, where we had some Rainbow Six Siege. And you heard the drums.
Yeah.
You heard the people going crazy because there's something to get hyped for.
And if you're wondering who was going crazy, it was Furia, okay? Because they were able to win in a decider match against Dark Zero, which is actually a really big deal because DZ was trying to get 2 S-tier event wins back-to-back. That dream has been crushed. Also, North America out of the discussion. Furia getting one of those spots in the finals, the only South American org left. I mean, this is really big.
Yeah, I'm excited to see where everything goes and to see if we get maybe any kazoos brought into the audience.
They look like they've got it sorted. The Furia fans are going absolutely crazy when they're walking past. It's interesting though. I think this is actually for me one of the coolest things about Esports World Cup is earlier on we saw Furia get eliminated in Rocket League. Their fans, obviously very, very big support over there as well. No problem. They just nip next door, get to watch another game, get to watch a win. So you're much more likely to see success as a fan, but also failure. More chance for both. So I think it's just really cool. You can go between the two, go between 3, 4 even at the same time.
Yeah.
I just want to see a Vuvuzela brought into the audience, okay?
Yeah.
Well, that's what they're called, the ones that kind of like have that curve?
Yeah. Or even a didgeridoo.
That's a dangerous suggestion, the Vuvuzela. I think we got to be careful with that. That could be just a constant drone that we are just going to have in our lives during the show days.
I feel like we could make that sacrifice.
Putting out the call
for Vuvuzelas in the audience. But okay, we talked a little bit about club championship points and what that means for AGAL and Falcons at the moment. But Glitter, are there any other teams that are potentially looking like they can make a run to some of these higher standings?
And I'm actually pretty excited about the team that I'm about to say, because one of those teams is absolutely Vitality. They are a favorite out of PUBG Mobile. They've put themselves in a decent spot heading into the rest of the matches, and they feel like they could potentially also do well in Rocket League, right?
Yeah.
So this could be a huge week for Vitality.
I like their chances of winning, but, and you're not going to like this, they are up against their nemesis in the quarterfinal. That's Carmine Corp, who have a winning record against them. Now, Vitality have beaten them, but KC have got a winning record overall, so it's a tough quarterfinal. If they get past that, they can absolutely win the whole thing.
You're messing with my ultimate plan right now.
The ultimate plan. Fallen crumbled to shambles, but that basically brings us to the end of the EWC Spotlight. Johnny Boy, before I release you and let you go, is there anything that you'd like to say about what you've seen so far?
I would just say that if you are here at EWC, if you're walking around the venue, be sure to check out the other games, because I'm a Rocket League guy. I don't know much about the other games, but it's just amazing to go in and watch the competition, see the action, and it's all happening at the same time. So go around, if you're online, go around all the different streams, check everything out, and then you can get the recap right here with you guys every single day.
Look at that. He's already plugging back in the show.
Amazing.
So should we bring him back? Should we keep him?
Yeah.
Okay,
Why
we'll
not?
consider it. We'll consider it. I don't know. Well,
We do have a long list.
We do. You know, we do. Oh, is he still listening? Everyone, thank you so much for watching the EWC Spotlight, and we will see you all next time for more games. Don't tell him. Don't just shh.
No, I'm not gonna say anything. No,
Okay, it's okay. We can't tell him that.
We're in here.